The woman in front of me, who is so haggard that she is about to die, is my mother. Her voice was so weak that it was almost inaudible. Chun Fei, it's Mom who's dragging you down. Don't carry it anymore. Only when I'm gone can you live a relaxed life. I didn't dare cry, because if I did, I'd be unable to hold back. The doctor said if I didn't pay up, he would stop the medication. My mother was relying on the medication to survive. I held back my tears, turned around, and asked the nurse to take good care of her, and then went to find that bastard attending Dr. Sun Zimming. I begged him in a low voice to give me a few days, saying that I would collect the money within a week, just asking him not to run out of medicine. He rolled his eyes, looked disgusted, and said that I already owed 50,000 yuan, and if I didn't pay, he would stop giving me medicine tomorrow. He even sneered and said that whether my mother lived or died had nothing to do with him, and finally muttered, "Why see a doctor if you don't have money?" I walked out of the hospital and hid in a nearby alley, squatting in the corner and smoking. A feeling of powerlessness made me feel suffocated. I work 3 jobs and sleep 3 hours a day, living like a machine, but still can't fill the bottomless pit of this hospital. Only then did I understand what it meant. Not having money is really impossible. If I can't raise enough money, my mother will die. Money is like a slow knife, cutting her body but hurting my heart. I gritted my teeth and punched the cold wall. Blood immediately flowed down. I hated myself for being so useless. Waste, I'm a fucking waste. I couldn't help but roar, and my voice echoed in the empty alley. The next second, a basin of cold, dirty water was poured down from upstairs, soaking me to the bone. The man upstairs glanced at me and slammed the window. At that moment, I actually laughed, the kind of bitter and cold laugh. This is who I am now. I am worse than a dog. No one cares whether I live or die. I have no dignity in my life. But my mother is still alive and still breathing, so there's still hope, and as long as there is hope, I cannot give up. I wiped the water and blood off my face, stood up, and said with gritted teeth, "It seems I have no choice but to go find her." I went to the southern suburbs of Jiangdu, in front of the Tang family mansion, stood in front of the door that had rejected me in the past and knocked on it. As soon as the door opened, the old housekeeper of the Tang family frowned and looked at my shabby appearance as if he was looking at a beggar. I suppressed my humiliation, looked him in the eyes, and said, "Tell Tang Linner that Fade Chun is here." 10 years ago, she was the little girl with a ponytail who followed me around and called me Brother Fei. I will always remember her. At that time, the Tang family was still poor. My grandfather took them in, taught them medical skills, and even betrothed her to me. But 3 years ago, my mother brought me, who was seriously ill, to her knees at the door of the Tang family to beg her, and she threw a marriage certificate on the balcony. She said coldly, "From today on, the Tang family has nothing to do with you." Then she closed the door as cleanly as if she was stepping on an ant. I swore never to set foot in the Tang family again, but for my mother's life, I crushed this little dignity. 10 minutes later, I stood outside her room on the second floor of the Tang family's house, listening to my heart beating like a drum, and even breathing was painful. The door opened, and she was wearing a nightgown, with her legs crossed, looking down at me with a haughty look on her face, as if she was looking at something dirty. I suppressed my anger and shame and whispered, "Lend me some money to save my mother." She was stunned for a moment, then laughed sarcastically. "Do you think we are still related?" When I mentioned the bracelet and the engagement, her expression changed immediately. She slammed the table and yelled, "Shut up." She called 2 bodyguards, kicked me without saying a word, and threw me out the door like garbage. I was lying on the ground, blood oozing from the corner of my mouth. The bodyguard spat in my face and said, "A poor fellow wants to climb up the social ladder." I lay on the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth, looked at the tightly closed iron door, and felt a pang of pain in my heart. At this moment, I didn't even care about the last bit of dignity, just to save my mother's life. Late at night, I sat by the moat, holding 2 bottles of white wine and drinking them madly. My throat felt like it was burning. I stared at the dark river, smiled bitterly, and laughed at myself. Grandpa said I was a medical genius that only appears once in a century, but I can't save anyone. I couldn't even save my mother, so how can I live with dignity? He whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so useless." Just as he was about to throw himself into the river, a sharp cry pierced his ears. "Help!" I looked up and saw a woman struggling in the river, about to be drowned. I can't swim, and if I go down there, I'll probably die. But can I really watch someone die? I gritted my teeth, took off my coat, and jumped down with a heartbreaking determination. The river water was freezing cold. I tried my best to lift her to the shore, But at the last moment, I couldn't hold on any longer and sank. Water poured into his nasal cavity, and his consciousness gradually blurred. A solemn and ancient voice sounded in his ears. To treat others as you would treat yourself is a great virtue. The medical saint has come to the world to help all living beings. I don't know if it was an illusion, but I just felt my body was light and floating, as if it was about to leave the body. When I opened my eyes again, I was lying on a hospital bed, my chest aching as if it had been hit by a truck. A woman in a white dress stood next to him, her face expressionless but familiar. She said in a cold voice, "The doctor said you're fine." I was about to respond when a flood of unfamiliar memories suddenly flooded into my mind. The inheritance of a medical saint. I rubbed my temples, confused. At this time, she came back with 2 bodyguards, her eyes colder than ice. She stared at me and said, "You saved me." I was stunned. "Are you the woman who fell into the water that night?" "That's right. Actually, it's just because I would feel guilty if I didn't save him." I told the truth. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly asked, "Are you married?" "No." "You have a girlfriend?" "No." "Okay, come with me to get the certificate tomorrow." Her tone was as calm as if she was talking about the weather. My hand trembled, and the water bottle fell to the ground. I was stunned on the spot. "What did you say?" "I need a husband." She continued to explain in a cold voice. "A beauty like you still needs a husband?" I felt like my brain was damaged by the river water. "The people chasing me can line up all over the street." She raised her chin. "But I want someone like you." I laughed at myself and said, "I'm not brave. I'm just no longer afraid of death." Her eyes lit up. "That's more appropriate." I almost rolled my eyes. "Aren't you just kicking me when I'm down?" She said calmly, "If you don't want to live, then I will buy your life. Marry me. You will live and have money." I was about to speak when my cell phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number calling from the hospital. "Mr. Chun, your mother is critically ill and urgently needs 300,000 yuan for surgery. Please handle it as soon as possible." My head buzzed, and I was completely stunned. After hanging up the phone, I almost jumped out of the ward without even putting on my shoes. When I reached the door, I looked back at her and said in a hoarse voice, "I promise you, but you have to give me 300,000 right now." Without saying much, she handed over a card. "Just swipe it. No password required." 300,000 may be just a number to Qin Bingyun, but to me, it is a life-saving chip, my mother's life. I looked at her deeply, grabbed the card, turned around, and rushed out of the ward with only one thought in my mind: save my mother. I ran into the hospital's intensive care unit and saw my mother plugged in tubes, her face pale and as motionless as an ice sculpture. Several doctors standing nearby whispered, "I'm afraid it's too late." The attending doctor flipped through the instruments, looked at the whites of his eyes, shook his head and sighed. "Prepare for the funeral." The nurse nodded and was about to pull the white cloth to cover my mother's face. "Wait a minute. Is there still a chance for surgery? We can't give up just like that." A young intern shouted unwillingly. Dr. Sun's face darkened, and he said coldly, "The surgery will cost 300,000 yuan. Where are the family members? Who will pay for it?" They were late. "It's not the hospital's fault." I just rushed to the door, and when I heard this, I felt like I fell into an ice cave and started shaking all over. "I've paid the money. Save him quickly." I rushed in, shouting desperately, panting heavily. But when I rushed in, I saw the nurse had already covered my mother's face with a white cloth. My heart went boom, as if the sky was falling. "Mom!" I rushed over and tried to lift the white cloth, but someone held me back tightly. Dr. Sun said coldly, "The patient has passed away. Please accept my condolences." Impossible. I screamed heartbreakingly. "She was fine this morning. How could she just disappear all of a sudden? I don't believe it." I pushed away the nurse who was trying to stop me, rushed to the bed, and pulled away the white cloth covering it. I threw myself on my mother, grabbed her shoulders with trembling hands, and shook her like crazy. "Mom, wake up. I am Xia Ofei." Dr. Sun's face darkened, and he shouted angrily, "This is the intensive care unit, not your home. The patient is already covered with a white sheet. How long do you want to keep arguing? Get out and prepare for the funeral." My voice trembled. Didn't the doctor say over the phone that there was still hope? How could he be gone in the blink of an eye? Dr. Sun sneered, "You've been in arrears for so long. Who would be willing to take the risk of operating on your mother? Life is built on money." I gritted my teeth, rushed over, grabbed his collar, and said with bloodshot eyes, "Do you have any humanity left? How can you just watch someone die like that?" He dismissively shook my hand off and said sarcastically, "The hospital isn't a god. This is her fate. Come, take the body to the morgue. If he continues to make trouble, let him stay. The ICU is 500 yuan an hour anyway. He can pay it if he wants. I knelt beside the bed, my hands on my mother's cold shoulders, tears falling one by one, and my chest felt like a huge rock was pressing down. At this moment, that ancient voice rang in my mind again, the inheritance of the medical saint. I suddenly opened my eyes wide. Could it be that was an illusion? I quickly felt his pulse, and as soon as my fingertips touched it, my whole body shook as if I had been electrocuted. She has a pulse, I said with a trembling voice. She's not dead yet. Mom is still alive. Dr. Sun sneered. You understand Chinese medicine? Okay, it's true he's not dead, but you want to save him? Wishful thinking. If you can really save him, I'll kowtow to you 10 times. Several doctors laughed out loud on the spot, their eyes full of contempt and ridicule, as if they were looking at a madman. I was too lazy to pay attention to them, so I just turned over and stepped onto the hospital bed, folded my hands and pressed them on my mother's chest, and started cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Bang! The electrocardiogram suddenly trembled slightly. My eyes lit up and I shouted, "Silver needle! Who has a silver needle?" An intern was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out a few silver needles from the pocket of his white robe and handed them over. I took it without hesitation, and with decisive movements, I instantly pierced the key acupuncture points such as the chest, back of the head, and shinke. The next second, I pressed harder again. The originally straight line of death suddenly turned into a trembling curve, and the heartbeat began to regain its rhythm. The entire ICU fell silent in an instant. Everyone seemed to be frozen, even their breathing stopped. What was even more shocking was that the next moment, my mother took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She looked at me weakly, her eyes blurry and her lips trembling. Is that you? My nose felt sore and I almost cried out loud, my voice choked with sobs. It's me, Mom. I'm Xiaofei. Dr. Sun's face turned pale in an instant, his eyes widened, and he took 2 steps back as if he had seen a ghost. I held my mother's hand and took her pulse again. Her pulse was stable and her breathing had returned to normal. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I stood up and glanced at Dr. Sun with a cold look. Why are you still standing there? Arrange a ward immediately and send my mother back. Dr. Sun opened his mouth, but for a moment he couldn't say anything, and his eyes were wandering. My eyes were like knives and anger was burning in my chest. How could such a person be the attending physician? He glared back at me stubbornly. Why are you looking at me? Have you paid the fee? I smiled coldly. Don't worry. Your hospital will not lose a penny. Then go and pay it now. His tone became a little harder, and he slammed a list of expenses in front of me. 300,000 for surgery, plus 6,000 a day for monitoring, medication, and nutrition, a total of 320,000. I looked down, and my expression immediately changed. Surgery fee? My mother didn't even have surgery. Who said you didn't do it? The preparation phase is also considered part of the surgical process. You interrupted it yourself, so you must not lose any points. Dr. Sun had a sneer on his face, as if he was watching me being humiliated, with an expression that said, let's see if you can come up with the money. Chapter 4, Make Corrections Immediately. I stood in the hospital corridor, my fingers nearly broken. Dr. Sun's words, 300,000 yuan for surgery, pierced my brain like a nail. My mother hadn't even done anything with a knife, yet they dared to charge me 300,000 yuan. I tried to control my emotions, but when I heard them say in a sarcastic tone, wrap yourself in a straw mat and die soon, I completely exploded. I rushed over and grabbed the intern by the collar, and his face turned pale with fear. But Dr. Sun was still reckless and threatened me with a cold smile, telling me to know the immensity of the world. I was about to retort when the voice cut through the air like a knife. The sound of high heels got closer and closer, and the light in the corridor was suppressed by the figure. It's Qin Bingyan. She was dressed in a professional suit, and every step she took sounded like someone's death knell. Dr. Sun's face turned from red to white, and from white to gray, and she could barely stand. She asked him, how much is the medical bill? Her tone was light, but it was so depressing that everyone in the audience couldn't raise their heads. Dr. Sun opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. The lackeys beside him already regretted what they had said, wishing they could take it back. Qin Bingyan casually took out a black gold card and handed it to her assistant. Go, settle all the expenses for this patient, and check if there are any similar cases. After she said this, Dr. Sun's cold sweat had already dripped to the ground. He stammered, trying to explain, Qin, Mr. Chin, our hospital also needs to keep running. She glanced at him as if he were a bug. I'm not against charging, but it has to be based on treatment and respect. Do you understand that word? Respect. Dr. Sun opened his mouth to speak, but she stopped him with a gesture. She dialed the number directly. Dean Wong, please come to the intensive care unit. I want to discuss something. Less than 10 minutes later, Dean Wong arrived in person. As soon as he saw her, he smiled brighter than a flower. Boss Chin, why are you here in person? Chin Bingyun finished telling the whole story and finally asked in a cold voice, your hospital is relying on this kind of people to build its reputation? Dean Wong's face froze. He said stubbornly that the procedure did not allow direct dismissal. Chin Bingyun smiled, but her eyes were like knives. If this kind of person can't be opened, then shouldn't we reconsider our cooperation model? Dean Wong's face instantly fell. He turned to look at Dr. Sun and ordered coldly, pack your things and get out. Dr. Sun collapsed to the ground and knelt down like a dog with broken bones. He crawled in front of me, hugged my legs, his face covered in snot and tears. Mr. Chun, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me just once. I looked at him coldly, without any emotion in my heart. If it wasn't for his words that almost made my mother stop taking the medicine, I wouldn't be standing here arguing with him. I pushed his hand away, my tone as calm as a blade. You should apologize not to me, but to all the patients. After hearing this, he knelt even deeper, kowtowed desperately, and shouted, I will definitely change and become a good doctor in the future. At this time, Chin Bingyun nodded to the bodyguard, and the man immediately came over and pulled him up. Dr. Sun was anxious and held my legs tightly. Mr. Chun, you can't do this. If I lose this job, I'm done. I sighed. Whether you have a chance to change depends not on me, but on yourself. At this time, Chin Bingyun's assistant came back with the payment slip in his hand. Boss Chin, all the fees have been settled, and the investigation has been notified. Chin Bingyun nodded and looked at Dean Wong. What is the hospital's purpose? Have you really forgotten it? Dean Wong nodded repeatedly, the sweat on his forehead unable to stop. Yes, President Chin, I will rectify this immediately and will not tolerate it. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, a familiar and weak call suddenly came from a ward. Xiao Fei. I was shocked and turned around as if struck by lightning. It was my mother's voice. Chapter 5. The Price of a Contract Husband. When I heard my mother call me Xiao Fei, I felt like I was electrocuted. I rushed back to the ward and saw that she had opened her eyes. She lay there, weak but full of spirit, looking at me with a smile. I felt like my heart was hit hard and I almost cried on the spot. I held her hand. It was cold, and her skin was loose and pale. I gritted my teeth and asked her in a trembling voice if it hurt. She shook her head, smiled, and said she was fine, told me not to worry, and also mentioned Chin Bingyun. I subconsciously looked towards the window. She was standing there, the cold moonlight outlining her figure. At that moment, she seemed like my savior. I opened my mouth to introduce her, but for a moment, I didn't know how to describe her identity. Was she a friend? Fiancé? Contract partner? She came over, greeted my mother, and said she was my friend. When my mother heard this, she was so happy that she held her hand and kept thanking her and called her Xiaoyan. Chin Bingyun was obviously stunned for a moment, but she still smiled and agreed. I have never seen her blush before, and she was a little shy at that moment. My mother looked at the two of us with satisfaction in her eyes. She even asked us directly when we would get married and wanted a drink in our wedding wine. I was so embarrassed that I didn't know where to look. Chin Bingyun coughed lightly and said that we were still getting to know each other. But my mother already treated her as her future daughter-in-law. She held her hand and said a lot of things and also told me to be nice to her. I could only nod in agreement, feeling a weight on my heart. Chin Bingyun had done me a favor, but our relationship wasn't as simple as she said. After saying goodbye to my mother, I followed her out of the hospital. The night wind was chilly, but my mind was extremely clear. Her car was already waiting at the door. When she got in, the dim light inside made her silhouette look particularly cold and stern. As soon as she opened her mouth, she reminded me that there was a charity gala tomorrow night, and I had to attend as her husband. I nodded. It was not like I had never seen such occasions before, but this time, my identity had changed. She changed the subject and told me that the relationship between us was just a contractual one, and I should keep my distance in any situation and not have any inappropriate thoughts. I smiled and shrugged, saying that she was too narcissistic and that it was not unworthy for me to be her contract husband. She glanced at me and said nothing more, and the atmosphere became quiet again. She came to pick me up the next day. The car drove smoothly out of the hospital. Soft jazz was playing in the car, and the atmosphere was subtle. The car stopped in front of her private villa. The house was cold and modern, just like her, without warmth but full of oppression. She took out a custom-made suit from the cloakroom and handed it to me, saying that I should look decent tonight. I took the suit, feeling a mix of emotions. This suit probably cost as much as I'd earned in the past year. After changing my clothes and standing in front of the mirror, I almost didn't recognize myself. My suit was neatly fitted, and I looked like I had jumped from a poor man to an aristocrat. She looked at me, nodded, said good taste, turned around, and changed into an evening gown. Her long black skirt dragged on the ground, and the hem was dotted with stars, as if she had a halo around her, which was so suffocating. The banquet hall was brightly lit, and the sound of celebrities chatting could be heard everywhere. As soon as I got out of the car, I was surrounded by flashlights. I followed her, and every step I took was like stepping into a spotlight, with eyes coming from all directions. The crowd began to whisper, "That's Shin Bing-yin, right? Who's that man next to her? He looks ordinary. Maybe it's some hidden rich second generation." I heard it clearly, and I smiled on my face, but I felt like I was holding an ice cube in my heart. I know that tonight, I am her contracted supporting role. All the limelight belongs to her, and I can only play my supporting role well. Just as we were about to enter, I felt a pair of eyes fixed on me, with scrutiny and hostility. I followed the line of sight and saw Qiao Zhifei, the eldest son of the Lingyao group and Qin Bingyun's suitor. He walked up to me gracefully, holding a glass of red wine, introduced himself as Qiao Zhifei, and asked me where I was working. I responded politely and said I had just lost my job. He was stunned for a moment, then sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. "Unemployed? You really know how to joke." A few guests nearby heard this and started to sneer, looking at me as if I were a joke. I didn't feel angry at all. I was used to it. Anyway, I came here just to play the role of a tool. Qin Bingyun noticed the commotion, walked over with a faint smile, and came to my rescue, saying that we were doing this for charity tonight and shouldn't waste our breath. Her words seemed gentle, but they could not be questioned. Qiao Zhifei felt frustrated and could only leave in disappointment. The banquet continued, and I held her hand and walked through the crowd, responding with a smile, playing the role of a perfect fake husband. She came closer to me and whispered, "You did well. You didn't embarrass me." I teased her, "Is there a reward?" She pursed her lips and smiled. "Reward? It depends on whether you can bear it tonight." Her eyes swept over Qiao Zhifei in the corner again, and I understood what she meant. I know that she has arranged not only a banquet for me, but also a trial. But I don't care. I have even experienced death once. What else can I face? I put down my wine glass, faced everyone's gaze, and walked towards Qiao Zhifei. Chapter 6. Slapping the young master of the Qiao family. I walked up to Qiao Zhifei, a smile on my face, but anger was already boiling inside. My voice was not loud, but it was like a bomb dropped into the banquet hall. "Mr. Qiao, you keep staring at my wife. Do you want to be her lover?" The air seemed to freeze, and the whole place fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned, their expressions looking as if they had seen a ghost. Qiao Zhifei was stunned for a moment. Then his face became distorted, veins bulged, and he wanted to tear me apart on the spot. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "Boy, you're looking for death." I smiled contemptuously. "I'm looking for death? I think you're tired of living. You are such a bastard. You also want to hit on my wife?" He was so angry that he was shaking, smashed the wine glass in his hand to the ground, pointed at my nose and cursed. "Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you are worse than trash." The guests began to talk, make sarcastic remarks, and enjoy the fun. "This kid is crazy. He dares to provoke Qiao Zhifei. I'm afraid he must be tired of living." Qiao Zhifei laughed in anger. His eyes turned cold, and he gestured to the two black-clad bodyguards behind him. Throw him out." The bodyguards pounced on me, their movements ferocious, like two wild beasts. But I stood still, my heart eerily calm. After obtaining the inheritance of the medical saint, this level of threat is no longer worth mentioning. I dodged the first man's attack easily and punched him in the chest with my backhand. With a bang, he flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up. The other bodyguard was stunned for a moment, but still rushed forward. I sneered, exerted force on my feet, and the next moment I appeared in front of him and kicked his knee. Crack! His knees shattered, and he fell to the ground screaming, sweating profusely and his face pale. There was an uproar in the banquet hall. No one expected that I could cripple two bodyguards with just 3 punches and 2 kicks. Xiao Zhifei's face was pale, and his mouth was wide open enough for an egg to fit in. He pointed at me and growled through gritted teeth, "Just wait, boy. This isn't over yet." I took a step forward, raised my hand without warning, and slapped him in the face. The sound was so loud that it echoed throughout the banquet hall, and the air seemed to be frozen. Everyone was stunned. Even the music seemed to be interrupted by my slap. Qin Bingyun stood not far away, her eyes wide open, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She obviously didn't expect me to take direct action. She wanted me to intimidate them with words, but I slapped everyone in the face with my actions. Xiao Zhifei was hit so hard that his face tilted to the side, his cheeks were red, his eyes were filled with fear, and he was completely stunned. "You fucking..." He just opened his mouth when my eyes, cold as ice, shot over. He froze, speechless. "Still want to be beaten?" I spoke indifferently, looking at him as if he were a fly. "You're like this, and you're still thinking about my wife." He was shaking with anger, his face flushed purple, and he pointed at me and yelled, "You're dead. I'll make you regret living." I looked at him with a hint of sarcasm on my face. "I'll wait, but you'd better hurry up. I hate being threatened the most." He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, turned around and left, leaving behind a harsh remark. "We'll see." I stood there and watched him leave in disgrace with his bodyguards. No one around spoke for a while. It was not until he completely disappeared that the banquet hall was completely in an uproar. Is he crazy? He actually hit Xiao Zhifei. Does he know what the Qiao family is? Is he trying to save his life? Qin Bingyun has raised a lunatic. Everyone was talking, but I turned around and walked towards Qin Bingyun with an expressionless face. She was still in a daze, looked at me with complicated eyes, and didn't say anything. I said calmly, "Let's go." She nodded and followed me out of the banquet hall. The next day, a story was spreading throughout Jiangxing's upper-class circles. Qin Bingyun's man slapped the eldest son of the Qiao family in public without any fear. Many people said I was crazy, that I was Qin Bingyun's gigolo, and that I dared to hit Xiao Zhifei and was simply seeking death. Chapter 7. Nominal husband and wife, sleeping in the same bed, having different dreams. Xiao Zhifei's threats were like the buzz of a mosquito in my ears. I just ate and slept as usual and didn't take it to heart at all. The car was very quiet when we left the banquet that night. Qin Bingyun held the steering wheel, her face flickering under the street lights, and her emotions could not be seen clearly. I broke the silence and asked her where she was going. She replied calmly, "To take you back to the hospital." I didn't say anything more, turned my head and looked out the window, but my mind was in a mess and I didn't know how to face this marriage. The car stopped in front of the hospital. As soon as I got out, she stepped on the accelerator and the red sports car turned into a shadow and disappeared into the night. I stood there looking at her car, shook my head, sighed, then turned and walked towards the ward. When I returned to the ward and saw that my mother looked much better, I finally felt relieved. "Mom, how are you feeling?" She smiled and said she was much better, but she started to worry about me and said I was working too hard. I held her hand and said with a smile, "Mom, Qin Bingyun and I are going out. She has arranged a job for me, and we will get married soon." As soon as these words came out, the mother was stunned, and then she couldn't stop laughing. "Good luck getting married. Mom has finally waited for this day. Xiaofei, you must treat her well. She has helped us so much." I nodded in agreement, but I couldn't explain the feeling inside. That wasn't a real marriage, it was clearly just a contract. But seeing her smiling so happily, I finally swallowed the truth. On the day of discharge, Qin Bingyun came to pick me up on time, as usual. She was as cool and elegant as before, but there was a hint of incomprehensible emotion in her eyes. She said directly, "Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau." Her tone was as cold as ever, and she brooked no refusal. Within minutes, we were out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. I was holding 2 red books in my hands, still a little dazed as if I was dreaming. I thought she would let me go back to the hospital after I finished the formalities, but she glanced at me and said, "Why are you standing there? Get in the car." I looked at her sports car, then at my washed-out t-shirt, and hesitated. "I'd better take a taxi." She frowned, her tone as cold as ice. "What? Did you feel wrong by riding in my car?" I quickly shook my head. "No, I just wear this dress." She interrupted me directly. "Get in the car." I sighed and took the passenger seat. The car roared out in an instant, weaving through the traffic like a red beast. I sat in the car, looking at the speeding street scenes outside the window, my mind full of questions. Where is she taking me? After many twists and turns, they finally stopped in front of a villa area. The three-story villa was brightly lit and as cold as she was. She said, "Get out of the car." I followed her into the villa. The hall was decorated in an incredibly luxurious manner. I was a little speechless. What is this? Without even turning her head, she said, "My home. From today on, you live here." I was so shocked that I almost fell down. Live here? No need, we just… Marriage by agreement, right? Her tone was filled with sarcasm. Do you think I am willing? If I didn't have to deal with those old men in the family, would I choose you? I opened my mouth, but no words came out. She continued with a cold face. You'd better be obedient and cooperate with me in this play. I won't treat you unfairly. I nodded, knowing there was no point in arguing with her. She turned and walked upstairs, and I followed her until she stopped at the door of the master bedroom and pushed it open. I was stunned. I live here. She raised her eyebrows and looked at me. Why? We are a legal couple, and we still need to sleep in separate rooms. I opened my mouth, but before I could say anything, she gave me a look that stopped me. No bats punto. She said coldly, "From now on, you are my Chin Bingyun's husband. Don't embarrass me." I smiled bitterly and could only nod in compromise. Looking at the big bed covered with velvet sheets, I felt mixed emotions. I never thought that one day I would live in the same room with Chin Bingyun, even if we were just a couple in name only. She seemed to see the confusion in my heart and snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I'm not interested in you. You can sleep on the floor." She took off her high heels and laid down on the bed. I sighed, pulled out a thin quilt from the closet, and spread it out beside the bed. Just as I lay down, her voice came from the room. "What are you going to do next?" I was stunned, not quite understanding why she asked this. She turned her back to me and said in a calm tone, "Although it's just an agreement to marry, you can't just sit around and do nothing, making a fool of yourself." Chapter 8. Working without a license? She sat on the bed, looking at me calmly, her tone as cold as the night wind. "Tell me, what are you going to do?" I was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised my head and said, "I want to go to the hospital and be a doctor." She raised an eyebrow, as if she was listening to a joke. "Doctor? Are you sure you're not kidding?" "I'm serious." I looked her straight in the eye. "I have the ability and can heal illnesses. I can show you." She didn't say anything, just looked at me quietly. After a few seconds, she stood up and walked to me with a complicated look in her eyes. "Okay, I'll give you a chance." She looked at me, a hint of an incomprehensible smile on her lips. "Prove it to me." The next morning, I got up from the bed and felt like my whole body was falling apart. I never thought sleeping on the floor of a villa would be so painful. Chin Bingyun had woken up long ago and was standing in front of the mirror in a professional suit. She looked meticulous, cold, noble, and flawless. She glanced at me, as if giving an order, "Pack up and come down for breakfast." I answered, washed up, and went downstairs. There were pastries, porridge, and juice on the dining table, which made me drool. While drinking milk, she pushed a document bag in front of me and said, "Take a look." I opened it and found an employment contract signed by Rinchin Hospital, a subsidiary of Chin Group. I glanced at her and asked, "What is this? Didn't you say you want to be a doctor? This hospital belongs to the Chin family. At least no one dares to bully you." Her tone was light, but I could hear a hint of protection in it, and my heart warmed. I whispered thank you, but she didn't respond, just nodded. "Sign it," she said decisively. "I'll arrange your onboarding procedures. Report today." I signed my name without hesitation. She stared at me, her eyes reminding me, "Don't forget who you are. Don't embarrass me, and don't cause trouble for yourself." I nodded. "I understand." After dinner, she went to the company, and I went to the hospital address written on the contract. Although Rinchin Hospital is a private hospital, its decoration and equipment are comparable to those of the top 3 public hospitals, and it has a strong aura. After I reported to the front desk, I was taken to the personnel department. Director Lee there is a middle-aged woman. She is dressed in a neat professional suit, wears glasses, and looks very serious. She flipped through the documents I submitted, her brows gradually furrowing. "Mr. Chun, you don't have relevant academic qualifications or medical experience?" I was stunned. Of course, I couldn't tell her that I had inherited the medical saint's legacy. I coughed and tried to remain calm. When I was a child, I learned medicine from my grandfather, especially Chinese medicine, so I have a certain foundation. She was about to ask further questions when the door was suddenly pushed open and a young man in a white coat walked in. He is tall and has a strong aura. As soon as Director Lee entered the door, he immediately smiled as if his face had changed. Dr. Zhang, why did you come here in person? This man is called Zhang Yuan, the son of the vice president. He is young and promising and is the chief of surgery in the hospital. Zhang Yuan glanced at me, his eyes swept up and down a few times, and his smile was filled with a bit of contempt. Who is this? He asked. The new doctor, Dr. Chun Fei, directly introduced with a smile. Doctor. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled meaningfully as if he heard a joke. When did our hospital start hiring people without medical qualifications? Director Li quickly explained, Dr. Zhang, Mr. Chen's condition. He waved his hand and interrupted directly. I know what's going on. No need to tell me. Then he looked at me with a thorny smile. Dr. Chun, you have quite a background to be able to come to our Rinxin hospital. But I advise you, the hospital is not a place to just mess around. If you don't have real skills, don't ruin our reputation. I could tell he was mocking me for coming in through the back door. My face turned cold and my tone was low. What do you mean by that? What do you mean? He laughed. Don't you have any idea? Someone like you, without a license, shouldn't be here. Chapter 9. You're not a doctor? Then who saved her? As soon as Zhang Yuan finished speaking, the discussions of his colleagues around him started buzzing like flies, and every sentence was like a sting to me. Some people sneered and said that I got in through connections, while others shook their heads and sighed, saying that no matter how hard you work, you can't beat background. I was about to retort when there was a commotion outside and a middle-aged man stumbled in with a girl in his arms. The girl's face was pale and there was foam at the corners of her mouth. It was obvious that her life was hanging by a thread. Zhang Yuan acted quickly. He immediately arranged for someone to lay the girl flat on the ground, and he squatted down to check on her. His face changed, and he said it was an acute myocardial infarction and required immediate surgery. The whole audience was in an uproar, and no one dared to say a word. This disease has a rapid onset and high mortality rate, and surgery is the only solution. Director Li was in a dilemma, saying that the operating room was fully booked and the earliest appointment would be in the afternoon. Zhang Yuan was anxious, his voice cold, saying that he couldn't wait that long, and every minute of delay was a risk. I looked at the girl's face turning blue, her fingers cold, and her heart beating irregularly, so I stood up and spoke. She doesn't need surgery. I can save her. The air froze instantly. Zhang Yuan stared at me like I was crazy and said angrily, What nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what acute myocardial infarction is? Others also laughed, and some whispered that I was crazy, questioning why I dared to intervene in the first aid, even though Zhang Yuan didn't dare to do so. I ignored the noise and walked straight to the girl, squatted down, looked at her eye whites, pulse, and breathing. The situation was very critical. The middle-aged man hurriedly stopped me, his eyes full of vigilance. What are you going to do? I looked at him with a calm expression. Don't worry, I can save her. He hesitated for a moment, then let go. I put my hand on the girl's chest and began to use traditional Chinese medicine massage to stimulate her heart points, regulate her qi and blood, and restart her heart's beating rhythm. Zhang Yuan was furious when he saw this and rushed over to pull me away. You are reckless. You are killing people. I shook him off. I'm saving people. He roared angrily. Director Li, call the security guards and kick him out. Director Li stood there in a dilemma, not knowing who to listen to. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, Enough! He looked at me, then at Zhang Yuan, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. Let him treat it. Zhang Yuan was completely stunned. Are you crazy? You are playing with your daughter's life. The middle-aged man replied bluntly. What can we do now? Wait for surgery? Can she wait that long? He stared at me intently, his voice filled with hope after despair. Please, save her. Zhang Yuan pointed at him, so angry that he couldn't speak, but he couldn't stop me from continuing. I began to press the acupuncture points more forcefully, regulating my heart energy and inserting the needles precisely. All movements were smooth and skillful. A minute later, the girl hummed softly, her eyelids moved slightly, and then she slowly opened her eyes. Dad, that soft call was like a heavy hammer hitting everyone's heart. The middle-aged man rushed over, held his daughter's hand, and choked with sobs, almost unable to speak. You're awake. You're really awake. The girl looked around dazedly and asked in a low voice, What's wrong with me? You fainted and are in the hospital. The middle-aged man's voice was still trembling. She was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly realized, Is my heart attack happening again? Yes, but you're fine now. He nodded, his tone firm. Her face regained some color, and she looked around, her eyes finally landing on me. Who saved me? I smiled softly. It's me. She stared at me for a few seconds, but couldn't help asking, but, you're not a doctor? Who told you I'm not? I raised the corner of my mouth and replied to her. She wanted to ask something else, but was interrupted by her father. Don't ask. Take a good rest first, and we'll talk when you get better. The girl nodded, lay down, and closed her eyes. I clapped my hands and stood up, my eyes falling on Zhang Yuan's confused face, and smiled coldly. Dr. Zhang, what else do you have to say now? Chapter 10. Your place in the corner? Zhang Yuan's face flushed red like a freshly cooked shrimp. He pointed at me and snarled. You're just using quack tactics. You're not a doctor at all. How can anyone know what you did to her? Before I could say anything, the girl's father, Wang Haisheng, frowned and said in an unhappy tone, Dr. Zhang, this doctor saved my daughter. Everyone saw it clearly. Zhang Yuan gritted his teeth and interrupted him. He was just a blind cat that caught a dead mouse. You think everything is fine now, but you didn't check it. Who will be held responsible if something goes wrong? I folded my arms and watched him perform, a sneer on my face. People with sharp tongues like this are most afraid of being taken seriously. This Zhang guy has a mouth sharper than a needle tip, but a heart softer than an embroidery needle. I won't comment on whether his medical skills are good or not, but his ability to shift the blame is first rate. My voice wasn't loud, but my tone was enough to control the whole audience. You don't need to worry about what I did. As a doctor, you're helpless, yet you criticize others. Do you have the nerve to talk about medical ethics? He suddenly choked up, pointed at me, and opened his mouth for a long time, but could only utter unreasonable. His face was as ugly as pig liver, and he turned around and left in shame. He looked quite embarrassed from behind when he left, but I knew he would not give up. When this kind of person gets humiliated, the first thing he does when he gets home is to find someone to settle the score with. Not to mention that he has a vice president as his father. He's probably already written a script in his head, imagining that I'll be kicked out tomorrow. But do I care? No. I looked down at Wang Haisheng. He was holding the corner of my clothes with a look of gratitude on his face. His eyes were red, and he couldn't speak complete sentences. You saved my daughter. I will never forget you in my life, he said with tears in his eyes, and his hand was so strong that it seemed as if he wanted to tear off the corner of my clothes. I smiled and reminded him that his daughter still needed to rest, and just then the medical staff pushed the bed over. You'd better let her lie down quickly. Wang Haisheng finally came back to his senses, saying yes, yes, yes repeatedly, letting go of my clothes and sending his daughter to the ward. I watched them go away, lowered my head to straighten the clothes that he had wrinkled, and the calmness that had just been restored was broken by the sound of high heels. Director Li's professional face reappeared in front of me, and his tone was cold. Let's go. I'll take you to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. I followed her without saying anything. Her high heels made a clattering sound on the corridor tiles, which was a bit annoying. The hospital corridor was not short, and she walked very fast, as if she couldn't wait to push me into a corner. Finally, she stopped and pointed. We're here. This is the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. I looked up and saw a sign with the words Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine hanging at the door. The gold paint was peeling and the color was dull. It looked like it was quite old. As soon as the door was opened, a medicinal fragrance hit my nose, but the fragrance was mixed with a hint of damp and moldy smell, which made people frown. The room was empty. There was only an old doctor dozing on the table. His hair was gray and his face was full of wrinkles. He was holding an old medical book in his hand. I frowned. This place was surprisingly deserted. Director Li, what is this? She smiled, a smile tinged with sarcasm. Don't disbelieve it, but fewer and fewer people are seeing Chinese medicine practitioners these days. Everyone wants to be quick, so who want to take Chinese medicine? Our hospital wanted to close this department a long time ago, but we kept it because of our tradition. She showed no disguising of her contempt for traditional Chinese medicine in her eyes. After she finished speaking, she shook her hair and stood with a condescending attitude. I didn't say anything, just glanced at her, then looked at the old doctor lying on the table. He heard the noise and raised his head in a daze. His eyes were cloudy, and he looked a little unconscious. Who is this? He asked in a hoarse voice. New here. Director Li pushed me forward and slammed a stack of documents on the table. Dr. Chun, this is Mr. Liu. He's the only one in the entire traditional Chinese medicine department. Now, you two are included. The old man, Mr. Liu, didn't even raise his eyelids. He just stretched out his hand and pointed casually. Over there, your position. I looked in the direction he pointed and saw a shabby desk against the corner, covered in dust. I raised a smile, strode over, wiped the table, and put down my things. There are not many patients, just don't bother me. Old Lou yawned and lay down again without closing his mouth. I nodded and replied casually, "You continue to sleep, I won't disturb you." Standing there, I looked around. The traditional Chinese medicine department was deserted. Although the equipment was complete, its luster was obscured by a thick layer of dust. The bronze acupuncture figures looked like sealed antiques. The air is old and the people are cold, but I feel quite comfortable. Although this place was marginalized by the hospital, it was my first stop to display my abilities. I sat at the gray table and smiled gently. The turnaround began from this corner. Chapter 11. You are a Chinese medicine doctor, and you dare to save people? As soon as he made a move, the whole audience was shocked. I stood in the dilapidated TCM clinic, and the surroundings were so shabby that it made me feel disheartened. A few tables and chairs barely made up the space, and the only decent thing was the row of old medicine cabinets against the wall. I complained silently in my heart that this Chinese medicine patient was probably in the ICU and was hanging on for dear life. I opened the medicine cabinet, and the door hinges creaked harshly, and a musty smell immediately hit me. I frowned. The smell was stronger than sweaty feet and almost made me vomit. These medicinal herbs are poorly preserved. No wonder no one comes to the traditional Chinese medicine department. I continued to check, but out of the corner of my eye, I noticed some yellowed medical books and dusty wooden boxes hidden deep in the medicine cabinet. Intrigued, I picked up a medical book and gently blew away the dust. The pages cracked at the touch, as brittle as biscuits, but the book exuded a faint medicinal fragrance. I flipped through these ancient books with obscure contents. There were many terms I had never seen before, but I was fascinated by them. Time slipped away quietly, and the sunlight came in through the window, illuminating the entire traditional Chinese medicine department with golden light. Apart from the sound of flipping pages, the room was so quiet that I could hear my own heartbeat. Not a single patient came in the entire afternoon, as if this department had been forgotten by the whole world. This went on for a few days, and I even started to feel like an old man who had retired early. Just as I continued to flip through the book, I suddenly heard a burst of shouting and cursing outside, shaking the earth. What a rubbish doctor. If you can't save my dad, I'll tear down your hospital. The corners of my mouth curled up slightly. Finally, the atmosphere became a little lively. I put down the book and walked towards the door. As soon as I left the traditional Chinese medicine department, the shouting got closer. I'm telling you, if my dad doesn't wake up today, you're done. The man was furious and spitted and cursed at a director. Do you know who I am? Believe it or not, I can make you lose your job with just one word. The doctor who was scolded by him could only smile and didn't even dare to wipe his saliva or breathe loudly. Calm down. The man kicked over the trash can, and a plastic bucket rolled far away, with garbage scattered all over the floor. I looked at the security guard and asked in a low voice, "What's going on?" "Dr. Chun, this is the prince of the Wan group. His father is a patient in the VIP ward. He suddenly fell into a coma today." I nodded, suddenly not able to do it. The security guard curled his lips and muttered quietly, "I guess God couldn't stand what they did." "What did you say?" "Nothing, nothing." He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention, so he moved closer and said in a low voice, "Dr. Chun, please don't spread the word. I heard that the old man has ALS." I raised my eyebrows in feigned surprise. ALS? Yes, it's a terminal illness, a living dead. The Wan family is keeping him alive by spending a lot of money, otherwise he would have died long ago. As he spoke, he made a death gesture and seemed to be gloating a little. Why did something unexpected happen this time? I heard he fainted suddenly and couldn't be woken up no matter how hard we tried. We checked for a long time, but couldn't find the cause. The whole hospital is about to explode. Even your eyeballs aren't moving. Yes, he's almost on his last breath. The doctors can't do anything about him. I smiled and said nothing. "Dr. Chun, how come you're still in a good mood to laugh?" The security guard looked surprised. "If something really happens, the hospital will be in trouble." I patted his shoulder. "It's okay." I walked towards the ward, and when the door opened, the room was full of people. They were all dressed in suits and ties, adorned with gold and silver. It was obvious that they were either rich or noble. They surrounded the old man on the hospital bed. Some were crying, some were cursing. The scene was as chaotic as a vegetable market. I recognized the man at a glance. Wan Shan, the chairman of Wan Group. The man with the slicked back hair and a grim expression in front of the bed was probably his son Wan Hao. "Who are you? We'll let you in." Marriott saw me and started yelling, "Get out of here! I'm a doctor." I stood still and responded calmly, "Doctor? Which department? Why have I never seen you before?" He looked me up and down, his face full of doubt. "Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine." As soon as I finished speaking, he suddenly burst into laughter as if he had heard a joke. "Traditional Chinese medicine? Are you qualified to stand here? My father has a terminal illness. Even Western medicine can't cure him. Who do you think you are?" I stared at him and said word by word, "Traditional Chinese medicine can't save people." He laughed even louder, and even the people around him couldn't help but turn around to look over here. You're qualified to talk about Chinese medicine? If you really have the ability, I want to see what you can do." Chapter 12. The whole hospital was helpless, but he stood up and said, "Let me save you." Before the Wan family members could speak, Director Lee, wearing a white coat, walked over quickly with an awkward smile on his face. I was about to speak when Wan Shihao yelled first. His tone was as sharp as a knife, freezing the air. He asked Director Lee to cure Mr. Wan at all costs, and said he would pack up and leave if he couldn't. Director Lee was choked and stood there in a daze, and could only look down at Wan Shan lying on the hospital bed. I stood aside, watching Director Lee's wandering eyes, and for a moment I didn't know how to start. Wan Shan's face suddenly turned pale, his lips turned blue, and his breathing almost stopped. Wan Shihao rushed forward, his voice trembling, and he was out of control as if he was going crazy. The old housekeeper was quick to pull him back, suppressed his emotions, and urged Director Lee to check quickly. Director Lee moved very quickly. After the examination, he shouted to prepare for transfer. I knew the situation was more serious than before. "ICU ward." He said it firmly, and I saw Wan Shihao's face fall instantly. He certainly knew what ICU meant, especially for someone like him. The moment the bed was pushed away, the entire floor seemed to be shrouded in the shadow of death. I followed him silently into the ICU, where the cold instruments made a beeping sound, like an accompaniment to death. Director Sun was sweating profusely as he watched Wan Shan's indicators plummet, his face looking uglier than a corpse. I heard him curse ALS in a low voice, his voice full of frustration and powerlessness. Dr. Zhou stood aside, obviously panicked, and asked Director Sun if there was any other solution. "Contact the dean immediately and organize a hospital-wide consultation." Director Sun roared, already flustered. A few minutes later, roars were heard from the office of the director of Rinxin Hospital. "All department heads must be in the conference room within half an hour." He even threw the pen onto the table, and the ink smeared on the paper, looking like Wan Shan's electrocardiogram. The entire hospital was in an uproar in an instant. The corridors were filled with experts, directors, and nurses, and the footsteps were chaotic. Normally, it's hard to get an appointment with an expert, but now these people are flocking to the conference room like they're free. I followed Mr. Liu into the conference room, which was full of people, and the atmosphere was suffocating. The dean sat in the main seat with a gloomy face, and on the projector was a long list of despairing vital signs. "Think of a way. Who can save him?" His voice exploded in the conference room like a muffled thunder. The neurologist stood up first and said helplessly that all the medicines had been used, but there was no effect. The respiratory department said they had used the most advanced equipment, but it was ineffective. Experts from the cardiology department, hematology department, one after another shook their heads, and the expression on everyone's face could be described in 2 words: powerless. The air seemed to freeze, and I could feel everyone's heartbeat pressed in their throat. Just then, a weak voice sounded, breaking the silence. "Why don't we let the traditional Chinese medicine department try?" Everyone's heads turned to one corner because old Liu stood up and spoke. I was standing next to him and heard the noise in the conference room before he even finished speaking. Some people sneered, some ridiculed him, and some shook their heads and sighed, thinking he was just fooling around. "It's such a late hour, and we still need Chinese medicine. It's slow to work and doesn't cover acute illnesses. Are you kidding me?" Old Liu's face turned red, and he wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. I know he believes in me, but under this pressure, his voice is bound to be drowned out. I stood up, glanced at the whole audience, and said lightly, "You're right. Chinese medicine is slow to take effect. But are there any other options now? It's better to try to save a dying horse than to watch him die." My voice was not loud, but it was like a hammer hitting the floor of the conference room, and the whole place suddenly became quiet. Suddenly, the door of the conference room was pushed open and a nurse stumbled in. The dean frowned and shouted angrily, "How can this be allowed? The nurse was panting with obvious fear on her face, and my heart suddenly rose. Mr. Wan's heartbeat has stopped. This sentence was like a time bomb, exploding with a bang. The air was suddenly sucked out, and everyone froze in place, their faces pale. The dean's eyes went dark, and he almost fell down. His lips were trembling. "What are you standing there for rescue?" He roared and rushed out. We all followed him and rushed into the ICU. The alarm was deafening, and various emergency measures were taken one after another. But the equipment still did not respond. Defibrillator ready. 200 joules. Discharge. Epinephrine. 1 milligram intravenously. Everything was going according to plan, but I knew that the lifeline was being broken bit by bit. Deet 13 Jong, the 9 needles miracle at the gates of hell. Time passed by little, and the air was so heavy that it seemed to be frozen. I stood in the corner of the ward, looking at Mr. Wan on the bed, my heart tightening along with the straight line of the monitor. Dr. Zhou's hands were shaking, his eyes shifting. I could tell he was completely desperate. Director Sun shook his head feebly, his pale face drained of color. At that moment, I knew they had given up. The dean suddenly turned his head and stared at me intently, like a drowning man grasping a straw. His voice was urgent, even pleading. He told me to go up. Without hesitation, I nodded and quickly walked to the bedside. Mr. Wan was plugged full of tubes, his breathing intermittent, his vital signs nearly gone. I took a deep breath, forced myself to calm down, and suppressed all distracting thoughts. The forbidden technique from a medical Bible, the 9 needles for restoring yang, came to mind. Legend has it that this acupuncture technique can bring the dead back to life, but since ancient times, no one has dared to perform it, believing it was too unnatural. At this moment, I had no choice. I silently said, "Let's fight," in my heart, suddenly opened my eyes, flipped my fingertips, and 9 silver needles fell into my hands, their sharp edges flashing. There were exclamations all around me, and I heard someone whispering, "I'm crazy," using acupuncture at this time. But I ignored them, my eyes focused only on the life fading on the bed. My hands moved so quickly they left after images, the silver needles dancing like butterflies. A gentle metallic click echoed as each needle landed precisely on the acupuncture point. My palms were sweating, but my movements were steadier than ever. Director Sun's eyes widened to the point of bursting, his lips trembling, as if he had witnessed an impossible miracle. A light flashed in the dean's eyes, a long-lost hope. Time continued to pass. Beads of sweat trickled down my forehead, but my mind grew increasingly focused. Suddenly, the dead straight line on the electrocardiogram began to show a slight fluctuation. The dripping sound went from rapid to slow and powerful, and each drop seemed to be knocking on everyone's heart. Someone exclaimed, "It's a miracle," but I didn't have time to look up and respond. I could feel the old man's breathing returning, the ashes on his face gradually fading, a hint of color emerging. His eyelids fluttered slightly, as if he would wake up at any moment. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, but my hand didn't stop. The last few stitches landed, and with a flash of silver light, the entire ward was suddenly bathed in a white glow. The people around him retreated in horror. At that moment, everyone was stunned by this otherworldly sight. The white light persisted for a long time before slowly dissipating. When the light faded, the old man on the bed slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was confused at first, then gradually focused, and finally fell on me with shock and gratitude. His hoarse voice rang out in the silence, saying that I saved him. I just smiled faintly and said it was my duty, but he was very emotional and wanted to stand up, but I held him down. He said I was the benefactor who pulled him back from the brink of death. Everyone finally recovered from their shock, and the doctors and nurses looked at me with admiration and disbelief in their eyes. The old man uttered the word "good" 3 times in a row, his eyes fixed on me, and he declared that from now on, I was the Wan family's benefactor. He asked my name. The dean immediately stepped forward, smiling broadly, and introduced me as Chun Fei, a doctor in the traditional Chinese medicine department at their hospital. The old man nodded approvingly, saying that I was young and promising and would become a great man in the future. He even promised on the spot that if I asked, the Wan family would definitely accept my proposal. I smiled calmly, not feeling any major turmoil. I told him that saving lives was my duty, and I didn't ask for anything in return. The old man laughed heartily, saying that in today's society, people like me who are not interested in fame and fortune are rare. He said in a firm tone that the Wan family would never owe anyone a favor. Then, he changed the subject, looked at the dean, and gravely rebuked the hospital for its neglect of the traditional Chinese medicine department, pointing out the reality of its shoddy equipment and dwindling talent. He said that traditional Chinese medicine is a national treasure and must not be buried. The dean's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly, but didn't dare to say much. The old man made the decision on the spot and announced that he would donate 50 million yuan specifically for the development of traditional Chinese medicine. He said this was both a token of his appreciation for me and a support for traditional Chinese medicine. At that moment, the entire ward erupted in excitement. The 50 million figure made everyone's breath quicken. The director's lips trembled with excitement as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Director Sun's eyes flashed with jealousy and resentment. But I remained calm, my heart as still water. Chapter 14, Qin Bingyan, was ambushed. When I returned to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, I saw Dr. Liu leisurely sitting in a chair, sipping tea. His cloudy eyes suddenly lit up the moment he saw me, with an unconcealable joy. He asked me with a smile how Mr. Wan was doing. I knew he was asking knowingly, but I didn't point it out. I just smiled faintly and said that Mr. Wan was fine. Mr. Liu burst into laughter, his beard trembling, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes relaxed. His joy was filled with relief, as if he was even more satisfied than if he had saved someone himself. I clearly remember that at the meeting when the heads of various departments were questioning the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, it was Professor Liu who insisted on speaking up for me. His persistence inspired my respect and made me cherish this friendship. He suddenly mentioned the 9 needles to restore yang treatment I was using in the ICU, his eyes burning with energy, as if a flame had been rekindled. He couldn't help but ask me for advice, as eager as a beginner. I knew in my heart that he was really eager to learn. So I stopped hiding my knowledge and told him the essence of what I had learned from the medical sage system, bit by bit, from acupuncture points to techniques to the circulation of internal energy without reservation. I meticulously explained the depths and angles of the 9 acupuncture points, as well as the dangers to avoid during acupuncture, striving for accuracy in every word. Mr. Liu listened intently, his brow furrowed in thought at times, and then his expression suddenly illuminated. He even used his hands to trace the needlework in the air, as if he wanted to ingrain every movement into his bones. I could tell he was completely immersed in the art. When I finished explaining the last stitch, Mr. Liu slammed his hands and stood up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. He murmured in admiration, saying that this wasn't just a needle technique, it was a miracle. I can understand his shock. After all, the 9 needles of the 9 needles for restoring yang work together like 9 giant dragons churning within the body, unleashing potential and changing one's destiny. His words were slurred, but his eyes spoke volumes. Though over 50, he possessed a childlike eagerness. I knew that at that moment his true reverence for medicine itself was for the art of medicine. I waited until he had finished digesting it before I stood up to say goodbye. He was reluctant to leave, and he walked me to the door, watching me walk away. His gaze held a long-lost respect. I returned to the Qin family villa and looked around the empty living room. There was no trace of Qin Bingyun in the silence. The familiar desolation hit me again. I went straight back to my room, picked up the neatly folded quilt, and spread it flat on the cold floor. My movements were skillful and natural. I was already used to this arrangement. Just as I was about to lie down, I suddenly heard light footsteps coming from a distance, gradually approaching, and finally stopping at the door. The door was pushed open, and I saw Qin Bingyun staggering in. Her steps were light and ethereal, like treading on cotton. I was stunned for a moment, and before I could say anything, her cold voice came down, ordering me to get out. I was stunned for a moment, without responding. She spoke again, her tone tinged with disgust and rejection, as if she didn't want to give me another moment. My eyes darkened, and I gathered my emotions. I turned and prepared to leave. But as I passed her, a strange smell suddenly hit my nose. It made my heart tighten. I subconsciously stopped, turned around, and grabbed her wrist. It felt soft and delicate, yet strangely hot, as if it were burning. She struggled, angrily yelling at me to let go. But under the influence of the drug, her movements were as weak as a trapped butterfly, and the more she struggled, the weaker she became. Her breathing became rapid, her face flushed, and her eyes gradually blurred. Heat surged within her, and she seemed to be engulfed by invisible flames. My heart sank suddenly, and I realized almost immediately that she had been ambushed. Her body instinctively moved closer to me. Her slender fingers stroked my cheek, and in a low, hoarse voice, filled with confusion and desire, she said she was so hot. At that moment, my heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her touch surged through my body like an electric current, tearing at my sanity. I almost lost control, but at the last moment, I took a deep breath and forced myself to calm down. I cursed under my breath, pulled a silver needle from my pocket, and prepared to give her the acupuncture treatment, but she grabbed my wrist. Her hazy eyes stared at me, pleading, and she whispered, "Don't let me leave." She even whispered a request for me to hold her tight. At that moment, I felt my blood boiling and my mind was shaky. As if possessed by some incomprehensible force, I actually leaned over and held her in my arms. With her warm, soft body pressed against my chest, my entire body felt hot, as if my mind was about to completely collapse. But I finally suppressed my urge. I gritted my teeth, took a deep breath, raised my hand, and quickly placed the silver needles on several of her acupuncture points. With the last needle, her flushed face gradually faded, her breathing became steady, and her body returned to normal. She fell into a deep sleep, lying quietly in bed. I looked at her disheveled appearance, and a complex emotion welled up in my heart. She was so close, yet I couldn't touch her. I gently covered her with a quilt and spread my own bedding on the floor. In the dark night, I couldn't calm down for a long time. In the morning, Qin Bingyun slowly opened her eyes and saw the familiar room. She instantly recalled the chaos of last night. Her pretty face flushed as she hurriedly lowered her head to check her body, finally breathing a sigh of relief. She clearly remembered that she had been poisoned last night and that I had saved her. But the thought of that scene brought a hint of shyness to her face. I pushed the door open and saw she was awake. I casually asked if she was still feeling unwell. She avoided my gaze and replied calmly, "No." I said Aunt Wong had prepared breakfast and told her to leave. As I was about to leave, she suddenly stopped me, her tone hesitant, and asked if I had been the one who detoxified her last night. I nodded, and she hesitated, wanting to ask more. I pointed to the blankets on the floor and said that I had just slept on the floor. Her face instantly turned red, and she was extremely embarrassed. Just when the atmosphere was tense, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was Qiao Zhifei. "Qin Bingyun, I advise you to be sensible. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking. That pretty boy is just a shield for you. I tell you, your grandfather's life is in my hands now. If you're sensible, send him to me quickly, otherwise." Chapter 15, I haven't thanked you properly yet. Qiao Zhifei's voice on the phone was filled with threats and obscenities, making me feel sick. I could feel Qin Bingyun's body tremble. She gritted her teeth and refused, but he hung up with a sinister smile. The busy tone echoed in the room, and Qin Bingyun's figure seemed particularly lonely at this moment. I was standing nearby, clearly catching the conversation. She looked up at me, her voice hoarse, and asked if I'd heard everything. Without further explanation, I walked over, gently patted her shoulder, and told her I'd accompany her to see Grandpa. She was stunned, not expecting me to initiate the conversation. Her eyes held hesitation. She knew how serious Grandpa's illness was and didn't believe I could cure it. But when she met the determination in my eyes, she nodded, for some reason. The pungent smell of disinfectant filled the private hospital ward. Elder Qin, lying on the bed, looked pale and breathless, as if death were imminent. Qin Bingyun anxiously questioned Dean Wu, but he could only shake his head and sigh, stating that existing medical methods were powerless. Qin Bingyun swayed, nearly collapsing. I reached out to steady her, my gaze fixed on the bed. The old man's face was sallow, his lips dark purple, and his breathing was intermittent. It was obvious at a glance that he was deeply poisoned. My heart was heavy, my brow furrowed. This poison was incredibly strange. I reached out to take his pulse and felt a turbulent, weak breath like a tangled ball of wool, tangled and disordered, with no clear beginning. I closed my eyes and quickly searched the records of the medical saint's legacy. A name came to mind: anthrax. It's a rare, chronic virus that can be transmitted through the breath or the skin. Early symptoms are subtle, but as the toxins accumulate, they eventually lead to organ failure. My heart tightened at the thought. Qin Bingyun's voice echoed in my ears, and she nervously asked what I had discovered. I opened my eyes and calmly told her that it was a mutated anthrax virus. No wonder the equipment couldn't detect it. Upon hearing this, her face suddenly changed color, her breathing became rapid, and fear flashed in her eyes. In a trembling voice, She asked if there was any hope. I pondered for a moment and told her there was hope, but it required a special herb, dragon bloodvine. She immediately said she'd send someone to find it. I smiled wryly and shook my head, explaining that dragon bloodvine had been extinct for 1,000 years. Her eyes dimmed instantly, her newly ignited hope completely extinguished, despair weighing heavily on her heart. Her voice trembled as she asked if there was really no other way. Seeing her trying to hold back tears, I couldn't bear it. I reached out and patted her shoulder, telling her firmly, "I'm here for you." I forced myself to remain calm and quickly searched through the medical sage's legacy for possible alternatives. Time ticked by, leaving only the harsh beeping of the instruments in the ward. Suddenly, my eyes lit up, and I flung them open. The answer dawned on me. I told her that she could use Snow Lotus Essence, Earth Heart Fire Ganoderma, and Millennium Ginseng, combined with my Yang Restoring Needle, to detoxify. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she clutched my hand in excitement, tears streaming down her face. My heart trembled, but I quickly reminded her not to be too excited. These three herbs are extremely rare, especially the Earth Core Fire Ganoderma, which can only be found in the magma after a volcanic eruption. Her smile froze, and she stared at me blankly, her expression complicated. I didn't say anything more. The solemnity in my tone said it all. After a moment, she forced herself to calm down, her eyes becoming firm, and she told me that she would do her best to find the three herbs. I nodded, then focused on acupuncture for Mr. Chin. Needles were inserted one by one, and the chi was slowly injected into him. As time passed, the old man's face gradually regained some color, and his breathing became steady, but he still hadn't woken up. I told her that as long as we could find the herbs, the old man would be out of danger. The heavy stone hanging in her heart finally fell. She looked at me gratefully and immediately began to arrange for people to search for the herbs. Soon after, I went to the traditional Chinese medicine department of Rinxin Hospital. Bodyguards lined the door, and I pushed it open to find Wan Shan sitting inside. Upon seeing me, he burst into laughter, saying he was feeling much better and thanking me for saving his life. I responded politely, but in my heart I was thinking about Mr. Chin. So I asked him directly if he knew where to find Snow Lotus Essence, Earth Core Fire Ganoderma, and 1,000-year-old ginseng. Wan Shan pondered for a long time, saying that these three herbs were extremely rare and difficult to find, especially the Snow Lotus Essence and the Earth Core Fire Ganoderma, which were only found by chance. My heart sank. Wasn't even he able to do anything? Suddenly, he changed the subject and said he had 1,000-year-old ginseng in his collection at home and was willing to give it to me. His tone was firm. It was his way of thanking me. I was stunned and tried to refuse it, saying it was too expensive. But he waved his hand and insisted that I accept it, saying that I saved his life, and this was nothing to thank him for. Chapter 16. 10 million renminbi received. The Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine is revitalized. I knew I really needed that 1,000-year-old ginseng, so I didn't refuse. I solemnly promised Elder One that if he needed it, I would help him unconditionally. This wasn't just a casual remark. It was the conviction of a doctor. After hearing this, Elder One burst into laughter. He had witnessed my acupuncture technique, which brought people back to life, so he naturally understood the weight of my words. He patted my shoulder vigorously and said that just hearing my words made him feel relieved. As soon as he left, Director Sun walked in with a greasy face and said with a fake smile that the dean wanted to see me. I sneered inwardly. A donation of 50 million really made some people jealous to the point of losing their minds. Along the way, he teased me sourly, saying how enviable it was for me to have climbed the Wan family tree at such a young age. I replied flatly, "Director Sun, you're joking. Mr. Wan and I are just doctor-patient." He snorted, still spouting sarcasm, saying I'd only given him a few injections and brought Elder One back to life. I didn't want to waste time arguing with him, so I remained silent and walked straight into the dean's office. Dean Liu smiled broadly when he saw me, motioned for me to sit down, and began to say that this was all thanks to me. I humbly replied that it was my job and not something to brag about. Then Director Sun couldn't help but interrupt again. He shamelessly said that although the money was donated by Mr. Wan, other departments had also contributed a lot. So shouldn't they also get a share? I could see what he was thinking. He wanted to take this opportunity to get a piece of the pie. Dean Liu's face suddenly darkened, and he scolded him on the spot, saying that the money was donated to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine by Mr. Wan, and no one could touch it. He also told him to go back immediately and stop being an eyesore. Director Sun was immediately frustrated and left in disgrace. Seeing him walk away, Dean Liu lowered his voice and reminded me that the Wan family wasn't just any ordinary business family. They also had connections with people in the gray area and urged me to be more cautious in future dealings. I knew in my heart that nothing good ever happened without a reason. I nodded in understanding, but without a trace of fear. I simply replied calmly, "Thank you, Dean Liu, for the reminder. I'll pay attention." Seeing that my expression remained unchanged, he breathed a sigh of relief. He then mentioned Mr. Wan's donation and said that the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine needed to take this opportunity to improve, purchase equipment, and recruit some new people to expand and strengthen the department. I replied that I needed to discuss this matter with Dr. Liu first, and then come up with a feasible plan and report it as soon as possible. Dr. Liu nodded with satisfaction, praising my caution. Then, he changed the subject and mentioned my position. I interrupted him, explaining that I had only recently arrived at the hospital and was relatively inexperienced, so I wasn't considering a position. He paused, sighed, and said, since I insisted, I wouldn't force it. After a few more words, he let me go. As I left the office, my phone vibrated. A text message popped up, 10 million yuan deposited into my bank account. I was stunned for a moment, then realized it was from Mr. Wan. To others, that figure might seem like a fortune, but to me, it was simply a responsibility. I put my phone away expressionlessly, as if the 10 million were just a string of numbers. My mind remained on traditional Chinese medicine. I knew the true value lay not in the money, but in the patients. The Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine was particularly busy today. Ever since the rumor that I had saved Elder One had spread through the hospital, a long line had formed outside the door. The deserted scene of the past was gone, and Elder Liu was bustling with activity. While stroking his beard, he said with emotion, "It seems that the spring of traditional Chinese medicine is coming." I walked into the clinic and saw that he was being pestered by a woman who was complaining to him. Her words were so rapid that they almost made him deaf. The woman complained of her husband's excruciating back pain, howling like a pig every time he turned over in his sleep. Dr. Liu patiently soothed her, saying he would examine her before prescribing a prescription, guaranteeing it would work. I said nothing and simply sat down. I called the next patient in, my tone calm and composed. The silver needles in my hand flew between my fingertips, like a snake spitting out its tongue, landing on the acupuncture points with uncanny precision. I seemed to be able to see through their ailments. For someone with a weak spleen and stomach, I prescribe medication and dietary advice. For someone with cervical compression, I administer 3 needles combined with massage, and their symptoms instantly subside. I enter a wondrous state, where each needle aligns with the body's response. Before I knew it, my movements were getting faster and faster, and the medicine was almost effective. In less than an hour, the queue had disappeared and the clinic was quiet again. Chapter 17. The Smell of Gunpowder in Las Vegas. I can still vividly remember Mr. Liu's stunned expression, his mouth wide open, as if he could swallow an egg. I knew he'd practiced medicine for decades and had never seen such acupuncture before. I said nothing more, simply quietly packed up and left. After get off work, I returned to the Qin residence and was greeted by a servant who announced that the 1,000-year-old ginseng scent by Elder One had arrived. I had just opened the box when Qin Bingyun returned. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she told me the Snow Lotus essence had been located at an auction house in Country M. The auction house in Country M? I frowned. She had already made arrangements, saying the private jet would depart tomorrow morning. Her tone was undeniable. I pondered for a moment, then replied calmly, "Don't worry, I'll keep my promise." The next day, the plane landed safely in Las Vegas. The glaring sun shone on the runway. As I touched down, Qin Bingyun had already ordered my luggage and ushered me into a stretched Lincoln. The neon lights outside the window quickly faded, and I couldn't help but complain. "Miss, we're in an unfamiliar place. Can you please be more discreet?" I turned my head to look at her. She raised her red-nailed finger and tapped the leather seat lightly, laughing coldly. "Discreet? Why should I, Qin Bingyun, be discreet?" I shook my head helplessly. This woman always acted like a queen wherever she went, but I had to admit, she was right. In a place like Las Vegas, without a certain status and influence, you'd be easy prey. The banquet was held on the top floor of the Golden Knight Hotel. As soon as I stepped into the lobby, the dazzling crystal chandelier blinded me. The resplendent surroundings, the elegantly dressed guests, the air thick with an air of extravagance. Qin Bingyun took my arm, a smug smile on her lips, and asked if it was spectacular. I simply nodded. There was a dazzling array of delicacies, and I wanted to feast on them. But she dragged me around among the guests, exchanging pleasantries. From business elites to bejeweled socialites, she knew nearly everyone. Everyone smiled brightly when they saw her, creating a warm and familiar atmosphere. I saw it all, and I had to admit, she handled the situation with ease. At that moment, a middle-aged man with slicked hair and powdered face approached, holding a glass of wine, his eyes roaming over her with greed. He called himself Carlos, and his words were full of frivolity. Qin Bingyun simply smiled politely, skillfully keeping her distance. His gaze shifted to me, a flicker of disdain flashing across his face. She introduced him casually. "This is my husband, Chun Fei." Carlos was momentarily surprised, then laughed bitterly. "Husband? When did Miss Qin get married? Why didn't you announce it?" Before we could continue, a blond man interrupted the conversation and, in fluent English, invited Qin Bingyun to talk alone. After she agreed, she whispered to me, "You can look around for now. I'll be back soon." I nodded and watched her leave. Carlos's smile faded instantly, and he stared at me with a look of disdain, as if I were just some insignificant figure. He shook his glass and asked in a sarcastic tone, "What does Mr. Chin do? Why have I never seen him before?" I sneered inwardly, but was too lazy to respond. Seeing I didn't answer, he raised the corner of his mouth in a meaningful arc, his eyes as if he were examining a rare item, a strong hint of temptation. Just as I was about to leave, his words became even more provocative. But at that moment, Qin Bingyun had finished the conversation and returned to my side. She interrupted Carlos coldly. "My husband doesn't like to be in the spotlight. It's normal that you haven't met him." Carlos was clearly not expecting her to suddenly appear. His glass froze slightly, and a flicker of embarrassment crossed his face. But he quickly restored his fake smile, repeatedly explaining that it was just a casual question and that he meant no harm. Qin Bingyun stared at him with sharp eyes and a smile. "Really?" I thought Mr. Carlos was doubting my judgment. At that moment, his eyes flickered and he was obviously timid in his heart. "How dare I? Miss Qin has the best taste." Carlos waved his hands hastily, his expression reluctant. I could tell he was already starting to have second thoughts. Qin Bingyun snorted coldly, took my arm, and said, "Let's go." I nodded and followed her, leaving Carlos standing there alone, his face livid. His gaze followed me like a venomous snake, but he dared not dare to do it again. Qin Bingyun walked gracefully, leading me away from the noisy party. We walked through the red-carpeted corridor and into a secluded lounge. Chapter 18, Are You Worthy of Standing Here? After Qin Bingyun left, I sat alone on the sofa in the lounge board. My mind was racing, and I decided to go out for some fresh air. I pushed the door open and stepped onto the terrace. The night breeze caressed my face, its coolness dispelling the lingering atmosphere of extravagance in the banquet hall. Suddenly, a shrill voice echoed from behind me. I turned and saw a figure, Tang Linner. She was wearing heavy makeup and a low-cut, fiery red dress. Her eyes were filled with contempt, and her tone was sharp and sarcastic. At that moment, memories flooded back. I remembered how, when my mother was seriously ill, I had to go to the Tang family and beg for money, only to be ruthlessly humiliated by her. That feeling of shame weighed heavily on my heart once again. "What? After not seeing you for a few days, you can't even talk?" She sneered, her voice like a poisonous needle piercing my eardrums. Seeing her smug look, I clenched my fists tightly, veins bulging. I suppressed my anger, not wanting to ruin Qin Bingyun's purpose. So I turned and left, no longer looking at this hypocritical face. But Tang Linner clearly refused to give up. She rushed over and blocked my way. "How can you afford to come to a party like this? Did you sneak in?" She lowered her voice deliberately, her eyes full of contempt. The guests around her pricked up their ears, whispering, waiting to see her laugh. I sneered inwardly. Tang Linner couldn't stop showing off and humiliating others, no matter where she went. Just as I was about to hold it back, she pressed on, her sarcasm even harsher. "Did your seriously ill mother finally die, giving you the money to live freely?" As soon as the words left my mouth, my patience completely collapsed. A hand swung out, and the sound of a slap exploded in the corridor. Everyone was stunned. Tang Linner covered her face, unable to believe I'd dare to hit her. She screamed, her voice piercing, her features contorted with anger, and demanded how I dare to hit her. I stared at her coldly and responded word by word. Do I have to choose a day to beat you? Are you worthy enough to mention my mother? I approached, my eyes like knives, and my murderous intent was not concealed. If I hear you cursing my mother again, I will make you and your Tang family pay the price. My voice was sonorous, and every word seemed to be squeezed out from between my teeth, making her breathe rapidly. She flinched, her face pale, her lips trembling, and she retreated until her back was against the cold wall. At that moment, she lost her arrogance, and her eyes were filled with fear. I continued to question in a cold voice. What? Aren't you good at speaking? Keep talking. My voice exploded like thunder, and she was so scared that her eyes wandered away, and she was so flustered that she couldn't speak. My eyes were cold, and I changed the subject, sarcastically saying, Without my grandfather, what is your Tang family? Are you worthy of standing here? These words were like a sharp sword, piercing through her last disguise. She was speechless, her face turning red and white, but she couldn't refute a word. Finally, she burst into tears, calling for security. Soon, 2 security guards came running over, their expressions nervous. Tang Linner pointed at me and started to complain, saying I didn't have an invitation and had gotten in through the back door. She even exaggerated, saying I must have been trying to steal something. Her words caused the people around us to whisper. Bullshit. I'm here for the party. I couldn't hold back any longer. But she sneered, raising her voice so that everyone could hear clearly. Attend the banquet? Just you? You can't even come up with 300,000 yuan to save your mother. Do you think this is the place you can come? Every word she said was intended to open up my old wounds. At this moment, the sound of high heels hitting the ground came from outside the crowd. A cold voice followed closely behind. My people, why can't you come? The crowd instantly parted, and a figure approached. In a black evening gown, delicately made up, she was cold and elegant. Qin Bingyan. She approached step by step, her gaze cold and icy, her aura silencing the entire room. When the 2 security guards saw her, their expressions changed instantly. They were so frightened that cold sweats broke out. They immediately lowered their heads and bent over, repeatedly shouting, Boss Qin. Qin Bingyan walked through the crowd gracefully, her eyes sweeping across everyone present, finally landing on me. Chapter 19, This is my husband. Qin Bingyan appeared at the edge of the crowd, her high heels making a cold, hard sound as they stepped on the carpet. Her voice was low, but it carried an undeniable authority. This is the person I brought in. The security captain was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted, bowing his head and smiling apologetically. His attitude changed so quickly that the surrounding chatter instantly dissipated. He kept apologizing, saying that he had been blind and asked for my forgiveness. Tang Linner's face turned pale, and panic flashed at her eyes. Qin Bingyan glanced at her coldly and said sharply, Miss Tang, you humiliated me in public. Do you think you don't take me seriously? She felt guilty because of Qin Bingyan's aura, but she still remained stubborn, gritting her teeth and sneering, saying that I was just a poor guy and I didn't know what means I used to get close to her. She also advised Qin Bingyan not to be deceived. I stood in the center of the crowd, my eyes cold as I heard the whispers around me. Those people were filled with suspicion and disdain, their chatter piercing my eardrums. But I simply curled my lips and looked at Tang Linner, disdainful of responding. Fei Chun, you're a loser. A loser who can't even afford your mother's medical expenses. If it weren't for President Qin, you wouldn't have the qualifications to stand here. Tang Linner pointed at me and insulted me triumphantly. Qin Bingyun's scolding interrupted her. Miss Tang, watch your mouth. At that moment, her voice was sharp and cold enough to make people feel cold in their hearts. Tang Linner was stunned for a moment, then thought of the Tang family support. Then she stiffened her neck and said, I'm greedy for money and a gigolo. The discussion around her intensified, with many people laughing sarcastically. That's enough. Qin Bingyan could no longer tolerate it. She walked straight to my side, took my arm, and swept her cold eyes over Tang Linner. Her voice was firm. He is not someone else. He is my husband, and we are already married. Those few words were like a bomb, instantly setting the crowd ablaze. Whispers suddenly exploded, and everyone's eyes fell on me, filled with shock and disbelief. Tang Linner's face froze instantly, her eyes widening as if she couldn't accept the truth. She screamed in denial, saying it was impossible. But Qin Bingyun's expression was stern and unquestionable. Poor bastard, Qin Bingyan sneered, her voice even colder. Are you saying that our Qin family is poor? Her words hit the nail on the head, leaving Tang Linner with no way out. The air seemed to freeze as everyone was in an uproar. Some whispered that I might be a hidden master. Others scoffed, calling me a gigolo. Whether true or not, the jealous glances stung me. Tang Linner was about to retort, but someone suddenly grabbed her from behind. She turned around and saw her brother Tang Tianhao's gloomy face. Tang Tianhao suppressed his anger and dragged her out of the crowd. She stumbled along, the sound of her heels tapping the floor echoing harshly. Tang Tianhao sneered. What are you doing? You're embarrassing yourself. I watched from afar as Tang Linner shrank back in frustration, feeling both aggrieved and resentful. But Tang Tianhao's cold voice completely shut her off. Just because Qin Bingyan admitted he was her husband, how dare you deny it? Tang Linner was completely choked by these words and stopped struggling. As the siblings gradually disappeared from the crowd, a sneer curled up at the corner of my mouth. I could sense the mixture of shock and envy in the gazes cast upon me. My presence had become the undeniable focal point of the crowd. In another corner of the crowd, Carlos stared at me with a sinister look in his eyes and a fierce curve at the corner of his mouth, like a wild beast waiting in the dark for its chance to strike. Chapter 20. The banquet hall was still bustling with people, but I could clearly feel someone staring at me coldly. His gaze was as cold as a venomous snake. I glanced over and met Carlos's sinister eyes. My heart sank. His smile was filled with cruelty. He had pursued Qin Bingyan for years, but had been rejected countless times. He had thought I was a cover, but he had never expected Qin Bingyan to publicly acknowledge me as her husband. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? But I didn't pay attention to his increased hostility. After Tang Linner and her brother were dragged away, the crowd gradually dispersed and the atmosphere returned to normal. Qin Bingyan took my arm and whispered, "Let's go, the auction is about to begin." I nodded and let her lead me to the front row. Those sitting in that row were all top figures from Country M and Country China, the heads of the major families. Seeing Qin Bingyan, they all smiled and greeted her. I could sense the inquiry and curiosity in their eyes. Some smiled warmly, others with contempt. But Qin Bingyan remained calm and responded calmly, maintaining her queenly demeanor as always. Suddenly, the lights in the banquet hall dimmed, and the spotlight shone on the high platform in the center. A female auctioneer in a blue dress walked onto the stage with an elegant smile and a clear, melodious voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, good evening." She introduced herself as Li Xian, the evening's host. She announced the official start of the auction, prompting thunderous applause. Several waitresses filed in, serving bottles of champagne, and the atmosphere gradually heated up. "This auction isn't just about money. We can also trade items for goods," she announced with a smile. The whole place erupted in excitement, with chatter rising and falling. I raised an eyebrow, intrigued by this new rule. She explained that as long as the original auctioneer approved the item, they could exchange it for another. If there were multiple bidders, multiple rounds of bidding would be required. This rule stirred a sense of unease and added a touch of drama to the evening. The first lot to be auctioned was a blue and white porcelain vase from the Qianlong reign, with a starting price of 1 million. For these tycoons, this was just an appetizer, so the venue was quiet. A young man calling himself Wang, Xiao, raised his hand and bid, and the item was sold immediately for 1 million. Clearly, this kind of item didn't pique the interest of the wealthy present, and the atmosphere became somewhat subdued. The next few lots were also unremarkable. I was completely bored just observing the expressions of the people in the room and secretly deducing the truth in my mind. Until the next lot came out, my breathing suddenly tightened. The lights suddenly changed, a golden beam illuminating the booth. The red cloth was lifted, revealing an antique wooden box. The auctioneer's voice was mysterious. "This item is truly extraordinary." She opened the wooden box, revealing a set of silver needles. Each one shimmered softly, perfectly preserved, and seemed to exude an indescribable spirituality. My eyes narrowed, and my heart tightened. This set of silver needles was made by an old Chinese doctor and is said to be able to bring the dead back to life. More importantly, it is made of meteorite iron from outer space and contains extremely strong spiritual energy. Her words caused an uproar in the audience. I heard people around me express doubt. Some even sneered, asking where in the world could so much meteorite iron come from. But I knew they were true. I recognized this set of silver needles. My pupils suddenly constricted, and my fingers unconsciously tightened. That was the very same meteorite needle I'd seen in the medical sage's legacy, the one used for the yang restoring acupuncture. If I could obtain it, my medical path will be a step forward. This set of silver needles, starting price, 10 million. As the auctioneer's clear voice fell, the entire room lit up, whispers swirling among the audience. But I stared intently at the set of silver needles. Chapter 21, free of charge. My eyes were fixed on the set of silver needles, my fingers gripping the number plate so tightly that my knuckles turned white. How could it be here? This was clearly my grandfather's most cherished treasure. For over a decade, this thing has been like a wound, piercing my heart. I remember when I was little, my grandfather held me on his lap, pointed to this set of silver needles, and told me they were a Chun family heirloom. At the time, I naively asked if the needles were made of stars. He laughed and said they were more precious than stars. That laughter still echoes in my ears. The lights in the auction hall were ablaze, but my heart was heavy. The starting price of 10 million wasn't about the money, but I couldn't stand having my grandfather's belongings used as a mere showpiece. I had to take it back. I turned to look at Qin Bingyun, her eyes filled with pleading and eagerness. She seemed unprepared for my expression and frowned slightly. My throat felt like it was clogged, and I managed to utter with difficulty, "Can you lend me 10 million?" She looked at me, her gaze fixed on the silver needle, without asking any further questions. After a moment, she simply said, "Okay." At that moment, the heavy weight of my heart finally fell. I glanced at her gratefully, then raised my number plate and shouted, 10 million. The hall erupted in discussion. When Li Xin called out my number, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. The people around me watched the spectacle unfold. After all, they weren't interested in the needles. They were only interested in my persistence. I was concentrating, my palms sweating, when I heard a cold voice, 20 million. I looked up suddenly, and it was indeed Carlos. He stared at Qin Bingyun with wolf-like eyes, a provocative smile on his face. As expected, he was deliberately trying to raise the price with me. My heart sank, and my teeth clenched. The chatter in the audience grew louder. Everyone clearly understood the meaning behind Carlos's move, and each of them looked gloating. 30 million. Just as my emotions were churning, a cold voice echoed beside me. Qin Bingyun raised her number plate without hesitation. In that instant, a warm feeling welled up in my heart. She seemed indifferent, but she was willing to compete with me. Carlos's expression froze for a moment. Then he erupted in anger. He slammed the table and shouted, 40 million. The whole room erupted in an uproar. This price far exceeded the value of the silver needle itself. Li Xion's eyes lit up, clearly thrilled by the frenzied bidding. 50 million. Qin Bingyun's face was expressionless as she raised her sign again, not even blinking. Her calmness only made me feel even more complicated. Carlos was shaking with anger and was about to raise the price again when something unexpected happened. The host suddenly raised her hand and gently stroked the earring, as if receiving some kind of message. She lowered her hand, and her tone became mysterious. "Everyone, please wait a moment." The sender just changed the method. The whole place fell silent. Everyone held their breath. Li Xian smiled and announced, "This gentleman said this set of silver needles is free of charge." She paused, leaving everyone in suspense. "But he has one condition." As soon as the words fell, the auction room erupted. Some shouted for the conditions to be announced. Others speculated about the strange rules, and the chatter in the room was so resounding that it threatened to rip the roof off. The host held down his hand and smiled mysteriously. "Anyone who can pick up this set of silver needles can take it away without spending a penny." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole audience was in an uproar, with doubts and laughter mixed together. Carlos was the first to stand up and saluted in a pretentious manner. "Can I try it? I have always admired Chinese culture, and this is a good opportunity for me to experience it myself." The host nodded, and he walked onto the stage confidently. He stood before the silver needle, first pretending to examine it, then reaching out to take it. As soon as his fingertips touched the needle, the smile on his face froze. The next moment, he abruptly withdrew his hand, uttering a low cry of pain. Outwardly, there was no visible change, but I could clearly see the undisguised terror in his eyes. Only he knew the stinging pain, like a burning fire. The silver needles, indeed, recognized people. Chapter 21 Heart Meridians are broken. Carlos's screams were still ringing in his ears. He was sweating profusely, and he pulled his hand back in embarrassment, his face ashen. The audience was in an uproar, and he looked as if he had lost face when he walked off the stage. The crowd was buzzing with speculation, wondering if the needles were poisonous or a high-tech trick. But I knew in my heart that this thing was anything but simple. How could anyone touch my grandfather's legacy so carelessly? A middle-aged man wearing a large gold chain, unconvinced, strode onto the stage, his face etched with disdain, and reached out to grab the silver needle. The next moment, he screamed and retracted his hand as if bitten by a snake. His face was pale, and fear was evident in his eyes. The room erupted in a commotion. Some suspected poison, others found it strange. Then, a thin man who claimed to have practiced internal energy took the stage. He gritted his teeth and held the silver needle in his hand, laughing triumphantly. But after a moment, his smile froze on his face. Severe pain shot up his arm and straight to his heart. He screamed and fell to the ground, writhing in agony. The scene was in chaos for a moment. No one in the crowd dared to move, and the air froze. I slowly stood up, facing countless gazes, and walked towards the auction table. Qin Bingyan frowned, as if trying to stop me, but ultimately just whispered, "Fade Chun, don't mess around." I didn't even turn around, only saying, "Don't worry, I know my limits." I stepped onto the stage and picked up the silver needle. It was cold to the touch, but I keenly sensed a fine black substance clinging to the needle shaft. Sure enough, I sneered inwardly. Grandpa was so cautious. How could this treasure be unprotected? It was a poison. It was called heart meridian severance. Even the slightest contact would only cause a burning pain. But if you forcefully grasped it, the poison would spread throughout your body, ultimately reaching your heart. It would be like being devoured by thousands of ants, causing unbearable agony. I'm very familiar with it. Grandpa is not only a doctor, but also a poison master. Outsiders only know that he can save the world, but they don't know that this set of silver needles can not only save people, but also protect them. Only the descendants of the Chun family can stay safe and sound. I held the needle in my hand, my heart calm. Everyone around me held their breath, staring, the host stunned. Carlos's face was gloomy, his eyes threatening to tear me apart. But I didn't even look at him. I simply said, "Now, aren't you going to announce the results yet?" I put the entire set of silver needles away and walked off the stage, my steps steady and composed. The crowd erupted in excitement, everyone speculating on how I had managed to escape unscathed. But I knew in my heart that the set of silver needles would eventually return to me. Returning to Qin Bingyun's side, I played with the silver needle, sneering inwardly. Someone had secretly set up a trap, using the silver needle to lure me. But they hadn't expected that I was the only one who could touch it. "What are you thinking about? Why are you so absent-minded?" Qin Bingyun asked softly with a complicated look in her eyes. I regained my composure, put away the silver needle, and said calmly, "Nothing. Thank you for what happened today." Her expression was cold, but her tone was different. "You're welcome. This is the medical fee for saving Grandpa." I looked at her, my heart warming and sighing. This woman, cold on the outside, warm on the inside. I carefully checked the silver needle was intact and vowed to myself. It wasn't just a reminder of my grandfather's legacy. It was also my hope for revenge. I would seek revenge for the Chun family's annihilation, sooner or later. But I knew my opponent was no pushover. Anyone capable of wiping out the entire Chun family must be a formidable force lurking in the shadows. If I wanted revenge, I needed even greater strength. I clenched the silver needle and reminded myself coldly in my heart, the road to revenge is long, but I will never stop. Chapter 23, The Snow Lotus Spirit, comes out. What he has to do now is to work hard to improve his own strength. Only in this way can he be qualified to touch the truth hidden in the darkness. Chun Fei took the silver needle and walked straight towards the skinny man who was in great pain. Two medical staff were frantically checking, the instruments beeping, but they had no clue. "Don't touch him," Fei Chen said coldly. Chun Fei waved his hand impatiently. The medical staff was stunned for a moment and was about to say something, but was forced back by Chun Fei's sharp eyes. He squatted down and quickly pressed several acupuncture points on the man's body with his slender fingers. His movements were as fast as lightning, but extremely precise. "This." The man took a deep breath, his originally distorted face gradually relaxed, and the beads of sweat on his forehead gradually subsided. Is this okay?" The medical staff were stunned. The instruments in their hands showed that all the man's indicators were returning to normal. Chun Fei ignored their surprise, stood up and clapped his hands, as if he had just done something insignificant. "Don't touch the messy things anymore, or you might die next time." He said this coldly, turned around, and sat down next to Qin Bingyun. Qin Bingyun looked at Fei Chun, a strange look flashing across her beautiful eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual coldness. The auction continued, and each item was sold at a high price. The atmosphere was extremely warm. I'm sure all of you distinguished guests have been looking forward to this next lot. Following the host's voice, an exquisite jade box was brought to the auction table. I'm sure everyone has heard that this treasure is the legendary Snow Lotus Spirit. As soon as the host finished speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. The Snow Lotus Spirit grows on the top of the snow mountain. It blooms only once every 100 years and bears fruit only once every 1,000 years. It is a rare treasure in the world. This Snow Lotus essence was found by our auction house deep within the Sunset Mountains. It took us 3 years to find it. It is absolutely a rare treasure in the world. As the host spoke, he opened the jade box. Suddenly, a refreshing fragrance spread, and the entire auction hall seemed to be surrounded by this fragrance. In the jade box, a crystal-clear snow lotus lay quietly. Its petals were as white as snow, emitting a faint light. Starting price, 50 million. I'll give you 60 million. 70 million. The auction price soared and soon broke through the 100 million yuan mark. 150 million. A cold voice sounded, instantly suppressing all other voices. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw Qin Bingyun holding a sign and speaking expressionlessly. 200 million. A deep voice came from the corner, carrying a hint of unquestionable dominance. 250 million. Qin Bingyun's voice was calm, as if she was just saying that the weather was nice today. 260 million. There was a hint of anxiety in the man's voice. 300 million. Qin Bingyun didn't even raise her eyelids, but just spit out a number lightly. Is this woman crazy? Is it worth it for a piece of broken flour? Who knows? Maybe they just like being taken advantage of. The world of the rich, we mortals don't understand. The noise from the audience grew louder and louder, but Qin Bingyun turned a deaf ear to it. Her eyes were always fixed on the snow lotus on the auction table. 310 million. The man seemed to have made up his mind and shouted out a number through gritted teeth. However, Qin Bingyun just chuckled and opened her red lips. 400 million. This. The whole audience gasped. This price far exceeded the value of the snow lotus essence itself. The man's face turned pale. He didn't expect Qin Bingyun to be so determined. He originally thought that with his financial resources, it should not be a problem to capture this snow lotus spirit. Boss Qin, I admit that you are financially strong, but I am determined to obtain this snow lotus essence. The man took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and spoke in the direction of Qin Bingyun. I wonder if you're willing to give it up? I'm willing to pay a price that will satisfy you. Qin Bingyun looked at him coldly, without a trace of emotion in her eyes. Sorry, I'm also determined to get this snow lotus essence. The man clenched his fists, anger boiling in his heart, but he knew that he had no chance of winning if he went head-to-head with the Qin family. Etc. The man's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had thought of something. Host, I remember there's a rule today that items can be exchanged for items of equal value, right? The beautiful host was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Yes, sir, you are right. Our auction house does have this rule. The man turned his head sharply to look at the host and said eagerly, Okay, I'm willing to exchange a treasure for this snow lotus essence. Please help me contact the sender. I'd like to meet with him in person. The host was a little embarrassed. What's wrong? Is there any inconvenience? The man frowned. Before the host could explain, an old voice came from the VIP box on the second floor. Please come up, sir. The voice was not loud, but it carried an aura of majesty without even being angry, instantly suppressing the noise in the entire auction hall. Everyone looked up, but they could only see a figure sitting vaguely in the shadow of the box on the second floor, but they couldn't see the face clearly. A strange color flashed in Qin Bingyun's beautiful eyes, and she murmured in a low voice. As if hearing Qin Bingyun's voice, the old voice sounded again. Bingyun girl, you come up too? Qin Bingyun took a deep breath and said to Fei Chun beside her, Follow me. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 servants in black walked up to Qin Bingyun and the man and made a pleased gesture. The man glanced at Qin Bingyun. A hint of fear flashed in his eyes, but he still followed the servant up to the second floor. What the hell is going on? Why did an old man suddenly appear? I don't know, but judging from the situation, he must be from a prominent family. There's going to be something interesting to watch. The discussion in the audience started again, but no one dared to speak loudly, for fear of angering the mysterious figure on the second floor. Qin Bingyun and Chun Fei followed the attendant to the door of the second-floor private room. The attendant knocked gently on the door and said respectfully, "Mr. Li, the person is here." Gomein. Following an old voice, the door of the box slowly opened. Qin Bingyun and Chun Fei looked at each other and walked in. In the box, an old man sat on the sofa with his back to them, holding a cup of tea in his hand. The lingering fragrance of tea filled the air, making people feel relaxed and happy. The old man turned his head and swept his eyes across the crowd, finally fixing them on Qin Bingyun and Chun Fei. Only then did everyone see clearly that the old man was dressed in a black tang suit, and he looked energetic and had an immortal-like appearance. There was also a hot woman standing next to him. Her eyes and eyebrows were somewhat similar to the old man, but she was young, but had a cold and beautiful face, as if she was indifferent to everything around her. Umklali. Chapter 24, The Li Family's Past. There was a hint of disbelief in Qin Bingyun's voice. The old man was actually her father's former friend, Li Yinjia, and the woman next to him was Li Yinjia's granddaughter, Li Yinran. Li Yinjia. This name was known to everyone in Jiangdu a few years ago. The Li group he founded was once one of the 8 major families in Jiangdu, and its industries involved real estate, finance, entertainment, and other fields. Li Yinran was Qin Bingyun's childhood playmate. They were of similar age and often played together when they were young. But later, for unknown reasons, the Li family suddenly gave up all their properties in Jiangdu, moved overseas, and disappeared from the scene. There are many different opinions in the wealthy circles of Jiangdu about the Li family's departure. Some say it is because Li Yinjia offended someone he shouldn't have offended, while others say it is because the Li family's investment failed, the capital chain broke, and they had to sell their assets and run away. But no matter what, the Li family left so suddenly that before many people could react, they had disappeared without a trace. That's why Qin Bingyun was so surprised when she saw Li Yinjia here. Haha, Bingyun girl, it's been a long time since we last met. You've grown into a big girl and are becoming more and more beautiful, Li Yinjia said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of kindness from an elder to a younger generation. Grandpa Li, is it really you? Qin Bingyun walked quickly to Li Yinjia and looked him up and down, as if to confirm whether the person in front of her was real. Of course it's me. I'm not so old that I can't be recognized, Li Yinjia said with a smile. But why are you here? Qin Bingyun asked. You left so suddenly back then, without any news at all. We all thought. Do you think our Li family's gone bankrupt and run away? Li Yinjia took over Qin Bingyun's words and said with a smile. Qin Bingyun didn't say anything, but the expression on her face said it all. Haha, those are just rumors. Our Li family is doing well. The reason we left Jiangdu is because Li Yinjia stopped talking here, turned his head to look at Chun Fei, and a complicated look flashed in his eyes. The Li family left too suddenly back then, leaving behind too many questions. Now that we meet again, those forgotten memories come flooding back to my mind again. But before she could ask, a discordant voice interrupted. Mr. Li, let's talk about reminiscing about the past later. How about this? I'll trade this for the snow lotus essence in your hand. The person who spoke was the man who had been silent before. He had a handsome face and an extraordinary bearing. It was obvious that he came from a noble family. At this moment, he was staring at Li Yinjia with burning eyes. Li Yinjia, who was interrupted, was not annoyed. He just glanced at him with a half-smile and said, Oh, I wonder what this gentleman wants to exchange for my snow lotus essence. The man smiled slightly, took out a brocade box from his arms, and slowly opened it. Suddenly, a dazzling light shone through the box, illuminating the entire box. Yes. Li Yinran's previously calm expression suddenly changed the moment she saw the falling starflower. She stood up abruptly, her beautiful eyes wide open, staring intently at the exotic flower in the brocade box, as if she had seen something incredible. Meteoric flower? Li Yinran exclaimed, with a hint of disbelief in her voice. How is this possible? Everyone else in the box was startled by Li Yinran's reaction. Most of them didn't recognize the falling starflower, but they knew it emitted a strange glow, and they knew it was no ordinary flower. Yinran, do you know this flower? Li Yinjia asked with a smile, a shrewd look flashing in his cloudy eyes. Li Yinran took a deep breath, trying to calm her excitement as she explained, Grandpa, this fallen star flower is a legendary wonder. It's said to grow in a place where fallen stars exist, absorbing the power of the stars and possessing incredible healing properties. No matter what illness it is, as long as it's used as a medicine, it can be cured. Oh, there's such a thing. Li Yinjia's eyes lit up when he heard this. The man who took out the falling star flower, upon hearing Li Yinran's words, immediately showed a look of determination on his face and said proudly, Miss Li is indeed knowledgeable. Yes, this is the falling star flower, and it is a top-grade falling star flower that is rarely seen in a century. The man introduced himself, a hint of pride in his tone. Li Yinjia took the brocade box, looked at it carefully, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Obviously, this was indeed a rare treasure. Seeing this, Qin Bingyan took a deep breath and slowly said, Grandpa Li, I am willing to give 1% of the Qin family shares in exchange for the snow lotus essence. The Qin family was one of Jiangdu's most powerful families, with businesses spread across the country and even possessing considerable influence overseas. A 1% stake was an astronomical figure, enough to drive countless people crazy. What? When these words were spoken, the people in the room were shocked again. 1% of the Qin family shares is worth billions of assets. Qin Bingyan, is she willing to spend such a huge sum of money? Everyone held their breath, waiting for Li Yinjia's decision. Li Yinjia was silent for a moment, his eyes moving back and forth between the man and Qin Bingyan. Finally, his gaze fell on the brocade box in the man's hand. Mr. Li was obviously interested in the top-quality meteorite flower that was rarely seen in a century. He stroked his beard, but his cloudy eyes were shining, as if he was weighing something. Everyone else in the box also held their breath. Just as Mr. Li was about to speak, Fade Chun, who had been silent all this time, suddenly stepped forward, looked directly at the man holding the falling star flower, and said calmly, Sir, can I talk to you for a moment? Chun Fei's sudden words startled everyone in the room, including Mr. Li and Qin Bingyun, who all looked at him in surprise. The man was also a little surprised. He looked at Fei Chun and asked, What do you want to talk to me about? Chun Fei ignored the man's scrutiny and walked straight up to him. He said sincerely, Sir, I can see that you are determined to obtain this snow lotus essence. I guess someone in your family needed to save their life, right? A hint of surprise flashed across the man's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not answer Chun Fei's question, but just looked at him with a half-smile, as if waiting for him to continue. Fei Chen didn't care and continued. Although the snow lotus essence is a rare treasure and does have the effect of prolonging life, it is still slightly inferior to the meteorite flower in your hand. Besides, I imagine you have no shortage of elixirs to prolong your life, am I right? A hint of admiration flashed in the man's eyes, but he still didn't say anything. He just looked at Chun Fei quietly. Chapter 25, Strange Poison. In fact, everyone only knows that snow lotus essence can prolong life, but they don't know that its more important effect is to alleviate the spread of toxins. Fei Chen paused here deliberately, observing the man's reaction. Sure enough, the man's previously calm face finally showed a hint of emotion when he heard this. He stared at Fei Chun with stern eyes and asked in a deep voice, What do you know? Chun Fei was secretly delighted, knowing that his bet was right. The falling star flower was so precious, yet the man was willing to exchange it for the snow lotus essence. He must have other motives. What else could make someone who owns the falling star flower care so much, except for a matter of life and death? I don't know much. Fei Chen smiled slightly and spoke in a mysterious tone. But I guess someone in your family must have been poisoned, and the situation is very critical, right? Chen Fei's words made the man's pupils shrink suddenly. He stood up suddenly, his eyes flashing with brilliance. He stared at Chun Fei intently and asked word by word, Who are you? Chun Fei's words were like a bolt of lightning, causing a huge storm in the man's heart. He stared at Chun Fei in disbelief, as if he was looking at a monster. How do you know? The man's voice was trembling. He comes from a family of doctors, and every member of his family is a leader in the medical field. Any one of them can cause a storm in the international medical community. But it happened that such a group of leading figures in the medical field were helpless against the sudden, strange illness of his wife. His wife fell into a deep sleep without any warning and never woke up again. No matter what methods they tried, they couldn't wake him up. In the end, it was the most respected great-grandfather in the family who made the final conclusion. Poisoning. However, no one can cure what kind of poison it is. The elders tried various methods, but there was no improvement. Looking at his wife lying lifeless on the bed, The man's heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and he almost suffocated. It's not that he hasn't thought about giving up, but looking at his wife's pale face, how could he bear it? He recently learned that snow lotus essence can alleviate the spread of poison. In order to obtain this snow lotus essence, he spent everything he had, even stealing the family's treasured top-quality meteorite flower in exchange. So he must get the snow lotus essence today. Chun Fei did not answer directly, but asked, "If I say that I not only know what poison your wife has been poisoned with, but can also cure her, would you believe it?" At this moment, Chun Fei's words were like a flash of lightning in the dark night, instantly illuminating his desperate heart. "Do you really have a solution?" The man's voice trembled slightly, and there was a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The man's breathing suddenly became rapid. He stared at Fade Chun intently, as if he wanted to see through him. Everyone else in the box was also stunned. Mr. Lee stared at Fade Chun closely, his heart filled with turbulent thoughts. Qin Bingyin also looked at Chun Fei in shock, with a strange light in her beautiful eyes. She never expected that Chun Fei seemed to be more powerful than he imagined. Bai Muyun is a man. He stared at Fei Chun intently and said word by word, "As long as you can save my wife, I won't fight for this snow lotus essence." There was a slight tremor in his voice. Obviously, he was desperate and had tried every possible means to treat his wife's illness. Upon hearing this, Fei Chen's lips curled up in a confident arc. "Tell me in detail the symptoms your wife suffered after being poisoned." Fei Chen pondered for a moment and said to Bai Muyun. Upon hearing this, Bai Muyun immediately told Chen Fei about his wife's symptoms after being poisoned. While listening, Fei Chen quickly searched for relevant information in his mind. Nightmare dew. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Chun Fei's mind, and he remembered a strange poison. This poison is colorless and odorless, and extremely toxic. The poisoned person will fall into a deep coma, as if falling into a deep sleep. In fact, it means entering an endless nightmare and eventually dying from body failure. Bai Muyun's wife's symptoms are exactly the same as those of nightmare dew poisoning. "The one your wife got must be nightmare dew," Fei Chen said in a serious tone. "Nightmare dew? What kind of poison is that?" When Bai Muyun heard this, his face suddenly changed. He had never heard of this kind of poison. "This is an extremely rare poison. I just happened to see a record of it in an ancient book," Chen Fei explained. "Then, is there any hope?" Bai Muyun asked anxiously. "Certainly," Fei Chen nodded lightly. "Although nightmare dew is rare, it is not incurable. The antidote requires 7 kinds of precious medicinal herbs, but I think Mr. Bai's strength will not be a problem." Li Yanran, who had been sitting in the corner and observing all this silently, was now in great turmoil. She has been interested in traditional Chinese medicine since she was a child and has read a large number of medical books, which allowed her to recognize the meteoric flower that Bai Muyun had taken out before. However, she had never heard of the nightmare dew that Chun Fei just mentioned. Chun Fei treated this unheard-of poison as if it were a daily routine. He could easily explain the whole process and even determined that he could cure it. This made her evaluation of Chun Fei rise to a higher level. Could it be that he is really some kind of hidden miracle doctor like what is written in those novels? Chun Fei ignored everyone's gazes and turned to look at Bai Muyun. He asked calmly, "What's your name? Where's your wife now?" "My name is Bai Muyun, and my wife is now in Y City." Bai Muyun replied quickly. Fei Chen nodded, then turned to look at Mr. Lee. Qin Bingyun was slightly stunned, then reacted and obviously thought of the purpose of her trip. Without Bai Muyun's efforts, the snow lotus essence naturally belonged to Qin Bingyun. Qin Bingyun took the box, a smile on her delicate face, and she bowed slightly to Mr. Lee. "Thank you very much, Uncle Lee. Let's stick to what we agreed on before. I'll give you 1% of Qin's shares." Although Mr. Lee felt it was a pity, he couldn't force others to buy or sell, so he was about to nod. Bai Muyun spoke directly. "Since Mr. Lee has already given you the fallen star flower, then use this to exchange it. You can directly give the snow lotus essence to Miss Qin." Chapter 26. Dare you call yourself a miracle doctor? Both Mr. Lee and Qin Bingyun were speechless at this sudden proposal. Mr. Lee never expected that Bai Muyun would use the falling star flower to exchange for Chun Fei's favor so casually. Qin Bingyun had never expected that the snow lotus spirit would fall into her hands in this way. Bai Muyun paused, then turned his gaze towards Fei Chun with a hint of gratitude and admiration. "To be honest, my wife has been suffering from strange disease. For many years, I have sought help from famous doctors, but to no avail. Today, Mr. Chun determined the cause of my wife's illness with just a few words, and even said that it could be cured. I, Bai Muyun, will never forget this kindness. Although the starfall flower is precious, it is nothing compared to my wife's life. Today I will use this meteorite flower in exchange for Mr. Chen's help. Please give me, Bai Muyun, a favor. Bai Muyun's words were so sincere that no one would refuse them. Mr. Li was not a pedantic person, and he immediately laughed out loud. Mr. Bai, what are you talking about? The starfall flower is so precious. I'm the one who made the profit. After Mr. Li finished speaking, he turned to look at Fade Chun and asked with a smile, Brother Chen, what do you think? Fade Chun smiled faintly, his eyes swept over by Muyun and Qin Bingyun, and finally landed on Mr. Li. Since both Elder Li and Brother Bai have said so, I naturally have no objection. Having said that, Fade Chen stared at Qin Bingyun with burning eyes. Qin Bingyun saw Chun Fei looking at her and unconsciously looked away. In that case, thank you very much, Mr. Li. Qin Bingyun took the box containing the snow lotus essence, and a smile appeared on her delicate face. She unexpectedly became the biggest winner in the game and got the snow lotus essence without spending a penny. Qin Bingyun's beautiful eyes moved as she looked at Chun Fei deeply. It seemed that this man was more capable than she thought. Chun Fei naturally didn't know what Qin Bingyun was thinking. He said goodbye to Mr. Li and hurriedly left with Bai Muyun, rushing to Y City to treat his wife's illness. Qin Bingyun originally wanted to go with them, but something suddenly happened at the company, so she had to rush back to Jiangdu to deal with it. Y City Bai family. As soon as Chun Fei stepped into the gate of the Bai family, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. It turned out to be a large house with ancient style. The level of luxury with carved beams and painted buildings is astonishing. Mr. Chun, please follow me. Bai Muyun led the way in front with a hint of anxiety on his face. The two walked through a long corridor and came to an antique room. Before he even entered the door, he heard an angry shout, "Kneel down." Bai Muyun's face changed. He hurriedly took 2 steps, walked into the room, bent his knees, and knelt directly on the ground. Only then did Fade Chun see clearly that there was an old man sitting in the room. His hair and beard were all white, and he looked intimidating without even being angry. He was staring at Bai Muyun with a gloomy face. Grandpa, please calm down. I have found a miracle doctor. He will definitely be able to cure Mingyun's illness. Bai Muyun lowered his head, his tone respectful but with a hint of trembling. A miracle doctor? The old man narrowed his cloudy eyes and looked at Chun Fei up and down, his eyes full of disdain. This guy looks to be in his early 20s. His hair isn't even fully grown yet, and he dares to claim that he can cure diseases? I'm afraid that this is some swindler that Bai Muyun found somewhere to deceive this old man. And Bai Muyun, you are getting bolder and bolder. You actually dare to steal the family's falling star flower. The old man slammed the table and shouted angrily. Bai Muyun trembled when he heard this, and quickly explained, Grandpa, you still dare to quibble. The old man blew his beard angrily. The falling star flower is our Bai family's heirloom, and you actually gave away? Do you still have me, your grandfather, and the Bai family in your eyes? Grandpa, Mingyun is dying. I can't just stand by and watch her. Bai Muyun's voice was choked with sobs, and there was a hint of despair in his voice. That's enough. The old man interrupted him impatiently. But Bai Muyun wanted to say something else, but was forced back by the old man's sharp gaze. You don't have to say anything more. As long as you return the falling star flower, I will let you go this time. As for Mingyun's illness, I've already sent someone to call your second uncle. He is a skilled doctor and will definitely be able to cure Mingyun. When Bai Muyun heard this, his face turned pale. He had already given the falling star flower to old Lu, so naturally he couldn't get it back. His second uncle, Bai Jingya, is a famous traditional Chinese medicine expert. But even my great-grandfather couldn't do anything about it before. Grandpa, second uncle, Bai Muyun, was incoherent, obviously knowing that his second uncle's medical skills were not as good as his great-grandfather's. What? You don't even listen to me now? The old man's face darkened, and there was a hint of threat in his tone. Bai Muyun was suddenly speechless and could only kneel down on the ground helplessly. Chun Fei took a step forward, blocking Bai Muyun behind him, and said loudly, Old man, I'm the doctor Mr. Bai hired. Why don't you let me try? The old man glanced at Fade Chun with disdain and snorted coldly. Just you? You're just a brat, and you dare to call yourself a miracle doctor? Chun Fei was not annoyed and smiled faintly. You have to try it to know if he's a miracle healer. Isn't that a bit too arbitrary, old man, to insist that I'm a liar? The old man was choked by his words and immediately shouted angrily towards the door. How dare you, you little brat, slander me like that? Come on, kick him out. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly bodyguards rushed in from outside the door and walked towards Chun Fei aggressively. I wonder who dares to touch him. Bai Muyun suddenly stood up and stood in front of Chun Fei with a firm look in his eyes. Muyun, you... Old Master Bai was so angry at Bai Muyun's sudden disobedience that his beard stood up. He pointed at Bai Muyun's nose and was speechless for a long time. Bai Muyun is his most beloved grandson and has been smart and clever since childhood. I didn't expect that he would refute me because of an outsider today. The traitor. The traitor. Old Master Bai was so angry that he was shaking all over and his fingers pointing at Bai Muyun were trembling. Bai Muyun lowered his head, said nothing, and just stood in front of Chun Fei silently, showing his determination with his actions. Seeing Bai Muyun defending Chun Fei so much, Mr. Bai became even more furious. He vented his anger on Fei Chun, snorted coldly, and said, Boy, I don't care where you come from, but I advise you to be smart and get out of the Bai family. Chun Fei looked at Mr. Bai coldly, a mocking smile on his lips, and said, Old man, you have been stopping me from treating your granddaughter-in-law. Don't you want her to be well? You are so outrageous. Mr. Bai was so angry that he blew his beard and glared, pointing at Chun Fei's nose and scolding him. Our Bai family has been practicing medicine for generations, renowned both at home and abroad. Even we are helpless against this disease. So what can a kid like you, who came from nowhere, do? Mr. Bai blew his beard and glared, obviously very dissatisfied with Chun Fei's words. Chapter 27 7-star Life-Sustaining Needle. If it can't be cured, then it can't be cured. What's the point of talking about the glory of your ancestors? If your ancestors could fly, would you take off right now? Chun Fei retorted bluntly, showing no mercy to the highly respected Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai was choked by Fei Chen's words, and his face turned pale. He pointed at his nose and was speechless for a long time. Okay, Grandpa, just let him try. Even if he can't be cured, there's no loss. Bai Muyun was really worried about his wife and couldn't help but persuade her. Just shut up. When is it your turn to speak here? Old Master Bai shouted angrily, puffing his beard and glaring like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Grandfather, Bai Muyun wanted to persuade him again, but Chun Fei stopped him. Old man, instead of arguing with me here, why don't you let me give a try? Anyway, your granddaughter-in-law is dying, so let's give a try. Chun Fei raised the corner of his mouth in a playful arc, with a hint of provocation in his tone. Old Master Bai was so angry that he almost couldn't breathe. He looked at his grandson beside him. In the end, he waved his hand helplessly. Never mind, I'll let you try. If it doesn't work, if I can't cure you, I'll get out of the Bai family on my own. I won't stay here. Chun Fei took over the conversation, his tone filled with confidence. Seeing Chun Fei so confident, Mr. Bai couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. He looked at Fei Chen deeply and said in a deep voice, Okay, I want to see what you are capable of. After getting Mr. Bai's approval, Bai Muyun quickly took Chun Fei to Bai Muyun's wife's room. The room was filled with a faint scent of medicine. A young and beautiful woman was lying on the bed, her face as pale as paper, her breath weak, as if she would die at any time. This is my wife, Lin Mingyun. Bai Muyun introduced, with a hint of worry in his tone. Fei Chen nodded, walked quickly to the bedside, and put his hand on Lin Mingyun's wrist. It's nightmare due. Fei Chen frowned, his expression becoming somewhat serious. How is it? Can it be cured? Bai Muyun asked anxiously, with a hint of trembling in his tone. Fei Chen didn't say anything, but stared sharply at Lin Mingyun lying on the bed, as if he wanted to see through her body. Lin Mingyun's originally fair skin had now turned a strange bluish-gray color. Her lips were bloodless, and her breathing was so weak that it was almost imperceptible. The situation is worse than I imagined. This poison has been lurking in her body for too long. If it goes on like this, I'm afraid. Chun Fei did not continue speaking, but the meaning of his words was self-evident. Bai Muyun's face turned pale in an instant. His lips trembled slightly, but he couldn't say a word. Don't worry. Now that I'm here, I have a way to save her. As Fei Chen spoke, he took out a set of silver needles from the small bag he was carrying. These silvers gleamed with a cold light under the light. What are you going to do? Seeing this, Bai Muyun subconsciously wanted to stop it. However, Fei Chen's movements did not pause at all. With a flick of his wrist, silver needles pierced into various acupuncture points on Lin Mingyun's body like lightning. Don't worry, I won't hurt her, Fei Chen said, without even looking up. Then his face became stern, and he inserted the needle as if he were assisted by God. Each needle was extremely precise, as if it had been honed through thousands of trials. The silver needle pierced Lin Mingyun's acupuncture point, not vertically, but an extremely tricky angle, slightly tilted, as if plucking some invisible string. 7-star, life-extending needle. At this time, Mr. Bai had stood behind Fei Chun without him noticing. When he saw the acupuncture techniques Fei Chen used, he was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped. This is the long-lost 7-star, life-sustaining needle. Mr. Bai's voice trembled as he looked at Fei Chun in disbelief. The 7-star life-sustaining needles, as the name suggests, consist of 7 needles, each of which corresponds to a vital point in the human body. If you're not careful, you will die. Mr. Bai had only seen records of this acupuncture technique in ancient books, but had never seen anyone actually perform it. Who was this kid? Mr. Bai's heart was filled with shock and confusion as he looked at Fei Chun. Chun Fei seemed oblivious to the movement behind him, his entire attention focused on the patient in front of him. At this moment, Lin Mingyun was like a candle in the wind, which could go out at any time. The room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Bai Muyin didn't dare to breathe, for fear of disturbing Chun Fei. He stared at his wife on the hospital bed, praying for a miracle. As time passed, beads of sweat appeared on Fei Chen's forehead, and his face became paler. Each injection of the 7-star life-renewing needle requires a great deal of concentration, if it weren't for Lin Mingyun's current critical situation. Otherwise, he wouldn't use this acupuncture technique. Finally, when the last silver needle fell, Fei Chun breathed a long sigh of relief. He seemed to be exhausted and almost collapsed to the ground. It's done. Fei Chun wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone carrying a hint of fatigue. Seeing this, Bai Muyun rushed forward and asked nervously, Mr. Chun, how is my wife? We are out of danger for now, but... Fei Chun hesitated to speak, his brows slightly furrowed. But what? Bai Muyun's heart instantly rose to his throat, and he asked anxiously. Fei Chun pondered for a moment and slowly said, The nightmare dew is extremely powerful. It has temporarily suppressed its toxicity. From now on, you just need to follow my prescription and take the medicine. But besides the nightmare dew, there is another poison in your wife's body. What? Bai Muyun was struck by lightning, and his face turned pale in an instant. His lips trembled, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. 2 kinds of poison. How could it be? When Mr. Bai heard Chun Fei's words, his expression changed drastically. Chun Fei ignored their reactions. He closed his eyes, and the interface of medical saint inheritance appeared in his mind. Various prescriptions are densely packed in my mind. Antidote for nightmare dew. Chun Fei muttered to himself as he browsed the system interface. Soon, he found the antidote for nightmare dew. Ganoderma lucidum, Scutellaria bicalensis, juniper fruit, ginseng woad, poria, snow lotus of Tianshan Mountains. Fade, Chen muttered the names of the herbs on the prescription in a low voice, his brows furrowed tighter and tighter. These herbs are the 7 main herbs that Chun Fei mentioned before. Although it is precious with the strength of the Bai family, it is not a problem to take it out. But another kind of poison. Chun Fei quickly filtered through the antidotes of various poisons in his mind. But I still can't find a way to perfectly solve the current dilemma. Is there really no other way? Chapter 28 Prescription. Chun Fei thought to himself, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness welling up in his heart. At this moment, a sudden flash of inspiration came to his mind. Wait, how could I have forgotten that? Fei Chen suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in them. Bring me a pen, Fei Chun said in a hurried tone. When Bai Muyun heard this, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and went to get it immediately. Soon, the pen, ink, paper, and inkstone were placed in front of Chun Fei. Chun Fei picked up the pen and began to write on the paper with a focused expression. Bai Muyun, an old master, didn't dare to breathe for fear of disturbing Chun Fei. Chun Fei wrote with great speed and in one go, and soon he had finished writing a prescription. He handed the prescription to Bai Muyun and said calmly, Follow this prescription and take it 3 times a day. After 7 days, the nightmare dew poison in your wife's body will be cured. Bai Muyun took the prescription and thanked him as if he had found a treasure. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Fade Chun waved his hand, signaling him not to be polite, then picked up a new piece of paper and started writing again. This time, his expression was more focused. His brows were furrowed, as if he was fighting an arduous battle. Bai Miyun and Old Man Bai both held their breath and stared at Fade Chun intently, afraid of missing any details. Time passed minute by minute, and the room was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Only the rustling sound of Chun Fei writing echoed in the air. Finally, Fei Chun put down the pen in his hand, breathed a long sigh of relief, handed the second prescription to Bai Muyun, and said in a deep voice, "This prescription should be given to your wife after 7 days, once the nightmare dew poison in her body has been eliminated." Bai Muyun took the prescription with both hands and carefully put it away. Then he raised his head, stared at Chun Fei with burning eyes, and asked, "Mr. Chun, this second poison." Chun Fei raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said slowly, "This second prescription is used to cure the second poison." Bai Muyun felt as if he had been pardoned when he heard this. He took the prescription with trembling hands and thanked him profusely. "Mr. Chun is truly a miracle doctor. Thank you. Thank you." Fade Chun waved his hand, indicating that he didn't need to do so. Chun Fei, who had just used the 7-star life-sustaining needle, felt tired at this moment. He rubbed his eyebrows and spoke slowly. "Mr. Bai, after you prepare these herbs, I still need to teach you how to decoct them. The 2 poisons in this prescription are both extremely toxic, and the method of decocting the medicine is also different from usual. You must not be careless." When Bai Muyun heard this, he nodded in agreement. At this moment, he was full of admiration for Chun Fei and naturally obeyed his words. Seeing Chun Fei looking tired, Bai Muyun was about to ask him if he needed a rest. But Mr. Bai behind him got there first and shouted out the door, "Someone come. Take Mr. Chun to the guest room to rest." Fei Chun did not refuse. He nodded to Bai Muyun and followed the servant. Several servants respectfully led Chun Fei to an elegantly decorated guest room. The room was filled with aroma, and the bed was soft and comfortable, obviously prepared by the Bai family specially for their distinguished guests. Mr. Bai saw that Fei Chen didn't take him seriously at all. "I was so angry that I wanted to throw this guy out." But when he thought of Chun Fei's miraculous medical skills, he could only force himself to hold back his anger. He snatched the 2 pieces of paper filled with prescriptions from Bai Muyun's hand and began to read them with squinted eyes. Seeing this, the expression on Mr. Bai's originally angry face gradually became wonderful. Naturally, he also treated Lin Mingyun's illness, but he couldn't even tell what poison she had been poisoned with. However, Lin Fei's prescription instantly enlightened him. The 2 prescriptions written by Fei Chun were extremely bold and unconventional. Some of the combinations of herbs were unheard of even for an old man who had been immersed in medicine for many years, like him. These strange combinations, like keys, accurately solved every knot in Mingyun's illness. A miracle doctor. He's truly a miracle doctor. Old Master Bai couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, and he also had a great impression of Lin Fei. This was not a charlatan at all, but a medical master that only appears once in a century. Mr. Bai held the prescription in his hands as if it were a treasure. On the other hand, Fei Chun was completely unaware of all this. He had a good sleep and walked out of the guest room refreshed. "Mr. Chun, you're awake." A well-dressed servant stood respectfully at the door. When he saw Chun Fei coming out, he immediately came forward to greet him. "Master Bai has already instructed me to take you there when you wake up." Hearing this, Fei Chun nodded and said to the servant in front of him, "Take me there." The servant respectfully led Chun Fei through several corridors and arrived at a secluded courtyard. Before entering the door, a strong medicinal fragrance hit my nose. Pushing open the door, a spacious room came into view, filled with various utensils for boiling medicine. The medicine cabinet is filled with a wide variety of medicinal herbs. Several servants were handling the medicinal herbs skillfully. Bai Muyun was directing them to move baskets of medicinal herbs in and out. "Mr. Chun, you are here." When Bai Muyun saw Chun Fei, he hurried over, his face showing unconcealable anxiety. "Look, these herbs are prepared according to your prescription. Do you think there is anything missing?" Fei Chun walked straight to the herbs, picked up a ginseng, put it to his nose, and sniffed it, then broke off a small piece and put it in his mouth to taste it carefully, his brows furrowed even tighter. "Mr. Chun, do you think there is anything wrong with these herbs?" Bai Muyun's heart skipped a beat when he saw Chun Fei's strange expression. Could there be something wrong with the herbs he prepared? Why is the old man here too? Chen Fei did not answer Bai Muyun's question. Instead, he turned his gaze to old Master Bai, who was sitting on the armchair beside him with his eyes closed. Mr. Bai slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Fei Chun, and snorted coldly. Why? Do I need to report to you where I am? I dare not. I'm just curious why the old man came to this place that smells so much like medicine instead of just drinking tea in the front hall. Chun Fei's mouth curled up in an amused arc. This old man Bai probably wanted to see how he made the medicine. Humph. I'm old. What's wrong with smelling some medicine? Mr. Bai avoided her gaze, obviously because Fei Chun had hit the nail on the head. Fei Chun didn't expose her secret, but just smiled faintly and continued to check the herbs. Soon, his eyes fell on a brightly colored Ganoderma lucidum. This Ganoderma lucidum was obviously of top quality, but where does this Ganoderma come from? He brought the Ganoderma lucidum to his nose and sniffed it carefully. Sure enough, it was under the rich medicinal fragrance. He also smelled a very subtle fragrance, this fragrance. Fei Chun frowned, put the Ganoderma lucidum back on the table, and said calmly, This Ganoderma lucidum has been tampered with. It appears to be top grade, but in fact, it has been fumigated with a special spice, which directly weakened its medicinal properties. Chapter 29. Tampered Lingji. When Bai Muyan heard this, he was immediately shocked. This Ganoderma lucidum was just delivered this morning, and there was only one person who handled it, his sister, Bai Muxue. Someone, go get the young lady. Bai Muyun almost roared, veins popping out on his forehead. Obviously, he was very angry. After a while, Bai Muxue was taken to the pharmacy. She was wearing a white dress today, looking pure and lovely, but there was a hint of panic in her beautiful big eyes. Brother, what do you want from me? Bai Muxue asked while pretending to be calm, and secretly glanced at Chen Fei, with a hint of barely perceptible disgust flashing in her eyes. Don't you know what you did? Bai Muyun pointed at the Ganoderma lucidum on the table and asked angrily, Did you tamper with this Ganoderma lucidum? Brother, what are you talking about? Why would I touch this thing? Bai Muxue immediately denied it and pretended to be aggrieved. I haven't even been to the pharmacy today, let alone touched this Ganoderma lucidum. Chun Fei watched coldly from the side without saying a word. He picked up the Ganoderma lucidum and sniffed it again, a playful smile curling his lips. Miss Bai, are you sure you haven't touched this Ganoderma lucidum today? Fei Chen's voice sounded calm, yet it carried an unquestionable majesty. Of course not. Why would I touch it? Hearing Chun Fei's words, Bai Muxue turned her face away guiltily, not daring to look him in the eye. Really? But Fei Chen deliberately prolonged the ending tone and placed the Ganoderma lucidum closer to Bai Muxue. Why does the scent of this Ganoderma lucidum smell exactly like the perfume you wore today? Bai Muxue was speechless and couldn't say anything for a long time. What? You have nothing to say now? Bai Muyan looked at his sister disappointedly. He didn't understand why she did such a thing. I admit that I did touch this Ganoderma lucidum, but Bai Muxue knew she was in the wrong and could only admit that she had done something, but she still wanted to argue. Just what? Fei Chen pressed on step by step, not giving her any chance to breathe. I just want to make this Ganoderma lucidum more effective. Bai Muxue's voice became smaller and smaller. In the end, even she herself did not believe this ridiculous reason. Make the medicine more effective? Fei Chen sneered. Do you know that by doing this, not only will you not enhance the efficacy of the medicine, but you will destroy the medicinal properties of the Ganoderma lucidum and may even kill people? You're talking nonsense. Bai Muxue panicked. She pointed at Chun Fei's nose and screamed. Stop exaggerating here. You don't understand medicine at all. Miss Bai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want. Chun Fei didn't get angry, but laughed instead. He took out a silver needle from his pocket and waved it in front of Bai Muxue. Do you want me to demonstrate to you on the spot whether I can perform medical skills? Bai Muxue was so scared that she stepped back repeatedly, her face as pale as paper. At this moment, the old man, who had been silent all the time, slammed the cup in his hand down on the table with a dull sound. That's enough. The old man's cloudy eyes fell on Bai Muxue. Muxue, stop talking nonsense and apologize to Mr. Chun. Bai Muxue widened her eyes in disbelief, as if she had heard something unbelievable. Grandpa, you want me to apologize to him? Didn't you look down on him yesterday, too? Presumptuous. The old man shouted angrily, and Bai Muxue shrank her neck in fear, but she still held her neck straight, her eyes full of dissatisfaction. Grandpa, he was the one who slandered me. Why should I apologize? Obviously, Bai Muxiue didn't realize that the old man was helping her out. She then looked at Bai Muyun aggrievedly, trying to seek support. Brother, don't you believe me either? I really just want to. Bai Muyun took the Ganoderma lucidum, his face ashen. He looked at his sister, crying bitterly, feeling mixed emotions. She wanted to argue a few more times, but when she met Bai Muyun's sharp eyes, she suddenly became like a deflated ball and could not say anything. Brother, Bai Muxiue wanted to act coquettishly as usual, but was interrupted by Bai Muyun. Come here, take the young lady away. Without my permission, she is not allowed to take a single step out of the door. Bai Muyun rubbed his eyebrows, looking tired. He has always doted on his sister since she was a child, and even if she occasionally acted willfully, he would just laugh it off. But this time, Bai Muxiue's actions have touched his bottom line. He knew Bai Muxiue too well. This girl was quirky and had a strong interest in medicine since she was a child. If she said she didn't know that doing this would destroy the efficacy of a medicine, he would never believe it even if he was beaten to death. Bai Muyun took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, turned to look at Chen Fei, and said apologetically, Mr. Chun, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, my sister. Mr. Bai, there's no need to explain. I can probably guess what your sister is thinking. Fei Chen smiled faintly, his tone meaningful. Bai Muyun was stunned, then smiled bitterly. Bai Muyun dismissed the servant and asked someone to fetch another piece of top-quality Ganoderma lucidum and personally presented it to Chun Fei. Mr. Chun, please don't take what happened before to heart. Could you take another look at this Ganoderma lucidum? Fei Chun took the Ganoderma lucidum and examined it carefully. A refreshing fragrance filled his nose, refreshing his heart. He nodded with satisfaction. Well, this one is good. After getting Chun Fei's approval, Bai Muyun felt relieved. He quickly ordered his servants to prepare the herbs and respectfully asked Chun Fei for advice. These two herbs have conflicting properties and must be brewed separately to maximize their effectiveness. As Fei Chen spoke, he divided the herbs into two portions and placed them in two casseroles respectively. Ganoderma lucidum is warm in nature and needs to be simmered slowly over low heat, while this snow lotus needs to be boiled quickly over high heat. Chen Fei did not hide anything and explained the cooking method and key points of heat control in detail. Bai Muyun listened very carefully, afraid of missing any details. While listening to Chen Fei's explanation, he followed his instructions and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Time passed minute by minute, and the room was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance. Fei Chen stood aside, staring intently at the herbs in the casserole, stirring them gently with a spoon from time to time. Bai Muyun was waiting anxiously on the side, with beads of sweat already oozing out of his forehead. He knew that this medicine was related to Lin Mingyun's life and could not afford any mistakes. Finally, after 2 hours, both pots of medicine were ready. Fei Chun poured the 2 bowls of medicine together and observed them carefully. Chapter 30 Temporary Awakening. After making sure there is no problem, carefully mix the 2 medicines together. Then he picked up the medicine bowl and handed it to Bai Muyun. Okay, go give it to Madame Lin. Bai Muyun took the medicine bowl as if it were a treasure. The cautious movements were as if what he held in his hands was not medicine, but some rare treasure. Mr. Bai was originally sitting on the armchair with his eyes closed, resting when he heard Chun Fei's words. He also stood up suddenly, and regardless of his old body, he quickly followed the 2 of them. The 3 of them walked through several corridors and passed by the corridor they had passed before. However, Chun Fei's attention was attracted by a building. It was a modern building that was incompatible with the Bai family's antique architectural style. It had white walls and simple and cold lines, which seemed somewhat out of tune with the surrounding environment. That is, Fei Chen hesitated for a moment and then asked. Mr. Bai followed Fei Chen's gaze and explained, Oh, that's the place our Bai family uses specifically for Western medicine treatment. Western medicine? Chun Fei was a little surprised. Isn't your Bai family's specialty traditional Chinese medicine? Mr. Bai stroked his beard and said calmly, Traditional Chinese medicine is our root, but we cannot rest on our laurels. Western medicine also has its merits. Our Bai family has always been open to all. As long as the medical skills can cure diseases and save lives, we welcome them. Chun Fei looked at the Western medicine treatment room in front of him, and his opinion of Mr. Bai changed. When he first arrived, the old man's condescending attitude really made Chun Fei feel uncomfortable. But now it seems that when it comes to curing illnesses and saving lives, Mr. Bai can be considered a respectable doctor. Oh, that's interesting. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Fei Chen's lips. The three of them walked through the corridor and came to Lin Mingyun's room. Lin Mingyun lay quietly on the bed, her face pale and her breathing weak. Bai Muyun carefully placed the medicine bowl on the bedside, turned to look at Chun Fei, his eyes full of anticipation. Mr. Chun next. Fei Chen didn't say anything, but walked to the bedside, put his hand on Lin Mingyun's wrist, and carefully felt her pulse. Mr. Bai and Bai Muyun both held their breath and didn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Chun Fei's treatment. Chun Fei's face remained calm. He withdrew his hand from Lin Mingyun's wrist and said calmly, "Everything is normal." Bai Muyun was overjoyed when he heard this. Just as he was about to ask how to feed the medicine, he saw Chun Fei make another move, and his slender fingers pressed on several acupuncture points of Lin Mingyun. Bai Muyun was confused, but he didn't dare to disturb him. He could only stare at Chun Fei's actions nervously. Chun Fei's movements were smooth and flowing, and his fingertips seemed to carry a magical power. He tapped Lin Mingyun lightly a few times. The originally lifeless Lin Mingyun actually coughed lightly and slowly opened his eyes. Bai Muyun was stunned for a moment. This was too incredible. I originally thought that it would take a lot of effort to feed the medicine, but I didn't expect that Chun Fei could wake the person up directly. Mr. Bai was also shocked, and there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes when he looked at Fei Chun. Lin Mingyun only felt dizzy, as if she had had a very long dream. In the dream, she was trapped in a dark abyss and could not escape. She looked around and found herself lying in a familiar room. Her grandfather and Bai Muyun were there, and a strange young man was standing beside the bed. The man was handsome and had an extraordinary temperament, but his eyes were too cold, making people dare not look directly at him. "Mingyun, you're awake." Bai Muyun came back to his senses and excitedly stepped forward to hold Lin Mingyun's hand. "You finally woke up? You scare me to death." Lin Mingyun wanted to speak, but found that her throat was very dry and she couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Fei Chun said calmly, "I'll go get a glass of water." As he said that, he turned and walked to the table, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Lin Mingyun. "Thanks." Lin Mingyun took the cup of water and began to drink it in small sips. The warm water moistened the dry throat, and Lin Mingyun felt much more comfortable. She looked up at Fei Chun and asked, "You are?" "He is Chun Fei. I asked him to treat you." Bai Muyun hurriedly introduced. "Treatment." Lin Mingyun frowned slightly. Some fragments flashed through his mind, but they were not quite real. "What's wrong with me?" Lin Mingyun opened her mouth weakly and was about to ask something, but was interrupted by Chun Fei. "Don't ask now. Drink the medicine first." Bai Muyun also came back to his senses and quickly picked up the steaming medicine bowl next to him. He blew on it gently, scooped up a spoonful of dark medicine, and handed it to Lin Mingyun's mouth. "Mingyun, drink the medicine first." Lin Mingyun frowned slightly, subconsciously wanting to refuse. She has been afraid of bitterness since she was a child. This medicine looked black and thick, and had a strange herbal smell that made her feel nauseous. However, Lin Mingyun is a woman who has seen the world after all. She could feel the weakness, and something was wrong with her body. In addition, Bai Muyun and Old Master Bai were watching beside her, so she felt embarrassed to refuse their kindness. "I'll do it myself." Lin Mingyun took the bowl of medicine, suppressed the discomfort, and drank it in small sips. Bitter, so bitter. Lin Mingyun felt that her taste buds were about to be numbed by the bitter taste, but she still gritted her teeth and persisted, drinking all the medicine without leaving a single sip. "Mr. Chun, this medicine." Bai Muyun turned to look at Fei Chun and was about to ask about the next treatment plan, but he saw Lin Mingyun suddenly close her eyes and fell asleep again. "Mingyun!" Bai Muyun exclaimed and quickly reached out to check Lin Mingyun's breath. Finding that she was still breathing, he breathed a sigh of relief. "What happened? Why did you faint again?" Bai Muyun asked anxiously, with a hint of panic in his tone. The old man also looked at Chun Fei nervously, his cloudy eyes filled with worry. Chun Fei looked calm and said in a calm tone, "Don't worry, this is normal. I just woke her up temporarily so she could take the medicine. Once she finishes taking the medicine for 7 days, she will wake up naturally. So that's how it is." Bai Muyun breathed a sigh of relief, patted his chest, and said with lingering fear, "You really scared me. I thought." Knowing Bai Muyun's concerns, Fei Chun said calmly, "Don't worry. I'll stay here and observe her condition. As long as she takes the medicine on time, there won't be any problems. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chun." Hearing Chun Fei's words, Bai Muyun was even more grateful. For the next 3 days, Fei Chen stayed by Lin Mingyun's side almost every step of the way. However, there's always a little old tale following him, and it is none other than Mr. Bai, who is already very old. He would run into Chun Fei every day under different excuses. Chapter 31, The Second Prescription. In the next few days, Fei Chun felt like he was living backstage at a theater. I have to deal with Mr. Bai's improvisational performances every day. A little while later, he passed by to bring ginseng soup to Lin Mingyun. Sometimes I accidentally bumped into the door. In short, he used all kinds of tricks just to strike up a conversation with Chun Fei. Mr. Chun, you are so young, but your medical skills are so amazing. You are truly a hero. Mr. Bai was holding a bowl of nourishing soup and looking at Fei Chun with a smile. Chun Fei took the bowl of soup and smiled helplessly. Mr. Bai, you are too kind. I only know a little bit about it. Hey kid, you're too modest. If you're just superficial, then those old guys aren't even considered hares. Old Mr. Bai puffed his beard and glared, looking like he was saying, you have to admit that you are awesome. Chun Fei looked at the old man in front of him and couldn't help but feel a little funny. He could see that Mr. Bai no longer had the same opinion of him as before, but instead had a bit of appreciation and inquiry towards him. Mr. Chun, I heard from Mu Yun that you were grandfather. Bai Mu Yun appeared in time and interrupted Mr. Bai's gossiping spirit. Didn't you say you wanted to play chess with an old friend? Let me take you there. Oh, right, let's play chess. Only then did Mr. Bai remember that he still had important business to attend to, and he was dragged away by Bai Mu Yun, looking back every few steps. Chun Fei looked at their backs and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. This way. Under Chun Fei's careful care. 7 days later, Lin Mingyun finally opened her eyes. Where am I? Lin Mingyun's voice was still weak, filled with the confusion of having just woken up. Mingyun, you finally woke up. Bai Mingyun excitedly held Lin Mingyun's hand, his eyes red. What's wrong with me? Lin Mingyun looked at the unfamiliar environment around her, her mind going blank. You were sick, and it was Mr. Chun who saved you. Bai Mingyun pointed at Chun Fei, who was standing beside him, and said. Only then did Lin Mingyun notice the other man in the room. Obviously, she still had an impression of Lin Fei, although she didn't understand what her husband meant by saving her. But Lin Mingyun still said to Chun Fei politely, Thank you for saving me. Lin Mingyun's voice was still weak, but it couldn't hide her gratitude. It should be. Chun Fei didn't say much, just ordered. You are still very weak and need a rest well. Chun Fei said, telling Bai Mu Yun that the second prescription could be used now. When Bai Mu Yun heard Chun Fei's words, he suddenly remembered something and began to search his body frantically. Hey, where is it? Oh, found it. He took out a neatly folded handkerchief from the inside pocket of his suit and opened it carefully. Inside was the prescription that Chun Fei had written earlier. Mr. Chen, look, is this it? Bai Mu Yun handed one of the prescriptions to Chun Fei as if he was presenting a treasure. Fei Chun took the prescription, glanced at it, and nodded. Yes, this is it. Lin Mingyun lay on the bed, looking at the strange scene in front of her, feeling as uncomfortable as if being scratched by a cat. Although she woke up briefly every day these days, her consciousness was a little fuzzy. She only remembered that her husband had been feeding her medicine and there was a man standing next to her. Now that she was finally fully awake, she found herself as if she were outside the matter, with no one telling her what had happened. Muyun, what is going on? Lin Mingyun asked weakly, with a barely perceptible tremor in her voice. When Bai Muyun heard his wife's voice, he remembered that he was busy talking to Chun Fei. Completely ignoring Lin Mingyun's feelings, he hurried to the bedside, held her hand, and said softly, Mingyun, how do you feel? Are you feeling unwell? Lin Mingyun shook her head slightly. Bai Muyun's hands were a little rough, but they made her feel extremely at ease. However, the doubts in her heart entangled her like vines, making her breathless. What's wrong with me? She looked at Fei Chun, her eyes filled with confusion and uneasiness. Bai Muyun sighed and was about to explain when he was interrupted by Chun Fei. Let me tell you. He walked to the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and said calmly, Mrs. Lin was poisoned by a rare poison called nightmare dew. This poison is not immediately fatal, but it can cause a person to die in their sleep. What? Lin Mingyun exclaimed. Nightmare dew. Her face suddenly changed. What is this? Why am I poisoned? Chun Fei ignored Lin Mingyun's next words because he didn't know the details either. I can only explain. This poison is extremely rare, having only existed 1,000 years ago and is rarely recorded. His tone was flat. Lin Mingyun only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and then everything went blank. Nightmare do, dying in sleep, and it's very rare. She tried hard to recall what had happened during this period, but she couldn't remember anything. Her mind was just a mess. Who on earth hates her so much? Thinking that she would die in her dream without knowing it, Lin Mingyun felt a black screen in front of her eyes and almost fainted again. Mingyun! Mingyun! Seeing this, Bai Muyin hurriedly supported Lin Mingyun and called her name anxiously. Don't worry, she's just frightened. She just needs a rest for a while. As Fei Chen spoke, he took out an exquisite porcelain bottle from his pocket. This contains a concentration incense that can help her regain her spirit. Please light it for her. Bai Muyin took the porcelain bottle and looked at Chun Fei gratefully. Thank you, Mr. Chun. He carefully helped Lin Mingyun lie down, then lit the incense to calm her mind. The room was suddenly filled with a light fragrance, refreshing and invigorating. Looking at the pale Lin Mingyun lying on the bed, a sinister light flashed in Bai Muyun's eyes. Who is it? Who wants to harm Mingyun? He suppressed his inner anxiety, gently put Lin Mingyun's hand back into the quilt, stood up, and said to the outside of the door, Someone, take good care of the lady. After saying that, he followed Fei Chun and came to his own pharmacy again. Mr. Chun, what do you need me to do next? He knew that Fei Chun was going to help his wife get rid of the second poison. Although his medical skills are not as good as those of the elders in the family, but he still knew some basic medical skills, and simple pulse diagnosis was not difficult for him. Just when he was helping Mingyun, he discovered the second poison that Fei Chun mentioned. It is more common than nightmare dew, but also more vicious, arsenic. Arsenic. At that time, Bai Muyin only felt a chill rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He never imagined that someone would poison his wife with arsenic. Arsenic is highly poisonous. Generally speaking, people who take arsenic will die immediately. Chapter 32 Arsenic. But Lin Mingyun is still alive, and no one knows why. Could it be that the mixture of the two poisons produced some kind of miraculous change? Moreover, neither I nor my family elders had discovered this poison before. Bai Muyin didn't dare to think about it anymore. Then he looked at Fei Chun, with unfathomable emotions in his eyes. Chun Fei ignored Bai Muyun's strange look, but looked around and said lightly, This pharmacy has a complete range of medicinal herbs, but... He paused and didn't continue, but Bai Muyun already understood what he meant. What does Mr. Chen need? He asked tentatively. Fei Chen nodded. A hint of ambiguous smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I need some tools. Tool? Bai Muyun was stunned for a moment, his heart full of doubts. He was sure that their pharmacy must have the most complete tools, but it was obvious that the tool Chun Fei mentioned was not there. Seeing Bai Muyun's puzzled expression, Fei Chen didn't explain, but just listed a bunch of tool names. Dryer, crusher, grinding mortar, starch. Although Bai Muyun was confused, he immediately ordered the servants to prepare. After a while, the servant came in pushing a small cart. On the cart were all the tools that Fei Chen needed. Mr. Chun, everything you want is ready. Bai Muyun said respectfully. Chun Fei responded and began to command Bai Muyun. Take 3 inches of the rhizome of the purple gold vine, dry it in a dryer, and then grind it into powder using a crusher. Although Bai Muyun didn't understand Chun Fei's intention, he still followed his instructions and operated in an orderly manner. And then, Mr. Chun, he asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fei Chun took the powder, looked at it carefully, and nodded with satisfaction. Next, you need to do it yourself. Bai Muyun's heart trembled. He thought the next step was the key, so he paid close attention and listened carefully to Chun Fei's instructions. See that Yukamiya almoids? You also need to grind it into powder by hand. Remember to make it small. Bai Muyun followed Fei Chen's instructions and saw the medicinal herb lying there quietly. Bai Muyun breathed a sigh of relief, walked over, picked up the grinding mortar, and started grinding it bit by bit. The room was so quiet that only the rustling sound could be heard, and time passed by minute by minute. Bai Muyun's arms began to ache and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, Fei Chen's voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Bai Muyun stopped what he was doing and looked at Fei Chen in confusion. He didn't know why Fei Chen suddenly stopped, and he didn't understand why it took so long to grind the Yukamiya almoids by hand instead of using a machine directly like he did with purple golden vine. Mr. Chun, is there any problem? Bai Muyun asked cautiously, fearing that he might have made a mistake in some step. Chun Fei did not answer immediately. Instead, he walked to Bai Muyun, picked up the grinding mortar containing Yukamiya Almoid's powder, and looked at it carefully for a while. It's almost done. Chun Fei showed a slight smile, seeming to be very satisfied with Bai Muyun's performance. Bai Muyun was even more confused, but out of trust in Chun Fei's medical skills, he suppressed his doubts and waited for Chun Fei's next instructions. Mix it with the purple vine powder from before, in a ratio of 3-to-1. Chun Fei pointed at the Yukamiya Almoid's powder in the grinding mortar and said. Bai Muyun did not dare to delay and carefully mixed the two powders together, fearing that a slight deviation in the proportion would affect the final effect. The mixed powder appears a light purple color and emits a faint shimmer under the light. Now, add clean water and continue grinding. Fade Chun issued another order, his tone carrying a hint of unquestionable authority. Bai Muyun took a deep breath, slowly poured the prepared water into the grinding mortar, then picked up the grinding rod and started grinding it one by one. This time, he was more focused and careful, as if he was completing a sacred ritual. As time goes by, the liquid in the grinding bowl becomes thicker and darker in color. A faint fragrance emanated from the grinding mortar, spreading throughout the room, making people feel relaxed and happy. All right, Chun Fei's voice rang out again, interrupting Bai Muyun's actions. Bai Muyun stopped and raised his head, his eyes full of expectation and confusion. What's this? He asked, pointing to the nearly black liquid in the mortar. Chun Fei ignored Bai Muyun's question. There was just an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. He picked up the starch that the servant had just brought to him and poured it into the thick liquid without hesitation. Mr. Chun, what are you doing? Bai Muyun couldn't help but speak, but was stopped by Chun Fei's eyes. Chun Fei didn't say anything, but picked up a glass rod and carefully stirred the mixture in the mortar. With the addition of starch, the liquid, which was originally highly fluid, gradually becomes viscous. Bring me the pill machine, Fei Qin said to Bai Muyun without even looking up. Although Bai Muyun was full of doubts, he still did as he was told out of trust in Chun Fei. He walked quickly to the corner of the room and moved a brand new pill machine to the table. It was not until then that Bai Muyun suddenly realized, isn't this the same step in making pills? Why hadn't he thought of it before? However, he had never seen anyone make pills out of such precious medicinal materials. This was simply a waste of resources. Bai Muyun couldn't help but secretly look up at Fei Chun, but saw that he looked very focused, as if what he was holding in his hand was not medicinal herbs, but some rare treasure. That seriousness and piety made Bai Muyun feel an indescribable admiration in his heart. Mr. Chun, do you want to make all these herbs into pills? Bai Muyun asked cautiously, fearing to disturb Chun Fei. Fei Chun responded calmly and poured the evenly mixed medicinal mud into the pill-making machine. With the slight hum of the machine, round and plump pills rolled out of the mold, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Bai Muyun looked at this scene and became even more confused. Mr. Chun, why would you make such a precious herb into pills? Wouldn't the efficacy of the medicine be greatly reduced? Bai Muyun couldn't help but ask. Fei Chun raised his eyebrows and chuckled, as if he had heard some incredible joke. Brother Bai, you don't think I'm wasting medicinal herbs, do you? Bai Muyun's old face turned red and he stammered, unable to speak. He did feel that it was a bit of a waste to make pills out of such precious herbs, but he didn't dare to question Fei Chen's decision and could only stand aside awkwardly. Chapter 33 Pills. Chun Fei didn't care about his reaction and explained to himself. I know what you're thinking. You just think I'm ruining something good. Fei Chun poured the pills into the prepared porcelain bottle and said casually, but I just think it's more convenient this way. Bai Muyun was stunned. Convenient? Does this medicine work the same way? As if seeing Bai Muyun's doubts, Fei Chun chuckled and explained. I actually saw this recipe online. You know Lu Wei Di Huang Wan, right? I just borrowed a little bit from it, didn't I? Bai Muyun became even more confused. Of course, he knew about Lu Wei Di Huang pills, which were available everywhere on the market. But what did this have to do with these precious medicinal herbs in front of him? Mr. Chun, please don't keep me in suspense. Bai Muyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This Chun Fei was teasing him more and more. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Chun Fei smiled and shook his head, then handed the porcelain bottle to the servant waiting beside him. This is not my first prescription. The steps of boiling the medicine every day are too tedious, so I came up with this method. I just want to give it a try. If this method works, I can then develop some pills to treat colds, headaches, and brain fever. Bai Muyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Why didn't he think of this? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Bai Muyun slapped his thigh and turned around twice in excitement. Mr. Chun, you are so smart. If this is done, it will be so convenient. Our ancestors' things can be carried forward. Fei Chun smiled faintly, put the last pill into the porcelain bottle, and gently closed the lid. I just came up with this by chance. Modern people lead fast-paced lives, so they don't have the time to boil or decoct herbs. This pill is easy to carry and simple to take. If it really works, they will be fantastic. It will definitely work. It will definitely work. Fei Chen didn't respond, but handed the porcelain bottle to Bai Muyun. Brother Bai, this is the best formula I improved overnight. I guarantee it's even better than the original one. Bai Muyun took the porcelain bottle as if it were a treasure and held it carefully in his hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. He hurriedly took the medicine bottle and went to find his wife. After Bai Muyun left, Fei Chun sat alone in a chair, looking at the setting sun outside the window, lost in thought. If this method of making medicine is really feasible, then he can make use of all the lost prescriptions in his mind. Develop more convenient and effective medicines to benefit more people. Thinking of this, Fei Chen couldn't help but smile with relief. Bai Muyun held the porcelain bottle and ran all the way to his wife, Lin Mingyun's room. Mingyun, look what I brought. Bai Muyun ran to the bed excitedly, carefully helped Lin Mingyun up, and handed the porcelain bottle to her, as if presenting a treasure. Lin Mingyun frowned slightly, glanced at the porcelain bottle weakly, and closed her eyes powerlessly. These past few days, every time she woke up, she had to drink bitter and unpleasant medicine, and she was already tired of it. Seeing this, Bai Muyun quickly explained. Mingyun, this time is different. This is a pill that Mr. Chun developed specifically for you. I guarantee it's not bitter at all. If you smell it, you'll find it has a refreshing fragrance. As he spoke, he opened the porcelain bottle, and a faint medicinal fragrance mixed with a hint of sweetness instantly filled the room. Lin Mingyun opened her eyes slightly and looked at Bai Muyun in confusion. Come, Mingyun, take this pill. Bai Muyun poured out a pill and handed it to Lin Mingyun's mouth. Lin Mingyun hesitated for a moment, looked at her husband, and finally opened her mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and a light fragrance spread in her mouth, calming her originally irritable mood a little. Bai Muyun nervously observed his wife's reaction and asked cautiously, How are you? Mingyun, how are you feeling? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Lin Mingyun shook his head and said slowly, It's better than the previous decoction. Upon hearing this, Bai Muyun breathed a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on his face. That's good, that's good. Mr. Chun said that this pill is more effective than the previous decoction. If you keep taking it, you will definitely get better. Bai Muyun said excitedly, his hand holding Lin Mingyun trembling a little. Lin Mingyun didn't say anything, but just looked at Bai Muyun quietly, with a touch of emotion in her eyes. Mingyun, don't worry, I will definitely cure you. I will also find the person who hurt you. Bai Muyun said this in a firm tone, as if he was making a promise. Lin Mingyun looked at the man in front of her who was so worried about her, and her eyes were slightly red. She didn't know how much effort Bai Muyun had put in for her during this period of time, but he could feel that he was under a lot of pressure during this period. Muyun, thank you for your hard work. Lin Mingyun said softly, with a hint of sob in her voice. Bai Muyun gently stroked Lin Mingyun's hair and said softly, Fool, what nonsense are you talking about? You are my wife. Isn't this what I should do? Suddenly, Lin Mingyun felt a warm current rising from her abdomen and quickly flowing throughout her body. Her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't know if it was an illusion and didn't tell her husband. But as time went by, Lin Mingyun's complexion became more and more rosy, and her originally weak body gradually regained its strength. Bai Mingyun had already observed it without Lin Mingyun even saying anything. He's been in a better and better mood these days. Chun Fei came to check on Lin Mingyun's condition almost every day. Seeing that she was getting better, a relieved smile appeared on his face. On the morning of the 7th day, Fei Chun came to Lin Mingyun's room again. Mr. Chun, you are here. When Lin Mingyun saw Chun Fei, she struggled to get up, but was gently held down by Chun Fei. Mrs. Lin, there's no need to be so polite. You haven't fully recovered yet, so just rest well. As Fei Chun spoke, he placed 3 fingers on Lin Mingyun's wrist. After a moment, Fei Chun withdrew his hand and said with a smile, Mrs. Bai's poison has been completely eliminated. All she needs to do now is take good care of her body. Really? Lin Mingyun asked in surprise, tears glistening in her eyes. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Chun Fei said with a smile, his tone full of confidence. That's great. It's really great. Lin Mingyun said excitedly, holding Bai Mu-yun's hand tightly, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be held back. Mingyun, you're finally better. This is so great. Bai Mu-yun was also very excited and hugged Lin Mingyun tightly, as if he was afraid that she would disappear if he let go. I have to thank Mr. Chan for all this. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid. Lin Mingyun said with a sob, her eyes full of gratitude. Mrs. Lin, you don't have to be polite. Brother Bai has paid for it. Chapter 34 Cooperation. After observing for a period of time, Chun Fei could see that Bai Mu-yun was a really good person. He loved his wife, respected his elders, and was humble and polite. So they had become friends during this period, and their conversations are not as distant as before. Upon hearing this, Bai Mu-yun quickly said, "Those are just external possessions. Your kindness to us is truly as great as a mountain." Chun Fei smiled and said, "Brother Bai, you're too kind. Treating illnesses and saving lives is a doctor's duty. Besides, Brother Bai and I hit it off right away, so it's only natural for me to help you. Mr. Chun, to be honest, this time it's all thanks to you otherwise." Bai Mu-yun said, his voice choked up. He took a deep breath, calmed himself, and then continued, "I have an unwelcome request, but I'm not sure if I should mention it. Brother Bai, please feel free to speak. There's no need to be so polite between you and me." Chun Fei said with a smile. He knew what Bai Mu-yun was going to say next. After all, he had a plan in mind. Bai Mu-yun hesitated for a moment and said, "What you said a Mingyun pharmaceutical before really touched me. I want to cooperate with you." "Oh, what do you want to do, Brother Bai?" Fei Chun asked with feigned curiosity, a playful smile on his face. Seeing that Fei Chun did not directly refuse, Bai Mu-yun felt a glimmer of hope in his heart. He quickly explained, "Well, I'd like you to provide the prescription, and I'll be responsible for funding the construction of a factory to manufacture and sell the pills. We'll split the profits 30/70ths, you 70/30ths. What do you think?" Chun Fei smiled in his heart. Bai Mu-yun was really an honest man. He gave him 70% of the profits right away. However, he did not intend to take advantage of Bai Mu-yun. After all, he really needed an ally for this idea. Bai Mu-yun is indeed the most suitable one at the moment. "Brother Bai, there's no need for such awkward words between you and me." Fei Chun waved his hand. "How about this? We split 50-50 and just be friends. How about that?" Bai Mu-yun was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect Chun Fei to propose a 50-50 split. Although I paid, Chun Fei's medical skills are still there. He was sure that Chun Fei's future was limitless, and by then, pills with Chun Fei's name on them would be in great demand. On the one hand, he wanted to thank Chun Fei, and on the other hand, he did see the business opportunity of this thing. How can this be so embarrassing?" Bai Mu-yun said a little embarrassedly. Chun Fei smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I don't like taking advantage of others. Besides, I need a platform to promote these pills and benefit more people." "Okay, Mr. Chun is indeed a straightforward person. In that case, I, Bai Mu-yun, will not refuse." Bai Mu-yun stopped being pretentious and agreed immediately, his admiration for Fei Chun increasing even more. "However, there's one thing I need to explain in advance." Bai Mu-yun's expression suddenly turned serious, and he spoke seriously. "This matter is my personal cooperation with you, and has nothing to do with the Bai family. I hope you can understand." Chun Fei naturally understood what Bai Mu-yun meant. He was expressing his position and also protecting himself. After all, the Bai family is wealthy and powerful, so it would be better if it were named after the Bai family. But if that happens, there will be a lot of disputes. Bai Mu-yun is really thinking about himself by doing this. "I understand. Don't worry. I'm cooperating with Brother Bai because of your character. It has nothing to do with the Bai family." Fei Chun nodded in understanding. The two smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. Inside the house, Lin Mingyun sat beside the mahogany tea table, her slender fingers gently stroking the teacup, but her beautiful eyes drifted towards Chun Fei and Bai Mu-yun from time to time. She was surprised to hear her husband talking happily with Fei Chun and praising Fei Chun highly in his words. During this period, Chun Fei had always been a taciturn person in her eyes. She knew that her husband admired Chun Fei's medical skills, but she didn't expect that their relationship had become so close that they were discussing business cooperation. Moreover, judging from her husband's excited expression, this deal seemed to be quite significant. Lin Mingyun couldn't help but wonder, who exactly is this Chun Fei? His deep eyes seemed to hide many things that she could not see through. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door, interrupting the heated discussion inside the room. Come. Bai Muyun frowned slightly, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. A servant rushed in, breathlessly saying, Master, something bad has happened. The second miss. The second miss is missing. What? Bai Muyun's face suddenly changed, and he stood up. When did it happen? When did you disappear? Tell me clearly. The servant shuddered with fear and stammered. Just now, I went to bring food to the second miss, and I found that there was no one in her room, and the window was open. Bai Muyun's face turned even uglier when he heard this. After Bai Muxue was put under house arrest, he specially sent people to keep a close watch on her, but he didn't expect that she would still escape. Chun Fei saw all of this and understood it clearly. In the pharmacy that day, Bai Muxue was really abnormal. She seemed like she didn't want her sister-in-law to get better. Although he had no evidence, his intuition told him that Bai Muxue was involved in this matter. Bai Muyun paced back and forth anxiously, muttering to himself, This girl is really fooling around. If she runs out now, what if something happens? He suddenly looked up at Fei Chun and said apologetically, Mr. Chun, I'm so sorry. My sister is so naughty and has caused you trouble. I still have some things to take care of here. We can discuss cooperation later. What do you think? Chun Fei naturally understood what Bai Muyun meant. He stood up and said, Brother Bai, you're welcome. Family matters take priority, so go and take care of them first. We'll talk about cooperation later. Thank you very much for your understanding, Mr. Chun. Bai Muyun nodded gratefully. Then he hurried away with Lin Mingyun. Chun Fei's sudden disappearance of Bai Muxue further confirmed his guess. Lin Mingyun's poisoning was probably not an accident, but a carefully planned conspiracy. The mastermind behind this is most likely Bai Muxue. But why did Bai Muxue do this? Chun Fei watched Bai Muyun and his wife leave, thinking to himself, Bai Muxue's sudden disappearance undoubtedly cast another shadow over this already mysterious incident. Chun Fei didn't want to stay in the room. He wandered casually in the Bai family's house. The servants all recognized this distinguished guest of the young master, and they all nodded and bowed respectfully. Chun Fei walked along and unknowingly came to the Western-style white building he saw last time. Last time, Chun Fei took a few more glances out of curiosity, and this time, for some reason, he wanted to get closer again. He didn't hesitate and just walked over. Chapter 35, The Missing Bai Muxue. After Chun Fei walked in, he could faintly smell the scent of disinfectant. The white walls, the shiny floors, and the doctors in white coats coming and going made Chun Fei feel like he was back in a hospital. Several doctors were discussing something enthusiastically around a table, and a tall figure among them caught Chun Fei's attention. It was a woman with long black hair neatly tied behind her head, revealing her slender white neck. She was tall, at least 1.8 meters tall, only slightly shorter than Fei Chun. In this Bai family, even the female doctor is this tall. Fei Chun sighed inwardly. He walked closer slowly, wanting to see the woman's appearance clearly. Ahem! Fei Chun deliberately coughed twice to attract their attention. When the doctors heard the voice, they stopped discussing and turned to look at Fei Chun. Sir, you are? The young male doctor asked. Fei Chun was about to explain when he suddenly froze. He saw the face of the tall female doctor. It was a breathtakingly beautiful face, with delicate features, fair skin, and a pair of clear and bright eyes that seemed to be able to speak. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment. She was so beautiful. Several male doctors looked at Fei Chun, staring at Dr. Wu. Their eyes were full of I understand. They didn't know that Chun Fei's heart was experiencing a tsunami at this moment. It was this extremely beautiful face that made him feel a little bit out of place. He didn't know where it came from, but it was an indescribable feeling. Sir, you are? Seeing that Fei Chun was still staring at their Dr. Wu, the young male doctor couldn't help but ask. Fei Chun finally came to his senses and touched his nose awkwardly. Just as he was about to explain, he saw the female doctor frown impatiently and said coldly, Dr. Liu, leave him alone. Let's continue. Having said that, she turned around and ignored Chun Fei. Chun Fei felt a little embarrassed by her attitude and wanted to explain. Ahem, it's like this. Fei Chun was about to explain when he was interrupted by a voice. Are you Dr. Chun? Chun Fei turned around and saw a young man in a white coat and gold-rimmed glasses walking towards him. Who are you? I'm Bai Muyun's cousin, Bai Muchuan. The middle-aged man introduced himself. I heard from my eldest brother that you are a miracle doctor who saved my sister-in-law's life. I'm so grateful, Bai Muchuan said as he enthusiastically shook Fade Chen's hand and shook it vigorously. Fade Chen was a little confused by his sudden enthusiasm, but he still responded politely. Mr. Bai, you're too polite. It's just a small favor. Mr. Chun, you are too modest. Bai Muchuan looked at Fade Chun with admiration. I've heard you're an excellent doctor. I wonder if you're interested in working in our hospital? With your skills, you could definitely become a pillar of our hospital. Chun Fei looked at the smile on Bai Muchuan's face, and his heart remained calm. Those who want to poach people these days are really simple and crude. He responded calmly. Mr. Bai, thank you for your kindness, but I have no interest in changing jobs. Bai Muchuan's smile froze for a moment. He obviously didn't expect Chun Fei to refuse so bluntly. He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and dropped another bombshell. Mr. Chun, you may not know our hospital. We are the #1 hospital in Y City. Whether in terms of platform resources or treatment, we are definitely your best choice. Helpless, Fei Chen could only explain calmly. Mr. Bai, I already work at Jiangdu Rinxin Hospital, so there's really nothing I can do. Seeing Chun Fei's resolute attitude, Bai Muchuan didn't want to continue pestering him, so he changed the subject and asked, By the way, Mr. Chun, why are you here? Chun Fei looked around and said in a low voice, I'm here to look for someone. Looking for someone? Bai Muchuan was a little confused. Who? Ms. Bai Muxue just disappeared. Chun Fei's words here were vague. He did not directly say that Bai Muxue might have run away on her own. Fei Chen stared into Bai Muchuan's eyes, trying to read his expression. Bai Muxue? Bai Muchuan was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed drastically. What did you say? Muxue is missing. You do not know? Bai Muchuan replied anxiously. I've been here all day, I don't know. Have you been here all day? Chun Fei grasped the key information in his words. Did you see anyone or anything suspicious? Bai Muchuan tried hard to recall and shook his head. Chun Fei looked at Bai Muchuan's sincere face, which didn't seem to be perfunctory, so he didn't ask any more questions. At this time, Bai Muchuan was ready to take off his white coat, as if he was planning to go and see the situation in person. Chun Fei didn't want to stay any longer, so he prepared to leave with Bai Muchuan. He always felt that there was something strange about this room, but because this was the Bai family's, he was too embarrassed to ask directly. Therefore, he could only suppress the doubts in his heart and follow Bai Muchuan out of the room. When leaving, Fei Chen couldn't help but look back at the tall female doctor. She still maintained her previous posture, with her head down, talking to the doctor next to her. Bai Muchuan noticed Fei Chen's gaze and thought he was interested in this female doctor, so he smiled and explained. Brother Chun, do you think our Dr. Wu is special? Fei Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Indeed, this Dr. Wu has an outstanding temperament and is unforgettable. I just wonder how good her medical skills are. Bai Muchuan laughed. Brother Chun, you may not know this, but our Dr. Wu is no ordinary person. Her name is Wu Qian, and she's a doctor of medicine who returned from abroad. She's highly skilled in medicine, especially neurosurgery, and is one of the best in the world. Fei Chun raised his eyebrows in surprise. Oh, so powerful. Bai Muchuan looked proud. It was as if Fei Chun was praising him. Dr. Wu is very skilled and beautiful. I put a lot of effort into inviting her to our Bai family. Hearing this, Fei Chen couldn't help but complain inwardly. This Bai Muchuan really likes to recruit people for the hospital. Then Chen Fei heard Bai Muchuan continue to say, To be honest, our Dr. Wu has a line of suitors stretching from the hospital entrance to the city center. They're all young and talented. As you can see, our Dr. Wu is not only a skilled doctor, but also has a top-notch appearance. Most importantly, he's still single. When Bai Muchuan said this, he winked and patted Chun Fei on the shoulder with an expression that said, I understand you. Chun Fei was completely confused. He just thought that Dr. Wu was a little strange and wanted to ask about the situation. So how did it end up involving pursuers? Mr. Bai, you misunderstood. Chapter 36, someone helped her escape. Mr. Bai, you misunderstood. I understand. It's normal for men to be interested in beautiful women, let alone a beauty of Dr. Wu's level. But Brother Chun, I'm telling you, if you like her, you have to act quickly. If you're too late. Bai Muchuan wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Chun Fei. Mr. Bai, I'm really not interested in what you said. I just want to ask. We're here. Mu Shuel lives here. Bai Muchuan pushed open the door in front of him without waiting for Chun Fei to finish speaking. The room was full of people, and Mr. Bai was sitting on the sofa. With ashen faces, Bai Mu-yun and Lin Meng-yun stood aside. They looked anxious, and several relatives of the Bai family were whispering to each other. Seeing Bai Muchuan and Chun Fei come in, everyone stopped talking and looked at them. Bai Muchuan hurried forward and asked in a low voice, "Grandpa, what's going on? Have you found Sister Mu Shui?" Mr. Bai shook his head and sighed deeply, his tone filled with worry and fatigue. "Not yet. We've already sent someone to check the surveillance." Just then the butler rushed in from outside the door, out of breath, and shouted at Mr. Bai, "Master, it's bad. Monitor it." Mr. Bai already had a gloomy face, and when he heard the butler's panicked voice, he became even more furious and slammed the table. "What's wrong? You can't even speak clearly. Are you trying to drive me crazy?" "Master, the surveillance footage from the time when Miss Mu Shui disappeared has all disappeared." The housekeeper shuddered with fear and spoke quickly. "What?" Mr. Bai stood up immediately and asked in disbelief, "How could it disappear? Explain it to me." The butler wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke tremblingly. I don't know either. The monitoring room said that the video files from that period seem to have been deliberately deleted, and they can't be recovered no matter what we do." When everyone in the Bai family heard this, they were immediately in an uproar and started talking about it. How is this possible? How could the surveillance footage just disappear? Yeah, this is too strange, isn't it? Is someone deliberately trying to cover up the truth? At this time, Fei Chun had already walked to the window. He observed the scenery outside the window calmly, but his heart was in turmoil. The surveillance video before Bai Mushua disappeared was deleted manually, and this incident itself exudes a weird atmosphere. If Bai Mushua slipped away by herself, how could such a weak girl like her delete the surveillance video quietly? Could it be that? A bold guess suddenly flashed through Chun Fei's mind. Could it be that there are other people involved? "Brother Chun, where are you looking at?" Bai Muyun's voice interrupted Chun Fei's thoughts. When he turned around, he saw Bai Muyun standing behind him, his brows furrowed, his face full of anxiety and worry. "Oh, nothing. I just thought this window was a little weird," Fei Chen said casually. "Didn't the maid say that when she came in, she saw the window was open and no one was there? Could it be that Miss Mu Shui ran away on her own?" Bai Muyun followed Fei Chen's gaze towards the window, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. "But why did Mu Shui run away?" Fei Chen smiled. "I don't know. Maybe there's something urgent going on?" Bai Muyun wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Mr. Bai's roar. "It's already late, and you still have a mind to chat here. Why don't you go find someone?" Bai Muyun sighed helplessly. "Brother Chun, I'm sorry. I have to go and get busy. I will thank you very much when I find Mu Shui." Fei Chen nodded and watched Bai Muyun leave, but he became more certain of his guess in his heart. The affairs of the Bai family are definitely not as simple as they seem. He walked to the window and carefully observed the marks on the windowsill. Sure enough, some tiny scratches were found on the windowsill, as if left by some sharp weapon. Fei Chen squatted down and carefully observed the marks on the windowsill. It is not actually accurate to call them traces, because these scratches are so small that they're almost invisible. If the sunlight hadn't shone in at a tricky angle, Chen Fei wouldn't have noticed it. He gently ran his fingers over the scratches, various possibilities running through his mind. These marks are of uniform depth and width, and have smooth edges. They were obviously caused by some kind of sharp weapon. If I'm not mistaken, it should be... looks like scalpel marks, right? A voice sounded in Chun Fei's ears. Chun Fei turned around and saw that it was Bai Muyun who had returned. "Why are you back?" Chun Fei asked. "Grandpa saw that you didn't come out with us, so he asked me to come and see you." As Bai Muyun spoke, he also squatted down and looked at the marks on the windowsill. "Is there anything wrong with that?" Fei Chen stood up and dusted off his hands. "If I'm not mistaken, Bai Mushua was taken away." Being taken away, Bai Muyun stood up suddenly, his face full of disbelief. "How is this possible? Who would take Mu Shui away without saying a word? And in our Bai family? I know this sounds incredible, but think about it carefully. If Miss Bai left on her own, how could she have deleted the video? And look at these traces." Fei Chen pointed at the scratches on the windowsill. "You grounded her before, so I'm sure the windows were locked too. Then it is impossible for Miss Bai to open the window from the inside and escape. If she had such ability, she would never have waited so many days before leaving. Then someone must have helped her from outside and taken her away from here." Bai Mian still found it difficult to accept. But why? At this moment, he had some vague guesses in his mind. Chen Fei did not answer his question, but spoke seriously. Think about it. With your family security, how did he manage to find the surveillance room so accurately? If he had someone to show him the way, wouldn't it have been easy? Bai Muyun's face gradually turned pale. You mean to say? Chun Fei looked at Bai Muyun's constipated expression, and his heart was as clear as a mirror. Well, this kid probably guessed that it was his precious sister who did it. However, Fei Chun had no intention of exposing this window paper. After all, family disgrace should not be made public. Moreover, he was an outsider, and if he said too much, it would seem like he was trying to sow discord. Brother Bai, don't worry too much. If Miss Bai really knows that person, then she is definitely not in danger. Fei Chin patted Bai Muyun's shoulder and spoke in a casual manner. Bai Muyun forced a smile. I hope so. Brother Chun, I'm gonna go see my grandfather first. Excuse me. Chapter 37 müsste ich Mann. Looking at Bai Muyun's fleeing back, Fei Chin couldn't help but shook his head. Bai Muyun looks smart, but he actually knows everything better than anyone else. He probably suspected long ago that it was his sister who poisoned Lin Mingyun. He just kept deceiving himself and numbing himself by taking care of his wife. Now that Lin Mingyun has woken up and Bai Mushiwe has disappeared again, his hope has been completely shattered. Fei Chan was strolling around the Bai family mansion, but his mind was racing. What was Bai Mushiwe's motive for poisoning? For Bai Muyun? Or is it simply jealousy? Dr. Chun, why are you here alone? A crisp voice interrupted Chun Fei's thoughts. Chun Fei looked up and saw that it was the young maid who had taken care of Lin Mingyun before, named Xiao Chui. Oh, nothing, just taking a walk. Fei Chun responded casually. Dr. Chun, is there something on your mind? I see you've been distracted since just now. Xiao Chui tilted her head and asked innocently. Chun Fei looked at the innocent little girl in front of him, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. Xiao Chui, I want to ask you something, and you have to answer me honestly. Chun Fei lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. Xiao Chui was startled by Fei Chin's sudden serious tone and nodded quickly. Dr. Chun, if you ask, I will tell you everything I know. How is your relationship with Miss Bai? Miss Bai? Xiao Chui hesitated for a moment, as if organizing her words. Miss Bai is a very nice person, and she's very kind to us servants, but what is it? Chun Fei asked. Xiao Chui bit her lip, as if she had made up her mind. It's just that Miss Bai doesn't seem to like the young mistress. Every time the young mistress talks to the gentleman, Miss Bai will secretly glare at the lady, and sometimes she will even deliberately cause trouble for the lady. Chun Fei thought to himself. As expected, it seems that Bai Mushiwe's hostility towards Lin Mingyun has been going on for a long time. Xiao Chui, do you remember where Miss Bai usually likes to go? Or does she have anyone she's particularly close to? Fei Chen continued to ask. Xiao Chui tried hard to recall. Miss Bai rarely goes out. She spends most of her time in her room, occasionally taking a walk in the garden. As for those close to her, Xiao Chui suddenly seemed to remember something, and her expression changed slightly. All right, there's a man who often comes in and out of Miss Bai's room. He's very tall and, having said that, Xiao Chui gestured with her hands, then looked at Chun Fei, her eyes shining. Just a little shorter than you. Fei Chen walked up to Xiao Chui and asked, Xiao Chui, do you still remember what the man who took the young lady away looked like? Xiao Chui tried hard to recall, but still shook her head, her eyes full of helplessness and self-blame. I'm sorry, Mr. Chun. Every time he comes over, Miss Bai won't let us into the house. Fei Chun patted her shoulder gently and comforted her. It's okay. This is already very difficult. Do you remember anything else? For example, did he say anything? Or did you smell anything special? Xiao Chui thought about it carefully, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Oh, right. I remember he smelled like a strong smell of disinfectant. Disinfectant, man. A figure suddenly appeared in Chun Fei's mind. Scalpel, man. Could it be her? Fei Chen was shocked by his own thoughts. How could Wu Qian, that aloof female doctor, by Muchuanku, a returned overseas medical doctor with superb Chinese medicine skills, be related to Bai Mushiwe's disappearance? Impossible, impossible. Fei Chun shook his head, trying hard to get rid of this ridiculous idea from his mind. Wu Qian looks like an elegant and intellectual beauty doctor. How could she do such a thing? Am I overthinking it? Chun Fei calmed himself down and looked at Xiao Chui again, seeing that she was about to cry. He stopped asking and said softly, Xiao Chui, it's okay, go back quickly. After saying that, Fei Chen left and went back to his room. After returning to his room, Fei Chen couldn't calm down. Wu Qian's figure kept lingering in his mind. The smell of disinfectant, tall man. Chun Fei connected all the clues together, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Fei Chun rubbed his temples, trying to pull himself away from his chaotic thoughts. Xiao Chui's words were like a fog, which made him sink deeper and deeper into confusion, but he couldn't find a clue. Is Wu Qian really related to Bai Mushue's disappearance? Without waiting for Chun Fei to think about it. Ding ling ling. Chun Fei's phone suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and saw an unfamiliar number on the screen. Fei Chun was about to hang up when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, and he pressed the answer button for some unknown reason. Hello. A cold female voice came from the other end of the phone, with a hint of unquestionable majesty. Fei Chun. It's Qin Bingyun. Chun Fei's fingers gripping the phone tightened slightly, and his heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. He never expected that Qin Bingyun would call him on her own initiative. It's me. Fei Chun responded calmly, without any emotion in his tone. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Just when Chun Fei thought Qin Bingyun was about to hang up, her cold voice rang out again. When will you return to Jiangdu? What? Not talking. On the other end of the phone, Qin Bingyun's voice was still cold, but with a hint of anxiety that Chun Fei could hardly detect. No, I was just thinking about something. Chun Fei came back to his senses and explained. I still have some things to deal with here, so it might take some time before I can go back. What's up? Qin Bingyun asked, with a barely perceptible concern in her tone. Chun Fei hesitated for a moment, but decided not to tell her about the Bai family. Nothing serious, just some personal matters. Fei Chun said vaguely. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Just when Chun Fei thought Qin Bingyun was about to hang up, she suddenly spoke again. I found the Earth's core, fire, Ganoderma. What? Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, wondering if he had heard it wrong. The Earth core fire Ganoderma is a natural treasure that is even rarer than the snow lotus essence and the 1,000-year-old ginseng. How could Qin Bingyun be found in just half a month? Ew, are you telling the truth? Chun Fei's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe his ears. When have I ever lied to you? There was a hint of pride in Qin Bingyun's tone, and she was obviously very proud of herself for being able to find the Earth's core fire Ganoderma. It's good that you found it. I'll go back as soon as I finish my work here. Fei Chun suppressed his frustration and answered as calmly as possible. On the other end of the phone, Qin Bingyun just said lightly and hung up. Chapter 38, Earth Core Fire Ganoderma. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Fei Chun couldn't help but smile bitterly. What's wrong with me? I actually feel like I've been abandoned. It was obvious that this marriage was a transaction from the beginning. Thinking of this, Fei Chun shook his head in self-mockery. Qin Bingyun found the Earth's core fire Ganoderma, which means that old man Qin will recover soon. On the other side, in Jiangdu, the president's office on the top floor of Qin Group. President, the meeting is about to begin. The female assistant in a black professional suit walked to the desk in high heels and reminded respectfully. Qin Bingyun responded indifferently, handed the phone back to the assistant, stood up and walked out the door. Her tall figure, delicate facial features, well-fitting professional attire, and innate icy temperament attracted the attention of countless employees along the way. However, behind those seemingly respectful eyes, there was a hint of contempt and disdain. Isn't it just because she's the eldest daughter of the Qin family? What's so great about that? That is... Chill. Keep your voice down. Do you want to be expelled? Qin Bingyun was already accustomed to such discussions. From childhood to adulthood, she has lived under the halo of her grandfather. Everyone thinks that she is just a woman and has no ability to inherit the huge family business of the Qin family. However, only she herself knows how much effort she has put in to prove herself. After graduating from Harvard University, she gave up her comfortable life and resolutely returned to China to join the family business. She started from the grassroots level and worked her way up to her current position step by step. However, all these efforts are just a joke in the eyes of outsiders. Thinking of this, Qin Bingyun couldn't help but clench her fists, and a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She will never let those who look down on her succeed. One day, she will prove to everyone that she, Qin Bingyun, is not inferior to any man. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the busy tone on the phone, Fei Chun remembered that he had forgotten to ask Qin Bingyun how she found the Earth core of fire Ganoderma. This woman is really a workaholic. She hangs up the phone without leaving any room for negotiation. However, thinking about her cold look, Fei Chun felt relieved. He thought that even if he asked, she might not tell him. Forget it. I'll ask again when I get back. Fei Chun put his phone in his pocket but he couldn't calm down. Qin Bingyun's discovery of the Earth's core fire Ganoderma means that old man Qin will soon recover. By then, thinking of this, Chun Fei suddenly felt an inexplicable irritation in his heart. He shook his head vigorously to get rid of this strange feeling. Now was not the time to think about these things. The Bai family's affairs had not been resolved yet. Fei Qin got up and went out, going straight to Bai Muyun's room. I knocked on the door, but no one answered. Strange, where did this kid go? Fei Qin muttered something and was about to turn around and leave when he heard a quarrel coming from the next room. His curiosity was aroused, and he tiptoed to the door of the next room and looked inside through the crack. In the room, a middle-aged man and woman were glaring at each other, and the air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. The woman was well-maintained and still had her charm, but at this moment her face was pale and her chest was heaving violently, and she was obviously very angry. The man was tall and dressed in designer clothes, but he could not hide the fatigue and anxiety between his brows. How dare you ask me this? Schwer has been missing for 2 days, and you didn't care about anything. You just ran to that woman. Do you have any heart? The woman pointed at the man's nose, her voice sharp and every word heartbreaking. The man waved his hand impatiently and retorted in a gruff voice. Can you please stop being unreasonable? Schwer is missing, and I'm worried. I've already mobilized everyone to look for her. What else can I do? The woman was completely enraged by the man's indifferent look. She covered her chest and pointed at the man for a long time without saying a word, but her tears kept flowing down. The man looked at the woman with a hint of pity in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Stop. Tell me clearly, do you still want this family? The woman shouted at the top of her lungs, but the man just turned away without even turning his head. Bang! The door was slammed shut, and the woman slumped weakly on the ground. Her desperate cries came from the crack of the door, which made Chun Fei feel annoyed. He quickly dodged to the side and waited until the man left before coming out again. Xuea? Could it be Bai Muyun's sister Bai Muxue? So could these two people be Bai Muyun and Bai Muxue's parents? Fei Qin frowned slightly. This family was really a mess. He wanted to turn around and leave, but he noticed that the woman's face suddenly turned pale, her hands tightly covering her chest, her breathing rapid, and she looked like she was about to suffocate. Damn it! Fei Chun cursed inwardly, not caring about anything else, and hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. The woman was obviously startled by Fei Chin's sudden appearance, but she was too weak to speak at this moment. She could only stare helplessly with her eyes wide open and was about to faint. Don't be afraid. I'm a doctor. Fei Chin quickly came to the woman's side, his tone calm and steady. He quickly took out the silver needles he carried with him from his pocket and inserted them into several acupuncture points of the woman without hesitation. Who are you? What do you want to do? The woman managed to speak, her voice hoarse and weak. Chun Fei ignored the woman's questioning and just concentrated on giving the acupuncture. As the silver needles were inserted one by one, the woman's rapid breathing gradually calmed down and her face regained some color. Okay, how do you feel? Fei Qin put away the silver needle and asked with concern. The woman took a deep breath and felt the tightness in her chest ease a lot. She looked at Chun Fei gratefully, with a hint of guilt in her tone. Thank you. Thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are? My name is Chun Fei. Fei Chun. The woman repeated it, as if she had thought of something. She looked up suddenly, and a sharp look flashed in her tearful eyes. Are you the Chun Fei who saved Lin Mingyan? Although Chun Fei was puzzled by her reaction, he answered truthfully, It's me. You bastard. When the woman heard this, the gratitude on her face instantly disappeared, replaced by undisguised disgust and anger. She pointed at the door and shouted at the top of her lungs. Get out of here. Get out of here. You are not welcome in the Bai family. Fei Chun was stunned. He had never expected this to happen and was unable to react for a moment. He saved her, and not only did she not thank him, but she actually yelled at him and even called him a bastard. Aunt, what's wrong with you? Just when Fei Chun was confused, a gentle voice came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a tall and handsome young man walked in. Chapter 39, White Mother. When he saw the situation in the room, his brows furrowed slightly and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. Mu Chuan, why are you here? When the woman saw the person coming, her tone softened a little, but her expression was still grim. I heard from his servants that you had another quarrel with your uncle, so I came to see. Bai Mu Chuan explained, then turned to look at Chun Fei and smiled slightly. Brother Chun, why are you here? Fei Chun was about to explain when he was interrupted by a woman's sharp voice. Mu Chuan, get him out of here. Bai Mu Chuan's expression changed slightly when he heard this. He turned to look at Fei Chun, a hint of apology flashing in his eyes. Aunt, please calm down first. Mr. Chun doesn't know anything. Bai Mu Chuan advised softly. Our main task now is to find Schwer first. Bai Mu Chuan continued to persuade. The woman took a deep breath and tried to suppress the anger in her heart. She glanced at Fei Chun coldly and said in a stern tone, Today, for Mu Chuan's sake, I won't bother with you. But remember, we in the Bai family don't welcome you. Don't let me see you again. Fei Chun opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but in the end he said nothing. He turned to leave, but was grabbed by Bai Mu Chuan. Brother Chun, don't bother with my aunt. She was just emotional and said something a little too much. Bai Mu Chuan explained in a low voice. Let me take you out. Fei Chun nodded and followed Bai Mu Chuan out of the room. Brother Chun, I'm so sorry, my aunt. Bai Mu Chuan said somewhat embarrassedly. Fina. Fei Chun shook his head, indicating that he didn't care. When the two of them walked into the yard, Bai Mu Chuan began to explain. Actually, my aunt is never like Sister Mingyun, so your aunt hates me because I saved her? Fei Chun asked in confusion. Lin Mingyun is a nice person. Why doesn't your aunt like her? Bai Mu Chuan sighed and said, I don't know the specific reason. I only know that when my cousin first brought my sister-in-law home, my aunt liked her very much. Later, for some reason, she really disliked her and didn't allow my cousin to marry her. Bai Mu Chuan didn't continue. Fei Chun didn't ask any further questions. The secrets of wealthy families are nothing more than struggles for power, love, hate, and vengeance. As an outsider, it is not appropriate for him to pry too much into them. The purpose of his trip was to find Bai Muyun, so he asked, by the way, where's Brother Muyun? I have something I want to talk to him about. Bai Mu Chuan frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and shook his head. I didn't see him. Maybe you want to look for Mu Shui with his family? Speaking of which, it hasn't been more than 24 hours, so it's not easy for us to call the police. At this point, Bai Mu Chuan showed a helpless smile. What's more, the eldest daughter of the Mu family is missing, and our Bai family is not in a position to make it public. It's really a headache. Fei Chun nodded in understanding and said nothing more. The Bai family is a large and powerful family with complicated internal relationships, so they naturally have concerns when dealing with such matters. Chun Fei looked at the talkative young master in front of him, but he was thinking about another thing in his mind. The thing he had guessed before, the Dr. Wu who left a deep impression on him. By the way, Mu Chuan, Fei Chun asked casually, last time you were in that hospital-like house, were you treating someone? Bai Mu Chuan was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what Chun Fei was referring to. Oh, that one, he explained. That's not a hospital. It's where our family does research. Research? Fei Chun raised his eyebrows, feigning curiosity. Bai Mu Chuan seemed very interested in this topic. He puffed out his chest and said with a hint of pride, Let me tell you, our Bai family is very famous in the field of medicine. Ahem. Chun Fei coughed lightly, interrupting his endless introduction to his family. I mean, what are you researching there? Bai Mu Chuan was interrupted, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Well, this is confidential for now, but I can tell you that my family has shares in the city's first hospital, and many of the doctors there are from our family. Bai Mu Chuan began to brag about his family's strength again, talking about the hospital's shares, the latest medical equipment, and how many medical giants there were in the family. Chun Fei was confused after hearing this. Why couldn't this guy grasp the key point? Stop, stop, stop. Chun Fei couldn't help it and interrupted by Mu Chuan's boasting. I just want to ask, is that Dr. Wu from last time also working there? Bai Mu Chuan was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't expect Chun Fei to suddenly ask about Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, she also works at the first hospital and usually does research at our research institute. Bai Mu Chuan answered without hesitation, as if he had no reservations about Dr. Wu. Is she still in your Bai family now? Chun Fei asked calmly, but secretly memorized the two keywords Dr. Wu and first hospital in his heart. Bai Mu Chuan shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. After Mu Shui disappeared, the old man asked them to go back first. I see. Chun Fei pondered for a moment, as if thinking about something, and then asked casually, Then do you know where Dr. Wu lives? I suddenly remembered that I have something to ask her. Bai Mu Chuan scratched his head, as if trying to recall. I remember she seemed to live in the north of the city, but I'm not sure exactly where. North of the city. Fei Chen repeated it in a low voice, and a vague image emerged in his mind. The woman in the white coat. Wu Qian. Fei Chen muttered to himself, an inexplicable uneasiness welling up in his heart. He turned to Bai Muchuan and said, Muchuan, I haven't been to Y City yet. I'm gonna go for a walk outside. Although Bai Muchuan was a little surprised, he still said, Why don't you wait a few days, Mr. Chun, and I'll accompany you around after we find Muxue. Chun Fei didn't say much, just waved his hand to indicate that he would go, then turned around and left the Bai family. He walked aimlessly down the street, his mind replaying the events of the past 2 days, Bai Muxue's disappearance, Dr. Wu's appearance, and that mysterious man. All of this seemed to point to a truth that he could not understand. Chun Fei suddenly stopped, as if he had made up his mind. No, I have to go to the north of the city. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the north of the city. The north of the city is the old town of Y City. The streets are narrow, the houses are low, and there is a sense of dilapidation everywhere, which is in sharp contrast to the prosperous city center. Bai Muchuan provided very little information, so Chun Fei could only inquire at each hospital and clinic. Chapter 40 by Muxue is injured. Chun Fei asked about the name Wu Qian along the way, but found that most people had no impression of this name. He scratched his hair in annoyance. Did he really go in the wrong direction? Just when he was about to give up, a dilapidated small clinic caught his attention. The clinic signboard has faded and turned white, with the 4 large characters miraculous bringing back springs faintly visible on it. Through the dirty glass window, Fei Chen saw a woman in a white coat with her back to him, seemingly tidying something. The woman's back inexplicably made him feel familiar, and a strong intuition told him that this was the person he was looking for. Fei Chen took a deep breath, walked quickly to the door of the clinic, and pushed open the shaky wooden door. Wu Qian. The woman heard the voice and slowly turned around, her pale face appearing in front of Fei Chen. Fei Chen. A hint of panic flashed across Wu Qian's eyes, but it was quickly concealed. You know me. Where's my Muxue? Fei Chen pressed on step by step, staring at Wu Qian with hawk-like eyes, as if he wanted to see through her. Bai Muxue? How would I know where she is? Wu Qian answered calmly, but her eyes betrayed her. Fei Chen sneered, grabbed Wu Qian's wrist, and pulled her in front of him. Stop pretending. I know Bai Muxue is here with you. What did you do to her? Wu Qian's wrist was painfully gripped by Chun Fei, but she still pretended to be calm and said through gritted teeth, I don't know what you were talking about. Let me go. Fei Chen ignored her struggle. I'll ask you one last time. Where is Bai Muxue? Yes, in my house. Wu Qian seemed frightened and tears welled up in her eyes. Take me. Fei Chen pushed Wu Qian aside and strode out of the clinic. Wu Qian fell to the ground, watching Fei Chen's departing back, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Following Wu Qian to a remote residential building in the north of the city, Chen Fei's heartbeat became faster and faster. He had a premonition that he was about to face a huge conspiracy. This is it. Wu Qian's voice was trembling a little, and she seemed very afraid to enter the building. Fei Chen didn't say anything, just looked at her coldly, then walked straight to the door and kicked it open. Bang! With a loud bang, the door was violently broken open by Fei Chen, revealing the scene inside. The room was dim, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of medicine. Various strange instruments and test tubes flashed eerily under the dim light. And in the center of the room, a woman was tied up on a chair. It was the missing Bai Muxue. Bai Muxue had fallen into a coma at this time. Her face was pale, and her breath was weak. It was obvious that she had suffered inhuman torture. Damn it! Fei Chen was furious and rushed to Bai Muxue, trying to untie the ropes on her. Don't touch her! At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Fei Chen. Chun Fei turned around suddenly and saw Wu Qian holding a scalpel in her hand, with the tip of the knife pointing directly at Bai Muxue's neck. If you dare to move, I will kill her. There was a crazy look on Wu Qian's face, like a beast that was forced into a desperate situation. What do you want to do? Fei Chen asked coldly, suppressing his anger. What do I want to do? Wu Qian suddenly let out a sharp laugh, which was full of madness. She suddenly raised the scalpel and stabbed towards Bai Muxue's heart. After doing all this, she suddenly threw down the scalpel in her hand, turned around, and ran out the door. Chun Fei wanted to chase after her, but when he saw Bai Muxue dying on the ground, he stopped. Damn it, you're really fast. Fei Chen cursed under his breath, quickly took out the silver needle he carried with him from his pocket, and began to stop Bai Muxue's bleeding. Bai Mushue's condition is very bad, with a weak pulse and rapid breathing. If she is not treated in time, her life may be in danger. Chen Fei did not dare to delay. With his hands flying, he quickly inserted the silver needles into several acupuncture points of Bai Mushue. Wua, wua. At this moment, the sound of a siren came from far away, breaking the silence in the room. Several police cars roared in and stopped downstairs of the residential building. Several policemen quickly rushed upstairs and surrounded the entire room. What happened? Who called the police? The leading police officer asked loudly, his eyes scanning Chen Fei and Bai Mushue in the room sharply. Almost at the same time, a group of people rushed into the room in a hurry. The leader was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie with a stern face. There was an aura of majesty between his brows. It was Bai Mushue's father, Bai Manhwa. Mushue. When Bai Manhwa saw Bai Mushue, who was laid on the ground by Chen Fei and was dying, his eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and he let out a cry of grief. He staggered to Bai Mushue's side and stroked her cheek with trembling hands. Who is it? Who hurt my daughter like this? Bai Manhwa roared, his voice filled with anger and sadness. His eyes swept across everyone in the room like a knife and finally landed on Chen Fei. It's you. You killed my daughter. Bai Manhwa pointed at Chen Fei and asked with gritted teeth. Fade, Chen frowned. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, and the silver needles danced in his hands, almost turning into streaks of silver light. He didn't dare to pause for even a moment. Bai Mushue's breath was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would disappear at any time. Comrade police officer, it's him. He must have killed my sister. A sharp voice suddenly rang out, breaking the tense atmosphere in the room. Chen Fei looked up suddenly and saw a young man dressed in fancy clothes pointing at his nose with a look of anger and pride on his face. The man's name is Bai Mufan, and he is Bai Mushue's cousin. Bullshit. Which of your dog eyes saw me harming your sister? Fei Chen was so angry that he wanted to slap the fly to death. If it weren't for saving Bai Mushue, he would have punched the boy's head off long ago. Stop playing dumb. Why is my sister injured like this, and you're the only one around? Who else could it be but you? Bai Mufan pointed at Chen Fei's nose and cursed, spit flying everywhere. Chen Fei ignored Bai Mufan shouting. He took a deep breath and stuffed a black pill into Bai Mushue's mouth. This pill was made by Fade Chen a few days ago, and it can keep Bai Mushue alive for now. He slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and glanced at Bai Mufan with cold eyes. Then he said to the police coldly, "Let's go." At this time, the sound of ambulance sirens came from far away. When Bai Manhwa heard the sound, he suddenly raised his head and saw that the ambulance had arrived. He quickly called on the medical staff to lift Bai Mushue onto the stretcher. Chapter 41, Interrogation. The Bai family, surrounded by Mushue, and got into the ambulance. Before leaving, Bai Manhwa looked at Chen Fei deeply. The look in his eyes was complex and difficult to decipher, showing anger and suspicion. Chen Fei watched the ambulance drive away, feeling mixed emotions. He saved Bai Mushue, but was regarded as the murderer. This world is really ironic. Boy, don't just stand there, come with us. A policeman urged impatiently. Fei Chen smiled coldly, did not resist, and followed the police out of the room. Before leaving, Bai Mufan walked up to Fei Chen, lowered his voice, and said viciously, "Boy, just wait. This isn't over yet." Chen Fei sneered disdainfully, ignored him, and followed the police downstairs. In the police car, Bai Muyun sat beside Chen Fei without saying a word, his brows furrowed, his eyes filled with worry and anxiety. "Fei Chen, are you okay?" Bai Muyun finally couldn't help but ask. Fei Chen turned his head and looked at her, then smiled slightly. "Do you believe me?" "I believe it," Bai Muyun answered without hesitation, looking at Chen Fei with clear and firm eyes. Hearing this simple yet firm word, the tense muscles on Fei Chen's face finally relaxed. He actually smiled, showing his white teeth. "I knew you would believe me," Chen Fei said with a smile, his tone full of happiness. He gently patted Bai Muyun's arm, signaling him to rest assured. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Bai Muyun looked at Fei Chen's confident face and felt a little relieved, but he still couldn't help but worry. He knew that this time someone was definitely trying to frame Fei Chen. The police car sped all the way and soon arrived at the police station. Chen Fei was taken into an interrogation room, while Bai Muyun, as the victim's family member, was outside. Two policemen sat opposite Chen Fei, one on the left and one on the right, staring at him sharply, as if they wanted to see through him. Name: Fei Chen. Age: 25. Profession: doctor. What is your relationship to the victim? I'm friends with his brother. Where were you when the incident happened? What were you doing? I'm giving by MANHWA first aid. Fei Chun spoke in a calm tone, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. First aid? A young policeman sneered. I think you attempted murder. Tell me, what's the grudge between you and her? Why did you kill her so cruelly? I told you, I was saving her. Fei Chun frowned slightly, feeling a little impatient. Save her? How can you save her? Do you know any medical skills? The young policeman obviously didn't believe Chun Fei's words. I don't understand, do you? Chun Fei was in a bad mood at the moment, so his words were a bit harsh. Okay, Xiaoli. The older policeman waved his hand, signaling the younger policeman to stop talking. He turned to look at Fei Chun. His tone softened a little. Mr. Chun, we understand how you feel, but we also have to take responsibility for the case. So please cooperate with our investigation. Chun Fei was silent for a moment. He knew that it was useless to say anything now. Only when MANHWA woke up could he prove his innocence. Okay, I'll cooperate. Fei Chun said lightly. That's good. The older policeman nodded. We will find out the truth as soon as possible. Before that, please wait patiently here. Etc. Fei Chun suddenly asked, I want to know who called the police? This. The two policemen looked at each other, seeming a little hesitant. What? Is there a problem? Fei Chun pressed on, his tone carrying a hint of oppression. No, no. The older policeman said quickly. I'll check right away. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was opened. A tall young policeman came in and whispered something to the older policeman. Mr. Chun, you can go out first. The older policeman said to Fei Chun. But you need to stay at the police station temporarily, and you can leave after we have thoroughly investigated the matter. Chun Fei didn't say anything, just looked at them coldly, then followed the young policeman out of the interrogation room. As soon as he walked out of the interrogation room, Fei Chun saw Bai Muyun standing anxiously at the door. Standing next to him was a middle-aged man in a suit and carrying a briefcase. Fei Chun, are you okay? When Bai Muyun saw Chun Fei coming out, he hurried over to him and looked him up and down, his eyes full of worry. I'm Fina. Fei Chun smiled at her, reassuring her. It's just a small matter. Who is this? Fei Chun turned to look at the middle-aged man next to Bai Muyun and asked. This is Lawyer Wong, who my grandfather hired to help you. Bai Muyun introduced. Hello, Mr. Chun. I'm Lawyer Wong. Lawyer Wong politely extended his hand and shook hands with Fei Chun. I have understood what happened, and I believe I will be able to arrange bail for you soon. Lawyer Wong is indeed a well-known lawyer in the industry. He is extremely efficient. In less than an hour, he completed all the procedures and took Chun Fei out of the police station. We're going to the hospital now, Bai Muyun said to Fei Chun. Mu Shui is still in the hospital for treatment. Let's go there now. Chun Fei didn't say anything, but just followed Bai Muyun into the car silently. Along the way, neither of them spoke, and the atmosphere in the car was a little depressing. Soon, the car arrived at the hospital. How's it going? As soon as Bai Muyun walked into the emergency room, he asked the nurse anxiously. The patient is still in critical condition and is still being treated. Please be patient, the nurse replied. Hearing this, Bai Muyun's face turned even paler and her body swayed slightly. Chun Fei quickly supported her. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Fei Chun patted his shoulder gently and comforted him softly. Bai Muyun raised his head and looked at Chun Fei's calm face, and his heart calmed down a little. The door to the emergency room banged open. A doctor in a white coat with blood on his chest came out in a hurry. He anxiously glanced at the people in the corridor, beads of sweat on his forehead. Who are the patient's family members? The doctor spoke in a hurried tone, with a hint of panic. Bai Muyun hurried forward, his voice trembling. I'm the patient's family member. Doctor, how is my sister? The doctor did not answer immediately. His eyes passed Bai Muyun. She stared closely at Fei Chun, who was standing behind her, with a hint of inquiry and hope in her eyes. Excuse me, who pierced the patient's body with a needle? Bai Muyun was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Fei Chun. Fei Chun stood up calmly and said in a calm tone, It's me. You. The doctor seemed relieved, but then became even more anxious. Chapter 42. Take action. Are you a doctor too? The patient is in critical condition. The needles you used are very special. We dare not touch them lightly. The head of the traditional Chinese medicine department has arrived, but he has never seen this kind of acupuncture. The doctor grabbed Fei Chun's hand. His tone was urgent. Little brother, I know this request is very abrupt, but we really need you right now. Could you please come in with us for the operation? Fei Chen looked down at the doctor's hand that was holding his. It was covered in blood, and he could still feel a hint of warmth. He was silent for a moment, then looked up at Bai Muyun with a questioning look in his eyes. Bai Muyun was completely panicked at this moment. He clutched the corner of Chun Fei's clothes tightly, as if grabbing the last straw. Her voice trembled. Fei Chun, please, save my sister. Fei Chun gently patted the back of her hand, gave her a reassuring look, then turned to the doctor and said firmly, "Okay, I'll go in with you." The doctor was overjoyed and didn't bother to say much to Fei Chun. She pulled him towards the emergency room. "Great, come with me. This is an emergency. There's no time to explain too much." A nurse walked quickly to Fei Chun, holding a sterilized surgical gown. He said hurriedly, "Sir, this way. Please change in a surgical gown as soon as possible." Fei Chun followed the nurse into the locker room. The locker room was small, and the air was filled with the smell of disinfectant. He quickly changed into his surgical gown. When Chun Fei walked into the operating room, a strong smell of blood hit him in the face, causing him to frown slightly. Bai Mushua lay on the operating table with a pale face, her chest heaving slightly, as if she would stop breathing at any moment. "Mr. Bai, this is the gentleman who gave the patient acupuncture. He is also proficient in medical skills." The doctor pointed at Fei Chun and introduced him to an old man in surgical gown and gray hair. The old man raised his head and stared at Fei Chun with his cloudy eyes. There was a trace of scrutiny and doubt in his eyes. "Young man, are you sure you can save her?" Chun Fei didn't say anything, but walked straight to the operating table and carefully observed Bai Mushue's condition. He stretched out 2 fingers and gently placed them on Bai Mushue's pulse, his brows gradually furrowed. "How about it?" the doctor asked anxiously. Fei Chun withdrew his hand, turned to look at the old man, and said calmly, "Her condition is worse than I thought. My silver needles are only temporarily protecting her heart meridians. Saving her still depends on you." Yes, that's right. Right now, the patient is relying entirely on your silver needles to protect his heart meridian, but he's not suitable for anesthesia at the moment." The doctor from before had beads of sweat on his forehead, and it was obvious that he was under great pressure. "But without anesthesia, the patient will surely die from the pain. Do you have any way to help her?" Fei Chen nodded slightly, pondered for a moment, and said, "Okay." He opened the acupuncture kit he carried with him, skillfully took out several slender silver needles, and accurately inserted them into several acupuncture points on Bai Mushue's head. "You can start now, but it's only for an hour." "Good." The doctors and nurses in the operating room were excited and took their positions. An operation that was a race against time officially began. The operating room, which should have been noisy, was now extremely quiet, with only the regular ticking of instruments and the subtle sound of the scalpel making contact with the human body. Fei Chun sat in the position originally occupied by the anesthesiologist, his eyes fixed on Bai Mushue on the operating table. Her face was still pale, and she looked like she was about to die at any moment. "You're quite good, young man." An old voice sounded beside Fei Chen's ears. Old Bai sat down beside him without him noticing, his cloudy eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. "The acupuncture method you use is very special. I have been practicing medicine for decades and have never heard of it before." Fei Chen smiled faintly and said calmly, "They're just some little family heirlooms. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." He didn't want to explain too much. After all, the inheritance of the medical saint was too unbelievable, and no one would believe it if he told it. "Family heirloom?" Old Bai stroked his gray beard, and the gleam in his eyes became even brighter. "Young man, you are very modest. However, I see that you are so skilled in medicine at such a young age. I'm sure you must have learned from an extraordinary teacher, right?" Chun Fei didn't say anything, but just smiled slightly, which was considered as tacit agreement with by Lao's guess. He thought to himself that it seemed that this old man Bai was no ordinary person. "What's your name, young man?" Bai Lao seemed to have a strong interest in Chun Fei and asked. "Fei Chun." Fei Chun uttered 2 words lightly, his eyes never leaving Bai Mushue on the operating table. He felt a little uneasy in his heart, even though he used silver needles to temporarily protect Bai Mushue's heart meridian. But this is only a temporary solution, not a permanent cure. If she wants to be saved completely, she still has to rely on these doctors. Old Bai nodded and wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the sudden sound of an urgent alarm on the operating table. The curve on the electrocardiogram began to fluctuate violently, and Bai Mushue's face turned paler in an instant, as if she would lose her breath at any moment. "What's going on?" Bai Lao stood up suddenly and asked sternly. The patient has suffered cardiac arrest. The doctor in front of the operating table exclaimed, with a hint of panic in his tone. Quick, prepare for the shock. The attending physician next to him made a prompt decision and directed the doctors to perform rescue operations. The atmosphere in the operating room instantly became extremely tense, and everyone was on edge, fearing that anything might go wrong. The atmosphere in the operating room seemed to freeze. Only the shrill alarm of the instrument reminded everyone that the patient's life was an extremely dangerous situation. Fei Chen's brows were furrowed, his eyes fixed on the curve on the electrocardiogram that was almost turning into a straight line, and he said to himself, not good. It's too late. Chun Fei made a prompt decision before anyone could react. He made a move with lightning speed, and a silver needle firmly pierced an acupuncture point on by Mushua's chest. Stop! What are you doing? Young man, are you crazy? Do you know what you were doing? The doctors in the operating room were immediately in an uproar and started shouting. They have been practicing medicine for many years and have never seen such a bold and reckless act. Old Bai was also startled by Chun Fei's sudden action. He was about to speak to stop him, but was stopped by Chun Fei's next words. Shut up. If you don't want her to die, just be quiet. Fei Chen's voice was icy cold, carrying an unquestionable majesty that made everyone present freeze in place. At this moment, Chun Fei exuded a powerful aura. It actually made these doctors, who were used to seeing life and death cases every day, feel a sense of inexplicable fear. Chun Fei ignored everyone's shock and kept his eyes focused. Chapter 43, Grandpa, Chen's Apprentice. His hands kept quickly applying acupuncture to several acupuncture points on by Mushua's body. At this moment, he used the same 9 needles to restore yang that he had used to save Mr. Wan. Old Bai stood aside, staring at the scene in amazement. His cloudy eyes were filled with disbelief. He naturally recognized the acupuncture technique used by Chun Fei at this time. Back then, his master also relied on this magical needlework technique. The living dead, the flesh and bones, had made a great name for themselves in the medical field. Unfortunately, this set of acupuncture techniques is too mysterious, and he only learned the basics back then. He only mastered 8 of the needles. As for the 9th needle, no matter how hard he practiced, he could not get the hang of it. But he never expected that today he would see this long-lost acupuncture technique on such a young boy. Who is this kid? Could it be? Could it be that he is the master's? There was a storm in by Lao's heart, and his eyes looking at Chun Fei became complicated. At this time, the other doctors in the operating room did not notice anything unusual about Mr. Bai. They were all still immersed in shock and couldn't recover for a long time. The operation continues, Fei Chun said in a deep voice, his tone carrying an unquestionable majesty. Yes, the doctors in the operating room finally woke up from their dreams and returned to their posts to continue the operation. With Chun Fei's help, the originally extremely complicated operation went surprisingly smoothly. An hour later, the operation was successfully completed. When Bai Mushue was pushed out of the operating room, Bai Muyun, who was waiting outside, immediately came over to greet her. Grandpa, how is Shuer? Everyone looked back and saw a tall and handsome young man walking in quickly. It was Bai Muyun. Elder Bai ignored his great-grandson and stared at Fei Chun with a burning gaze. He asked in a trembling voice, Young man, you just said your last name was Chun in the operating room? Fei Chun smiled faintly. When he heard Bai Muyun call him grandfather, he bowed respectfully and said, Yes, Old Bai. The surname is Chun. Old Bai repeated in a low voice, and 2 lines of tears slowly flowed down from his cloudy eyes. Okay. Everyone present was stunned, not understanding why Mr. Bai, who was always known for his calmness and composure, would lose his composure like this. Bai Muyun was even more confused. He looked at his always serious great-grandfather, who was so excited towards a strange young man, and was filled with doubts. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Bai Muyun couldn't help but ask. But Mr. Bai ignored him. Instead, he held Fei Chen's hand tightly and said excitedly, Child, you come with me. I have something to ask you. After saying that, he pulled Fei Chen out without caring about other people's reactions. Although Fei Chen was confused, seeing Mr. Bai so excited, he couldn't refuse and could only follow him out of the operating room. Grandpa, what on earth is going on? Bai Muyun was confused and hurriedly chased after him. Bai Lao stopped, turned around, and glared at him, saying unhappily, Children, don't interrupt when adults are talking. Bai Muyun was so frightened by his great-grandfather's roar that he shrank his neck and dared not speak anymore. Mr. Bai ignored Bai Muyun's shouts behind him and quickly pulled Fei Chun toward his office. Along the way, his cloudy eyes kept staring at Chun Fei, as if he wanted to see through Chun Fei. Fei Chun felt uncomfortable being looked at by him. He could only smile awkwardly and asked, "Mr. Bai, what do you want to talk to me about?" Mr. Bai did not answer, but pushed open the office door and pulled Fei Chun in. "Don't be nervous, young man. I have something to ask you." Mr. Bai gestured for Fei Chun to sit down, and he himself sat on the chair behind the desk. Fei Chun nodded, but he was even more confused. He didn't know what the old ancestor of the Bai family wanted to ask him. Are you from the Qin family in Jiangdu?" Old Bai stared at Fei Chun and asked word by word. Fei Chun was shocked, but he remained calm on the surface and asked, "Mr. Bai, why do you ask that?" Old Bai sighed and didn't directly answer Fei Chun's question. Instead, he continued, "Back then, I studied medicine with an old master who was very skilled in medicine. He was from the Chun family in Jiangdu." When Chun Fei heard this, his heart was immediately filled with shock. He never imagined that he and Mr. Bai had such a connection. "Mr. Bai, the old man you mentioned, where is he now?" Fei Chen's voice trembled slightly. Bai Lao shook his head, his tone filled with loneliness. "He has passed away. Dead." Fei Chen muttered to himself, feeling mixed emotions. Old Bai looked at Fei Chun, a complicated look flashing in his cloudy eyes. He said slowly, "Back then, he taught me a lot of medical skills, but unfortunately, I was dull and only learned the basics. I never expected that today I would see his unique skills in you." Chun Fei's heart moved, and he asked tentatively, "Master Bai, are you talking about the 9 yang restoring needles?" Fei Chun was about to explain, but suddenly realized that he didn't seem to have any reasonable explanation. He couldn't say that he learned it from the medical saint system. Seeing Fei Chun speechless, Old Bai seemed to have thought of something. He sat back in his chair, sighed deeply, and said, "Kid, you don't have to say anything. I know who you are." Chun Fei remained silent, waiting for Mr. Bai's next words. Old Bai looked at Fei Chun with a loving look in his eyes. He said slowly, "My child, I am your grandfather's apprentice." "Back then, your grandfather. Are you my grandfather's apprentice?" When Fei Chun heard this, his eyes widened, and he looked at Old Bai in disbelief. How could this old man with gray hair and wrinkles in front of him be my grandfather's apprentice? "Mr. Bai, how old are you this year?" Fei Chun asked somewhat embarrassedly. "I'm already 85, Bai Lao said with a smile. When Chun Fei heard the number 85, his eyes almost popped out of his head. 85? Chun Fei stuttered as he tried hard to recall his grandfather's age, but the timeline didn't match no matter how hard he tried. When Old Bai saw Chun Fei's expression, he burst into laughter. "Why? Are you surprised? Do you think I'm too old for your grandfather to accept me as his apprentice?" No, that's not what I meant." Fei Chen quickly waved his hands and explained. "But my grandfather, if he were still alive, he wouldn't even be 70 this year." The smile on Bai Lao's face became even more intense. "Haha, I knew you would ask that. Chapter 44 for now on you are my junior brother. Back then, when I first met your grandfather, I was just as surprised as you. However, a teacher should be a wise one. Confucius even took a 7-year-old child as his teacher. He is an expert in medicine, so what's wrong with me taking him as my teacher?" Fei Chen opened his mouth, but found himself speechless. Mr. Bai's words reminded him of something his grandfather once said to him. In medicine, the most accomplished are the most successful. Regardless of background or age, anyone with a thirst for knowledge can become a famous doctor. Thinking of this, Chun Fei's doubts immediately disappeared. He looked at Bai Lao with eyes full of admiration. "Bai Lao is right. I am obsessed." Bai Lao waved his hand. "Actually, your grandfather didn't formally accept me as his apprentice." "Huh?" Fei Chen was stunned. How did this come back to the same path? Bai Lao sighed, a flash of reminiscence in his eyes. "Back then, I was obsessed with medicine and searched everywhere for famous doctors. I happened to meet your grandfather. Seeing my sincerity, he taught me a few tricks. Who knew I would benefit so much from him? Later, something happened to the Bai family, so I returned home." Having said that, Bai Lao paused, with a hint of loneliness in his tone. "Who knew that your grandfather would?" Mr. Bai didn't continue speaking, but Fei Chun had already guessed what was going to happen next. The Chun family suffered a major change that year, and my grandfather also met with an accident. "Mr. Bai, don't be sad. I believe that my grandfather's spirit in heaven would be pleased to see your achievements today." Fei Chun comforted him. Old Bai nodded, his eyes slightly moist. Yes, I owe my current achievements to your grandfather. Over the years, I have been working hard, hoping to carry forward his medical skills. It's a pity. Traditional Chinese medicine is declining. When your grandfather had the accident, I was devastated. At that time, I thought I must do something for your grandfather. At the very least, I must find out the whole story. As Mr. Bai spoke, his voice was choked with sobs and tears welled up in his cloudy eyes. Fei Chen quickly stood up, walked over to Mr. Bai, patted him gently on the back, and whispered comfortingly, Mr. Bai, everything is over. Old Bai waved his hand, indicating that he was fine, and continued, I asked my son to go to Jiangdu to inquire about the news. He wanted to know who killed your grandfather and help your family. But what? Why? Old Bai sighed deeply. My son is also a good-for-nothing. He's unfamiliar with Jiangdu, and the world was in turmoil during those years. He went back and forth several times, but couldn't find out anything. He only knows that your family's affairs are taboo in Jiangdu, and no one dares to mention them. As Old Bai spoke, he looked at Fei Chun with a hint of guilt in his eyes. Son, I was sorry for your grandfather back then. I didn't help. Mr. Bai, please don't say that. Fei Chun said quickly. You mean well. If my grandfather were still alive, he would be very pleased to know that you care so much about our family. Huh? Relieved? How can I have the face to see him? As Mr. Bai spoke, tears streamed down his face again. It took Chun Fei a lot of effort to calm down Old Bai. After Bai Lao calmed down, he looked at Chun Fei with eyes full of love and hope. Child, your name is Chun Fei, right? After hearing what Bai Lao said, Fei Chen no longer hid his feelings and said directly, Yes, my name is Chun Fei. Good name. Mr. Bai said, okay, 3 times in a row, then took Fei Chen's hand and spoke earnestly. Child, since you have learned your grandfather's medical skills, you must pass them on well. Understand? Your grandfather is a master of medicine, and the inheritance cannot be broken like this. Don't worry, Mr. Bai. I will definitely work hard. Fei Chen nodded solemnly and agreed. He knew in his heart that the reason why Old Bai was so excited was not only because he knew medical skills, but more importantly, he had the same blood as his grandfather and was the last bloodline of the Chun family. Old Bai was so excited that his eyes seemed to be shining. Don't worry, kid. I'm your senior brother. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, just tell them my name. Chun Fei felt warm in his heart. He knew that Mr. Bai really regarded him as one of his own. But brother, Chun Fei paused, but ultimately did not explain that he and his grandfather did not have a master-disciple relationship. He followed Bai Lao's meaning and shouted, Thank you, senior brother. When Mr. Bai heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. The wrinkles on his face seemed to have smoothed out a lot, making him look like a blooming chrysanthemum. He patted Fei Chen's shoulder vigorously and said excitedly, From now on, you will be my junior apprentice. Chun Fei looked at the excited old man in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. Ever since his family members passed away, apart from his mother, a senior brother suddenly appeared and was so enthusiastic towards him, which made it a little difficult for him to adapt for a while. Mr. Bai smiled and patted the back of Fei Chen's hand. Then, as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, By the way, kid, are you married? Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, subconsciously glanced at Qin Bingyun standing beside him, and then replied awkwardly, I am married. Get married? Bai Lao was stunned at first. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Okay, let's get married. Be sure to bring him over to show me later. Chun Fei was suddenly speechless and didn't know how to answer. What? Is it inconvenient? Seeing this, Old Bai frowned slightly. No, it's just... Chun Fei hesitated and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Oh well, she's in Jiangdu. If I have the chance, I'll definitely bring her to see you. Chun Fei laughed it off. It was difficult to explain this relationship in a short time. Upon hearing this, Bai Lao's smile widened. Okay, young people, it's normal to be busy. Just bring it to me, an old man, when you have the chance. Chun Fei could only smile dryly and nod, but he secretly complained in his heart that he could not control Qin Bingyun. At this moment, Chun Fei's phone rang again. It's a text message from Qin Bingyun. Just 2 short words. What's up? Chun Fei held the phone in his hand, feeling a bit amused and helpless for a moment. This young lady is really frugal with words, even saving on punctuation marks. When Qin Bingyun was in a meeting, her assistant reminded her that Chun Fei had called back, but she was busy at the time and ignored it. After the meeting, she sat alone in the office and couldn't help but think of Chun Fei. So I picked up my phone and sent a text message. Chun Fei just picked up the phone and wanted to reply. At this moment, the office door was pushed open again. Grandpa, calm down. Fei Chun. Bai Muyun spoke anxiously as he supported the breathless Mr. Bai into the office while speaking well of Fei Chun. Chapter 45. Who told you that? He was originally waiting outside, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He knew his great-grandfather's temper. Once he made up his mind, no one could change it. And his great-grandfather's behavior just now was really unusual. Bai Muyun was worried that something might happen, so he hurried to find his father, Mr. Bai. The father and son hurried over, fearing that Mr. Bai would do something irrational in anger. The two people who just walked in were stunned. Mr. Bai saw that Mr. Bai was smiling and holding Fei Chen's hand. Mr. Bai was so angry that he was shaking all over. He had never thought that Bai Jinhua was still in contact with that woman. The two of them looked like they were having a good chat. How could they be on edge? Dad, this. Mr. Bai was completely confused and had no idea what was going on. Bai Muyun was also confused. This was completely different from the script he had imagined. Why is great-grandfather still smiling so happily? Could it be that this kid is so capable that even my great-grandfather was fooled by him? Shuyang, you've arrived just in time. Come and meet your uncle. When Bai Lao saw Mr. Bai, the smile on his face became even wider. He took Fei Chen's hand and introduced him to Mr. Bai. Master, Uncle Master. Mr. Bai's eyes almost popped out of his head, wondering if he had heard it wrong. What's wrong? Why don't you call for help? When Mr. Bai saw Bai Shuyang still standing there in a daze, he immediately became furious. This kid has no tact at all. After hearing his father's yelling, Mr. Bai finally reacted. Although he didn't understand why, he still bowed to Fei Chun tremblingly. He said respectfully, "Hello, Uncle Master." The corners of Fei Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Being called Uncle Master made him feel uncomfortable. But facing Mr. Bai's enthusiastic gaze, he couldn't refuse and could only nod awkwardly. As old Bai looked at the scene in front of him, the smile on his face became even wider, as if he had seen something that made him happy. Bai Muyun was stunned. He never imagined that Chun Fei would become his great-uncle. This generation was like a bolt from the blue, striking him to pieces, leaving him burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. After all, Mr. Bai has seen a lot of ups and downs, and he knows that there must be something he doesn't know. But since his father said so, he could only accept this fact temporarily. He coughed awkwardly, bowed to Fei Chun, and said respectfully, "Uncle Master, I apologize for any offense I've caused you before. I hope you will forgive me and not hold it against me." This obviously refers to the time when Chun Fei first arrived and Mr. Bai looked down on him. Chun Fei hurriedly stopped Mr. Bai. He really couldn't accept the old man bowing to him. "Okay, Suyang, since we are all family, don't mention it." Bai Lao waved his hand, signaling Mr. Bai not to say anything more. "Yes, Dad." Mr. Bai responded respectfully. Only then did old Bai remember the important matter. He had naturally heard about the affair between Fei Chun and Bai Mushua, but at first he did not expect that Fei Chun was actually from the Jiangdu Qin family. At this time, he turned his gaze to Chun Fei and asked, "By the way, junior brother, what's going on between you and that girl Mushua?" When Bai Mushua was mentioned, Fei Chen's expression suddenly became serious. He took a deep breath and said slowly, "This is what happened." Chun Fei told Bai Shuyang and old Bai everything about what he had asked Xiao Chui that day, and how he felt something was wrong with Dr. Wu, and how he had asked Bai Muchuan about where Wu Qian lived. "You mean you suspected that Dr. Wu took Mu Shui away?" After listening to Fei Chen's story, Mr. Bai's expression became serious. "That's right. When I found Miss Bai, I saw Wu Qian stabbing her and then running away, in order to save her." When Chun Fei said this, there was a hint of fear in his tone. If he had been a step slower, Bai Mushua would have died for sure. The police and the Bai family saw him next to Bai Mushua. Upon hearing this, old Bai interrupted and said, "I can testify to this. When Mushua was sent to the hospital, her condition was extremely critical. If Xiao Chun hadn't protected her heart in time, I'm afraid." Mr. Bai didn't say anything else, but the meaning of his words was self-evident. After hearing this, Mr. Bai already believed Fei Chun to the point of 70%. He looked at Fei Chun with a much softer look and said, "Xiao Chun, this time, it was our Bai family who wrongly blamed you. On behalf of Mu Shui, I want to thank you." Fei Chun waved his hand and said, "You're being too kind. I just did what I was supposed to do." When Chun Fei said this, he suddenly paused. He looked at Bai Muyun with burning eyes and asked, Bai Muyun, I want to know, who told you to go to the north of the city? Bai Muyun was stunned by Chun Fei's sudden question. He thought carefully about the chaotic situation that night. Father Bai Jinhua did suddenly say that he had found Bai Mushue's whereabouts, and then he rushed to the north of the city with them in a hurry. It was my dad. He suddenly said that he had found Mu Shui that night. And then Bai Muyun got stuck halfway through his speech because he suddenly remembered that his father did not tell him the source of the information at that time. Fei Chen frowned and asked, Did your father tell him where he got the information from? Bai Muyun was even more speechless. The situation was urgent at the time, so he really didn't ask more questions. Hubid Yuson, call your father over here. When Mr. Bai heard this, he immediately felt that something was wrong and yelled at Bai Muyun angrily. Bai Lao also echoed from the side. Muyun, go quickly and call your father over and tell him that I have something important to ask him. Bai Muyun did not dare to delay and quickly took out his cell phone to call Bai Jinhua. Fortunately, Bai Jinhua was in the hospital at the time, and he rushed over in a short while. Dad, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong? Bai Jinhua didn't know what was going on and looked at everyone with a confused look on his face. Old Master Bai didn't say anything, but just looked at him coldly, and that look made Bai Jinhua feel uneasy. Jinhua, how much do you know about Mu Shui's affairs? Bai Shuyang asked in a deep voice. Bai Jinhua said hesitantly. I know. Mu Shui was kidnapped. Isn't she in hospital now? I'm asking you. How did you know Mu Shui was in the north of the city that night? Bai Lao asked in a cold tone. Bai Jinhua was startled by his grandfather's sudden questioning. He avoided his gaze and stammered, I heard it from someone. Who told you that? Mr. Bai slammed the table and roared. Bai Jinhua was so frightened that his whole body trembled, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His face was pale, but he still didn't dare to say the name. Chapter 46. Past Events. Seeing this, Mr. Bai became even more angry and pointed at Bai Jinhua's nose and cursed. Hubid Yuson, how dare you keep it a secret until now? Did that woman instruct you to do this? Bai Jinhua was frightened by what Mr. Bai said, and his face turned pale. He knelt on the ground with a thud and said in a trembling voice, Dad, I was wrong. It was Lin Qin who told me. She said Mu Shui was there. You bastard. Old Master Bai was so angry that he was shaking all over. He never thought that Bai Jinhua was still in contact with that woman. When Bai Muyun heard Bai Jinhua admitted himself, his expression turned ugly. He always knew that his father still had feelings for Lin Qin, but he didn't expect that he would be led by this woman and almost harmed by Mu Shui. The atmosphere in the room dropped to freezing point. Bai Muyun had a gloomy face and said nothing. Old Master Bai pointed at Bai Jinhua in great sorrow, his lips trembling, and he was speechless for a long time. Chun Fei, who had been standing aside, now looked confused. The Bai family's family ethics drama was so brilliant that it was difficult for him, an outsider, to interrupt. Moreover, he just wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. After all, Qin Bingyan was still waiting for him. However, everyone in the Bai family seemed to have completely forgotten his existence, and each of them was immersed in their own emotions and unable to extricate themselves. Mr. Bai slammed the table and called the housekeeper, shouting, Go and get someone to bring Lin Qin back to the Bai family. Hearing this, Fei Chen couldn't help but complain in his heart. Is this old man so angry that he's confused? Bai Muyun is a grown man standing right here, but he doesn't need his own grandson and insists on calling a housekeeper. Just as he was thinking, Bai Muyun seemed to react suddenly and said quickly, Grandpa, I'll go, and bring Lin Qin back. Mr. Bai waved his hand, sighed deeply, and said, Forget it. What can you do to him if you go there? Or, before he finished speaking, Fei Chen suddenly asked, Mr. Bai, can I ask who this Lin Qin is? As soon as Fei Chen asked this question, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became even more awkward. Bai Muyun was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at his grandfather and father. Bai Lao didn't say anything, but just coughed lightly and said lightly, Okay, let's go back first. Everyone left the hospital in a daze. Before Chun Fei even had time to figure out what was going on, Bai Muyun stuffed him into the car. In the car, Bai Muyun glanced at Fei Chun through the rearview mirror, wanting to speak but hesitant. He hesitated for a moment before speaking, Fei Chun, Bai Muyun wasn't sure whether he should tell this or not, but he thought about his great-grandfather's attitude towards Fei Chun, and his grandfather hadn't told him not to tell it just now. That Lin Qin is the woman my father loved when he was young. Bai Muyun's voice lowered, and he seemed to be having difficulty speaking. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows and waited for his next words calmly. Later, Lin Xin went abroad to get married, and then my parents got married and gave birth to my sister and me. Bai Muyun sighed and continued, my mother has always known about this, so, the couple in the Bai family have actually been jealous of each other for a married woman? Chun Fei couldn't help but complain in his heart that the life of this wealthy family was even more melodramatic than the TV dramas. Unexpectedly, a few years ago, Lin Xin suddenly came back with a daughter. She said her husband treated her badly and they divorced. Bai Muyun's tone was a little uncomfortable when he said this. My dad is very caring towards them, mother and daughter. After hearing this, Fei Chen roughly understood the whole story. To put it bluntly, this is the story of a middle-aged man wavering between his wife and his ex-lover. So, your mom quarrels with your dad every day? Fei Chen took over the conversation with a hint of teasing in his tone. Bai Muyun smiled bitterly and nodded. What about you? What do you think? Fei Chen asked with interest. Bai Muyun took a deep breath and seemed to have finally made up his mind with a hint of bitterness in his tone. Actually, Lin Mingyun is Lin Qin's daughter. Fei Chen's pupils suddenly shrank, as if a thunderclap had exploded in his mind. Lin Mingyun, that seemingly gentle and virtuous woman, is actually Lin Qin's daughter? He suddenly remembered what Bai Muchuan had said before. Bai's mother was quite satisfied with Lin Mingyun as her daughter-in-law at first, but later she suddenly opposed their marriage. Could it be because of the discovery of Lin Mingyun's background? So, Fei Chen opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. He originally wanted to ask Bai Muyun if he knew about this, but looking at his expression at the moment, the answer was self-evident. Actually, when Mingyun and I were dating, I had no idea that my dad and her mom had such a past. Bai Muyun smiled bitterly, as if mocking himself. At that time, I only thought Mingyun was gentle, kind, and considerate. Chen Fei did not respond. He knew that what Bai Muyun needed now was a listener, not a judge. Later, my dad saw Mingyun, and then Bai Muyun paused, as if organizing his words. My dad said that Mingyun and her mother look very similar, especially their eyes. They are simply cast from the same mold, as my father's bedmate. How can my mother not see it? Bai Muyun smiled self-deprecatingly. Her attitude towards Mingyun became increasingly worse, targeting her in every way. At first, I thought she was going through menopause and was moody, but later I realized. When Bai Muyun said this, he closed his eyes in pain, as if he didn't want to recall the past that was too painful to recall. Mingyun and I are truly in love. Bai Muyun's voice was soft, but it carried an unquestionable firmness. So, despite our family's opposition, we resolutely got married. My mother was furious. Bai Muyun paused, seeming to find it difficult to speak. She even threatened to commit suicide so that we wouldn't be together. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows. He could probably imagine the scene at that time. A wealthy family like the Bai family should not air its dirty laundry in public. The marriage between Bai Muyun and Lin Mingyun was undoubtedly a slap in the face of the Bai family. And then, Fei Chen asked, how did you convince your parents? Bai Muyun smiled bitterly and shook his head. We didn't convince them, they just compromised. Compromise? Chun Fei keenly grasped the key message in Bai Muyun's words. Why compromise? Bai Muyun was silent for a moment, as if hesitating whether to tell Chun Fei the truth. Actually, my grandparents and my great-grandfather, they all know about Lin Qin's existence. Bai Muyun's voice was low, as if it was squeezed out from his chest. Chapter 47. Bai Muxue poisoned me. Fei Chen was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that this matter would involve the elders of the Bai family. My grandparents have always liked my mom. They think she comes from a prominent family, is well-educated and well-mannered, and is the best candidate for the Bai family's daughter-in-law. Bai Muyun paused and continued. So, they've always been against my dad and Lin Qin's relationship, and even... What else? Fei Chen asked. Bai Muyun took a deep breath and seemed to have finally made up his mind to tell Chun Fei everything. My grandfather, in order to cut off contact between my father and Lin Qin, even before Bai Muyun could finish his words, his cell phone suddenly rang, interrupting him. Hey, Mom. Bai Muyun's voice trembled slightly, as if he had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. A sharp female voice came from the other end of the phone, mixed with anger and crying, although I couldn't hear the specific content. But words like Lin Qin, shameless, and bitch still reached Chun Fei's ears intermittently. Bai Muyun's face became more and more ugly. His brows were furrowed, and the fingers holding the phone turned slightly white due to excessive force. I understand. I'll be right back. Bai Muyun's voice sounded exhausted, as if he had suddenly aged 10 years. He hung up the phone, slumped down on the sofa, and rubbed his eyebrows with his hands, as if he wanted to crush all his worries. Fei Chun sat quietly aside, knowing that now was not the time to ask further questions. Bai Muyun's family problems are like a tangled mess that cannot be cut or sorted out. He could only wait silently, waiting for Bai Muyun to speak. After a long time, Bai Muyun finally raised his head. Looking at Fei Chun, his eyes were filled with complex emotions, including pain, helplessness, and a subtle pleading. Fei Chun, my mom, and Aunt Lin Qin got into an argument at my house. Chun Fei knew it in his heart. The grudge between the Bai family and Lin Qin is like a time bomb, and no one knows when it will explode. And now, the bomb has finally exploded. Bai Muyun was in a state of confusion. His mother's roar on the phone seemed to still echo in his ears. He waved his hands weakly. Let's go home first. Back at the Bai family mansion, Fei Chun and Bai Muyun were waiting for old Master Bai, and Bai Jinhua to come back together. As soon as he got off the car, Mr. Bai noticed that the atmosphere was a little strange. Bai Jinhua had already run in ahead of the four of them. The four of them walked into the Bai family's front door together, before they even stepped into the living room. A burst of sharp shouts and the sound of things breaking were heard, mixed with Bai Jinhua's low roar. What's going on? Old Master Bai's face darkened. When would it be someone else's turn to run wild in this Bai family mansion? The old housekeeper hurried over upon hearing the noise. Seeing Mr. Bai and his group, he breathed a sigh of relief. Master, you're finally back. He lowered his voice and explained quickly. Yes, it's Madame Lin. I brought her back as you instructed. Who knew I'd run into Madame returning home? And the second young master was with her. When Mr. Bai and others walked into the living room, the scene before them could be described as chaotic. Bai Jinhua protected Lin Qin behind him, while Bai's mother was like an enraged lioness. While crying and shouting words like fox spirit, she tried to break through Bai Jinhua's obstruction and tear Lin Qin apart. Lin Qin huddled behind Bai Jinhua, her face pale and trembling. Seeing this, Mr. Bai was so angry that his beard stood up, and he roared, "Stop it!" The butler quickly called several strong servants forward. It took a lot of effort to pull apart Bai's mother, who was already furious, and Bai Jinhua, who was furious. You still have a nerve to ask me? Bai's mother pointed at Bai Jinhua and trembled with anger. You dare to bring her back now? Bai Jinhua was not to be outdone and retorted. What do you mean by blatant? There's nothing between us. That's enough. Old Master Bai shouted angrily, interrupting Bai Jinhua. Shut up. Look at what you look like now. Bai Jinhua and his mother didn't dare to say anything. They just glared at each other angrily. Mr. Bai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He walked straight to the sofa. The servant brought an armchair, but he didn't sit down. He just stood there, looking down at everyone. His imposing aura, which came without him getting angry, made everyone feel breathless. Everyone in the Bai family was silent, and no one dared to offend the old man at this time. At this time, there was a slight sound of footsteps at the door, and Lin Mengyun appeared at the door. She obviously heard the noise here and looked a little panicked. When he saw the tense situation between his mother and the Bai family, she was stunned for a moment, then quickly walked to Lin Qin and grabbed her mother's arm tightly. Mr. Bai frowned even deeper as he looked at the scene in front of him. He waved his hand, signaling the servant to help Lin Qin sit down on the sofa. Lin Qin, Mr. Bai asked in a deep voice. Tell me, how did you know Mu Shui was in the north of the city? What is your relationship with the person who kidnapped Mu Shui? Lin Qin's face turned pale, his eyes flickered, and he stammered and couldn't speak. Bai Muyun's mother became even angrier when she saw this. She didn't expect that Lin Qin would not only steal her husband, but also harm her daughter. She pointed at Lin Qin's nose and cursed. How can you be so vicious? Lin Mengyun also noticed something was wrong. She shook her mother's arm anxiously and asked in a low voice, Mom, what's going on? Why are you? Lin Qin looked at Mr. Bai timidly, then looked at the furious mother by standing beside him. Finally, she bit her lip and spoke as if she had made up her mind. It's a man who came to see me. Man? What man? Bai's mother asked sharply. Is she your mistress? I knew it, you vixen. Shut up. Old Master Bai shouted again, interrupting Mother Bai's words. Let her finish. Lin Qin shrank back and continued. I don't know him, but he knows about me and also about Mengyun. What happened to Lin Mengyun? Lin Mengyun is fine. Bai's mother was furious, but there was a hint of guilt in her words. Lin Xin took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to speak. He said Meng Yun was poisoned at the Bai family. It was Bai Muxue who poisoned her. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire living room fell silent. Bai Muyun suddenly looked up and looked at Lin Xin in disbelief, then looked at his father with a frown. Bai Jinhua's face turned ashen. He said nothing, but clenched his fists tightly, with veins bulging on the back of his hands. Bai's mother screamed like a cat whose tail was stepped on. You're talking nonsense. How could Mu Shui poison Lin Mingyan? Chapter 48 do, as she says. Stop spitting bloody words here. Lin Xin was not afraid at all and met Bai's mother's gaze. He said word by word, whether it's nonsense or not, you know in your heart. I asked Bai Jinhua if Meng Yun was living well in the Bai family, but he always hesitated and refused to tell the truth. Bai Jinhua's face changed, and he was about to explain, but was stopped by a look from Old Master Bai. Old Master Bai stared at Lin Xin closely, a gleam of light flashing in his cloudy eyes. You said Meng Yun was poisoned. Do you have any evidence? Lin Xin laughed bitterly. Evidence? I'm just a woman. Where can I get evidence? That man told me. He also said that if I want to avenge my daughter, I should do as he says. So you agree? There was a hint of coldness in Mr. Bai's tone. Lin Xin smiled bitterly, tears streaming down her face. After my divorce, Meng Yun was all I had left. I couldn't contact her. She was wronged in the Bai family. As a mother, how could I not avenge my daughter? Mr. Bai was silent for a moment, then asked, What did that man ask you to do? He asked me to tell him some things about the Bai family. Lin Xin's voice became lower and lower, and in the end, it was almost impossible to hear what she was saying. Whatever he asks, you just say it. Bai Jinhua slammed the table and roared. Do you know what you've done? Lin Xin shrank back, but did not refute. That's enough. Old Master Bai spoke again to stop Bai Muyun's anger. He looked at Lin Xin, and a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. Have you told that man everything you know? Lin Xin nodded, his eyes full of fear and anxiety. Old Master Bai took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes, as if he was suppressing something. The atmosphere in the entire living room was extremely depressing, and you could hear a pin drop. When Lin Mingyun heard her mother's words, her face turned pale. She turned to look at Bai Muyun in disbelief, but saw that he was avoiding her gaze and didn't dare to look at her. At that moment, Lin Mingyun understood everything. All the grievances and forbearance in the Bai family over the years flooded into my heart like a flood breaking through a dam. She laughed miserably, walked step by step to the center of the hall, and knelt down on the cold, hard floor with a plop. Grandpa, Dad, Mom. Lin Mingyun's voice trembled. I know you all don't like me and think I'm not worthy of Muyun. I've been married for so many years and never expected anything. I just wanted to live a peaceful and stable life with Muyun. I've always lived in that small courtyard and never set foot here, just to avoid upsetting you. But I never imagined that Mu Shui. She actually wanted to kill me. By the time Lin Mingyun finished speaking, she was sobbing. She suddenly looked up and looked at Mr. Bai with tears in her eyes. Grandpa, I beg you, please let my mother go. As long as you let her go, I will forgive the poisoning incident, divorce Mu Yun, and leave the Bai family. These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere, leaving everyone present stunned. Fei Chen looked at Lin Mingyun in surprise, then looked at Bai Muyun beside him, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Bai Muyun's face was pale, and his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. He suddenly knelt down beside Lin Mingyun and reached out to pull her arm. Mingyun, listen to me. I won't listen. Lin Mingyun shook off his hand, and the despair and grief in her eyes almost drowned Bai Muyun. Bai Muyun, you and I are husband and wife. I believe I have done my best for you. You also know that your sister poisoned me, right? No. Mingyun, please listen to my explanation. Bai Muyun tried to explain himself in a panic, but was interrupted by his mother's sharp voice. That's enough. Lin Mingyun, stop acting here. Can you take your mother's words seriously? Who knows if she's deliberately fabricating lies to slander Mu Shui in order to get away with it? Bai's mother pointed at Lin Xin's nose and cursed. You vixen, not only did you hook up with Bai Jinhua, but now you're trying to slander my daughter. I'm telling you, no way. That's right. You can't just accuse someone without evidence. Old Master Bai also spoke in a deep voice, looking at Lin Xin with eyes full of suspicion and scrutiny. Chun Fei, who had been silent all this time, stood up at this moment. He didn't want to speak, but saw that Bai Muyun was in a dilemma. Seeing Lin Mingyun crying again, he suddenly felt an urge to help her. Chun Fei walked to Old Bai leaned over, lowered his voice, and told him everything about how Lin Mingyun was poisoned, how he helped her detoxify, and how Bai Mushu had destroyed the medicinal materials. Old Bai's originally cloudy eyes dimmed again as Chun Fei continued his story. He has lived for nearly 100 years. What kind of people has he not seen, and what kind of things has he not experienced? Based on just a few words from Fei Chun and the reactions of the Bai family, he had guessed what had happened almost exactly. After Chun Fei finished speaking, Bai Lao patted his hands lightly and signaled him to leave. He turned around, his eyes like torches, scanning everyone in the living room, finally landing on Mr. Bai. His deep voice, filled with unquestionable majesty, slowly said, "Then do as she says." When Mr. Bai heard this, he was shocked. He didn't expect that the ancestor would intervene in this matter. You know, Old Bai has always been indifferent to worldly affairs, focusing on his own medical skills. How could this time? He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was stopped by a sharp look from Old Bai. He knew his father's temper very well, and he would never change his decision easily. So, Mr. Bai had to suppress his dissatisfaction and ordered the housekeeper, Old Lu, take Miss Lin and Madame Lin downstairs to pack up. The housekeeper took the order, stepped forward to help Lin Mingyun, who was lying limp on the ground, and left the living room with the mother and daughter. Mu Yun, Su Yang, you two come with me to the study. After saying this, Mr. Bai slowly left the living room with the help of Bai Muyun, leaning on his crutches. After Bai Muyun left, the atmosphere in the living room became even more depressing. Bai's mother looked at Lin Qin's back as she left, her eyes full of resentment and unwillingness, but she didn't dare to get angry. Bai Zhenhua sat aside, saying nothing, his face ashen and his eyes flashing with complex light. He looked at Bai's mother, then at Lin Qin's back, but in the end said nothing. Bai Muyun followed Mr. Bai silently and walked into the study. He knew in his heart that Fei Chun must have told his great-grandfather everything. In the study, General Bai told Master Bai the whole story and Chun Fei's inference. After listening to this, Mr. Bai just sighed. Chapter 49, Divorce. His cloudy eyes seemed covered with a layer of gray mist. Alas, I never thought that something like this would happen in my Bai family. Old Master Bai also had a heavy expression on his face. Although he favored Bai Mushu, he also understood that the Bai family was indeed in the wrong in this matter. Father, look at this. What else can we do? Mr. Bai's tone was calm, but with unquestionable majesty. Although Mr. Bai was somewhat dissatisfied, he did not dare to go against his father's wishes, so he nodded and said, "Yes, I'll do it right away." Old Bai waved his hand, signaling Mr. Bai not to leave in a hurry. Then he turned to look at Bai Muyun, who had been silent the whole time, and asked, "Muyun, what about you? What do you think?" Bai Muyun smiled bitterly and said, "Grandpa, this matter. What else can I think? Mengyun has suffered such a great injustice. Do you blame me?" Bai Lao interrupted him and stared at him sharply. Bai Muyun shook his head. "No, I don't blame anyone. In the final analysis, I am the one who let Mengyun down. It was me who failed to protect her and caused her to suffer." Bai Lao looked at him deeply, then said, "I'm glad you think so. If that's the case, then this matter is settled. You and Mengyun will divorce, and half of your property will be given to her as compensation." Bai Muyun raised his head suddenly when he heard this. He wanted to reject his great-grandfather's idea of getting a divorce, but when the words came to his lips, he couldn't say them. He knew that this was the best solution at the moment. Thinking of Lin Mingyun's resolute eyes, Bai Muyun's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. He opened his mouth, but finally lowered his head weakly and whispered, I understand." Old Bai nodded, then waved his hand, indicating that the father and son could leave. Bai Muyun and Old Master Bai walked out of the study. Both of them were silent, and the atmosphere was terribly depressing. "Muyun." Mr. Bai finally couldn't help but speak. "I know you feel bad, but..." "Grandpa, I'm Fine." Bai Muyun interrupted him and forced a smile. "I'm sorry for Mengyun in this matter. I should compensate her." Mr. Bai wanted to say something, but seeing the expression on Bai Muyun's face, he swallowed his words back. He knew that it would be useless to say anything now. Bai Muyun returned to his room, closed the door, and leaned weakly against it. Lin Mingyun's tearful face and her resolute eyes kept appearing in his mind. "Bai Muyun, you and I are husband and wife. I believe I have done my best for you. You also know that your sister poisoned me, right?" Lin Mingyun's words were like a sharp blade, cutting his heart and making him feel like dying. Chun Fei rubbed his brows. He didn't want to get involved in the Bai family's mess, But fate played a trick on him, and he was dragged into it by accident. But it finally came to an end. He was about to light a cigarette when his cell phone suddenly rang. The words "Y City Police Department" appeared on the screen, which made him slightly stunned. "Hello, is this Mr. Chun Fei?" A calm male voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am. What can I do for you?" "We are from the Y City Police Department. We need your cooperation regarding the case involving Ms. MANHUA. May I ask where you are now?" Fei Chen frowned, suddenly remembering that this matter seemed to have only been resolved within the Bai family, and the blame on him had not yet been removed. Fei Chen picked up the phone and said calmly, "I'm at the Bai family's old house now. Would it be convenient for you to come over?" The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned, as if he didn't expect him to say such an address. After a brief silence, the other party's tone became serious. "The Bai family's old house? Okay, Mr. Chun, please wait a moment. We will send someone over right away." After hanging up the phone, Fei Chen turned around and went to Bai Muyun's room. Bai Muyun was still immersed in his own world, as if he had lost his soul. He sighed helplessly, walked over, grabbed Bai Muyun's arm, and pulled him up from the sofa like a chicken. "Don't just stand there. Come with me to the police station." "Police station? Why go to the police station?" Bai Muyun hadn't come back to his senses yet, and looked at Chun Fei with a confused look on his face. "Of course, I'm going to explain clearly that your sister wasn't killed by me," Fei Chen said unhappily. "Why? You still want to go to jail?" Bai Muyun finally reacted and felt a little embarrassed. "Let's go, don't dawdle." Chun Fei didn't have time to waste with him, so he just pulled him out. At this moment, Chun Fei's cell phone rang again. He took out his cell phone and saw President Qin Bingshan on the screen. Seeing this note, Fei Chen chuckled. The call was connected immediately. "Hello, who is this?" He deliberately pretended not to know the other person. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds, and then Qin Bingyun's cold voice came. "I'm at the Y City airport. Come and pick me up." Qin Bingyun's tone was unquestionable. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment, then realized that she had come to Y City. He glanced at the two policemen beside him and for a moment didn't know how to explain his current situation. "Why, inconvenient." Qin Bingyun's voice became a little colder, as if she had noticed his hesitation. No. Fei Chen quickly denied it. "It's just that I have something else to do here. Otherwise." "Address." Qin Bingyun interrupted him coldly. "Y City Police Department." Fei Chen said stubbornly. There was silence on the other end of the phone again. Just when Fei Chen thought she was about to lose her temper, Qin Bingyun suddenly said, "I understand." After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for Chun Fei to answer. Chun Fei looked at his phone and gave a helpless smile. It seems that this icy CEO is really decisive and efficient. He turned to look at Bai Muyun and said directly, "Please help me pick her up at Y City Airport." Bai Muyun took the phone in confusion and hadn't reacted yet. Chun Fei followed the two policemen into the police car. When he came to the police station again, he saw the same two police officers who interrogated Chun Fei last time. They took Chun Fei to the interrogation room again. The two policemen looked at each other and began to ask questions. "Mr. Chun, we've only found your fingerprint on the scalpel in Miss Bai's hand. Could you please explain?" The young policeman asked in a serious tone. Chun Fei was in the police car, and the policeman explained it to him. So he had expected this, and he calmly asked, "Did you find out who called the police?" The two policemen were silent as they checked the police call number. It turned out to be a person who had nothing to do with this case. He wasn't even in the country, which was what they thought was the most bizarre thing about the case. Chapter 50 recording. If I'm not mistaken, the person who called the police should be the real murderer, Fei Chen said with a firm tone. "He called the police just to throw dirty water on me and make me a scapegoat. What evidence do you have?" The old policeman stared at him sharply, as if trying to find some flaws in his face. "Of course there is evidence." Fei Chen smiled and spoke slowly. "But before that, could you please give me my phone back?" The old policeman hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Seeing this, Fei Chen immediately took the phone that had been taken away as soon as he came in. He skillfully entered the password to unlock it, then clicked on the recording function and played a recording. "If you dare to touch her, I will kill her." The recording was actually of Chun Fei at the scene at that time. The two policemen's expressions suddenly became serious. "Where did you get this recording?" The old policeman asked in a deep voice. "When I went there, I felt something was wrong, so I turned on the recording in advance, just in case." Fei Chen said calmly, with a hint of coldness in his tone. The young policeman frowned and asked, "Then why didn't you take out the recording earlier?" Fei Chen didn't answer his question directly. Instead, A sneer appeared on his face as he asked, "Now, can this recording prove my innocence?" The older police officer took over the conversation, nodded, and said, "If the content of the recording is true and technical analysis shows no signs of synthesis, then it can indeed prove your innocence." After saying that, he gestured to the young policeman and asked him to bring Chun Fei's phone over for inspection. Chun Fei readily handed over the phone, tapped the screen twice quickly, opened the recording software, and handed the phone to the young policeman. The young policeman took the phone, carefully checked the recording file, and then left and handed it over to the technical department for identification. Just then, the door of the interrogation room was knocked, and a young police officer walked in. He walked straight to the older policeman and whispered something in his ear. After hearing this, the older policeman's expression changed slightly, but then he regained his composure and nodded to the young policeman, indicating that he understood. After the young police officer left, the older police officer looked at Fei Chun, and his tone softened a lot. The older policeman said slowly, "Mr. Chun, we will let you go after we confirm that there is no problem with the recording. Please be patient." Fei Chun nodded indifferently, as if he was not the one locked in the interrogation room. The older policeman turned and left, and the interrogation room fell silent again. Fei Chun looked around boredly, feeling amused by the farce. He had no idea who had set up this scheme and why it was so crude. Not long after, the older policeman returned with a look of apology on his face. "Mr. Chun, we've kept you waiting. We've verified the contents of the recording and confirmed its authenticity. You may leave now." The officer then continued, "We need to keep a copy of this recording as evidence." "Can." Chun Fei had no objection to this and agreed readily. Walking out of the police station, the glaring sunlight made Chun Fei squint his eyes. A black car was parked on the side of the road. Bai Muyun was standing next to the car. When he saw him come out, he immediately went to meet him. "Chun Fei, are you okay?" Bai Muyun asked with concern. "It's okay, it's solved." Fei Chun smiled faintly and waved his hand nonchalantly. Bai Muyun wanted to say something else when the back seat window slowly lowered, revealing a delicate and cold face. It was Qin Bingyun. She was wearing a smart black business suit today, with her long hair tied up high, looking particularly elegant and noble. "Get in the car." Qin Bingyun spoke coldly, without any emotion in her tone. Fei Chun didn't refuse and bent down to get in the car. Seeing this, Bai Muyun also tactfully got into the driver's seat and started the car. Along the way, the atmosphere in the car was a bit depressing. Qin Bingyun's gaze fell on the passing scenery outside the window, and she said nothing. Chun Fei closed his eyes and rested, not caring about her coldness. "In less than a month, you've already landed yourself in the police station. Chun Fei, you really amaze me." Qin Bingyun suddenly spoke, with a hint of unnatural concern in her tone. Chun Fei smiled noncommittally and did not refute. "Tell me what." Seeing that Fei Chun didn't answer, Qin Bingyun changed her sitting position and continued to ask in a cold tone. As if afraid that Chun Fei might misunderstand something, Qin Bingyun added, "I just don't want you to get into trouble and get me into trouble." Fei Chun leaned back in his chair casually, his tone relaxed. "It was just a little trouble. Someone set me up, but it's resolved now." Qin Bingyun frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with his nonchalant attitude, but she did not ask any further questions, just snorted coldly. "By the way, why did you suddenly come to Y City?" Fei Chun broke the silence and turned to look at Qin Bingyun. Qin Bingyun played with her fingers and said calmly, "A friend of my grandfather is having a birthday party, so it's not convenient for him to come. I'm here on behalf of the Qin family." Bai Muyun, who had been driving silently, glanced at Qin Bingyun in the rearview mirror and asked, "Is it the old man from the Zhao family?" Qin Bingyun responded indifferently. "I was saying, besides Mr. Zhao, who else could possibly trouble Miss Qin to come in person?" Bai Muyun suddenly realized, then turned to explain to Chun Fei. "The Zhao family is in the real estate business and is considered one of the largest families in Y City. That old man is the one who plays chess with my grandfather every day. You should have met him a few times." Then he suddenly slapped his forehead and said in frustration, "Look at my memory. So many things have happened recently that I almost forgot about this. My grandfather also received an invitation from the Zhao family, and our Bai family also wants to go. In this case, Miss Qin, why don't you go to our Bai family to rest for a while, and then we can go to the Zhao family together in the evening, which will be more convenient." Qin Bingyun subconsciously looked at Chun Fei, as if asking for his opinion. Fei Chun shrugged, indicating that he didn't care. "Then I'm sorry to bother you." Qin Bingyun then nodded slightly, agreeing. The car stopped in front of an antique building. Ba Muyin got out first and opened the door for Qin Bingyan. Miss Qin, please. Trouble. Qin Bingyan nodded slightly and got out of the car gracefully. Chun Fei followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the surroundings inconspicuously. The servants of the Bai family came and went, all with respectful looks on their faces, as if they were completely unaware of what had happened in the morning. Chapter 51 Ice Queen. Bai Muyun led the two of them through a long corridor and came to an ancient and elegant room. Grandpa, Miss Qin is here. Gomein. An old voice came from the room. Bai Muyun pushed open the door, and Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun walked in one after another. Grandpa, this is Miss Qin. Bai Muyun stepped forward and introduced respectfully. In the room, Mr. Bai sat leisurely on the armchair, holding a string of Wang Wali bracelets in his hands. After seeing Qin Bingyun, a hint of surprise flashed his eyes that had experienced many vicissitudes of life, as if he had become dozens of years younger. This must be the eldest daughter of the Qin family. It's true that hearing about her is worse than seeing her in person. She's so beautiful. Mr. Bai praised happily, and then seemed to remember something. He stood up suddenly and bowed deeply to Fei Chun. Uncle Master. Mr. Bai's voice trembled, and then he turned to look at Qin Bingyun and called out respectfully, Master's aunt. This scene stunned everyone present. Qin Bingyun's beautiful eyes opened wide, and shock was written all over her delicate face. She never thought that Mr. Bai would call her Aunt Master. This is too weird. Grandpa, this. Bai Muyun stuttered. He seemed to remember that this happened, but he had forgotten it. But before he could finish his words, he was glared back at by Mr. Bai. He could only shut his mouth awkwardly, but his heart was in turmoil. He had just been calling Chun Fei his brother, so Chun Fei looked calm, as if everything was within his expectations. He stepped forward, supported Mr. Bai, and said with a smile, Old man, you're already my grandfather's generation. Why are you still showing me such a great courtesy? I am really embarrassed by this. This is unacceptable. Uncle Master, etiquette cannot be abandoned. Mr. Bai was firm in his attitude. Don't call me Uncle Master. It sounds awkward. If you think highly of me, just call me Chun Fei. Chun Fei was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. If others knew that he, a young man in his early 20s, was called Uncle Master by Old Master Bai, he would not know what people would say about him when he went out in the future. Old Master Bai was already troubled by calling a child who was his grandson Uncle Master. It just so happened that his father was not at home, and since Fei Chen said so, he happily agreed. Okay, then I'll be bold and call you Xiao Fei. Mr. Bai smiled heartily, with a gleam in his cloudy eyes. Qin Bingyun stood behind Fei Chun, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Although she had heard that Mr. Bai had a strange personality, she never expected him to have such an attitude towards Fei Chun. He actually called him Uncle Master. I saw the two of them finish their discussion. Qin Bingyun looked at Mr. Bai's great courtesy. Although she was surprised in her heart, she still maintained an elegant demeanor. She smiled slightly, walked up to Mr. Bai gracefully, and said softly, Hello, Mr. Bai. I'm sorry to bother you this time. Mr. Bai looked at the girl with extraordinary demeanor in front of him, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He had heard of Qin Bingyun's name a long time ago. At such a young age, he was in charge of the huge Qin family business. He was tough and decisive in killing. She is known as the Ice Queen in the business world. Seeing it today, I can see that it really lives up to its reputation. Well, Mr. Bai responded with a smile, his eyes full of kindness. I've long heard that the Qin family's daughter has grown into a beautiful lady. Now that I see her, it's true that seeing is believing. Qin Bingyun smiled faintly and exchanged a few words with Mr. Bai. Although she has a cold personality, she behaves very appropriately in front of her elders, and her words reveal the demeanor of a lady from a noble family. Chun Fei, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel amused as he watched the two of them chatting and laughing. Who would have thought that Qin Bingyun would have such a gentle side when facing her elders? Bai Muyun stood aside, not daring to breathe, wishing he could become invisible. He looked at Chun Fei, then at his grandfather, feeling mixed emotions. I used to naively want to be close friends with Chun Fei. Now it seems that if his grandfather hadn't seen it, his life would have been in danger. It took a long time for Mr. Bai and Fei to finish discussing the issue of generation. Watching Grandpa talking to Qin Bingyun, he approached cautiously and asked tentatively, Brother Chun, then we... Fei Chen naturally understood his concerns. He patted his shoulder and said with a smile, It's okay. Let's leave it at that. After hearing this, Bai Muyun breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to call Chun Fei master uncle. Well, you young people don't have to stay here with an old man like me, Mr. Bai said with a smile. Muyun, take Xiao Fei and Bing Yun to the guest room to rest. Yes, Grandpa. Bai Muyun responded respectfully. Bai Muyun naturally knew that Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun were already married. Then he took them to the guest room, where Chun Fei had stayed before. Brother Chun, Miss Qin, you should take a rest first. After Bai Muyun finished speaking, he left tactfully, leaving the two of them alone. Qin Bingyun looked at the room in front of her and walked in without asking any questions. Chun Fei looked at her back, opened his mouth, and hesitated to speak, but finally followed her in. The room was very tidy. Obviously, it had been cleaned carefully. But Chun Fei's things were still in their original places, such as the Yellow Emperor's internal classic and some Chinese medicine books on the table. There's a pair of silver needles on the bedside table, all of which indicate the identity of the owner of the room. Seeing this, Qin Bingyun was stunned for a moment, turned to look at Chun Fei. Her eyes seemed to ask, "What's going on?" Fei Chun touched his nose and explained awkwardly, "Well, they all know that we are husband and wife, so..." Qin Bingyun finally reacted. She said lightly and stopped talking. She walked to the sofa in the corner of the room, sat down, and picked up a magazine to read. In fact, there's nothing strange about this. After all, given their relationship, it is natural for them to live together. What's more, when they were in the Qin family villa, they also lived in the same room. Thinking of this, Fei Chen couldn't help but laugh. He walked over to Qin Bingyun and sat down, then asked with a smile, "Why are you not used to it?" Qin Bingyun raised her head and glanced at him coldly. "Why shouldn't I be used to it? We're husband and wife now. Do you really want me to sleep in a separate room from you?" Fei Chen was choked by her words, laughed dryly, and said, "How could that be? I was just asking casually." Chun Fei looked at the fairly tidy bed and said to Qin Bingyun, "You take a rest first. I'm going out to find Bai Muyun for something. If you have any questions, feel free to call me." Qin Bingyun, who was indeed a little tired after sitting on the plane for a whole morning, nodded. Only then did Fei Chun feel relieved and left, and he came to Bai Muyun's room again. Chapter 52, New System Features. His room had become much quieter, and the desk that used to be filled with many small items was now empty. The orchid in full bloom on the windowsill has also disappeared, leaving only an empty flower pot, as if silently telling of the owner's departure. Bai Muyun sat on the chair with his head lowered, and his expression could not be seen clearly. His hands rested limply on his knees, and he seemed to have lost his soul, only an empty shell left. Seeing this, Fei Chun felt mixed emotions. He knew that the relationship between Bai Muyun and Lin Mingyun had finally come to an end. It is really hard to say who is right and who is wrong in all this. "Want a drink?" Fei Chun broke the silence. Bai Muyun raised his head and looked at him with empty eyes, then nodded after a while. Fei Chun took out a bottle of white wine and 2 cups from the room. The white wine was placed here by Bai Muyun before, saying that it was for him and Fei Chun to drink together, but now it has become a tool to relieve his sorrow. Neither of them spoke, just drank in silence. The spicy taste of the liquor spread in their mouths, as if burning their throats and their hearts. "Tell me, did I do something wrong?" Bai Muyun suddenly spoke, his voice hoarse and with a strong nasal tone. "What?" Fei Chun asked in confusion. "If I had acted decisively at that time, this wouldn't have happened." Bai Muyun smiled bitterly. "Maybe, Mingyun and I can still be together happily like before." Chun Fei was silent. He didn't know how to answer this question. He knew that Bai Muyun was in great pain, but he could do nothing. Bai Muyun tilted his head back and took a big gulp of white wine, but tears couldn't stop flowing. "I really love her, you know." Fei Chen didn't say anything, but just patted his shoulder to comfort him. "But now I don't even have the qualifications to keep her." Bai Muyun choked up and said, "I'm such a coward." "It's not your fault." Fei Chen finally spoke. "There are too many problems between you." Bai Muyun closed his eyes in pain. Chun Fei really couldn't bear to see Bai Muyun continue to be depressed. No matter how good the wine is, you can't drink it like water. He decided to change the subject to divert Bai Muyun's attention. "Okay, stop thinking about those bad things." Fei Chun snatched the wine glass from Bai Muyun's hand. "Are you still going to do what we talked about last time?" Bai Muyun was stunned for a moment, clearly still reeling from the sadness of losing his love. "What's that? Let's start a company together and produce that." Fei Chen deliberately lowered his voice and leaned close to Bai Muyun's ear. "Pills, have you forgotten?" Bai Muyun finally realized that Chun Fei's words had indeed made him forget his sadness temporarily, and he began to think seriously. He knew that Fade Chun was helping him in various ways. Fade Chun waved his hand. Didn't we already discuss this last time? Just tell me what you want to do. Bai Muyin thought for a moment and said, my funds may not be as abundant as before. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, he was the one who vowed to invest in Chun Fei. Chun Fei waved his hand nonchalantly, interrupting him. Don't worry about the money. As long as we can get it started, that's all that matters. Let's start small and take it step by step. Okay, then I'll do as you say. Bai Muyin also became more energetic. In fact, he is still the person who dares to fight and take risks. Don't worry, I have enough money to build a factory in the early stages. We can just open a few stores later. What kind of store are you selling? It's too slow. Fade Chin smiled mysteriously. Let's use some internet thinking and open an online store first, and do e-commerce live streaming. Bai Muyin was stunned when he heard this. E-commerce live streaming? Selling our pills. Fade Chun snapped his fingers. That's right. Live streaming is so popular right now. I'll find a few people to sell the products then. Bai Muyin looked at Chun Fei's confident look and suddenly felt that maybe this really was a good way out. He seemed to see the dawn of hope, and the haze in his heart dissipated a lot. Okay, I'll do as you say. I'll have someone register the company and apply for an online sales license. Bai Muyin slammed the table and said with great pride, that's right. If we two brothers join forces, is there anything we can't handle? Chun Fei raised his glass with a smile. Come, let's drink to our future. Bai Muyin also raised his glass, clinked it with Chun Fei, and drank it all in one gulp. Just then, a voice came from deep in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking a new feature, System Mall. Fei Chun was stunned. He thought that the medical saint's inheritance only contained the memory of medical skills. How come this comes with a system and can be upgraded? He glanced at Bai Muyin, who was drunk beside him, and felt relieved. Then I thought to myself, there was no word when the binding was first done, but now there's a mall popping up, making it seem like the game is launching a new event. He muttered inwardly while calmly communicating with the system. Mall? What the hell is that? Selling powerful pills and wound medicine. Host, the System Mall offers a variety of precious medical techniques, medicinal herbs, and special skills. You can redeem them using your points. The system's flat electronic sound rang in Chun Fei's mind. Points? Why don't I know how to get points? Chun Fei rolled his eyes. Was this system trying to trick him again? The host can complete the tasks issued by the system or use money to exchange. Chun Fei immediately became interested. This system also has a Krypton gold function. As expected, free things are the most expensive. He opened the system all. The interface was simple and clear, and the wide variety of products dazzled him. Things like Bien K's acupuncture, Hua Tuo's Ma Fei powder, Shinong's herbal classic. Chun Fei almost drooled after reading them. Brother system, are the things in your mall reliable? I also have these in the medical saint's inheritance. Are they both the same? Chun Fei asked cautiously, but he felt that the system should not make such a mistake. Host, please rest assured. These are advanced versions, a level higher than the inheritance he received. The system replied coldly. That's good, that's good. Chun Fei breathed a sigh of relief and began to browse the products carefully. At this moment, he suddenly noticed an inconspicuous icon in the corner of the mall with the words special products written on it. Driven by curiosity, Chun Fei clicked on it, only to see that there was only one product on the page, called mind reading. Chun Fei's eyes widened immediately. Is this thing reliable? He looked at the price and gasped. 10 million points. That's an outrageous price. System, are you sure you're not kidding? 10 million points? Why don't you just rob a bank? Fei Chin couldn't help but complain. Chapter 53. Special Effect Alcohol Relief and Liver Protection Pills. Host, mind reading is an advanced skill, so the price is naturally high. You can do it according to your ability. The system still had that emotionless tone. Chun Fei curled his lips and said, do what you can. Then Chun Fei looked at the Krypton gold system again, 1:10,000. He instantly gasped. 10,000 for 1 point? Fei Chun calculated it in his mind. Can't afford it. Even if I lose everything, I can't afford it. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. He took a look at the system interface and found that it seemed to be divided into levels. His current level is a pitiful 1, and his points are a miserable 0. This broken system, is it kidding me? Chun Fei couldn't help but swear. Fortunately, Bai Muyin was still in a drunken dream. Otherwise, he would have thought he was a lunatic again. He patiently continued to browse the system mall, and found that this thing really is worth the money. The system level is currently 1, with 0 points. The unlocked products were all basic items, such as cold pills, fever pills, bodybuilding pills, beauty and skincare pills. Chunfei rolled his eyes at the sight. These things can be bought for 10 yuan a box at a roadside pharmacy, but the system starts at 100 points, and if you pay with Krypton Gold, it will be 1 million. Are you robbing money? Chunfei couldn't help but complain. This system might be the reincarnation of a profiteer. What's even more outrageous is that the system also clearly marks the price of these basic formulas, 1,000 points per piece, and there is no deception. Chunfei was so angry that his teeth itched. This system was simply carving the word swindler on his forehead. However, on second thought, Fei Chun felt that this system was not completely useless. System, besides spending real money, is there any other way to get these points? Chunfei decided to explore the way first. The host can earn points by completing tasks issued by the system. The system's cold electronic sound rang in his mind. What mission? Chunfei became excited. This was a good opportunity to get free points. Ding. Mission released. Treat by Muyun's alcoholic liver disease. Chunfei. What kind of mission is this? He turned his head and glanced at Bai Muyun, who was snoring loudly. This guy, is he drinking to death? System, are you sure this guy has alcoholic liver disease and isn't just drunk? Chunfei stared at Bai Muyun suspiciously. This kid usually looked very energetic, so how come he had alcoholic liver disease? Could it be that the system is fooling him? He was muttering to himself, quietly pulling Bai Muyun's hand and pretending to take his pulse casually. Yes, Fei Chen took a deep breath. It really existed. Bai Muyun's pulse was weak and frail, which was indeed a symptom of alcoholic liver disease. But fortunately, it's just in the early stages and not serious. Fei Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally wanted to help Bai Muyun recover himself. After all, this illness was a piece of cake for him. But on second thought, he decided to try this crappy system first. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, obviously seeing Chunfei's actions. Host, please do not question the system's judgment. Chunfei curled his lips. This broken system was quite arrogant. However, since the mission has been issued, he can't just leave it alone. It's a good time to try it. Besides, Bai Muyun is his current financial backer. If anything happens to him, will he still be able to carry on with his pill business? Chunfei stared at the system mall interface. The treatment plan for alcoholic liver disease seemed to be mocking his embarrassment. There are two options. One is the special effect alcohol relief and liver protection pills, which is priced at 199 points and has a limited time discount price of 19 points. The other is a set of acupuncture treatments that looks extremely complicated. 190,000. Just a crappy pill. Chunfei cursed in his heart. He opened his mobile banking app, looked at his balance, and fell into deep thought. Should he trust his medical skills and use traditional methods to slowly heal Bai Muyun? Or should he take a gamble and see if the system is playing tricks on him? Damn it, just die. Chunfei gritted his teeth and made up his mind to recharge 200,000 yuan. Ding! Congratulations on your successful recharge. Current points, 20-inch. The system's cold prompt sound rang in his ears like a ruthless mockery. Chunfei didn't bother to complain and directly exchanged for the so-called special effect hangover relieving and liver protecting pills. Looking at the black pill in his hand, he felt very nervous and had no idea what to do. Is this thing really useful? He walked to the bedside and looked at Bai Muyun, who was drunk. After hesitating for a moment, he stuffed the pill into his mouth. Anyway, this guy is drunk now, so why not give it a try? Chunfei comforted himself in this way, but his heart was beating like a rabbit in his chest. He stared at Bai Muyun, hoping to see some magical changes that would prove that this damn system had not deceived him. Time passed minute by minute, and Bai Muyun was still snoring loudly, without any reaction. Fuck, I knew it. Chunfei couldn't help but curse. This broken system is really a scam. Just when he was about to give up and get up to wash his face and calm down, a slight cough suddenly came from the bed. Chunfei turned around suddenly and saw that Bai Muyun had sat up at some point and was looking at him blankly. Where am I? Bai Muyun's voice was a little hoarse, and it was obvious that he was not fully awake yet. In your room. Did you forget? Fei Chen said unhappily. Bai Muyun frowned, as if trying hard to recall. I remember. I was drinking. How dare you say that? Do you know? Chunfei was halfway through his speech when he suddenly got stuck. Wait, Bai Muyun now looks a little different from usual. His complexion seemed to be much rosier than before, and his eyes were much clearer, without any signs of being tired from being drunk. Could this be the effect of that pill? Seeing that Bai Muyun had woken up, Chun Fei pulled his hand over and began to examine it carefully. Bai Muyun was confused. What was going on? Did you drink yourself to the point of blacking out? How come this guy took advantage of me? What are you doing? Bai Muyun wanted to pull his hand back, but found that Chun Fei was holding it tightly. Fei Chun didn't say anything, but his brows were furrowed tighter and tighter. Bai Muyun's heart skipped a beat. Could something really have happened? He quickly took his own pulse, and this made him even more panicked. His pulse was steady, his breathing was easy, except for a slight headache from being drunk. There's nothing wrong with other places. Bai Muyun looked at Chun Fei with some trepidation, fearing that his medical skills were not up to par. Chun Fei was also confused at this moment. Although alcoholic liver disease is not a terminal illness, it cannot be cured with just one medicine. Is the medicine in this system so magical? If he had known he was so awesome, why would he have studied medicine? What's wrong with me? Bai Muyun was having trouble speaking. Nothing, Fei Chen said with feigned calmness. Then you look shocked? It's not that I have a terminal illness. Chapter 54, he got a bargain. Bai Muyun felt that he couldn't understand Chun Fei anymore. Well, those who understand will understand. Chun Fei laughed it off and quickly changed the subject. How do you feel? Are you still feeling uncomfortable? Bai Muyun felt it carefully and found that apart from dry mouth and tongue, he didn't feel any discomfort. He looked at Fei Chun suspiciously. Chun Fei couldn't care less about him at this moment, because at this time the voice of the system in his mind sounded again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get 10 points. The host is now on the panel. Name, Chun Fei. Points 10. Appearance, 68. Physique, I. Skills, 0. Hearing the voice in his mind, Fei Chun suddenly became alert. Fei Chun was speechless again. This broken system is simply a money-eating beast. He spent 200,000 yuan to exchange for 20 points, but after completing the task, he was only given 10 points, and he lost 10 points. Not to mention those things like physique, skills, and appearance. I have no idea what the hell they are. Could this system be created by some hacker to defraud people? Chun Fei was wondering in his heart that although the effect of this medicine was indeed amazing, he could cure it himself, and it would only take 3 months at most. He looked through the system all and found that there were very few things he could exchange for. The only thing he could get was a band-aid that cost 1 point each. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. Chun Fei simply closed the system panel and decided to ignore it for the time being. Fei Chun, what are you doing there? Bai Muyun's voice interrupted his thoughts. Chun Fei came back to his senses and looked at Bai Muyun in front of him. I just think he got it really cheap. Chun Fei felt like he had swallowed a fly and had to force himself to smile. 200,000. Is it all in vain? Who would believe it if I told them? He secretly swore in his heart that he would never let this broken system screw him again. He glanced at Bai Muyun. Hey, he got a bargain. Fei Chun muttered to himself. But my heart is bleeding. He wanted to pry open Bai Muyun's head to see what he was thinking. As the sky gradually darkened, Fei Chun found an excuse to leave. I have to go find Bingyan. Shall we go to the banquet tonight together? Bai Muyun originally wanted to pretend to be sick and not go, so he indulged himself in drinking so much. But now he feels in great shape. It would be unacceptable not to go. Okay, let's go together. We'll see each other sooner or later, so it's not good not to go. Bai Muyun agreed immediately. Fei Chen walked to the door of the guest room and knocked twice symbolically. Gomein. Qin Bingyan's voice came from inside the door, still cold. Fei Chen pushed the door open and walked in. The scene before him made his heart skip a beat. Qin Bingyan stood in front of the mirror with her back to him. Her long hair like a waterfall draped over her smooth back, and her fair skin glowed brightly under the light. She was wearing a dark purple dress, the hem of which spread out like a blooming violet, outlining her exquisite curves. As if she felt his gaze, Qin Bingyan turned her head slightly and signaled him to come closer with her eyes. The zippers stuck. Her tone was calm, as if she was just stating an insignificant fact, but the slightly red tips of her ears betrayed her current emotions. Fei Chen walked behind her and reached out to pull the stuck zipper. The material of the dress was cool and smooth. His fingertips accidentally touched her exposed skin, and a warm touch came from his fingertips, making his breathing slightly stagnate. All right. He tried his best not to look at the beautiful face in the mirror that was so close to him. After zipping up his clothes, he immediately took a step back, increasing the distance between them. Qin Bingyun changed her clothes and walked out first, leaving Chun Fei with a room to change clothes. Chun Fei walked into the pile of clothes prepared by the Bai family, which were obviously all matching clothes for Qin Bingyun. Next to the dress Qin Bingyun wore was a suit of the same color. Chun Fei took it out and put it on. To be honest, the suit prepared by the Bai family is top-notch in terms of both fabric and tailoring. Fei Chun turned around in front of the mirror. Well, the old saying that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse is true. Chun Fei has a good foundation with sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, and a high nose bridge. He usually doesn't care about his appearance and looks like the big brother next door. But now that he has put on a suit, his whole temperament has changed immediately, becoming more noble and sharp, a typical domineering CEO style. When he went out, Qin Bingyun was also surprised when she saw him. I don't know if he was surprised by the clothes of the same color, or because Chun Fei usually only wore casual clothes. Let's go, don't keep Mr. Bai waiting anxiously. Qin Bingyun took the lead and walked in front. The Bai family's car was already waiting at the door, and Bai Muyun stood beside the car waiting for the two of them. Fei Chen smiled faintly and said nothing, but just looked at Bai Muyun in front of him calmly. He was wearing a well-tailored black suit today. His hair was neatly combed, and he had a perfect smile on his face. This was completely different from the Bai Muyun that Chun Fei usually saw. The banquet was held in the most luxurious hotel in Y City. As soon as you entered the door, you could feel the luxurious atmosphere. As the eldest son of the Bai family, Bai Muyun is naturally the one who is surrounded by everyone. Mr. Bai, I heard your sister was injured a few days ago. Is she feeling better now? A man who looked like a dandy came over with a glass of wine. He was still holding the woman in his arms, with a hypocritical smile on his face. Bai Muyun clinked glasses with him calmly, an official smile on his lips. Thank you for your concern. My sister is fine now. That's good, that's good. The man obviously didn't intend to let him go and continued to ask. I heard your sister was injured by a doctor this time. I wonder if Master Bai has caught the murderer. Bai Muyun's eyes were stern, but his tone remained calm. Our Bai family will handle this matter, so please don't worry about it. After that, he no longer paid attention to the man and turned to walk to the other side. The man was humiliated by Bai Muyun and took a sip of wine awkwardly. His eyes rolled around, and he set his sights on Qin Bingyun next to him. He looked Qin Bingyun up and down with lustful eyes and felt his mouth dry. This young lady looks unfamiliar. I wonder which family she is from. He held the wine glass and walked towards Qin Bingyun with a hypocritical smile. Chun Fei calmly stepped forward, blocking the man's sight towards Qin Bingyun. He glanced at the man coldly, his eyes as sharp as a knife. The man was startled by Fei Chen's gaze and paused involuntarily, but then he thought he knew everyone in the banquet hall. This person probably got in by relying on the Bai family. He was a bit drunk, his belly puffed out, and he said to Chun Fei contemptuously, "Who are you? You're blocking my way. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you." Chapter 55, Misunderstanding. Zhao Ziyan, the eldest son of the Zhao family, had been observing the banquet from a distance. Seeing that this man actually set his sights on Qin Bingyun and Chun Fei, his face suddenly changed, and he hurried over. "Mr. Yu, why did you drink so much? Do you want me to ask someone to take you back home to rest?" Zhao Ziyan said with a forced smile. Yu Sheng sobered up a little after Zhao Ziyan's arrival, but he still said in a timid tone, "Zhao Ziyan, what do you mean? That's enough." Zhao Ziyan interrupted him impatiently. "I'm warning you, this is Mr. Qin from the Qin group, and this is..." He paused, glanced at Fei Chun, and then continued. "He's President Qin's husband, so please show some respect." Qin Bingyun frowned slightly. She glanced at Yu Sheng coldly, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. When Zhao Ziyan saw Qin Bingyun's eyes, he immediately asked his servants to help Yu Sheng down to rest. Today is his grandfather's birthday, and he is here to prevent anyone from causing trouble. Unexpectedly, Yu Sheng dared to cause trouble in their Zhao family and even set his sights on Qin Bingyun. Zhao Ziyan glanced at Yu Sheng obscurely. He turned around, an apologetic smile on his face, and bowed slightly to Qin Bingyun. "Boss Qin, I'm really sorry. It's my Zhao family's poor hospitality today. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you." Qin Bingyun nodded lightly, accepting his apology. She came to attend Mr. Zhao's birthday party today, so naturally, she would not cause any unpleasantness in such an occasion. Moreover, Mr. Zhao and Grandpa have been comrades in arms for many years, and the relationship between the two families has always been good. She doesn't want the friendship between the two families to be affected by such a trivial matter. "Mr. Zhao, there's no need to be so polite. We are all family." Qin Bingyun's tone was calm, but the sense of alienation in it made Zhao Ziyan feel nervous. Chen Fei stood silently behind Qin Bingyun, watching all the changes in Zhao Ziyan's expression. He also noticed Zhao Ziyan's feelings for Qin Bingyun. It's a pity that the fallen flowers have feelings, but the flowing water is ruthless. Qin Bingyun didn't have any romantic feelings for him at all. Thinking of this, Fei Chun was in a good mood. But Bai Muyun came back at this time, holding 2 glasses of red wine in his hands. He handed one to Chun Fei and took the other for himself, and came over with a smile. "Brother Chun, come here, let me introduce you. This is the eldest son of the Zhao family, Zhao Ziyan." Bai Muyun was obviously unaware of the awkwardness in the air and introduced enthusiastically. Zhao Ziyan pulled the corner of his mouth awkwardly, just wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. He said directly to Bai Muyun, "Muyun, I suddenly remember that I have something else to do, so I'll excuse myself first." After saying that, without waiting for Bai Muyun to answer, he slipped away. Bai Muyun looked at Zhao Ziyan's fleeing back with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong with Zhao Ziyan? Did he take the wrong medicine? He turned to look at Fei Chun and asked doubtfully. Fei Chun shrugged, looking innocent and saying that he didn't know either. Who knows? Maybe the family cat ran away. After that, he put down his wine glass and said to Qin Bingyun and Bai Muyun, "I'm going to the bathroom." Qin Bingyun nodded slightly without saying anything, while Bai Muyun waved his hand. "Go quickly and come back soon." Chen Fei came out of the bathroom and took a few steps. He felt a black shadow flash before his eyes, and then a soft body fell towards him. Oops! With a cry, a woman in a red tight skirt almost hung on Chen Fei. This woman was none other than the woman that Yu Sheng had hugged before. Fei Chen frowned slightly and subconsciously took a step back. The woman's offensive failed and she almost fell to the ground, but she reacted very quickly, reaching out to hold the wall next to her and barely managed to stabilize her body. The woman stood up straight and charmingly lifted the hair by her ear. A pair of fingers with bright red nail polish gently touched Chun Fei's chest. She opened her red lips and exhaled sweetly. "Hey, handsome, are you okay? I didn't mean it." As she spoke, the woman deliberately rubbed her plump breasts against Fei Chen's arm. Fei Chun dodged the woman's touch without leaving a trace, with a polite and distant smile on his face. "I'm fine, but you, please walk carefully." After saying that, he prepared to walk around the woman and leave. "Hey, don't go." However, the woman didn't intend to let him go easily. She reached out and grabbed Chen Fei's arm, saying in a delicate voice, "Handsome guy, you're really good looking. Are you interested in having a drink with me?" Fei Chun lowered his eyes to glance at the woman's hand that was holding his arm, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. But she still kept a polite smile on her face. "Sorry, I'm married." "Get married?" The woman covered her mouth in feigned surprise. As she spoke, she moved closer to Fei Chun. Almost the whole person was hanging on him. In an ambiguous tone, he said, "But it doesn't matter if you're married. Everyone has their share of flirting, right?" The smell of the woman's perfume mixed with a strong scent of powder went straight into Chun Fei's nose, making him feel very uncomfortable. He took another step back, putting some distance between him and the woman, and his tone became a little colder. "I'm sorry, I'm not interested in such things as casual flirting." Just as Fei Chun was about to turn around and leave, the woman seemed to have predicted his move and suddenly came up to him without warning. 2 white arms tightly hugged Chun Fei's neck, and the plump breasts pressed tightly against Chun Fei's back. She let out a charming moan. "Oh, handsome guy, don't be so cold." Chun Fei suddenly felt as if a red-hot iron was pressed against his back. "Miss, please respect yourself," Fei Chun said in a deep voice, with a hint of displeasure in his tone. He tried to pull the woman's hand away, but found that the woman was surprisingly strong and he was unable to break free for a moment. "Ouch, you hurt me." Instead of letting go, the woman became even more aggressive. Her entire body was almost hanging on Fei Chun, and she let out waves of delicate moans. Chun Fei felt his scalp tingle when he heard this. Chun Fei finally couldn't bear it anymore and was about to forcibly pull the woman away, but suddenly he heard footsteps behind him, followed by a familiar voice. "Fei Chun, what are you doing?" Hearing this voice, Fei Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he secretly said, "Not good." He slowly turned his head and saw Qin Bingyun and Bai Muyun standing not far away. Qin Bingyun's originally cold face was now covered with a layer of frost. Chapter 56 Provocation. There was a flash of cold anger in her beautiful eyes. When Chen Fei saw Qin Bingyun's expression, his heart sank. He knew that this time he would never be able to wash himself clean, even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then he exerted force suddenly and pushed the woman away. The woman was caught off guard and was pushed by Chun Fei, staggering and almost falling to the ground. She finally managed to keep her balance. After being pushed away by Chun Fei, she seemed stunned for a moment. Then his eyes rolled, and a barely perceptible sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. She immediately put on a tearful expression, pointed her delicate finger at Fei Chun, and said in a trembling voice, "You, how could you do this to me? Why did you push someone?" As she spoke, she actually squeezed out a few tears and looked at Chun Fei pitifully, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Fei Chun was stunned. He never expected that this woman's expression would change faster than turning the pages of a book. And his acting skills are so superb that he can compete for an Oscar. Qin Bingyun's expression turned even uglier when she saw this scene. She stared at Chun Fei coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Seeing this, Bai Muyun quickly stepped forward and explained, "Don't get me wrong, this woman did it on purpose." "Shut up." Qin Bingyun interrupted him coldly, her cold eyes like a sharp blade. Bai Muyun's heart trembled when he saw this, and he didn't dare to say anything more. Fei Chun took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the anger in his heart, and explained, "Bingyun, listen to me. Things are not as you see them. It's her. That's enough." Qin Bingyun turned around abruptly and interrupted him coldly. "Fei Chun, you really disappoint me." After saying that, she turned around and left without even looking at Fei Chun. The high heels hit the ground, making a crisp and decisive sound. Seeing this, Fei Chun became extremely anxious. He knew that if he let Qin Bingyun leave like this, the misunderstanding would only get worse. He didn't care about the woman anymore and quickly chased after her. "Bingyun, listen to my explanation." Bai Muyun looked at Fei Chin's back as he chased after him. He looked at the woman who was still crying on the ground, and a trace of disgust and disdain flashed in his eyes. He had long seen through this woman's tricks. He had seen too many women like her. However, she miscalculated this time and actually set her sights on Chun Fei. "Okay, stop crying. The show is over. It's time to go home," Bai Muyun said coldly, his tone full of sarcasm. When the woman heard Bai Muyun's words, she was slightly stunned, then raised her head. The woman glanced disdainfully in the direction where Fei Chun left. There was a cunning sneer on the corner of his mouth, and he no longer looked weak and pitiful. She slowly and methodically tidied up her clothes and hair that were messed up by Fei Chun. The movements and the look in his eyes seemed as if he was appreciating a good show directed by her herself. "Oh man," she chuckled, then stepped on her high heels, twisted her slender waist, and disappeared around the corner of the corridor. Here, Fei Chun chased Qin Bingyun all the way, his tone anxious. "Bingyun, I don't even know that woman." She suddenly rushed out and hugged me. Qin Bingyun did not stop, and there was a frost in her delicate eyebrows. His tone was icy cold. "Fei Chun, do you think I would believe such a lame excuse?" Chun Fei was suddenly speechless. He knew that whatever he said now would seem pale and powerless. At this moment, a familiar male voice interrupted. "Boss Qin, what's wrong with Mr. Chun? Why is he so angry?" Fei Chun and Qin Bingyun turned around at the same time and saw Zhao Zian walking towards them. Zhao Zian walked up to the two of them with his signature, gentle smile on his face. It feels like a spring breeze blowing on your face, making you feel refreshed. He first looked at Qin Bingyun with concern, then asked softly, "Bingyun, what's wrong? Who made you angry?" Qin Bingyun glanced at Chun Fei coldly without saying a word, but the anger in her eyes was enough to burn anyone to death. Zhao Zian followed her gaze and looked at Chun Fei with a barely perceptible glint in his eyes. Then he returned to his gentle and elegant appearance. He smiled and patted Fei Chen's shoulder, his tone teasing. "Brother Chun, what good thing did you do to make our President Qin so furious?" Fei Chen opened his mouth, but didn't know how to explain. He couldn't tell Zhao Zian in front of him that he and Qin Bingyun had just had an argument over a woman who suddenly appeared. Right? What? Can't you tell? When Zhao Zian saw Chun Fei's frustrated look, the smile on his face deepened. He turned to look at Qin Bingyun with a teasing tone. "Boss Qin, looking at Mr. Chen's condition, I think he must have made some unspeakable mistake. How about you be magnanimous and forgive him this time?" Qin Bingyun snorted coldly and said nothing, but her expression obviously eased a little. Seeing this, Zhao Zian was secretly happy. It seemed that he had made the right move today. He had long noticed that Qin Bingyun had an unusual attitude towards Chun Fei, but now it seemed that their relationship was obviously not as deep as he thought. I didn't expect that just a small trial today would have such a big effect. Okay, Bingyun, don't be angry. Anger is harmful to your health, and it's not worth it. Zhao Ziyan comforted him softly. Grandpa just asked me to bring you over and said he wanted to see you. Qin Bingyun hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded, agreeing. Seeing this, Zhao Ziyan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Then he turned to look at Fade Chun with a somewhat provocative tone. Brother Chun, do you want to come with us? Chun Fei was stunned for a moment. Of course he wanted to go, but he was more afraid that Qin Bingyun would be angry. He looked at Qin Bingyun cautiously, but saw that she was not looking at him at all. What's the matter? Brother Chun, is there something wrong? Zhao Ziyan saw Chun Fei's hesitation and asked deliberately. Fei Chun spoke directly, as if he was provoked. Of course not. Since Mr. Zhao has invited us, let's go together. A sly glint flashed in Zhao Ziyan's eyes, and then he said with a smile, then it settled. Let's go. After saying that, he walked to Qin Bingyun very naturally, bent down slightly, and made a pleased gesture. Qin Bingyun did not refuse, and the two walked side by side towards Mr. Zhao's lounge. Seeing this, Fei Chun felt mixed emotions, but he could do nothing about it. He could only follow the two of them silently, like an outsider, watching them chatting and laughing. Bai Muyun was standing not far away, taking it all in. He naturally saw what Zhao Ziyan was thinking, but he did not intervene. Even an outsider like him could see that Chun Fei and Qin Bingyun had a vague affection for each other. It's just that they don't realize it. Perhaps Zhao Ziyan's move can stimulate them. Brother Chun, why don't you leave? Chapter 57, Pretending to be Deep. Zhao Ziyan walked to the door and found Chun Fei still standing there. So he stopped and turned around to ask. Chun Fei came to his senses and quickly followed. The door of Mr. Zhao's lounge was ajar, and Chun Fei followed Zhao Ziyan and Qin Bingyun in. In the room, Mr. Zhao was sitting upright, and next to him was Mr. Bai, who was leisurely sipping tea. There was a chessboard in front of them, and they were obviously playing a game. Seeing the three people come in, Mr. Zhao just nodded slightly, and Mr. Bai greeted them with a smile. Sit down. Grandpa Zhao, Grandpa Bai. Qin Bingyun greeted the two elderly people politely, and Zhao Ziyan also called people. Seeing this, Fei Chen also shouted out loudly. Mr. Zhao just nodded slightly as a response. Then the two of them turned their attention back to the chess pieces in front of them and ignored the others. Dad, let me introduce you. This is the president of the Qin group, Miss Qin Bingyun. Zhao Ziyan led Qin Bingyun to a middle-aged man with a barely perceptible hint of pride on his face. Qin Bingyun greeted the man generously and appropriately. Every gesture is full of confidence and elegance. This person is Zhao Ziyan's father, Zhao Wangxi. He also spoke at this time, and his eyes were full of appreciation and admiration when he looked at Qin Bingyun. I've heard of President Qin for a long time, and seeing you today, I can see you're truly as capable as any man. The Qin group is thriving under your leadership. You're truly a young talent to be reckoned with. Master Zhao, thank you for your praise. Qin Bingyun responded modestly. Boss Qin is too modest. Zhao Wangxi smiled and waved his hand. I heard that the Qin group is expanding into overseas markets recently. I wonder how the progress is going. The overseas market is indeed our focus for future development, and the progress is going smoothly so far. Qin Bingyun briefly introduced the company's situation. Zhao Wangxi nodded repeatedly as he listened and praised Qin Bingyun's business talent. Speaking of which, our Zhao family has recently been interested in developing in Jiangdu. Does President Qin have any good suggestions? Zhao Wangxi changed the subject and led the topic to cooperation. Qin Bingyun naturally understood what he meant and smiled faintly. Jiangdu is a vibrant city. I believe the Zhao family will be able to achieve great things there. Then thank you, Mr. Qin. Zhao Wangxi laughed heartily and gestured with his teacup. Come, let's use tea instead of wine to toast Mr. Qin. Qin Bingyun also picked up the teacup and took a sip. During the meal, Zhao Wangxi showed great concern and care for her. Instead, he was extremely cold towards Fei Chun, as if he was just an insignificant and transparent person. Zhao Ziyan's pride did not escape Bai Lao's eyes. He picked up a chess piece calmly. It seemed like he landed on the chessboard carelessly, but it turned out to be a fatal move. Old Zhao, you really need to practice your chess skills. How can you win if you're always so distracted? Old Bai said this with a smile, but there was a hint of criticism in his tone. Mr. Zhao was immersed in the joy that his son was about to get what he wanted, but he was suddenly caught off guard by Mr. Bai and was stunned. This. He looked at the deadlocked chess game on the board and was speechless for a long time. Old Bai did not urge him, but just looked at him with a smile, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if he could see through all the thoughts in his mind. Mr. Zhao felt uneasy when he was looked at by him. He coughed twice and said with an embarrassed smile, "Old Bai, what's wrong with you today? Your chess skills have improved. I thought you were going to let me have a few moves." "Old Zhao, I'm not the kind of person who likes to hide my shortcomings," Bai Lao said meaningfully. "It's just that some people always like to be smart and play others for fools, but they don't know that the truly smart people have already seen through everything." Old Zhao blushed. He naturally understood that there was something else behind Old Bai's words. He was hinting at the fact that his son and grandson had joined forces to exclude Chun Fei. He opened his mouth and wanted to explain, but found that he had no way to defend himself. What Old Bai said was right. His son did have the intention of getting close to Qin Bingyun and thus clinging to the Qin family. After all, the Zhao family has made little progress in Y City, so they want to go to Jiangdu to get a piece of the pie. As long as they can establish a relationship with the Qin family, their Zhao family will be able to move to a higher level. Thinking of this, Mr. Zhao couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. He carefully observed Mr. Bai's expression, trying to find some clues from his face. However, Mr. Bai always had a smiling face, making it impossible to guess what he was really thinking. "Old Zhao, tell me, is there any hope for this chess game?" Bai Lao suddenly asked. Mr. Zhao was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously looked at the chessboard, but found that he had no idea where to start. He smiled wryly, shook his head, and said, "Old White, your chess skills are becoming more and more unfathomable. I admit defeat. In that case, then admit defeat," Bai Lao said calmly, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. Old Zhao was startled. He knew that Old Bai was warning him. If he continued to be stubborn, he would probably lose this old friend. He took a deep breath, suppressed the resentment and greed in his heart, and said sincerely, "Old White, I understand." Mr. Bai thought that Mr. Zhao had listened to what he said, so he smiled with satisfaction. He patted Mr. Zhao on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Old Zhao, I know you're thinking about the family, but there are some things that can't be forced, and you can't do it by any means necessary, otherwise it will only backfire." Mr. Zhao nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would definitely keep Mr. Bai's advice in mind. At this time, Zhao Zian also noticed that the atmosphere here was a little strange. He walked forward and asked with concern, "Grandpa, what's wrong?" Mr. Zhao waved his hand, signaling him not to ask any more questions. Old Bai sighed in his heart. He knew that Chun Fei was still young, and he still had a long way to go. As an elder, he can only do his best to protect them. "Fei Chun, come and have a cup of tea with this old man like me." Old Bai waved towards Fei Chun and spoke in a kind tone. Upon hearing this, Fei Chun raised his head. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he was deeply moved. He walked quickly to Old Bai and said respectfully, "Grandpa Bai, you called me?" Old Bai smiled and nodded, patted him, and motioned him to sit down and talk. "Fei Chun, I know you're feeling bad, but there are some things that are beyond your control. You don't have to blame yourself too much." Bai Lao comforted him. The smile in Chun Fei's eyes and eyebrows naturally did not escape Bai Lao's eyes. Who is he? After so many years in the business world, what kind of people have you not seen? This kid Chun Fei is very cunning. Old Bai stroked his beard, pretended not to see it, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. "Chun Fei, you are playing it safe here?" Chapter 58 by MANHWA Wakes Up. Old Bai secretly laughed in his heart. This kid must have discussed this with the girl from the Qin family. He turned to look at Qin Bingyun, who was still dealing with the Zhao father and son. But who is Old Bai? He has sharp eyes and saw at a glance that Qin Bingyun's fingers holding the teacup were tapping the wall of the cup inadvertently. It was obvious that she was not listening carefully. These two little guys are really interesting. Each one is more pretentious than the other. Old Bai shook his head secretly. It seemed that the father and son of the Zhao family had hit a wall this time. Thinking of this, there was a bit more pity in Old Bai's eyes when he looked at the Zhao father and son. But then he thought, Fei Chun is his uncle. They are one of us, so of course he came as he pleased. "Old Zhao, how about trying this new tea I brought?" Bai Lao asked with a smile, showing no intention of continuing the previous topic. He continued to chat with Mr. Zhao. After all, they were both old foxes. Mr. Zhao may not react at the moment, but he will definitely understand it soon. Mr. Zhao was a little confused by Mr. Bai's sudden enthusiasm, but he still said with a smile, "Good tea. Good tea. Your taste, is certainly impeccable. Haha, Lao Zhao, you're too kind. This tea is just for fun. I'll have someone bring you some more later. As Mr. Bai spoke, he deliberately glanced at Fei Chun, the meaning of which was self-evident. Of course, Fei Chun understood what Mr. Bai meant. He was supporting him. He looked at Old Bai with gratitude, then turned to look at the Zhao father and son with a playful smile on his face. The Zhao family father and son felt uneasy when they saw Chen Fei's eyes. They always felt that something was wrong, but they couldn't put their finger on it. Qin Bingyan seemed to have ended her hypocritical dealings with the Zhao father and son. She gracefully put down the teacup in her hand and stood up. Fei Chun, let's go. Chen Fei had been waiting impatiently for a long time. When he heard Qin Bingyan's words, he immediately stood up and followed without even saying hello to Bai Lao. Old Bai looked at Fei Chen's back, smiled, and shook his head. This kid really can't keep his cool. Haha, Mr. Bai, it seems that young people are full of energy. It's time for us old guys to stretch our muscles. Mr. Zhao also stood up and said with a smile, but the smile seemed a little forced. Mr. Bai naturally understood what Mr. Zhao was thinking, but he did not point it out. In the banquet hall, on the stage, a popular female star is singing a beautiful song. Below the stage, guests gathered in groups of 3 or 5, either discussing business or making friends. Everyone had a hypocritical smile on their face, as if they were performing a wonderful stage play. Chun Fei followed behind Qin Bingyun, looking around boredly. He was thinking of finding an excuse to slip away when he suddenly saw a familiar figure. In the corner of the banquet hall, Bai Muyun sat there alone. The table in front of him was filled with all kinds of exquisite delicacies, but he didn't eat a single bite. He was just holding a glass of red wine, quietly looking at the liquid in the glass, as if thinking about some important event in his life. There seemed to be an invisible barrier around him. It isolates him from the surrounding noise and creates a quiet place that belongs only to him. Seeing this, Fei Chen's heart moved, and he glanced in the direction of Qin Bingyan. I saw that she was chatting and laughing with some business partners and didn't notice me. He quietly left the crowd and walked towards Bai Muyun. Why are you hiding here alone? Chen Fei walked up to Bai Muyun and joked with a smile. Bai Muyun raised his head and saw that it was Chun Fei. A smile appeared on his face. Too tired. Fei Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Just as he was thinking about it, Bai Muyun's cell phone rang at an inopportune time. He smiled apologetically at Fei Chen, then walked aside and answered the phone. Mom, what? You're awake. Okay, I'll be right over. Bai Muyun's voice was filled with unconcealed surprise and excitement. He hung up the phone in a hurry and said to Fei Chen anxiously, My sister is awake. I have to go to the hospital to see her. Without waiting for Chun Fei to answer, he pulled Chin Fei to talk to Mr. Bai. Bai Lao's face, which was originally smiling, suddenly turned serious. He asked, awake? When did it happen? What did the doctor say? Bai Muyun scratched his head and said, I just received a call too. I don't know the details yet. I have to go over and take a look. Old Bai nodded and instructed, Go, take a good look at Mu Shui. She's been unconscious for so long. Bai Muyun agreed repeatedly. Before leaving, he did not forget to hold Fei Chun and said to Zhao Ziyan, Mr. Zhao, I'm so sorry. I have something urgent to do, and I have to leave first. Let's meet again another day. Zhao Ziyan was eager for Fei Chun to leave quickly, but when he saw Bai Muyun pulling him, he quickly said, Brother Bai, you're too polite. Family matters are more important. Chun Fei hurriedly left with Bai Muyun and did not forget to say something to Qin Bingyan. Along the way, Bai Muyun kept saying that his sister had finally woken up, his tone full of relief and joy. When I arrived at the hospital and just walked to the door of the ward, I heard Bai's mother's joyful voice. Mu Shui, how are you feeling? Are you feeling unwell? Bai Muyun walked in quickly and saw Bai Mu Shui lying lifeless on the hospital bed. At this moment, he opened his eyes weakly. Although his vision was still a little dazed, he finally woke up. Mu Shui! Bai Muyun shouted excitedly, his eyes a little moist. Bai Mu Shui turned her head slightly and saw that it was her brother. A smile appeared on her pale face. Brother. Although the voice was faint, it was like the sound of nature, and Bai Muyun finally put his mind at ease. Chun Fei stood aside, watching this scene, and couldn't help feeling touched. He remembered the time when his mother was in the hospital. In the ward, Bai Muyun and his mother surrounded Bai Mu Shui and asked her about her health, sometimes asking her what she wanted to eat and sometimes asking her where she felt unwell. Although Bai Mu Shui woke up, she had been in a coma for too long and her body was still very weak. He just smiled slightly, shook his head gently, and couldn't say a few words. She seemed like a completely different person from the bright and beautiful young lady before. Chun-Fei watched the scene with mixed emotions. He thought of his mother. Although her condition had stabilized, the leg injury she sustained back then had never fully healed, and she still had difficulty walking. System, is there any way to heal my mother's leg? Fade, Chen muttered to himself. Host, please wait a moment. The system's cold voice sounded, as if inquiring about something. Chun-Fei waited patiently, but his eyes involuntarily fell on Bai Muyun. Don't worry. Miss Bai is blessed with good fortune. I believe she will recover soon. Chun-Fei said with a smile, trying to break the slightly dull atmosphere. Chapter 59 Hidden. Bai Muyun turned to look at Fei Chun and forced a smile. Yes. I also believe that Mu Shui will get better. By the way, why don't I see Mr. Bai? Chun-Fei wanted to ask about Mr. Bai's recent situation, but he swallowed the words back when they came to his lips. The smile on Bai Muyun's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a hint of bitterness and helplessness. My dad. Ah, ever since that day. Chun-Fei's heart moved. That day. Wasn't that the day when Lin Qin took Lin Mingyun away? Could be that Father Bai went to see Lin Qin again? What happened that day? Fei Chen asked. Bai Muyun sighed, turned his head to look at Bai Muxue lying on the hospital bed, and said in a low voice, My dad went to see Aunt Lin that day. Chun-Fei was shocked. As expected. It seems that after Lin Qin took Lin Mingyun away that day, Bai's father went to look for them and never showed up again. Then what? Fei Chun pressed on. Did Mr. Bai say when he'll be back? Bai Muyun shook his head, his tone filled with worry and confusion. No, there's been no news since he left that day. I can't get through to him on the phone, and there's no one at home. I sent people to look for him, but... Drop. At this moment, the system's prompt suddenly rang in Chun-Fei's mind. Host, the treatment plan for your mother's leg injury has been found. Do you want to check it out? Chun-Fei was delighted and was about to check. Just then the door of the ward was pushed open again. The person who came was Bai Jinhua, who had been missing for several days. As soon as he entered the ward, his eyes were fixed on Bai Muxue lying on the bed. There was no joy in his eyes at seeing his daughter wake up, but instead there was undisguised disgust and indifference. Bai Muyun and his mother were both stunned. They obviously didn't expect him to appear suddenly and make such an expression as soon as he appeared. Bai Jinhua walked straight to the bedside, ignoring everyone around him, and asked in a cold tone, Bai Muxue, you are so cruel. You even harmed your own sister-in-law. Hearing his father's words, Bai Muxue, who was already weak, turned even paler in an instant and began to cough violently, as if he was going to die in the next second. Mother Bai was heartbroken. She patted her daughter's back and shouted angrily, Bai Jinhua, are you crazy? Mu Shui just woke up, and you're talking to her like that. Bai Muyun couldn't help it anymore and said angrily, Dad, do you know what you're talking about? Mu Shui has been unconscious for so long, and you say such things as soon as you come back. Do you have any humanity left? Bai Jinhua, however, seemed not to hear what they said. He continued to stare at Bai Muxue, his eyes filled with disappointment and anger. What did I teach you since you were a child? How could you do such a thing? As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the ward instantly dropped to freezing point. The medical staff heard the quarrel in the ward and rushed over to check the situation. This is a hospital. If you want to argue, go outside and do it. The head nurse warned seriously, and seeing that Bai Muxue was pale and breathing rapidly, she asked Bai Muyun and Bai's mother to quickly help her up and give her oxygen. Bai Jinhua wanted to say something, but was frightened by the head nurse's sharp look and shut his mouth. Bai Muyun glanced at Bai Jinhua coldly and said in a cold tone, If you have anything to say, wait until Mu Shui is better. After saying that, he and Bai's mother helped Bai Muxue lie down. Bai Jinhua stood there, his face terribly gloomy, and said nothing. With the help of medical staff, Bai Muxue's breathing gradually stabilized. She opened her eyes weakly. Her gaze swept over everyone in the ward and finally fell on Bai Jinhua with a complicated look. But in the end he said nothing, just shook his head gently. Chun-Fei keenly noticed that in Bai Muxue's eyes, besides weakness, there was also deep disappointment. Bai's mother and Bai Muyun stood on either side, almost half carrying Bai Jinhua and inviting him out of the ward. Bai Jinhua kept chattering along the way, but his voice was gradually swallowed up by the cold white wall at the end of the corridor. The medical staff saw that Bai Muxue's mood had calmed down. Just as they were about to remind her that the visiting hours were over, they saw Chun-Fei. Thinking back to the emergency situation that day, it was thanks to this young man's help. Otherwise, Bai Muxue's situation would not be optimistic. thinking of this. The head nurse gave Chun Fei a look that said, "You know what I mean?" and left the ward with the other nurses. The VIP ward is very large and equipped with all kinds of medical equipment, but it seems empty at this moment. Only Chun Fei and Bai Muxue were left. Bai Muxue seemed indifferent to what had just happened. She just turned over gently, with her back facing Chun Fei, as if she wanted to continue resting. Chun Fei looked at her back, hesitant to speak. Bai Muxue's condition today was very abnormal. Like a wounded little animal, she curled up and refused to let anyone get close to her. Just as Fei Chun was about to speak, Bai Muxue suddenly interrupted him. "Don't ask, I won't tell you." Her voice was very soft, as if she was talking to herself. Fei Chun was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Bai Muxue was still hiding something. "What?" Chun Fei's voice unconsciously rose a few notes, with a hint of suppressed anger in his tone. Bai Muxue's body trembled slightly, but she did not look back. She didn't dare look at Fei Chun. Her clear eyes were filled with complicated emotions. The last moment before she lost consciousness was the scene of Chun Fei trying his best to save her. The determination and anxiety were deeply imprinted in her mind. Therefore, she couldn't say anything bad to Chun Fei. Even a simple rejection made her feel extremely difficult. The ward was silent, with only the sound of the air conditioner blowing air echoing softly. Bai Muxue's silence made Chun Fei even more irritated. "Do you know that this is dangerous?" Fei Chun lowered his voice, but his tone was filled with unquestionable firmness. "If that person can do this to you once, he can do it to you a second time." Bai Muxue's body trembled again. She slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she was trying hard to endure something. After a long while, she finally spoke, her voice as thin as a mosquito. I can't say. Why can't I tell you?" Chun Fei stood up suddenly, with a hint of anger in his tone. He really couldn't understand. What on earth could be the reason that could make Bai Muxue so persistent in protecting someone who almost killed her? Bai Muxue bit her lip and said nothing. She just shook her head gently, with a glimmer of tears in the corner of her eyes. Seeing Bai Muxue like this, Chun Fei's anger immediately dissipated. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He knew that now was not the time to lose his temper. Even if Bai Muxue didn't want to say anything, it would be useless for him to force her. "Okay, if you don't want to tell me, I won't force you." Fei Chun sat down again, his tone much slower. Chapter 60. Did you bring an assistant? But you have to at least tell me where the nightmare dew comes from. What did you say? What does nightmare do? Bai Muxue's voice was very soft, with a hint of doubt, as if she had never heard of this word before. Fei Chun looked at her in disbelief. "You really don't know nightmare dew?" Bai Muxue shook her head, her eyes clear, not seeming to be pretending. But Chun Fei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Bai Muxue. "I really don't know what nightmare dew is, but..." When Bai Muxue said this, her tone paused, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. "If it's about Lin Mingyun being poisoned, I can tell you that I was the one who put the arsenic in." "What?" Fei Chun looked at her in shock. He always thought that the nightmare dew was given to Bai Muxue by that mysterious man. Bai Muxue nodded calmly, as if she had already prepared herself mentally. "I know this isn't right, but I have no other choice." "What's going on?" Fei Chun frowned tightly. Bai Muxue took a deep breath, as if trying to organize her words. "This is a long story. It's about some past events in our Bai family. She hesitated, as if she found it difficult to speak. "I don't want to involve other people, but I can tell you that I don't regret it." Bai Muxue's tone was calm, but full of determination, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Fei Chun was silent. He had a hunch that what Bai Muxue was hiding might be more complicated than he imagined. Bai Muxue's eyes wandered for a moment, as if she was thinking about something. After a moment, she asked softly, "My brother and Lin Mingyun, how are they doing now?" Chun Fei paused. This was indeed a difficult problem. The matter between Bai Muxuan and Lin Mingyun was neither big nor small, but it was known to everyone in the Bai family. But Bai Muxue happened to be in a hospital all the time and had no access to any news. Fei Chun hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the truth. They're divorced. After a long time, Bai Muxue breathed a sigh of relief, as if she had let go of a heavy burden. "That's fine." Fei Chun couldn't quite understand Bai Muxue's thoughts. He asked tentatively, "Don't you want to ask why?" Bai Muxue shook her head, a barely perceptible wry smile forming on the corner of her mouth. "Don't ask. I can probably guess." Fei Chun wanted to ask more, but he saw Bai Muxiue close her eyes as if she didn't want to say anything more. She just said lightly, I want to rest. You can go out. Seeing this, Fei Chen didn't know what to say and had to get up and leave. Walking out of the ward, Fei Chen saw Bai's mother and Bai Muyun pacing anxiously in the corridor. Bai Jianhua disappeared. He probably couldn't stand the depressing atmosphere and left first. Seeing Fei Chen coming out, Bai's mother hurried forward and asked anxiously, How is it? How is Shuer? Although Bai Muyun didn't say anything, he stared at Chun Fei closely, his eyes full of worry. Miss Bai is fine now, and her emotions have stabilized. Let her have a good rest. Fei Chun answered truthfully. That's good, that's good. When Bai's mother heard that her daughter was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, but then she seemed to remember something and asked in a worried tone. Fei Chun, Shuer, she didn't say anything nonsense, did she? Fei Chun was stunned for a moment. Then he understood what Mrs. Bai was referring to and shook his head. No, Miss Bai just asked some questions about Mr. Bai and Miss Lin. When Bai's mother heard this, her expression changed slightly. Bai Muyun even raised his head abruptly and looked at Fei Chun with complicated eyes. What else did she say? Bai's mother's voice trembled a little. Chun Fei looked at Bai Muyun, then at Bai's mother, and finally decided not to say anything. He just shook his head and said, Miss Bai didn't say anything. She just said she wanted a rest. Bai's mother and Bai Muyun obviously didn't believe Chun Fei's words. But since Chun Fei didn't say anything, they had no choice but to watch Chun Fei leave. Chun Fei walked out of the hospital and breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally done with this mess in Y City. He didn't want to ask more about the Bai family's affairs, so he just let it go with the wind. It was already dark. Fei Chen took out his phone and sent a message to Qin Bingyun. Boss Qin, is the banquet over? Do you need me to pick you up? After waiting for a few seconds, Qin Bingyun's message came back. In front of the Century Hotel, come quickly. Chun Fei smiled. This woman was still as frugal with words as ever. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for Century Avenue. Inside the car, Qin Bingyun leaned back elegantly on the seat, closing her eyes to rest. The Zhao family's banquet this time has more than just a simple purpose. Chun Fei said casually. Qin Bingyun slowly opened her eyes. I am very satisfied with your performance today. Fei Chen smiled pretentiously. Boss Qin's acting is also pretty good. A hint of admiration flashed in Qin Bingyun's eyes. Thinking of the scene where Fei Chen cooperated with him at the banquet, you react quite quickly. Of course. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows proudly. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Bingyun rolled her eyes at him. But this time I understand their purpose, so I can take precautions early. So what does Mr. Qin plan to do? Chun Fei asked. He knew that Qin Bingyun was not the kind of woman who would sit and wait for death. Just a clown. Qin Bingyun said lightly, her tone full of disdain. Chun Fei glanced at her. This woman was really domineering. But he likes it. By the way, Mr. Qin, I'm not going back to the Bai family tonight. Please find me a place to stay. Chun Fei said lazily, the Bai family's place. Although the two old men and Bai Muyun were nice to him, there were too many things to do, and he really didn't want to go back. Anyway, what needs to be done has been done. Qin Bingyun responded softly, as if she had expected him to say that. She took out her cell phone and dialed a number. Hello, it's me. Please give me a room at Lingyun Hotel. No need to go to such trouble. Just find motel. Chun Fei said. But she soon realized that since he was not going back to the Bai family, Qin Bingyun naturally would not go either. The Express Hotel obviously didn't want to, and he was about to say something. The Lingyun Hotel. Qin Bingyun ignored his words and spoke directly to the person on the other end of the phone. The room needs to be the best. Also, prepare one set of clothes for the ladies and one for the men. Understood, President Qin. A respectful female voice came from the other end of the phone. Fei Chen was stunned for a moment. You brought an assistant? He remembered that Qin Bingyun came to the police station alone today. So why did she bring an assistant with her today? Qin Bingyun glanced at him and nodded as a matter of course. Why? I'm the president of the Qin group, but I don't even have an assistant when I travel. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if you tell others about it? Chapter 61. Teasing. Chun Fei touched his nose. Okay, he was overthinking it. Chun Fei inadvertently turned his head to look at Qin Bingyun, only to find that her cheeks were abnormally flushed. A faint smell of alcohol lingered around her, like a hazy veil covering her cold and elegant aura. Boss Qin, how much did you drink? Fei Chen asked with a half-smile. Qin Bingyun glanced at him coldly and ignored his teasing. Shall I give you 2 injections? Chun Fei suddenly said. Qin Bingyun was stunned for a moment, obviously not understanding what he meant. How about a hangover cure? Would Mr. Qin do me the honor? Chun Fei raised the silver needle in his hand. It was obviously the set of silver needles passed down from the Chun family that Qin Bingyun helped him buy at the auction. Qin Bingyun looked at him speechlessly. This guy really never forgets his old profession anytime and anywhere. However, she did feel a little dizzy, as the wine had a strong after effect. Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Chun. Qin Bingyun stretched out her right hand. On her fair wrist was an exquisite lady's watch, which made her skin look even whiter and tenderer. Fei Chun was not polite and quickly took out 2 silver needles from a needle bag and firmly inserted them into the acupuncture points on Qin Bingyun's wrist. A cool feeling came from her wrist, and Qin Bingyun suddenly felt her mind became much clearer, and the smell of alcohol also dissipated a lot. Not bad. Qin Bingyun withdrew her hand and commented lightly. Of course. Don't you see who I am? I am her husband. Fei Chen was about to brag a bit, but suddenly realized that he had spoken too much and quickly shut his mouth. Qin Bingyun looked at him with a smile. Husband. Fei Chen coughed twice, trying to hide his embarrassment. That's not it. A slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. The taxi continued driving in silence, but the atmosphere inside the car became a little subtle. When they arrived at the entrance of Lingyun Hotel, Qin Bingyun's assistant had been waiting there for a long time. Boss Qin, the room is ready. Here is your room card. The assistant respectfully handed the room card to Qin Bingyun. Qin Bingyun took the room card and turned to look at Fei Chun. Let's go. Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, then asked in confusion, Where are we going? Qin Bingyun rolled her eyes at him and said, Of course we're going to the room. Do you want to sleep on the street? Only then did Fei Chun realize that the room Qin Bingyun was referring to was their room. Hearing this, Fei Chun quickened his pace and caught up with Qin Bingyun. The two walked into the hotel side by side. In the elevator, Qin Bingyun suddenly asked, Are you really not going back to the Bai family? No. Fei Chun shook his head. Then we'll go back to Jiangdu? Qin Bingyun asked again. Of course. Fei Chun paused, his eyes falling on Qin Bingyun's face. It depends on what Mr. Qin has arranged. Qin Bingyun was stunned for a moment, then reacted. This scene looked very much like Qin Bingyun coming to Y City specifically to pick up Chun Fei. The elevator door opened. Chun Fei followed Qin Bingyun into the room and closed the door. The room was filled with a faint fragrance, most likely the hotel's aromatherapy. Fei Chun took a deep breath. It smelled like money. Qin Bingyun ignored Chun Fei, picked up the clothes prepared by her assistant, and went into the bathroom. Fei Chun breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. He walked over to the sofa and sat down. Qin Bingyun had already changed her clothes and lay down on the bed to rest. Fei Chun then went in and took a quick shower. After taking a shower, I went to the sofa consciously. Chun Fei was bored and flipping through his phone, casually browsing the news. Suddenly, the phone vibrated and a message from Bai Muyan came. Brother Chun, why didn't you come back? Now that your family's affairs have been dealt with, I plan to go back to Jiangdu with Bingyun tomorrow. Fei Chun replied while yawning. Well, I'll hurry up and finalize the factory plan as soon as possible. Bai Muyan replied. Okay, thank you for your hard work, brother. Chun Fei sent a thumbs-up emoticon. Fei Chun turned over on the soft sofa. Although the hotel's air conditioning temperature was just right, he felt a little hot and couldn't fall asleep. The incident in the afternoon when I asked the system to treat my mother's leg injury in the hospital came to my mind again. Damn system, can't it be cheaper? Fei Chun cursed under his breath, scratched his hair in annoyance, and clicked on the system interface in his mind that only he could see. The treatment plan interface was still where it was last opened. The two plans were like two demons with bared fangs and claws, mocking his powerlessness. Option 1. Special effect bone regenerating pill. Just one pill can regenerate a broken limb. Even a leg ailment is no problem. Only 999 points are required. Option 2. The ancient divine needle rejuvenation technique, combined with the Bai Chao pill specially provided by this system, will cure any illness immediately. Only 9,999 points are required. What about regenerating severed limbs? What about medicine that cures all diseases? Fei Chun cursed with gritted teeth. How can he afford it now? He sat up suddenly from the sofa and scratched his hair irritably. Although he possessed extraordinary medical skills, he could only watch his mother suffer because he did not have enough points. Points! How can I get points with this broken system? He opened the taskbar, but it was empty. Not to mention any tasks. There wasn't even a punctuation mark. Damn, this crappy system. Has it forgotten me or what? It won't even give me a single crappy mission. His thoughts went back to the day he got the system. He happened to be next to Bai Muyun that day, and the system started up without any warning. He is also the target of the first mission. Now that I think about it, is there some secret behind this system? Does it have to be someone I know, and that person has to be sick in order to trigger the quest? Fei Chun stroked his chin, puzzled. Just when he was about to ask the thing in his mind, he found that he could not concentrate at all. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Go to sleep. Chun Fei felt sleepy and fell asleep in a daze. The next morning, Chun Fei was dug up from the sofa by Qin Bingyan. Hey, get up. It's time to go. Fei Chun rubbed his sleepy eyes. After packing up, the two, accompanied by their assistants, went to the airport to return to Jiangdu. This time, Qin Bingyan booked a first-class cabin, so the journey was quite quiet. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable chair, Fei Chun looked at the clouds passing by outside the window. But in my heart, I began to ponder his system. This system has been silent since the last mission was released. I don't know if it has crashed again. We have to think of a way to try it. Fei Chun thought to himself. He is very clear about the principle that with the system in hand, the world is mine. If you don't study it carefully, how can you be worthy of this adventure that you have triggered? Chapter 62, New Mission. He began to secretly observe the passengers around him, trying to see if there was any chance to trigger the mission. It's a pity that there were only a few people in the first-class cabin, and they were all quite far away. Each of them looked like a business elite or a noble lady or socialite. They were all energetic and radiant, and did not look sick at all. Oh, what should I do? Chun Fei was feeling a bit depressed. At this moment, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged man sitting diagonally in front of him, whose face looked unusually pale. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, and he was holding a tissue tightly in his hand, as if he was trying hard to endure something. Fei Chun looked at the middle-aged man and thought to himself, this old man looks pale, his breathing is rapid, and his hands are shaking. Could he be suffering from some kind of acute illness? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed, so he secretly observed the man. Ding! Mission issued. Treat Yang Qianchu's acute myocardial infarction. Chun Fei took a deep breath. This was no joke. It was acute myocardial infarction. In an environment like an airplane, if the situation is not handled in time, it could cost lives in minutes. What should I do? Should I just rush up and say, brother, I see your forehead is black. I'm afraid you're going to die. Let me use my rejuvenating magic to save your life. Chun Fei secretly complained in his heart that no one believed the truth these days, and he might be regarded as a psychopath. His eyes rolled, and a plan came to his mind. Chun Fei stood up and pretended to go to the toilet. When he passed the man, he deliberately stumbled and fell towards the man. Ouch! Fei Chun shouted exaggeratedly and grabbed the back of the man's seat to steady himself. Sir, are you all right? Fei Chun asked with pretended concern while carefully observing the man's reaction. The middle-aged man was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, and after being hit by Chun Fei, his vision went dark and he almost fainted. He suppressed his discomfort and waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. Of course, Fei Chun wouldn't give up easily. He asked kindly, Sir, you don't look well. Are you feeling unwell? I'm a doctor. How about I help you take a look? The middle-aged man originally didn't want to pay attention to Chun Fei. After all, in this day and age, who would dare to trust a stranger? But he felt really uncomfortable, as if a huge rock was pressing on his chest. It became difficult to breathe, and my vision went black. Cold sweat kept pouring out, and I felt like I was going to faint in the next second. The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but felt as if his throat was blocked by something, and he couldn't say a word. He could only lean weakly against the back of the chair and nodded with difficulty. Seeing this, Fei Chun was secretly delighted. The opportunity had come. Without any further ado, he placed his hand on the man's wrist and pretended to take his pulse. My pulse is irregular, my breathing is weak, and my heartbeat is rapid. These are the symptoms of a myocardial infarction. Chun Fei shook his head while diagnosing and spoke seriously. Several passengers nearby also heard the noise. They all looked sideways, looking over here curiously. Qin Bingyan also looked at Chun Fei in surprise. How come she didn't know that Chun Fei was a nosy person? The middle-aged man no longer cared about anything else at this time. He only felt his eyes going dark, his ears buzzing, and his consciousness began to become blurred. He used up his last bit of strength, tightly grasped Chun Fei's hand, and said in a hoarse voice, Save me. Then, His head tilted, and he fainted. Oh no, the patient has lost consciousness. Fei Chun pretended to be panicked and shouted, causing the surrounding passengers to burst into an uproar. Quick, call a doctor. Staff, someone's fainted here. What should we do? Can he be saved? The flight attendant came hurriedly, and the sound of her high heels hitting the ground made a tapping sound, like the beat of a death drum. She comforted the panicked passengers around her while asking about the situation. Sir, sir. The stewardess's voice was sweet and anxious, but the middle-aged man did not respond at all. Only his rapid breathing reminded everyone of the critical situation. Stop crowding around me. I'm a doctor, Fei Chen said loudly. Fei Chen didn't have time to think about it and quickly checked the man's condition. Acute myocardial infarction. First aid must be given immediately. Chun Fei acted decisively and said to the flight attendant, Is there a first aid kit on the plane? Also, contact ground control immediately and prepare for an emergency landing at the nearest airport. The flight attendant was obviously startled by this sudden situation, but her good professional ethics allowed her to calm down quickly and immediately follow Chun Fei's instructions. Sir, relax, take a deep breath, and follow me. While comforting the man, Fei Chen quickly searched for the necessary medicines and tools from the first aid kit brought by the flight attendant. The first aid kit on the plane had limited medicine, so Chun Fei could only use traditional Chinese medicine massage techniques to relieve the man's pain. He used his fingertips to press the acupuncture points on the man's chest accurately, and a warm air flow flowed into the man's body along his fingertips. Perhaps Chun Fei's technique worked. The man who had fallen into a coma actually let out a faint groan, and his frown relaxed slightly. The passengers around were originally nervous, but they all felt relieved when they saw the middle-aged man. Amazing. This guy's really good. Yeah, considering his young age, I didn't expect his medical skills to be so advanced. That's right. If it had been a little later, maybe... Listening to the discussions around him, Fei Chun smiled bitterly inwardly. He just wanted to test the conditions for the system to issue tasks. Who would have thought that he would be given a health difficulty right from the start? Even if he has good medical skills now, the medical facilities on the plane are limited and he can't conjure up any treatment with his hands. Sir, how are you feeling? Can you hear me? Fei Chen asked as he continued to clear the man's meridians. He knew that all he was doing now was to maintain the man's vital signs as much as possible. Time passed minute by minute, and although the man's condition improved, Chun Fei's heart became heavier and heavier. After all, the medical facilities on the plane are limited. If we can't get to the hospital in time, I'm afraid... Mr. Chun, ground control has confirmed that the plane will make an emergency landing at Jiangdu Airport in 20 minutes. Please be prepared. The flight attendant's voice came in time, making Chun Fei feel relieved. Okay, I understand. Fei Chen nodded, his gaze fixed on the man again, his eyes firm. Brother, you have to hold on. The staff has already contacted the hospital for you. You will be fine. As if in response to Fei Chen's words, the man's originally weak breathing actually became a little steady. Chapter 63: No plans for divorce for the time being. A hint of color slowly returned to the man's pale face. 20 minutes passed in a flash, and the plane landed smoothly at Jiangdu Airport. Medical staff were already waiting on the tarmac, and Chun Fei assisted them in carrying the middle-aged man into the ambulance. Only after watching the ambulance roar away did Chun breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, Qin Bingyun's driver had been waiting for a long time. He respectfully took the luggage from Chun Fei and said, Mr. Chun, Mr. Qin, let's go. Fei Chen nodded and was about to leave when he was blocked by several first-class passengers. Dr. Chun, please stay. A middle-aged man with a portly build and gold-rimmed glasses spoke first. With a broad smile on his face, he handed over a business card and said, I'm Wang Defa, chairman of the Hanyuan Group. Fei Chen took the business card and smiled faintly. Boss Wang, what can I do for you? Without waiting for Mr. Wang to speak. Dr. Chun, your medical skills are truly amazing. I've lived for most of my life, and this is the first time I've seen such miraculous medical skills. Another noble lady, dressed elegantly and lavishly in jewels, said excitedly. Dr. Chun, please leave me your contact information. After saying that, the lady stuffed her business card into Chun Fei's hand without hesitation, with such enthusiasm, as if Chun Fei was some rare treasure. Then, the last passenger, a lean, sharp-eyed old man, came over. Although his tone wasn't as exaggerated as the first two, it was also filled with sincere gratitude. Dr. Chun, my last name is Li. This is my business card. I'd also like to add your contact information. Faced with the enthusiasm of the three passengers, Chun Fei couldn't refuse. He accepted their business cards one by one and exchanged contact information with them. Dr. Chun, you are truly a man of great promise. You have such great medical skills at such a young age. I am truly impressed. Wang Def aside, looking at Chun Fei with eyes full of admiration. Yes, Dr. Chun, are you married? My niece just returned from studying abroad this year. The lady suddenly interrupted, her eyes lingering over Fei Chun with an ambiguous expression, as if she was sizing up a commodity to be sold. Fei Chun suddenly felt a chill and quickly waved his hands, saying, Mrs. Lee, you misunderstood. I'm already married. Get married? A hint of disappointment flashed across the lady's face, but she quickly regained her enthusiasm. It doesn't matter if you're married. You could just be friends first. With the divorce rate in today's society, who knows? Chun Fei's scalp tingled when he heard this. He was just about to find an excuse to slip away, but he saw Qin Bingyun standing behind him. Her face was as cold as ice, and her eyes stared at the chattering lady with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Mrs. Lee, I'm sorry. We have no plans to divorce for the time being. Mrs. Lee was startled by Qin Bingyun's voice. She unconsciously took a step back, and the smile on her face stiffened a little. She looked Qin Bingyun up and down. Her well-tailored professional suit set off her tall figure. Especially the powerful aura emanating from her body made Mrs. Lee realize that the woman in front of her was no ordinary person. Could it be this person is... Mrs. Lee thought that Chun Fei was the woman's personal doctor or something like that, but she didn't expect that they were husband and wife, and she suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, Mrs. Chun, Mr. Chun, I didn't know you were husband and wife. I apologize for any offense I caused you earlier. Mrs. Lee quickly apologized, but secretly felt lucky that she had not said anything more extreme. At this moment, the sweet voice of the flight attendant sounded over the radio. Dear passengers, the plane is about to take off again. Mrs. Lee was as if she had been pardoned. She said goodbye quickly. Mrs. Chun, Mr. Chun, I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye, goodbye. After saying that, he left as if escaping. After watching Mrs. Lee leave, Qin Bingyun turned to look at Fei Chun. Her lips curled up slightly. Why, Dr. Chun, you just came back and someone introduced you to someone new? Fei Chun shrugged helplessly and explained, I didn't provoke her. She was the one who wanted to give me her business card. Qin Bingyun snorted lightly and said nothing more, but a hint of imperceptible dissatisfaction flashed in her cold eyes. The driver dropped them off at the Qin Group building. Fei Chun remembered that he still had work to do, so he said, I'm going to the hospital first. Tonight, come back early in the evening. Qin Bingyun interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for doubt. Fei Chun was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. Okay, I understand. After watching Qin Bingyun walk into the company building, Chun Fei turned and left. When I arrived at Rinqing Hospital and just walked into the office, I saw my colleague Dr. Wang coming over with a gossipy look on his face. Fei Chun, I heard you saved someone on the plane yesterday. How do you know? Of course I know. That person is in our hospital right now. I heard that his condition is critical. He's been stuck in the operating room from just now until now. Dr. Wang lowered his voice and said mysteriously, I heard that man is quite important. He seems to be the mayor of the next door. Dr. Wang tried hard to recall, but the name went around in his mouth several times, and he just couldn't remember it. Fei Chun didn't really care about this. He smiled faintly and said, Really? That's quite a coincidence. That's right. But then again, Dr. Chun, you're amazing. You can even come across this. Dr. Wang winked at Fei Chun, his tone full of admiration. Chun Fei just smiled and didn't say much. Saving lives is a doctor's duty, and he didn't think he had done anything remarkable. Okay, I'm going to the traditional Chinese medicine department first. We'll talk later. Chun Fei patted Dr. Wang on the shoulder and turned to walk towards his department. As soon as he reached the entrance of the traditional Chinese medicine department, Fei Chun was stunned. The traditional Chinese medicine department, which was originally deserted, now had a queue. Although it is still not as good as Western medicine, it is also a wonder. The originally empty corridor was now filled with several rows of chairs, where patients who came for consultation sat. Several doctors in white coats were busy shuttling around. Chun Fei took a quick look and found that these doctors included both old and young doctors. Each of them looked smart and capable, and it seemed that their medical skills should be good. What's going on? Chun Fei looked at the young nurse beside him with a confused look on his face. The young nurse was stunned when she saw Fei Chun, But then, as if remembering something, she quickly said respectfully, "Dr. Chun, you're back. These are all new doctors who have arrived recently." The dean said he wanted to strengthen the traditional Chinese medicine department, so he specially invited experts from all over the country. Strengthen the construction of traditional Chinese medicine departments? At this moment, Chun Fei suddenly realized that the money that Mr. Wang gave him before he left was to be used to build the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Chapter 64. Young Master Tang is sick. He walked through the corridor and into the office, and sure enough, he saw a lot of new faces. Several young doctors were busy examining patients and prescribing medicines, with a hint of excitement on their faces. It seems that traditional Chinese medicine is about to usher in a new wave of development. Chun Fei thought to himself that this was a good thing for the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, Rinxin Hospital, and even the entire traditional Chinese medicine community. Old Lu was still sitting in his old seat, with a long line of patients in front of him waiting to see him. At this time in the past, Mr. Lu would have already closed his eyes and rested, preparing for his nap. Maybe I will lose the right to take a nap after this. Seeing this scene, Fei Chun felt a little more admiration in his heart. Although Mr. Lu has an eccentric personality, his medical skills are first class. Now seeing the current situation of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine, he must be very pleased. Chun Fei was just about to go over and say hello to Mr. Lu when suddenly a young girl blocked his way. "Excuse me, sir. Are you here to see a doctor?" The girl's voice is sweet and gentle, and she has a professional smile on her face, which makes people feel like spring breeze. Fei Chun was slightly stunned, and he looked down at his clothes. Then he realized that he had not yet changed into his white coat. No wonder the young doctor misunderstood that he was here to see a doctor. "I'm not." Just as Fei Chun was about to explain, he caught a glimpse of Mr. Lu looking over here from the corner of his eye. He smiled slightly and paused deliberately. "Sir, if you are here to see a doctor, please go outside and wait in line." The girl still maintained a professional smile and patiently explained, "Our hospital has a rule that all patients must first register and queue before they can receive diagnosis and treatment." Before Fei Chun could say anything, he heard Elder Lu's energetic voice coming from the side. "Xiao Li, this is Dr. Chun from our traditional Chinese medicine department." Hearing what old Lu said, the young woman's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she looked Chun Fei up and down as if she was meeting him for the first time. "Dr. Chun? You're Dr. Chun?" The girl's voice was full of surprise and disbelief, as if she had seen something incredible. Fei Chun smiled slightly and was about to speak when he saw the girl's face suddenly turn red. He lowered his head and stammered, "Dr. Chun, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you, Fei Chun gave Shaoli a kind smile, waved his hand, and said, it's okay. I just got back not long ago. It's normal that you don't recognize me." Seeing that Fei Chun had no intention of blaming him, Shaoli breathed a sigh of relief, scratched his head, and went back to work. At this time, Elder Lu sent a patient away. He looked up and saw Fei Chun and greeted him with a smile. "Little Chun, come on, sit over there for a while. I'll come back after I finish seeing these patients." Fei Chun nodded to Mr. Lu and walked to a bench nearby and sat down. He closed his eyes and checked the system interface again. The progress bar of the task Treat Yang Qian-Shu in the task bar stopped at 50%, and there was a line of small words at the bottom saying treatment in progress. It seems that Yang Qian-Shu is still being rescued. Fei Chun recalled what Dr. Wang had said before. Bored, Fei Chun began to observe the other patients in the clinic. Sitting opposite him was a fashionable young woman who was putting on makeup in front of her phone, but her delicate makeup couldn't hide the fatigue between her brows. Next to her was a white-haired old lady, tightly holding the prescription in her hand, her face full of anxiety and uneasiness. Alas, there's so many people who are sick these days. Fei Chun sighed in his heart. At this moment, the door of the treatment room was open again. Chun Fei saw Xiao Li, who had just left, stopping a woman. He had a professional smile on his face, but his tone was very helpless. "Miss, I'm sorry. You can't go in." The woman was wearing a white dress today and had big wavy hair, looking pure yet mature. But the exquisite makeup could not hide the anxiety between her eyebrows. The woman didn't take Xiao Li seriously and directly pushed open the door of the treatment room. Her tone was a little flustered and forceful. "Don't stop me. I'm going to find your person in charge." She was probably in a hurry and didn't notice Chun Fei, who was sitting next to her. She walked quickly towards Mr. Lu, who was still seeing patients. "You must be Mr. Lu. Come with me." The woman cut in line and walked up to Mr. Lu, trying to pull his arm to walk out. At this time, Chun Fei also saw the person who came. It was Tang Linner. Elder Lu was left in a state of confusion by Tang Linner's behavior. He patiently explained, "Madam, if you are here to see a doctor, please go and register first. I have another patient to attend to." Tang Linner was speechless. Of course, she knew the hospital rules, but the situation was urgent, and she really couldn't care less about them. "I'm from the Tang family." Tang Linner took a deep breath and brought up the family name. Looking at Tang Linner's attitude, people who didn't know her would think she was some big shot. The patients and their families waiting to see the doctor cast dissatisfied glances at her and whispered to each other, "Who is this person? Why is he cutting in line? Does he have any sense of public morality?" "Exactly. Didn't you see that Mr. Lu is still busy? I really don't know what young people are thinking these days." "Hush, keep your voice down. Didn't you see the dress she's wearing? I heard it's a limited edition. Not everyone can afford it. She must be from a wealthy family. We can't afford to offend her." Old Lu was slightly stunned. The Tang family was a well-known family in Jiangdu, so he had naturally heard of them. However, this cannot be a reason for her to cut in line. "Ms. Tang, I know you are of noble status, but the hospital has its own regulations. Please cooperate." Mr. Lu's tone was gentle, but his attitude was firm. "No, I can't wait." Tang Linner's voice rose several degrees, her tone filled with anxiety. "My brother is very ill. I have to take you away immediately." Tang Linner's words shocked old Lu. "Critically ill?" Seeing her anxious look, it doesn't seem like she is lying. "Ms. Tang, please don't be so anxious. Tell me slowly. What's going on?" Mr. Lu slowed down his tone and tried to understand the situation. "My brother has been very ill recently. We've called in many doctors, but they're all helpless. He's also unwilling to come to the hospital, so I hope you can come with me to the Tang family." "Is young Master Tang sick?" Old Lu frowned slightly. Seeing that Elder Lu seemed hesitant, Tang Linner became anxious and said quickly, "Elder Lu, I know you're a skilled doctor. You recently cured Elder Wan's illness, and your reputation is well known throughout Jiangdu. I'm leaving my father's illness in your care." Chapter 65. Coming here because of its reputation. When Tang Linner mentioned Mr. Wan, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Mr. Lu's face. During this period, he was indeed famous, and many people came to him and asked him to treat them. But in fact, he explained it many times and never thought it would be spread like this. Some time ago, there was a rumor in Jiangdu about a miracle doctor named Chun who cured the old man of the Wan family who was on the verge of death with his miraculous hands. This Dr. Chun was a doctor at the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine at Renqing Hospital. For a time, the department was bustling with patients, many of whom came to see Dr. Chun specifically, asking for him to see them. But this Dr. Chun seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. No matter how the patients begged, the head of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Department always said one thing: Dr. Chun is on vacation and his return date is uncertain. These patients had no choice but to settle for the second best and choose to see Dr. Lu, the head of the Traditional Chinese Medicine Department. Although Mr. Lu's medical skills are not as good as that of the mysterious Dr. Chun, he is also considered an experienced old Chinese medicine practitioner. After this period of treatment, Dr. Lu has become somewhat famous, and many patients praise him highly. Tang Linner came to visit him specially because she had heard of Mr. Lu's reputation. "Ms. Tang, you misunderstood." Just as Mr. Lu was about to explain, he was interrupted by Tang Linner. "Mr. Lu, please don't be so modest. My brother's condition is really critical. Please come with me." Seeing that Tang Linner was still making things difficult for Mr. Lu, the patients in the queue were already becoming somewhat dissatisfied. Old Lu sighed and was about to speak when suddenly a clear voice interrupted him. "Miss, can you please be respectful to others?" Mr. Lu has already explained that there should be a first-come, first-served principle. Tang Linner turned around abruptly, wanting to see angrily who dared to meddle in her affairs. When she saw that the person who spoke was Chun Fei, she was stunned. How could it be him? Tang Linner never expected to meet Chun Fei here, and he dared to stand up and stop her. Thinking of the last time Fade, Chun humiliated him at the auction. Tang Linner looked up and down at Chun Fei, who was wearing a custom-made suit, and thought of him being on the list with Qin Bingyan. He sneered in his heart, his tone full of disdain and ridicule. "I thought it was you, but it turns out to be you, a gigolo. Why did you use your wife's money to see a doctor?" Her voice was so sharp and sarcastic that the patients around her couldn't help laughing when they heard it. When old Lu saw Fei Chen speak, his eyes suddenly lit up. He was worried that he didn't have time to go, and it would not be good if Miss Tang refused. Mr. Liu was thinking about it and decided to let Chun Fei go and take a look. The next second, he heard Tang Liner insulting Chun Fei, and he immediately became angry. Ms. Tang, please speak with more respect. Elder Liu said in a deep voice. This is Dr. Chun from our hospital. Dr. Chun, what doctor? Tang Liner burst into laughter as if she had heard a joke. Mr. Liu, don't be fooled by him. He's just a gigolo who lives off women. That's enough. Old Liu slammed the table and glared at Tang Liner. Do you know who is standing in front of you? Tang Liner was startled by old Liu's sudden anger. She was stunned for a moment and asked with a guilty conscience, Who? Who is he? He's the genius Dr. Chun who cured Mr. Wan that the entire Jiangdu has been looking for. Mr. Liu said word by word. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was shocked. The originally noisy clinic suddenly became quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at Fade Chun in disbelief. They had never imagined that this young-looking man was actually the legendary miracle doctor. Tang Liner was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She widened her eyes and stared at Chun Fei, as if she wanted to see through him. How could it be him? How could he be that divine Dr. Chun? Tang Liner's heart was in turmoil. She never imagined that Chun Fei, whom she had always looked down upon, was actually the miraculous Dr. Chun. Suddenly, she seemed to have figured something out, and a scornful smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Mr. Liu, you don't think I'm that easy to fool, do you? This Renqin hospital, to put it bluntly, doesn't have shares in the Qin family. She deliberately raised her voice and glanced at Chun Fei with mockery in her eyes. Some people, relying on their connections with the Qin family, really think they are some kind of miracle doctor. Old Liu was so angry at Tang Liner's groundless speculation that his beard was shaking. He pointed at Tang Liner and kept saying you for a long time, but he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Miss Tang, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Elder Liu took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and turned to look at an idle old doctor next to him. Dr. Li, please go with Miss Tang. Doctor Li nodded helplessly. It was his bad luck to run into this. He stood up and walked to Tang Liner, making a please gesture. Before Tang Liner left, she gave Fade Chun a provocative look, as if to say, just wait and see. I'll ruin your reputation. After Tang Liner finally left, Elder Liu quickly examined the remaining patients, pulled Fade Chun up, and walked out. Dr. Chun, come on, let me show you some of the newly renovated rooms in our department of traditional Chinese medicine. Chun Fei was pulled by old Liu through the corridor and came to the new area of the traditional Chinese medicine department. Look, this is the new reception room. It's spacious and bright, right? Over there is the pharmacy, which will make it much more convenient to get medicine. And over here is the dedicated operating room with the most advanced equipment. Mr. Liu introduced the new rooms with great enthusiasm, as if he had built them himself. Fei Chin also listened patiently, nodding from time to time to express his appreciation. How is it? Dr. Chun, can you officially start work tomorrow? Old Liu looked at Chun Fei expectantly. Fei Chin pondered for a moment. He felt as if he had forgotten something important, but he couldn't remember it. What's wrong? Dr. Chun, do you have any questions? Seeing Chun Fei's hesitation, Mr. Liu asked with concern. Fei Chun rubbed his temples and tried hard to recall. Suddenly, the old face of Mr. Qin flashed through his mind. Oh, I remember now. Fei Chun slapped his forehead and said, Mr. Liu, I have something else to do. I won't be able to come to work for a few days. Mr. Liu was stunned for a moment. Okay, then you can take care of your business first. There's no rush. Although Mr. Liu said he was not in a hurry, he was still a little disappointed. After all, Chun Fei's return can greatly enhance the reputation of the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Then, Dr. Chun, when do you think you can come to work? I can make some arrangements in advance. Mr. Liu asked tentatively. Fei Chin pondered for a moment. How about this? I'll call you when I get back to confirm. Chapter 66 accident. Hearing Chun Fei's words, the smile on Lu Lao's face froze. Chun Fei felt uneasy when he was looked at by Mr. Liu. He touched his nose and smiled awkwardly. He said quickly, Mr. Liu, I really have something else to do, so I'll leave first. I'll be sure to report to you as soon as I'm done with these few days. After saying that, without waiting for Mr. Liu to say anything else, Chun Fei ran away at a speed that was even faster than a rabbit. Looking at Fei Chin's fleeing back, old Liu shook his head helplessly. After all, the dean didn't say anything. He couldn't possibly say that he wouldn't let Qin Fei take leave. Chun Fei trotted out of Renqin Hospital. He was originally planning to report for work today. As a result, when I thought about what happened to Mr. Chin, I felt that I would not be able to come to the hospital in the next few days. No matter what, for Chin Bingyun's sake, he had to cure the old man first. When Fei Chin returned to Chin's house, it was not yet completely dark. The afterglow of the setting sun still lingered in the garden of the villa, giving the precious flowers a golden edge. He deliberately returned home early today, just because Chin Bingyun asked him to come back early. There's also something about the earth-fire Ganoderma. According to him, this is the most difficult to find among the 3 medicinal herbs. I didn't expect Chin Bingyun to be found so easily. Chun Fei couldn't help but admire the Chin family. Chin Bingyun's return time is usually not fixed, and sometimes she comes home very late. Sometimes he simply doesn't come back, and only when the company's affairs are finished will he go back to the Chin family villa to stay for a few days. Today, perhaps because of what she said this morning, Fei Chun had just walked in. Then the roar of the engine of Chin Bingyun's cool red Ferrari sports car was heard coming from a distance. Chun Fei stood in front of the French window in the living room, watching Chin Bingyun get out of the car. "Are you back?" Fei Chun turned around, walked to the sofa, and sat down. He picked up an apple from the table, wiped it, and took a bite. Chin Bingyun responded lightly and walked straight to the wine cabinet. He poured himself a glass of red wine and swished it gently. His eyes were unfocused, as if he was thinking about something. "What's on your mind?" Seeing her like this, Fei Chin couldn't help but ask. "Company matters." Chin Bingyun answered concisely, with a hint of fatigue in her tone. Just as Fei Chin was about to speak, Chin Bingyun raised her hand to stop him. She walked to the sofa and sat down, closing her eyes and gently rubbing her temples, as if trying to relieve her fatigue. Seeing this, Fei Chin didn't know what to say and could only quietly leave the room. He went downstairs and found Lin's mother busy in the kitchen. "Lin's mother, please prepare dinner." Mother Lin smiled and nodded. "Okay, master, I understand." Chun Fei wandered aimlessly in the garden of the villa. It was early autumn evening, and there was already a hint of coolness in the air. He walked to a secluded corner and found a stone bench to sit down. System, how is the progress of the task of treating Yang Qianshu? Fei Chen muttered to himself. Ding. Host, the progress of the task of treating Yang Qianshu has reached 80%. Please continue your efforts. The mechanical voice of the system sounded in Chun Fei's mind. 80%? So fast. Chun Fei was delighted. It seemed that Yang Qianshu was almost recovered. I think I'll get a lot of points from treating Yang Qianshu this time, but I think about the points I need. Chun Fei didn't dwell on it for long, as this matter made him happiest. I seem to have found a shortcut to quickly earn points, treating difficult and complicated diseases. It seems we have to hurry up and cure Mr. Chin. Fei Chun stroked his chin, thinking secretly in his mind. After you're cured, report to the hospital immediately. The last thing the hospital needs is all kinds of patients. At this time, a burst of fragrance wafted over, and Lin Ma's voice came from the kitchen door. Master, the young lady can eat now. Fei Chin stretched, stood up, and walked toward the restaurant. Qin Bingyin also closed the document in front of her and walked over in high heels. The dining table was filled with delicious dishes, but the two of them ate in silence, with only the crisp sound of cutlery colliding echoing in the air. Chun Fei stole a glance at Qin Bingyin opposite him and saw her cutting the steak gracefully with skillful movements and a focused expression, as if what was in front of her was not an ordinary steak, but a priceless work of art. He didn't care and sat down opposite her, picked up his chopsticks, and started eating. During the meal, both of them ate in silence, with only the sound of clinking bowls and chopsticks echoing in the empty restaurant. You look tired today. Fei Chun broke the silence and asked with concern. Is the company's affairs very difficult? Qin Bingyun gently put down the napkin in her hand and sighed slightly. Instead of answering his question directly, she asked, Why did you come back so early today? Didn't you ask me to come back early? Fei Chun raised his eyebrows and smiled casually. I thought it was something important. Qin Bingyun was silent for a moment, as if trying to organize her words, before she slowly spoke. Grandpa's illness. Chun Fei originally wanted to talk to her about Mr. Qin. Seeing Qin Bingyun bring it up, he followed up by asking, By the way, you said you found the earth-fire Ganoderma lucidum before. How did you find it? Ganoderma lucidum is the most difficult to find among the 3 main medicinal ingredients for refining the detoxification pill, and he found it very difficult at the time. Qin Bingyun put down her knife and fork, picked up the red wine, and took a sip. An indescribable look flashed across her beautiful eyes. After a pause, she slowly said, "Speaking of which, it's a bit unexpected. Accident?" Fei Chen was stunned for a moment. This earth fire Ganoderma lucidum was a rare medicinal herb that was hard to come by, and yet it could be described as an accident. Qin Bingyan nodded and explained, "That day when I returned to Jiangdu, I received a courier. It was unsigned. When I opened it, I found a Ganoderma lucidum. This." Chen Fei's eyes widened in surprise. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? Qin Bingyan looked at his expression and chuckled. "I was also surprised at the time, but since someone was willing to help me in my time of need, I had no reason to refuse, so I accepted it. The person who sent this gift is so strange. Could he be some mysterious and reclusive master?" Chen Fei was obviously joking, and then he fell into deep thought. Who knows? Qin Bingyan shook her head. Obviously, she didn't know either. Isn't this too coincidental? Chen Fei touched his chin with a frown. This earth fire Ganoderma lucidum is even rarer than the giant panda. How could we deliver to Qin Bingyan so easily? Isn't this some kind of conspiracy? Qin Bingyan gently picked up the red wine glass next to her and shook it slightly. The bright red wine gleamed seductively under the light. Chapter 67, don't miss it. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, revealing a cold smile. Who knows? But this thing that comes to my door should be accepted. The two people's train of thought at this moment surprisingly overlapped. Yeah, who cares about all that nonsense? As long as the stuff is real and can cure the old man, that's all that matters. Chen Fei nodded, agreeing with Qin Bingyun's statement. Come on, I'll take you to see it. Qin Bingyun put down the red wine glass in her hand, stood up, and walked towards the study. Chen Fei followed her to the study and saw Qin Bingyun pull out a book from the bookshelf. With a gentle press of the mechanism on the spine of the bookshelf silently opened to the sides, revealing a black safe. Qin Bingyun entered the password and opened the safe. Chen Fei looked inside and saw 3 exquisite boxes in the safe. This is the 1,000-year-old ginseng given by Elder Wan. This is the snow lotus essence we bought at the auction. And this one is... Qin Bingyun opened one of the boxes, revealing the fiery red Ganoderma lucidum inside. Chen Fei picked up the earth fire Ganoderma and looked at it carefully. This earth fire Ganoderma was fiery red all over. Its shape is like a blooming lotus, emitting a faint fragrance, and it is obviously a rare treasure at first glance. He picked it up and looked at it carefully, but found nothing unusual. This earth fire Ganoderma seemed to be real. How is it? Can you see any problem? Qin Bingyan asked. No problems have been found yet. Fei Chen shook his head, his brows still furrowed. However, I still think this matter is too strange. We should be careful. Well, I'll send it over tomorrow and check it carefully. Qin Bingyan nodded. The next day, Fei Chen was woken up early by a call from Qin Bingyan. Her tone was cold, yet with a hint of imperceptible anxiety. Institute, 9 o'clock. Chen Fei rubbed his sleepy eyes and couldn't help but complain in his heart. Can't this woman speak properly? If you don't know, you would think he owes her millions. However, despite his complaints, he still got up quickly and washed up. After all, Mr. Qin's illness was still waiting for him. Arriving at the research institute, Chen Fei met several researchers in white coats, each with a serious look on their face. Qin Bingyun's cold aura as she stood there made the researchers dare not even breathe. What was the result? Qin Bingyun asked, with a barely perceptible hint of nervousness in her tone. Boss Qin, we have conducted a comprehensive test on the earth fire Ganoderma lucidum, and the results show. One of the researchers pushed his glasses up, seeming to want to say something but stopping himself. Explain. Qin Bingyun's voice turned a bit colder, startling the researcher, who quickly said, the results show that there is nothing wrong with this earth fire Ganoderma. It is a genuine treasure. Qin Bingyun's tense body relaxed slightly. She turned to look at Fei Chen with a questioning look in her eyes. Fei Chen naturally understood what she meant and nodded. Well, I will make preparations soon and help the old man detoxify as soon as possible. How long? Qin Bingyan asked. This, Chen Fei hesitated for a moment. Refining detoxification pills is not an easy task. It requires a lot of time and energy. 3 days. Give me 3 days. I promise I can refine the detoxification pill. Qin Bingyan received a positive answer, and a rare smile appeared on her face, like a melting iceberg, brightening people's eyes. However, this smile disappeared in a flash, so quickly that Chen Fei wondered if he was dazzled. He opened his mouth and wanted to ask Qin Bingyan what to do with their arranged marriage after Mr. Qin recovered. Should we continue to maintain this relationship, or should we part ways amicably and each seek our own happiness? However, when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. Forget it. Let's take it one step at a time. Just as Chun Fei was about to leave the institute, his cell phone rang again. He checked the caller ID and saw it was Mr. Liu. Hello, Mr. Liu, what's going on? Chun Fei answered the phone and asked in a relaxed tone. An awkward voice came from the other end of the line. Dr. Chun, it's like this. I have an unwelcome request. I don't know. Mr. Liu, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. There's no need to be so polite between us. Fei Chen smiled. He knew Mr. Liu's character. He always spoke directly. This time he was so hesitant. He must have something to hide. Well, I'll just say it straight then. Mr. Liu sighed. I have something to do here. I wonder if you can come over if you have time. Sure, no problem. Chun Fei thought it was about treating an illness, so he agreed immediately. Treating illnesses and saving lives is a doctor's duty. And what's more, Mr. Liu has done him a favor, so he naturally would not refuse this small favor. That's great, that's great. Mr. Liu's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. When is it convenient for you? I'll have someone pick you up. Don't bother. Just send me the address, and I'll go there myself. Fei Chen glanced at Qin Bingyun, who was standing aside with an expressionless face. I'll go over now. Okay. Mr. Liu agreed repeatedly and hung up the phone. Fei Chen put away his phone and turned to look at Qin Bingyun. I have something to do at Renxin Hospital. You. I'm fine. Go ahead and do your thing. Qin Bingyun said coldly, turned around and walked away. The high heels hit the ground, making a crisp sound, as if venting the owner's dissatisfaction. Fei Chen shook his head helplessly. This woman really changed her expression in an instant, faster than turning the pages of a book. But he was too lazy to guess what she was thinking. He walked out of the institute and drove to Renxin Hospital. After arriving at the hospital, Fei Chen went straight to Mr. Liu's office. Mr. Liu, the patient you mentioned. Before Fei Chen could finish his words, he was stunned. Besides Mr. Liu, there was another person in the office whom he never expected, Tang Lin'er. She was wearing a white dress. Her long black hair was draped over her shoulders, and her face was delicately made up. But her originally fair face now looked a little haggard, and her eye sockets were a little red and swollen. Obviously, she had just cried. At this moment, Chun Fei's mind was full of thoughts. No way could the patient that Mr. Liu was talking about be. He glanced at the woman sitting on the chair with delicate makeup on, and cursed in his heart, unlucky star. Why is Tang Lin'er here? Could it be that she's the patient that Elder Liu wants him to see? When he thought of this, Fei Chen felt irritated. He didn't want to have anything to do with the Tang family anymore. This family, especially Tang Lin'er, is simply the plague in his life. Nothing good happens every time he meets them. Chun Fei turned around and tried to run away, but was grabbed by the sharp-eyed Mr. Liu. Hey, Dr. Chen, where are you going? Come on, I want to tell you something. As Elder Liu spoke, he pulled Fei Chen to a corner of the office without further ado. He lowered his voice and said mysteriously, Dr. Chen, didn't Miss Tang come by yesterday and say her brother was sick? I sent Dr. Li over at the time, but Chapter 68, the mission is not yet completed. Her brother? Fei Chen raised his eyebrows. He naturally remembered what happened yesterday, but looking at Mr. Liu's expression, it seemed that Dr. Li had failed to cure him yesterday. Mr. Liu nodded and sighed. Then he said, That's right. I don't know what's wrong with young Master Tang. He has a terrible temper and won't let Dr. Li get close to him, let alone examine him. You say this, we can't even see the patient. How can we find out what the disease is? When Mr. Liu said this, he also looked helpless. Dr. Li came back immediately, and I was helpless. Who knew that Miss Tang would come again today, insisting that we treat her brother. She also said that if we can't cure her brother today, she will stay in hospital. This, Fei Chen was also a little speechless. The people of the Tang family were really one more difficult than the other. Mr. Liu, what do you mean? I don't understand. Chun Fei asked in confusion. Elder Liu smiled awkwardly and lowered his voice to explain. Dr. Chun, last time between you and Miss Tang. Well, although I don't know what happened, I can see that you two don't seem to get along. I'm not afraid of embarrassing you, so... After hearing this, Fei Chen finally understood Mr. Liu's concerns. He secretly laughed in his heart. It was already such a time, and Mr. Liu was still thinking about him. Mr. Liu, you think too much. There is nothing between her and me. Chun Fei said lightly, but he couldn't help complaining in his heart. There are so many things between her and me. I can't finish talking about them in 3 days and 3 nights. Really? That's good, that's good. Seeing that Fei Chen wasn't angry, Elder Liu breathed a sigh of relief and continued. I was wondering, Dr. Chun, could you please stay in hospital for the whole afternoon? I'll go over and see if I can convince young Master Tang to get checked out. Okay. Chun Fei thought about it and decided that it was not a big deal and he was fine anyway, so he nodded and agreed. Seeing this, Mr. Liu smiled happily and said quickly, Thank you so much, Dr. Chun, you really helped me a lot. After saying that, Mr. Liu hurriedly left the office with Tang Linner. Before leaving, Tang Linner looked at Chun Fei deeply, her eyes complicated and difficult to read. Chun Fei watched the two of them leave, feeling mixed emotions. After the two left, Fei Chen sat in Mr. Liu's seat and began to see patients. The afternoon passed quickly. Chun Fei saw many patients and encountered many difficult and complicated diseases. Chun Fei also received a few tasks here and there. He looked at his points. Name, Chun Fei. Points, 30. Appearance, 68. Physique, I. Skills, 0. A staggering 20 points more. He understands appearance. Just when he was about to ask himself what that physique and skills were, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Chun Fei looked up and saw a tall young man in a black suit walking in. The man had an angular face, sharp eyebrows, bright eyes, a high nose bridge, thin lips tightly pursed, and a cold aura emanated from his whole body. After he walked into the office, he glanced around sharply and finally landed on Chun Fei. Who is Chun Fei? The man asked in a cold tone. Fei Chun frowned slightly, put down the medical records in his hand, looked up at the person who came, and asked calmly, Who are you? I'm Mr. Yang's bodyguard. You can call me Ahu. The man spoke respectfully, but his voice was unusually low, as if coming from deep in his throat, making it very uncomfortable to listen to. Am Mary Young? Which Mr. Yang? Chun Fei asked in a puzzled manner, but he had already guessed about 70% of the answer in his heart. That's Yang Qianshu, the one you saved yesterday, Mr. Yang. I'll explain. Chun Fei nodded in sudden realization and said, Oh, you're Mr. Yang's bodyguard. What can I do for you? My husband has woken up. He heard that Dr. Chen also works in this hospital, so he wanted to thank you in person. Oh said. Fei Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, feeling a little confused. Yang Qianshu woke up? But why hasn't his mission been completed yet? Chun Fei calmly opened the system interface and checked the task list. Sure enough, the task of treating Yang Qianshu was still lying there quietly. It did not disappear, nor did it show as completed. What is going on? Could it be that there's a bug in the system? Fei Chun was secretly guessing, but he remained calm on the surface. He just said calmly, Since Mr. Yang wants to see me, then I will go and see him. Ahu nodded, turned around, and led the way. Chun Fei followed Ahu to the door of a VIP ward. Ahu knocked on the door gently, then pushed it open and walked in. Sir, Dr. Chun is here, Ahu said respectfully. Chun Fei followed him into the ward, only to find that it was luxuriously decorated and equipped with all kinds of high-tech medical equipment. A middle-aged man was lying on the bed. Although his face was a little pale, he seemed to be in good spirits. Dr. Chun, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be dead. Seeing Chun Fei, the middle-aged man struggled to get up, but was stopped by Chun Fei. Mr. Yang, you haven't recovered yet, so there's no need to be so polite. Fei Chen said lightly. Dr. Chun, please take a seat. Yang Qianshu pointed to the sofa next to him and motioned Chun Fei to sit down. Chun Fei didn't hesitate and walked straight to the sofa and sat down. Dr. Chun, I heard from Ahu that you're also a doctor in this hospital? Yang Qianshu asked. Fei Chen nodded and said, That's right. Oh, I wonder which famous doctor Dr. Chen studied under. Yang Qianshu asked with interest. Fei Chen smiled faintly and said, I'm just a nobody. I don't have any famous teachers. Dr. Chun is too modest. Yang Qianshu said with a smile. Fei Chen just smiled and said nothing. By the way, Dr. Chun, I haven't asked you yet. Why did you save me? Yang Qianshu suddenly asked, staring at Chun Fei with burning eyes, as if he wanted to see through him. When Chun Fei heard Yang Qianshu's question, his heart skipped a beat. He thought about how he had deliberately bumped into someone yesterday, but he quickly regained his composure. He smiled casually and said, Mr. Yang, what you said is wrong. I'm a doctor. It's my duty to save the dying and the wounded. Why would I ask so many questions? Can I just stand by and watch someone die without helping? Upon hearing this, Yang Qianshu also felt that he was a bit abrupt. He quickly apologized with a smile. Dr. Chun, I'm sorry, it's an occupational disease. An occupational disease. I'm just a suspicious person. After so many years in the workplace, it's inevitable that I overthink things. Chapter 69, Special Medicine. Fei Chun waved his hand, expressing his understanding. Understand. I understand. Mr. Yang, how are you feeling now? Are you still feeling unwell? Yang Qinshu felt his body and said with a smile, Thanks to you, I feel much better now, but I'm still a little weak. The doctor said I can be discharged in a few days. That's good, that's good. Fei Chen nodded, but he felt even more confused. Why hasn't the system prompted that the task is completed? Could it be that Yang Qinshu has some hidden illness that he hasn't discovered yet? Thinking of this, Fei Chen decided to check it again carefully. Mr. Yang, just to be on the safe side, let me check you again. As Fei Chen spoke, he stood up and walked to the bedside and began to examine Yang Qinshu. Although Yang Qinshu was a little confused, he nodded in cooperation. While checking, Fei Chen secretly observed Yang Qinshu's expression, hoping to find some clues. However, Yang Qinshu's performance was very normal, and there was nothing abnormal about it. After the inspection, Fei Chen didn't find any problems, and he felt even more uneasy. Dr. Chen, how are you? Am I okay? Yang Qinshu asked. Oh, nothing's wrong. I'm recovering well. Fei Chen said perfunctorily, but in his heart he was thinking about how to get out of the situation. That's good, that's good. Yang Qinshu clearly believed what Fei Chen said, and said with a smile, Dr. Chen, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have lost my life. To express my gratitude, I have decided. Mr. Yang, you are so polite. This is what I should do. Fei Chen quickly interrupted Yang Qinshu. If you really want to thank me, then take good care of yourself and strive to recover soon. That's better than anything else. Huh, Dr. Chen, you are such a good person. Yang Qinshu laughed heartily, obviously enjoying Chun Fei's words. Fei Chen smiled, but in his heart he was thinking about how to get out of this situation. Mr. Yang, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You should have a good rest. Chun Fei said, then stood up and prepared to leave. Hey, Dr. Chun, don't leave so quickly. Let's talk for a while. Yang Qinshu obviously wanted to chat with Chun Fei for a while longer, but Chun Fei had already made up his mind to leave. Mr. Yang, I really have something else to do, so I'll leave first. You should have a good rest. After Chun Fei finished speaking, he left the ward without looking back. After walking out of the ward, Fei Chun breathed a long sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the nurse's station and asked the nurse who Yang Qinshu's attending physician was. Yang Qinshu, are you talking about Mr. Yang from Ward 302? The nurse asked. Yes, that's him. Fei Chen nodded. His attending physician is Vice President Xiao of our hospital. The nurse replied. Vice President Xiao. Fei Chen repeated it, his heart skipping a beat. What you fear will come true. This Vice President Xiao is the biological father of Qiao Zhifei, whom he slapped in the face before. Thinking of Qiao Zhifei's arrogant and domineering face, Chun Fei felt a headache. He has already made enemies with the other person's son, so this vice president will not ignore him. Right? System, oh system, aren't you deliberately causing trouble for me? Chun Fei secretly groaned in his heart, but since things had come to this point, he could only bite the bullet and go on. After finding Vice President Xiao's office, Fei Chen knocked politely on the door. When he heard it come in from inside, he pushed the door open and walked in. Hello, Vice President Xiao. I'm Chun Fei. I heard you just took over a patient yesterday, Yang Qinshu, and I'd like to ask you about his condition. Fei Chen spoke straight to the point. Vice President Xiao looked up at Fei Chen and saw nothing unusual. He nodded slightly and said, I've already learned about Yang Qinshu's illness. It's not a serious problem. You don't have to worry too much. But Chun Fei hesitated to speak. He couldn't say that he suspected Yang Qinshu had some hidden illness and only came to ask in order to complete the system task. Right? What's the problem? Vice President Xiao asked when he saw Fei Chen hesitating. Oh, nothing. I just want to ask if Mr. Yang has any special medical history. Fei Chen made up a random excuse. Special medical history? Vice President Xiao frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, As far as I know, Mr. Yang has no special medical history, except for acute myocardial infarction. Then his. Before Chun Fei could finish his words, he was interrupted by Vice President Xiao. Dr. Chun, I know you are an excellent doctor, but Mr. Yang's illness is indeed not serious anymore. You don't need to worry too much. Vice President Xiao said. But after all, Mr. Yang is now my patient, so I hope you won't interfere too much. When Chun Fei heard this, he suddenly felt uncomfortable. What does don't interfere too much mean? Is he implying that he is meddling in other people's affairs? Although Chun Fei was unhappy, Vice President Xiao, you misunderstood. I'm just doing my duty as a doctor. You know, I have a connection with Mr. Yang, and I wanted to learn more about the patient's condition. I have no other intentions. Chun Fei directly used what happened on the plane as an excuse. Anyway, it seems that everyone knows about this hospital. Well, that's good. Vice President Xiao nodded calmly and did not continue to dwell on this topic. Do you have any other questions? I. Fei Chen hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can I see Mr. Yang's medical records?" Upon hearing this, Vice President Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, as if sizing up Fei Chen. Chun Fei felt uneasy when he was looking at him. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Vice President Xiao say, "Okay, the case is right there. Go and see it yourself." Upon hearing this, Fei Chun breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly walked to the desk and began to look through Yang Qianshu's medical records. The medical record recorded Yang Qianshu's condition in great detail, from the hospital examination to the treatment plan, but the more Chun Fei read, the tighter his brows furrowed. He always felt that something was wrong with this case, but he couldn't tell exactly what was wrong. Am I worrying too much? Chun Fei muttered to himself, and at this moment, his eyes suddenly fell on a line of small words on the medical record. The patient stated that he had taken a special medicine. Seeing this line of words, Fei Chen's heart was shocked, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Chun Fei stared at the line of small words, and the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. A special medicine? What kind of medicine could make Vice President Xiao so reluctant to talk about it? He suppressed his doubts and continued to look through the medical records, trying to find more information about this special medicine. However, the case only briefly mentioned this matter and did not describe it further. Chapter 70. Why didn't I make money? Chun Fei did not give up and carefully read the case twice, hoping to find some clues. Unfortunately, things went against our wishes, and there was no more content related to special drugs in the case. Am I really overthinking it? Fei Chen thought to himself, maybe it's just an ordinary health supplement or something like that. But his intuition told him that things were not that simple. Yang Qianshu's illness, Vice President Xiao's attitude, and the vague medical records were all like a fog that prevented him from seeing the truth. Vice President Xiao, do you know what the special medicine Mr. Yang is taking is? Fei Chen raised his head and looked at Vice President Xiao, who was sitting behind the desk. Upon hearing this, Vice President Xiao's face, which had originally had a faint smile, instantly became serious. Dr. Chun, as doctors, we can't talk about patients' privacy casually. But Chun Fei wanted to fight for it again, but was interrupted by Vice President Xiao. Dr. Chun, I know you're a good doctor who cares about your patients. But as Mr. Yang's attending physician, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Vice President Xiao's tone was calm, but firm, and it was obvious that he would not say anything more. Chun Fei was indignant, but he could do nothing about it. He could see that Vice President Xiao didn't want to tell him about the special medicine. He stood up, said goodbye politely to Vice President Xiao, and turned to leave the office. He returned to his office, sat in his chair, and kept thinking about the strange case in his mind. No, I can't just let this go. Yang Qianshu's illness, Vice President Xiao's attitude, and the vague special medicine mentioned in the medical record were all like a fog that made him unable to see through it, yet he vaguely felt that there was something fishy going on. Logically speaking, he was just a doctor who had just arrived at the hospital, and there was really no need for him to get involved in this mess. But when he thought of his own system, Fei Chun hesitated again. Forget it. Let's just take it one step at a time. How can we not watch such a good show? Chun Fei muttered to himself and decided to go see Yang Qianshu first. Maybe he could get something out of him. He came to the ward, but found that Yang Qianshu was not in the room. The bed was empty and the quilt was neatly folded. Obviously, he had been gone for some time. Chun Fei found the nurse and asked, but the nurse just shook her head and said that Yang Qianshu was not in the ward and she didn't know where he had gone. What bad luck. Chun Fei secretly complained. It seemed that he could only wait for him to come back. Anyway, Yang Qianshu will probably be discharged from the hospital in a few days, so there's no need to rush. He left the hospital and took a taxi back to the Qin family villa. As soon as I entered the door, I saw a pile of strange-shaped medical equipment piled up in the hall. What's going on? Fei Chen asked with a puzzled look on his face. A servant nearby quickly stepped forward and explained, Master, these were sent by Boss Qin. He said they were prepared for you. Prepared for me? Chun Fei was even more confused. Pointing at those strange-looking things, he asked, What are these things? What are they used for? The servant suppressed his laughter and explained respectfully, Master, these are instruments used in Western medicine, as well as silver needles used in Chinese acupuncture, moxibustion boxes, and Fei Chun sighed helplessly, then suddenly realized, oh, right, Mr. Qin. Only then did he remember that he had just promised Qin Bingyun to help old man Qin make detoxification pills. He originally thought that he just needed to find a few furnaces. But now he was feeling a bit overwhelmed looking at the room full of medical equipment. I could only tell the servant, put these things in a room first, and I'll come back when I need them. Yes, master. The servant responded, called on others, and began to move the equipment away. After finishing his meal, Fei Chen took a walk in the yard to help digest his food, and then he slowly came to the room specially prepared by the servants. When he opened the door, Fei Chen was stunned. His eyes were wide open, and his mouth was wide enough to fit an egg. The room was filled with all kinds of medicine cabinets, large and small, dozens of them, occupying almost every corner of the room. The drawers of the medicine cabinet are all labeled with the names of various medicinal herbs, so densely packed that it is dizzying. This is simply a Chinese medicine clinic. Chen Fei couldn't help but sigh. He felt like Qin Bingyun had moved the entire Chinese medicine clinic here. He casually opened a drawer and saw that it was full of ginseng. Each ginseng was as big as a ginseng doll and was of excellent quality. It was obvious that they were top-quality goods. He opened another drawer, which contained Ganoderma lucidum, each of which looked like a small umbrella and emitted a faint fragrance. Chen Fei looked through several drawers in a row. The medicinal herbs inside were all rare and valuable, and the quantity was astonishing, which dazzled him. In addition to the herbs I mentioned to Qin Bingyun before, which I prepared in several batches, I also have all the other herbs. This woman is really... Chen Fei marveled at the Qin family's wealth and profound financial resources. How much will this cost? Chen Fei couldn't help but be amazed. He suddenly thought that he had been a doctor for so long and had treated many patients, but how come he had never made any money except for Mr. Wan? He thought about it. It seems that they are not counted as patients being treated in the hospital. He was paid for that. Then the Bai family was also compensated. Finally, he got the Snow Lotus essence in exchange. Qin Bingyun also took a picture of his grandfather's silver needle. Think of this. Chen Fei affirmed himself. I still make a lot of money. Then he started to boil the medicine without any preparation. He plans to go to the hospital tomorrow to check on Mr. Qin's condition. Just as I finished thinking about it, I received a message from Bai Muyun. This means that their pharmaceutical refinery has already taken shape. Let Chen Fei prepare the recipe. A pharmaceutical refinery. Chen Fei immediately became interested. Isn't this an opportunity to make money? Brother Chen, the matter of the pharmaceutical factory has been settled. When are you free? Can we discuss it in detail? Fei Chen raised his eyebrows. The Bai family was quite efficient. He replied, don't worry, I'll be free in 2 days. Okay, Brother Chen, regarding your prescription, there is a hint of urgency in Bai Muyun's message. Chen Fei quickly replied to Bai Muyun, I'll look into it right away, and then asked, by the way, have you made any progress on that last time I asked you to find an influencer to promote your product? Bai Muyun was silent for a few seconds before sending a message. Brother Chen, are you still worried about me doing this? I've already contacted several big bloggers with tens of millions of followers, and we're discussing the price and schedule. Well, that's fine. Don't be too stingy about the price, but make sure you find reliable ones. Don't worry, Brother Chen. You could trust me to do the job. Chapter 71 Abnormal. After hanging up the phone, Fei Chen looked around the room. That's right, let's start right here. Chen Fei rubbed his hands and decided to start with the simplest cold medicine. For Chen Fei, making meatballs is now so skillful that he can even do it with his eyes closed. Based on the prescription in his mind, he selected the necessary herbs from various medicine cabinets. Then mixed the medicine according to the proportion, and finally rolled the mixed powder into round pills. This color, this luster, this medicinal fragrance, perfect. Fei Chen looked at the cold medicine in his hand and nodded with satisfaction. Chen Fei made pills for more than a dozen common diseases in one go. From colds and fevers to gastrointestinal discomfort, it covers almost all minor ailments in daily life. Looking at the neatly arranged rows of medicine bottles in front of him, Fei Chen felt a sense of accomplishment. However, he did not let this sudden success go to his head and was cautious. Chen Fei decided to find someone to try first, although these prescriptions were all obtained from the inheritance of the medical saint. He was confident, but still wanted to be absolutely sure. He doesn't want to ruin his reputation. The next morning, Fei Chen simply said hello to Qin Bingyun and hurried out. Are you going to the hospital to visit Grandpa? Qin Bingyun was wearing a smart white business suit today, which outlined her perfect figure. Well, go see the old man. Don't you have a meeting today? Chun Fei looked at Qin Bingyun in front of him and couldn't help but reach out to help her straighten her slightly messy collar. Qin Bingyun's body stiffened slightly, but she did not dodge. He just said lightly, well, there is an important meeting at the company, so I won't go with you. Okay, then you go ahead and do your thing. I'm leaving. Fei Chun smiled, turned around, and walked out of the room. After arriving at the hospital, Fei Chun went straight to Mr. Chen's ward. As soon as I walked to the door, I saw several doctors and nurses gathered around the bed, discussing something with serious expressions. Mr. Chun, you are here. A nurse saw Fei Chun and hurried forward to greet him. Well, how is the old man? Chun Fei asked. Mr. Chun, don't worry. Mr. Chen's condition has stabilized. We are conducting further observation and treatment. A young doctor wearing a mask saw Chun Fei and hurriedly explained, with a hint of panic in his tone. Fei Chen nodded, but he didn't feel completely relaxed. He keenly noticed that there was something wrong with the atmosphere in the ward. The medical staff all looked a little nervous, their eyes evasive, as if they were deliberately avoiding something. Well, that's good. Thank you for your hard work. Fei Chen spoke calmly, but his gaze passed over the crowd and looked at old man Qin lying on a hospital bed. Seeing this, Fei Chen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. I saw Mr. Qin, whose face was rosy and breathing was steady. At this moment, his face was pale, his lips were purple, and his chest was heaving, as if he was about to die in the next second. Chun Fei was immediately furious. When he left, he had clearly used silver needles to stabilize Mr. Qin's condition. How come after such a short time? He has become so lifeless. What are you doing? How did the old man become like this? Fei Chun grabbed the arm of a doctor nearby and roared. Mr. Chun, please calm down. The young doctor was startled by Fei Chen's sudden anger and stammered as he explained. Get out of here. Fei Chun pushed him away and walked straight to the bed. Hey, Mr. Qin, you can't go in. No one can get close to Mr. Qin without Mr. Qin's order. Chun Fei was furious and pushed away the doctor who was blocking his way. He walked briskly to the bedside, grabbed Mr. Qin's wrist, and concentrated on taking his pulse. A chaotic aura was running rampant in old man Qin's body, impacting his vitality. Damn it, Fei Chun cursed under his breath. The situation was worse than he had imagined. This was obviously tampered with by someone, and the purpose was to aggravate Mr. Qin's condition. Tell me, who did this? Fei Chun raised his head suddenly, his eyes sweeping across everyone present like a knife. The doctors and nurses were silent, lowering their heads and not daring to look him in the eye. Some of them looked at each other, some had flickering eyes, but no one dared to stand up and say a word. I ask again, who is it? Chun Fei's voice resounded in the ward like thunder, causing pain in the eardrums. Mr. Chun, we've been doing our best to treat Mr. Qin. I really don't know what you're talking about. A doctor who was a little braver spoke tremblingly, but he was frightened by Chun Fei's sharp eyes and swallowed the rest of his words. Try your best. Is this your best effort? Chun Fei looked around and found that he did not see Dean Wu, whom he had met for the first time. Where's Dean Wu? Fei Chun slammed the table, frightening the medical staff so much that they all trembled. Dean Wu is sick and hasn't come yet. A young nurse spoke timidly, her voice as thin as a mosquito. Who is the attending physician in charge of the old man now? Chun Fei was furious. These people were clearly covering up for him. We really don't know. Seeing how stubborn these people were, Fei Chun felt even more furious. He knew very well that Mr. Qin's current condition was critical. Every minute of delay would increase the danger. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and a noisy sound came from the receiver. I could faintly hear the sarcastic voice of a middle-aged man. Niece, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but you've been married for so long. Isn't it time to consider going home and having children? Shut up. Qin Bingyun interrupted the man coldly, then lowered her voice and said, What's the matter? Your grandfather's condition isn't good. Someone secretly attacked him and made his condition worse. Fei Chen spoke in a hurried tone, without the slightest hesitation. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, and a burst of rapid breathing could be faintly heard. Fei Chen knew that Qin Bingyun must be extremely anxious at this moment. I'll be right there. The three words were powerful, and yet they carried an imposing pressure that could not be ignored. Fei Chen hung up the phone and took a deep breath. He suppressed the rage surging in his heart, turned around, and glanced coldly at the group of frightened medical staff. I don't care who ordered you here. Get out of here right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chun Fei's tone was cold, like a voice coming from the depths of hell, making people shudder. These doctors and nurses are used to a life of luxury. They had never seen such a scene before, and they were all scared out of their wits. Chapter 72. Sophistry. They scrambled to escape the ward. In the huge ward, only Fei Chun and Old Man Sheen on the bed were left. Fei Chun withdrew his gaze and ignored those cowardly guys. He refocused his attention on Mr. Chen's condition. Time passed minute by minute, and beads of sweat appeared on Chun Fei's forehead. But he didn't dare to relax at all and controlled the silver needle steadily with both hands. Just then, the door of the ward was suddenly pushed open. A group of bodyguards in black suits filed in and quickly took control of the entire ward. Following closely behind was Qin Bingyan. She walked hurriedly, with an unconcealable look of anxiety and worry in her eyes. Fei Chun, how is my grandfather? As soon as Qin Bingyan entered the room, she went straight to the bedside. You're here. Fei Chun looked up at her and nodded slightly. He said calmly, the situation is not good. Someone secretly tampered with it and aggravated the old man's condition. What? Qin Bingyan's expression changed, and a sharp cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Who is it? It's not clear yet. Chun Fei could only find time to answer her. Qin Bingyan took a deep breath. Trying to calm herself down, she walked over to the bedside. Holding Mr. Chen's cold hand, he asked softly, Grandpa, what do you feel? However, Mr. Chen did not react at all and remained unconscious. Fei Chun, my grandfather. Qin Bingyan's beautiful eyes moved slightly, and her eye sockets were completely red. Don't worry, it's okay, Chun Fei said with confidence. I trust you. Qin Bingyan raised her head and stared at Chun Fei with burning eyes. Just then, the bodyguard outside came in and told Qin Bingyan that Dean Wu had arrived. Qin Bingyan glanced coldly at Dean Wu, who was cowering at the door, and said in a cold tone, let him in. Dean Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Only then did he notice that there were several burly bodyguards in the ward. They all stared at him with ferocious looks, which made him feel creepy. The doctors and nurses behind him were the ones that Chun Fei had driven out. They didn't even dare to breathe and wished they could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Boss Qin, why are you here? When Dean Wu saw Qin Bingyun, a flattering smile immediately appeared on his face. He walked over quickly and said with a nod and a bow, Dean Wu, why did my grandfather's condition suddenly worsen? Qin Bingyun interrupted him directly, her tone cold and without a trace of emotion. Dean Wu's face froze, his eyes flickered, and he stammered, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. I'm afraid of infecting the old man, so my grandfather was handed over to a group of interns? Qin Bingyun spoke in a sharp tone, and her eyes swept across the group of medical staff behind Dean Wu like a knife. No, not interns. They're all. Dean Wu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and began to stutter. What are they? Qin Bingyun pressed on step by step, her tone full of oppression. They're all experienced doctors and nurses. Dean Wu's voice became lower and lower, and in the end it was almost inaudible. Snort. Qin Bingyun sneered and didn't believe his nonsense at all. Who has been in charge of my grandfather these days? Qin Bingyun asked, scanning everyone with sharp eyes. Yes, it's the vice dean. Dean Wu lowered his head, not daring to look Qin Bingyun in the eye. Take Dean Wu away. Qin Bingyun gave the order coldly, then looked outside the door. Go call the vice president over to me. 2 bodyguards immediately stepped forward, held Dean Wu on the left and right, and dragged him out of the ward. Dean Wu's face was pale and his legs were weak. He knew that he was probably doomed this time. Soon, the vice president was brought over. He stood in front of Qin Bingyun tremblingly, not daring to breathe. Tell me, how's the old man been doing these days? Qin Bingyun asked coldly. The vice president's forehead was covered in sweat, and he glanced at Chun Fei. But he found that Fei Chun didn't even look at him, but was concentrating on treating Mr. Qin. He shuddered with fear and fell to his knees with a thud. She said with a sad face, Boss Qin, this is none of my business. It's all Dean Wu's fault. He told me to reduce the old man's treatment and also said. Having said that, he secretly looked up at Qin Bingyun and saw that she had no intention of stopping him. Then he mustered up the courage to continue. They also said that the old man is old and won't live long even if he is cured. So why not? Not as good as what? Qin Bingyun stood up suddenly and grabbed the vice president by the collar, her beautiful eyes burning with rage. No, it's better to save the old man's money. The vice president was so frightened that his face turned pale and he spoke incoherently. Fart. Qin Bingyun pushed the vice president to the ground and laughed in anger. What are you saving it for? The vice president was so frightened by Qin Bingyun's aura that he trembled and couldn't say a word for a long time. Tell me, who ordered you to do this? Qin Bingyun asked sternly. He didn't believe the vice president's words at all. The salary she gave them was not low. No, no one ordered us. Really, we just... The vice president shook his head in horror, trying desperately to distance himself from the matter. Still quibbling, Qin Bingyun looked at him coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment and disgust. Dean Wu said he was in charge, and you said you were in charge. Who is lying? The vice president was suddenly speechless and could only lower his head, not daring to speak again. Looking at the two people in front of her who were blaming each other, Qin Bingyun felt sick. Take them both away and question them separately. Qin Bingyun gave the order coldly, then rubbed her temples tiredly. Yes. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward and dragged President Wu and the vice president out. When only she and Fei Chun were left in the ward, Qin Bingyun seemed to have let down all her guard and collapsed into the chair. Fei Chun, my grandfather. Qin Bingyun raised her head, her eyes slightly red, and her voice was choked with sobs. Don't worry, I'm here, the old man will be fine. Fei Chun patted her shoulder gently and spoke in a firm tone. Qin Bingyun nodded slightly and took a deep breath. Trying to calm myself down, I asked, how was my grandfather's illness? The situation is not optimistic. Qin Fei's expression also became serious. I need to go back to the villa now and get medicine for the old man. As Qin Fei spoke, he packed up the silver needles, the set of silver needles passed down from his ancestors. At this moment, it was lying quietly in Qin Fei's needle bag, emitting a faint light. Okay, I'll arrange for a driver to take you there right away. Chapter 73 car accident. Qin Bingyun responded immediately without any hesitation. Qin Fei paused and added, I need some pharmaceutical tools. Please arrange for someone to prepare them. No problem. Qin Bingyun agreed immediately, with a hint of determination in her beautiful eyes. I'll have someone do it right away. Fei Chen nodded, said nothing more, and turned to leave. Etc. Qin Bingyun suddenly called him, her tone carrying a hint of worry. Those medicinal herbs. Don't worry, leave it to me. Fei Chen understood her concerns, especially about the 3 rare medicinal herbs. Now, for Mr. Qin, this is tantamount to all hope. Qin Bingyun finally felt relieved and watched Qin Fei leave the ward. After watching Qin Fei leave, Qin Bingyun's face became more worried. She sat weakly in the chair and rubbed her swollen and aching temples. Go, bring Dean Wu to me. Soon, Dean Wu was brought over. His face was pale and his legs were trembling, and he obviously anticipated what was waiting for him. Dean Wu, you've been with my grandfather for more than 20 years, right? Qin Bingyun looked at him expressionlessly, her tone as cold as an icicle. Dean Wu shuddered and said, tremblingly, yes, President Qin. Then tell me, why do you do this? Qin Bingyun stood up suddenly, her beautiful eyes wide open, her anger almost bursting out. What do you think of Grandpa? What do you think of the Qin family? Dean Wu was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Boss Qin, I was wrong. I was bewitched. Qin Bingyun sneered. Bewitched? Then tell me, who ordered you to do that? Dean Wu trembled all over, his eyes flickered, and he stammered and couldn't speak. Don't tell? Good, very good. Qin Bingyun laughed out of anger. It seems you are not going to accept my toast, and will be punished. She stood up suddenly and looked down at Dean Wu, who was kneeling on the ground. He said word by word, I'm telling you, I don't care who you accepted the benefits from. If you dare to touch my grandfather, I will make you pay the price. Dean Wu was so frightened that his face turned pale and cold sweat kept dripping down his forehead. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but it was as if something was blocking his throat and he couldn't say anything. Fei Chun rushed back to the Qin family villa as quickly as possible. His heart was beating wildly. He had never cared so much about a patient, let alone this patient was his nominal wife's grandfather. Old man, you must hold on. Qin Fei prayed silently in his heart and stepped into the villa gate quickly. In the study, The 3 rare medicinal herbs lay quietly in the safe. Fei Chen carefully put them away and placed them in the medicine box he carried with him. Let's go to the hospital, Chun Fei said to the driver in a hurried tone, leaving no room for doubt. The black car drove out of the villa like an arrow and sped towards the hospital. However, just as the car was driving on a relatively remote section of road, an accident happened. With a loud bang, a van hit from the side without any warning. The car Chun Fei was riding in shook violently, and he was thrown against the car door by inertia. Fortunately, the driver reacted quickly and stabilized the steering wheel in time, thus avoiding a bigger accident. What's going on? Chun Fei ignored the pain and looked outside. I saw a fat middle-aged man staggering out of the van. His face was flushed and he reeked of alcohol. Obviously, he had drunk too much. Hey, little brother, I'm sorry. I didn't see the road clearly just now. The man burped and spoke incoherently. You were drinking and driving? Fei Chen was furious, looking at Fei Chen's angry face. Don't call the police. I'll pay you back. Isn't that enough? The man quickly took out a stack of bills from his pocket and handed it to Chun Fei. Fei Chen frowned in disgust. No, get out of the way. Chun Fei pushed the man away and turned to get in the car. Hey, don't go, let's discuss it. But the man refused to give in and blocked Chun Fei's way. What do you want? Fei Chen asked coldly, suppressing his anger. At this moment, 2 black cars came speeding and stopped behind Fei Chen. The car door opened and several burly bodyguards in black suits got out. They walked quickly to Fei Chen and said respectfully, Mr. Chen, we were sent by President Qin to protect you. It turned out that Qin Bingyun was worried about accidents, so she specially arranged bodyguards to protect her secretly. Stop him for me. Fei Chen pointed at the drunk man and gave a cold order. The bodyguards immediately understood what he meant and stepped forward to control the man. You, what do you want to do? I tell you, I am. The man was still shouting, but his voice was getting smaller and smaller, and he was eventually forcibly dragged away by the bodyguards. Chun Fei ignored the drunk man and quickly walked to a car behind him, opened the door, and got in. His brows were furrowed. He knew that this accident was too strange. The time and place where the drunk man appeared seemed to be carefully planned. It seems that someone doesn't want him to get to the hospital in time. Who is it? Why are you stopping him from rescuing the old man? Chun Fei's brain was working rapidly, trying to find the answer from the confusing clues. After thinking for a while and finding no result, Fei Chen gave up. He didn't have time to delve into it. Saving lives is important. The black car sped all the way and finally arrived at the hospital. Chun Fei practically jumped out of the car and jogged into the hospital gate. He rushed into the ward and saw old man Qin lying on the bed. Although his face was pale, his breathing was still steady, which made Chun Fei feel a little relieved. Qin Bingyun sat by the bed, her beautiful eyes filled with worry and fatigue. She saw Chun Fei coming. She stood up immediately, her tone filled with anxiety and reproach. Why did you come just now? Did you encounter any problems on the way? There was an accident on the way, and I was delayed. Chun Fei explained briefly. After saying that, Fei Chen turned and walked into the room Qin Bingyun had prepared for him. Chun Fei carefully took out the snow lotus essence, millennium ginseng, and earth fire Ganoderma lucidum that he had been holding. Each of these precious medicinal herbs is priceless and exudes a faint fragrance. I originally wanted to modify the prescription according to the old man's specific condition, but now it seems that there is no time. Fei Chen took a deep breath, put aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and began to concentrate on processing the medicinal materials. According to the records of the medical saint system in my mind, Chun Fei performed a series of complex processes on these precious medicinal materials, removing impurities, slicing, grinding. Every step was carried out with extreme precision and meticulousness. Chapter 74, Time-Limited Mission. After processing the herbs, Fei Chen began to make the decoction. He controlled the heat and grasped the time, not daring to make the slightest mistake. The room was filled with a strong medicinal aroma. Chun Fei was concentrating, and beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, but he was completely unaware. 2 hours passed, and Chun Fei's tense nerves finally relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the rich-colored medicine in front of him, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Finally caught up. At this moment, the cold mechanical voice of the medical saint system suddenly rang in my mind. Ding! Limited time mission. Please detoxify Qin Jinshan within 1 hour. Fei Chen was stunned. This was the first time he received a time-limited mission. Qin Jinshan is also known as Old Man Qin. He didn't have time to check. He quickly picked up the medicine he had just prepared and walked out of the room. In the ward, Qin Bingyun was sitting beside the bed, her beautiful eyes fixed on Qin Jinshan, lying on the bed. Seeing Fei Chen come in, she quickly stood up and asked anxiously, "How is it? Is the medicine ready?" "Well, it's ready. I'll give it to the old man right away." Fei Chen nodded, walked to the bedside, and gently helped Qin Jinshan up. Qin Jinshan had fallen into a coma at this time. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing was weak, and his condition was extremely critical. Chun Fei did not dare to delay and carefully fed the medicine to Qin Jinshan. "Take the medicine infusion," although no changes can be seen for the time being. But Qin Bingyun still said with a choked voice, "Thank you, Chun Fei. Thank you. We are husband and wife. This is what I should do." Chun Fei smiled faintly and interrupted Qin Bingyun. When Qin Bingyun heard the word husband and wife, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. Chun Fei was immersed in his own world and didn't realize how ambiguous the sentence, "we are husband and wife," was. His mind was full of system notification sounds, and his face couldn't help but rise up like a silly boy who won the lottery. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Get 100 points. The host is now on the panel. Name, Chun Fei. Points, 130. Appearance, 68. Physique, I. Skills, 0. 100 points. I'm rich. Chun Fei was overjoyed. He didn't expect so much to be added at once. With these points, he is one step closer to his goal. Moreover, the system meant that the old man's poison must have been cured. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking that he had not let Qin Bingyun down, Chun Fei looked at Qin Bingyun with a little more complacency. Qin Bingyun's originally worried heart inexplicably calmed down after seeing Chun Fei's expression. Could it be that Grandpa's condition is getting better? Her beautiful eyes lit up as if she had grasped a life-saving straw, and she asked anxiously, "Fei Chun, have you discovered anything? Is Grandpa?" Shudash. Chun Fei pretended to be profound and made a gesture of silence. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. "Don't worry. Let me check the old man's pulse first. In fact, there is no need to take his pulse. Just take a look at the electrocardiogram next to him, and you can see that the old man's vital signs are gradually recovering. The curve that was originally jumping weakly is now jumping vigorously, as if proclaiming the tenacity of life." Fei Chun pretended to feel the old man's pulse, feeling the gradually returning vitality, and felt secretly proud in his heart. Then he gently put down his hand and pretended to ponder deeply for a moment, as if carefully weighing every detail in front of him. Finally, he looked up and said to Qin Bingyun, "The old man is out of danger. The medicine is helping him detoxify. He will wake up in about 5 days. He will be fine after recuperating." The tension in Qin Bingyun's heart suddenly relaxed, and she was filled with surprise and joy. An uncontrollable smile appeared on her face, like a blooming petal. Her eyes were slightly red as she looked at Fei Chan with gratitude, her voice trembling a little. "Really? You are amazing. It's just what I'm supposed to do." Qin Bingyun's admiring eyes made Chun Fei feel full of strength. "I never thought you had such ability before. It's amazing." Qin Bingyun's voice was gentle and firm, and she felt a surge of admiration for Fei Chun. She imagined their future, even though they were a contract couple. At this moment, I secretly hope that this relationship can go further. Next, a sweet atmosphere filled the room, and the two looked at each other, as if time had stopped at this moment. At this moment, Fei Chen suddenly thought of the matter between Dean Wu and the Vice Dean. By the way, regarding Dean Wu and the Vice Dean, he hesitated and asked. Qin Bingyun was stunned for a moment, still unable to recover from the atmosphere. "What's wrong?" Fei Chen frowned and said slowly, "I think they are lying. I have already reported their problem to the police." Qin Bingyun replied calmly. "Sent to the police station?" Chun Fei was shocked and looked at Qin Bingyun in surprise. Chun Fei met Qin Bingyun's gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. Why did this look sound a bit teasing? Seeing his dazed look, Qin Bingyun curled up the corners of her mouth into a sly smile. He raised his eyebrows and said in a playful tone, "Why? You don't think I would do it myself, do you? Our Qin family is a good citizen who abides by the law." "Well, of course not." Fei Chun coughed lightly to hide his embarrassment, thinking to himself, "It seems I was overthinking it." He glanced at old man Qin, whose breathing was gradually stabilizing on the hospital bed, and quickly changed the subject. He suggested. The old man is in stable condition now. Why don't we take him back to the villa? Qin Bingyun frowned slightly and pondered for a moment. I have this plan, but will changing the environment be detrimental to Grandpa's condition? Fade Chun smiled confidently. Don't worry, I can take better care of the old man with me here. That's good. The worry in Qin Bingyun's eyes disappeared, replaced by a hint of relief. Thank you for your hard work. I'll give you a raise when Grandpa gets better. A pay raise. Chun Fei touched his nose. He remembered that he had been in the hospital for almost a month, but had hardly worked for a few days. He felt a little guilty. Bite. The sound of his cell phone interrupted his thoughts, and Chun Fei took out his cell phone and took a look. SMS reminder. Your bank card has received 15,000 yuan. Please check it. Fei Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he clicked on the message and read it carefully to make sure he had read it correctly. What's wrong? Qin Bingyun saw that he looked shocked. I asked as I approached, my eyes casually glancing over his phone screen. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Fei Chen quickly put his phone in his pocket and covered it up. No, nothing. It's just that the salary from the hospital has arrived. Oh. Qin Bingyun raised her eyebrows, her tone hinting at teasing. It seems that our Dr. Chun is very skilled in medicine and his salary is also very good. Chapter 75 Pregnant? Chun Fei felt a little guilty when she looked at him. He coughed dryly and said vaguely, It's okay. Qin Bingyun didn't ask any more questions, but the smile in her clear eyes deepened a little. With the help of Fei Chun, Mr. Qin was successfully taken back to the Qin family villa and arranged in a comfortable room. Watching the old man's breathing gradually become steady, Qin Bingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Fei Chun and said, Grandpa, I'm sorry to trouble you to take care of me during this period of time. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Chun Fei patted his chest and made the promise, but his eyes were involuntarily attracted by Qin Bingyun's beautiful face. I have to say that Qin Bingyun's beauty is the type that is cold and elegant with a hint of charm. Especially today, she was wearing home clothes, which made her less fierce than usual and more gentle, making her even more captivating. Chen Fei felt that Qin Bingyun was very different today. He couldn't tell why, but she was just different. Today, she even joked with herself for the first time, and her tone was a little unfamiliar than usual. Could it be because Mr. Qin is getting better? Chun Fei looked at Qin Bingyun, and something seemed to be quietly sprouting in his heart. No, I can't think about it anymore. Fei Chen quickly retracted his gaze, not daring to look at Qin Bingyun again. Old Master Qin no longer needed Chun Fei to look after him all the time. Qin Bingyun also found several doctors to live in the Qin family and take turns to look after him. I suddenly remembered that I have some things to do at the hospital, so I have to go back. Chen Fei made up an excuse and prepared to slip away. Hospital? Didn't you ask for leave? Qin Bingyun looked at him with a smile. Isn't that just an excuse? How dare I? Fei Chun touched his nose awkwardly. Okay, if you really have something to do, go ahead and do it. Qin Bingyun waved her hand, signaling him to do as he pleased. Chun Fei fled from the Qin family villa as if he had been pardoned. He did have something to do, but he was not going to the hospital to work, but to do something else. He took out an exquisite little porcelain bottle from his pocket, which contained a few shiny black pills. He made this after talking to Bai Muyun on the phone last night. I don't know how effective it will be. Fade, Chin muttered to himself, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. He plans to put these pills in the hospital's department of traditional Chinese medicine and give them to relevant patients for free to see their effects. As long as they tell me about the results when they come for a follow-up visit, that's fine. Thinking of this, Fei Chun took a taxi and headed straight to Rinxin Hospital. Arriving at the hospital, Chun Fei went to the Department of Traditional Chinese Medicine with ease and found Dr. Liu. Mr. Liu, I have some pills I made myself. How about you take a look at them for me? Chun Fei handed over a bottle of pills with a smile. Mr. Liu was also very happy to see Chun Fei and was in the mood to joke. Hey, Dr. Chun made his own pills? Dr. Liu took the porcelain bottle, opened it, and smelled it curiously. He took another closer look, a look of surprise on his face. If I'm not mistaken, this is for treating fever. Yes, I just want you to help give it to those patients with related symptoms to see if it works. Fei Chen nodded. You developed it yourself? This recipe. Old Liu hesitated to speak, a gleam in his eyes. Chun Fei knew that he couldn't hide it from him, so he brought out the same explanation he had given to Bai Muyun before. I just thought that the reason why we have so few patients in traditional Chinese medicine is not because they think the treatment is too troublesome. Making pills like this can also save patients the time of going home to boil the medicine themselves. I see. Mr. Liu suddenly realized something, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Fei Chun suddenly changed. Okay, I'll help you with this. Mr. Liu agreed immediately and said while holding the porcelain bottle, "Don't worry, leave it to me." Then thank you for your help. Chun Fei breathed a sigh of relief. With Mr. Liu's words, he felt relieved. He was just about to say goodbye to Mr. Liu and was about to leave to find Yang Qianshu, but was stopped by Mr. Liu. Dr. Chun, wait a minute. Mr. Liu's face was full of hesitation, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Chun Fei was a little confused, but he thought about how Liu Laogang had helped him a lot. Then he patiently asked, "Mr. Liu, is there anything else?" Old Liu rubbed his hands and his face turned red. He stammered, Dr. Chun, didn't I go to see the Tang family patient yesterday? The one from the Tang family? Chun Fei was stunned for a moment before he realized that he was talking about Tang Linner's brother Tang Tianhao. Yes, it's Mr. Tang. Old Liu nodded repeatedly. I took his pulse, but what? Chun Fei asked curiously. Is there anything strange about Tang Tianhao's illness? There was a screen around his bed. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation. I want to see his face, but he suddenly got angry and kicked me out. When Mr. Liu said this, his face was full of embarrassment and helplessness. Fei Chen frowned slightly. These people from the Tang family were really rude. They didn't even take an old senior like old Liu seriously. However, he was more curious about why Mr. Tang wrapped himself up tightly and didn't let the doctor see his face. What do you mean when you say his pulse is strange? Elder Liu sighed and lowered his voice, saying, Dr. Chun, to be honest, in my decades of medical practice, this is the first time I've encountered such a strange pulse. Strange? How strange? Chun Fei asked. The pulse condition that even the experienced Mr. Liu found strange seemed to indicate that Tang Tianhao's illness was indeed not simple. The pulse is strong and powerful, which should be a sign of good health, but Mr. Liu paused, seeming to find it difficult to speak. But this pulse is as smooth as a rolling bead, flowing back and forth smoothly. It's clearly a pregnancy pulse. Happy pulse. Chun Fei was stunned for a moment, then reacted. You mean Tang Tianhao's pulse is like a pregnant woman? That's right. Mr. Liu lowered his voice and looked solemn. I've been practicing medicine for many years, but I've never seen anything so bizarre. Young Master Tang is clearly a man, but his pulse is no different from that of a woman who's been pregnant for several months. Chun Fei suddenly felt a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Could it be that Tang Tianhao was possessed by an evil spirit? How can a grown man act like he's pregnant? Could it be that the Tang family has too many enemies and secretly poisoned them with some evil poison? Have you figured out what caused it? Fei Chen calmed himself down and continued to ask. Old Liu shook his head, frowning. I'm not very knowledgeable and can't figure out the cause of the disease. Young Master Tang was in a bad mood that day and refused to let me take a closer look, so I had no choice but to give up. Chun Fei pondered for a moment and suddenly remembered a rare and strange disease. Patients are said to experience some pregnancy-like symptoms. For example, his belly becomes bigger and his pulse is like that of a pregnant woman, but he is not actually pregnant. Could this be the disease Tang Tianhao has? Chapter 76, Yin Syndrome, False Pregnancy. Mr. Liu, do you know about pseudo-pregnancy? Chun Fei asked. He remembered that the medical book recorded that this disease was extremely rare. Moreover, the treatment method is very complicated and requires the use of many precious medicinal materials. When Mr. Liu heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. You mean young Master Tang might have a ghost fetus? Fei Chen nodded and lowered his voice and said, Mr. Liu, there is indeed a concept of ghost fetus in traditional Chinese medicine, but it is different from what we usually understand. Tang Xiao's condition is most likely a rare disease called Yin Syndrome, false pregnancy. False pregnancy due to Yin Syndrome. Old Liu stroked his beard and frowned. I've been practicing medicine for many years, but I've only heard of this in ancient books. Could this strange disease really exist? Chun Fei explained, this condition is extremely rare. Most patients are men, and they will experience some pregnancy-like symptoms, such as a bulging abdomen, a smooth pulse, and even the ability to feel fetal movement. Yes. Old Liu took a breath of cold air. Then is there any way to cure this disease? Old Liu asked anxiously, with a hint of trembling in his tone. Fei Chin pondered for a moment and said, medical books record that the causes of Yin syndrome false pregnancy are complex and difficult to treat. Not only does it require the use of many precious medicinal herbs, but also requires acupuncture, massage, and other methods. And what? Mr. Liu's heart was in his throat, fearing that Chun Fei would say something that would make him despair. Fei Chen paused and said solemnly, furthermore, if this disease is delayed, it will not only cause great damage to the patient's body, but it will also affect his mind. What? Old Liu's face changed drastically. This was the only child in the Tang family. Chun Fei saw this and couldn't help but feel a little sympathetic. After all, Mr. Liu is also a kind-hearted doctor, even though he had a grudge against the Tang family. But when facing a patient, he still hopes to do his best to treat him. Mr. Liu, don't worry too much. Fei Chen comforted him. Although this disease is rare, it is not incurable. In fact, he was also quite interested in Tang Tianhao's illness. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has encountered this disease despite inheriting the medical skills from the medical sane inheritance system. Thinking of this, Fei Chen calmly opened his system panel and searched for the treatment plan for false pregnancy caused by Yin syndrome in the vast medical books. It's true, the system actually provides several treatment plans, and they all seem quite reliable. Maybe I have to use yin-yang harmonizing acupuncture and fight poison with poison. Chun Fei gave a solution. Yin-yang harmonizing acupuncture, fighting poison with poison? This. As Mr. Liu listened to the plans proposed by Fei Chen, his face turned even paler than before, and his voice began to tremble. What kind of prescriptions are these? I've never heard of them before. I've been practicing medicine for so many years, but I've never heard of anything being treated this way. Chun Fei was amused by his exaggerated reaction and explained with a smile. Mr. Liu, although these methods may sound strange, they are actually valuable experiences summed up by our ancestors. Think about it. This Yin syndrome false pregnancy is a rare and strange disease. If we treat it according to the usual methods, it will definitely not work. That being said, Mr. Liu was still a little hesitant. But these methods are something I've never heard of. If I were to use them on young Master Tang, what if something went wrong? Chun Fei saw Mr. Liu's concerns and understood in his heart that this old man had been studying Chinese medicine for such a long time after all. It is indeed a bit unreasonable to ask him to try this unorthodox treatment method. Mr. Liu, please listen to me. Fei Chen noticed Mr. Liu's nervousness and couldn't help but laugh. This yin-yang harmonizing acupuncture method may look scary, but it's actually a way of using acupuncture to regulate the body's yin and yang balance. Think about it. Tang Tianhao's condition is simply an imbalance of yin and yang in the body, leading to disordered qi and blood, which in turn causes pregnancy-like symptoms. If we use acupuncture to stimulate the acupuncture points and guide qi and blood back on track, wouldn't that fundamentally solve the problem? Old Liu was stunned when he heard this and asked in disbelief, is it really that magical? How come I've never heard of it? Chun Fei went on to explain, think about it. The yin and yang in traditional Chinese medicine actually correspond to the endocrine system, nervous system, and so on in modern medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, while modern medicine also emphasizes the coordinated functioning of the human body's various functions. They are essentially the same. It's just that traditional Chinese medicine focuses more on overall conditioning, while Western medicine tends to prescribe the right medicine for the right condition. Now that you put it that way, it does make some sense. Old Liu stroked his beard and pondered in silence. Chun Fei struck while the iron was hot, pointing to the treatment plan provided by the system, and continued. As for the concept of fighting poison with poison, it's actually about using some strong-smelling drugs to dispel the evil qi accumulated in the body. Of course, the dosage must be strictly controlled, and it must be combined with some detoxifying and protective drugs, otherwise it will poison the patient. Elder Liu was horrified when he heard this and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, This is too dangerous. I'm too old to try this lightly. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I know what's going on. Fei Chen said confidently. These treatment plans are all carefully calculated by me, and their safety and effectiveness are guaranteed. Moreover, I will monitor Mr. Tang's condition throughout the process, and if any unexpected events occur, I can adjust the treatment plan in a timely manner. Chun Fei's words finally dispelled Mr. Liu's concerns. He let out a long sigh and nodded. In that case, I'll risk my life to accompany you and give it a try. However, we must first choose a relatively safe plan. Let's forget about this method of fighting poison with poison. Fei Chen naturally understood Elder Lu's concerns and said with a smile, "Of course. Let's try this yin-yang harmonizing acupuncture method first, and then supplement it with some mild medicinal food conditioning to see the results." After the two agreed on a treatment plan, they began to prepare the necessary herbs and tools. Following the system's instructions, Fei Chen drew up a list of medicinal herbs and handed it to Mr. Lu. At this point, Mr. Lu's cloudy old eyes flashed with light, staring straight at Chun Fei, as if Chun Fei was some rare treasure. Seeing his expression, Chun Fei knew what this old man was thinking without having to guess. As expected, Elder Lu rubbed his hands together and said tentatively, "Dr. Chun, we've almost finished discussing the treatment plan. How about you come with me? I'm still unsure if I go alone." Chun Fei couldn't help but feel a little amused when he saw Mr. Lu's hopeful look. Mr. Lu is truly a kind-hearted doctor. For the sake of a patient, he even lowered his dignity to beg him for help. However, Fei Chen didn't want to get involved in the Tang family's mess. He and the Tang family have an inexplicable feud, and going there would probably only lead to boredom. Chapter 77 Come Again.